At Qingwan University. H1, let's go play ball. At the classroom door, two young men walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. Can't. My mom found herself a second husband, and I have to go to my stepfather's house for dinner tonight. Li Mo Chuan waved his hand in refusal. His mother had mentioned it during summer vacation, but he never took it to heart. Then yesterday she suddenly called and sent him a residential address. Tiska's stepfather. Suya clicked his tongue repeatedly, then raised an eyebrow. At your mom's age, the stepfather probably has a kid too, right? Are you about to become an older brother or a younger one? Scram. Li Mo Chuan shot him a glance and shoved him away. Don't even mention it. He was going to be the younger one. Oh, judging by your reaction, there is one. Tell me, are you picturing a little sister or an older sister? Suya kept pestering him. Are you going to keep this up? Li Mo Chuan grew more irritated listening to the chatter beside him. But that was just how brothers were. If you weren't annoying, you weren't real brothers. Come on, tell me. We've known each other for over a month now. I still don't know what the star of the information school likes. I'm just asking, older sister or younger sister. Li Mo Chuan stopped walking, his lips moved slightly, and finally, he spat out two words, older sister. Suya's eyes lit up instantly. Sensing the strange interrogation he was about to face, Li Mo Chuan quickened his pace. Older sisters are great. They have many styles, they're considerate and caring. Shut up. Li Mo Chuan turned around and yelled, then ran straight down the stairs. Suya stood there curling his lip. What a hot temper. But he chased after him anyway. Wait up. When Suya caught up, he stopped his yammering. We're going the same way, haha, I'm heading home too. Li Mo Chuan said nothing more. These two had gotten close during military training because they both marched with the same arm and leg and were pulled out for extra practice. Both were locals of Qingwan with similar interests, so over time, they naturally started walking together often. It was now 6 in the evening when classes were letting out. This was the university district, and the snack streets near campus were packed with people. Hey H1, isn't that Jiang Wu, the new campus belle from Normal University? Her military training photo went viral at our school. Li Mo Chuan's body stiffened at the name. Jiang Wu. She was the girl he had secretly loved for all 3 years of high school. He had planned to confess right after graduation, but the night before he made his move, he saw Jiang Wu's official announcement post on Moments with another guy. 3 years of silent love shattered in that instant. Later, when college entrance exam results came out, he overperformed and got into Qingwan University, while Jiang Wu underperformed and went to Qingwan Normal University. Ironically, the two schools were right next to each other, yet since freshman year began, they had somehow never crossed paths. Li Mo Chuan had nearly forgotten she existed. But hearing that name now still made his chest feel tight. The Normal University campus belle is way prettier than ours. Suya sighed with feeling. Qingwan University was stronger in science, and the gender ratio was unbalanced. This year's was said to be 2 to 1. Meanwhile, Normal University was famously 1 to 3 girls to boys. She's just alright. Li Mo Chuan only glanced in that direction, briefly, not lingering. Suya quickly noticed something off in his tone. That's not like you. You usually don't get close to girls, but when you check out pretty girls with me on campus, you never sound like this. Hey, I heard Jiang Wu graduated from Qingwan. No. One high, and you did too. Don't tell me. Suya grew more excited as he spoke, his eyes darting around like he'd figured everything out. I'm in a hurry. I'm leaving first. Li Mo Chuan didn't want to waste words on him. He pulled out his phone to check the time. Only half an hour remained before the agreed time, and getting to that residential complex would take another 20 minutes. The crowd outside campus kept growing, and Li Mo Chuan easily shook off Suya. But he was walking fast and accidentally bumped into someone. Without much thought, Li Mo Chuan said, sorry, and tried to keep moving. The person he bumped into, however, didn't seem willing to let it go. Just a sorry, and that's it. Li Mo Chuan frowned. He didn't want trouble, but looking at his sleeve being tightly gripped, the situation was clearly no longer up to him. Oh, isn't this Li Mo Chuan? Hearing his own name, Li Mo Chuan finally looked closely. Senior. The man before him was Duan Chun. At the basketball game a week ago, Li Mo Chuan had blocked his shot, causing him to miss the most crucial basket. It was the first time a freshman had beaten a senior. Whether out of respect or tradition in games like this within the college, seniors always crushed the juniors, until Li Mo Chuan broke that precedent last week. But at the time he hadn't thought much about it, nor had he realized how many seniors his move had displeased. But now he knew. How about we schedule another basketball game sometime? Onion. Duan Chun wore a teasing smile. I feel like today's pretty good. How about a game when we head back? I have things to do. I don't have time today. Li Mo Chuan checked his phone again. I say you have time, so you have time. Let's go. The basketball court. As Duan Chun and the others spoke, they began pulling him toward the school. Duan Chun was nursing a grudge. Had never been humiliated like that playing basketball on campus. As a member of the college team, how could he let a freshman block his shot? Li Mo Chuan grew irritated. What were these people thinking? Had seen netizens online saying university seniors were usually friendly. Clearly biodiversity was rich and a big forest had all kinds of birds. I said I don't have time and I don't have time. With a flex of his arm, Li Mo Chuan threw off their grip. We didn't want to get physical, but if you're going to be this stubborn, we don't have a choice. Duan Shen's words carried a hint of menace. The area around the school was crowded and full of eyes. He signaled the other two who moved to either side of Li Mo Chuan, draped their arms over his shoulders, and steered him toward a quieter spot. Let's talk somewhere else. Li Mo Chuan knew they wouldn't beat him in the middle of the street. At most they'd threaten him verbally. But if they changed locations, who knew what would happen? Just as he was thinking about what to do, his consciousness suddenly wavered. He thought he would fall straight to the ground, but the noisy sounds around him had vanished. Instead, a dull ache spread across his abdomen. Li Mo Chuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity in his limbs, like he had lost his memory. What came into view was a sign that read, "Feminine hygiene products, roll up and toss in the bin. Do not flush. Thank you for your cooperation." Combined with his current crouching position. Why was he in a bathroom? A women's bathroom at that. He looked down at himself, black lace trim, a pink skirt hem, and a black bow belt at the waist. Holy crap, I'm wearing a skirt. He immediately covered his mouth. Holy crap, why was his voice that of a girl too? But wait. It actually sounded kind of cool and elegant. His gaze traveled downward to fair, delicate legs. Li Mo Chuan couldn't help but touch them. So this was what it felt like to have no leg hair. What had happened to him? Why was he here? His gaze slowly moved upward, and he saw his chest. Li Mo Chuan swallowed hard, but didn't dare reach out to touch. His gaze moved downward again, and he saw a white triangle undergarment with a streak of red. And the water beneath where he was crouching was also red. Could he have transmigrated? And even if he did, why did he have to become a girl? He admitted the early chapters were a bit rough, but the side characters didn't matter. They were just seasoning for the male and female leads relationship. They'd have no role in the later stages. If you could tolerate it, read on. Even a girl and a girl on her period. Li Mo Chuan was stunned for a long while before gradually accepting the fact and starting to think about what to do next. He couldn't just pull up his pants and leave. The blood seemed plentiful and unstoppable, and he could feel it dripping down from beneath him. He could only hope for a kind soul to help him. Judging from the bathroom environment, it was neither good nor bad. Clean, but the decor clearly showed it was years old. This environment gave him a strange sense of familiarity, unconsciously reminding him of his own school dormitory. Qingwan was located in northern Huagua. Student dormitories had no private bathrooms. Each floor had 2 washrooms and 2 toilets. The more Li Mo Chuan thought about it, the more he felt the stall door looked exactly like the one in the boys' dormitory. He subconsciously felt his body. The girl was wearing a skirt, no pockets. How could someone go to the bathroom without their phone? He could hear sporadic footsteps outside. His stall seemed to be the one against the wall, and the adjacent stall remained empty. 2 minutes later, finally, the door of the next stall opened. Li Mo Chuan immediately knocked on the partition between them. "Excuse me, can you help me?" The neighbor hesitated before answering. Shen Zhimeng. Li Mo Chuan's eyes lit up. She knew me, that made things much easier. "Yes, it's me. I forgot to bring a sanitary pad. Could you get me one?" Su Rong was stunned. She never thought she'd hear Shen Zhimeng asking for help. Was this still the same aloof, arrogant Shen Zhimeng? "Can you help me, please?" Hearing the voice again, Su Rong snapped back to reality. Sure. Wait for me here." Li Mo Chuan actually wanted to fish for more information like his dorm number, but he held back for fear of slipping up. Best to get out first and improvise. Su Rong was fast. Not long after she left, a pink object was slid under the gap. "Did you get it?" "Thanks." Li Mo Chuan took it, thanked her, and then began to figure out how to use it. It didn't look complicated. Back in high school, some boys had stolen a girl's sanitary pad from her bag and openly studied it. Li Mo Chuan had only glanced at it then, but the boys around him kept discussing it, so he'd picked up some knowledge. He tore open the package, applied it as he thought was correct, pulled up his pants, flushed the toilet. Li Mo Chuan looked down at the skirt on his body, still not used to it. But his legs held his gaze for a long time, shapely, long, flawless, almost perfect. Catching himself straying, Li Mo Chuan cursed himself silently. This was no time for such thoughts. He tidied up, washed his hands, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Being a girl was really tough. The sink had a mirror, and when Li Mo Chuan saw his own face, he was startled. He had to admit, though he wasn't used to a female body, he really liked this face. Thick curled lashes, delicate makeup, and black wavy hair. If he hadn't known what type of girl he liked before, he knew now. "Hey, your skirt." Li Mo Chuan felt a tap on his shoulder. Following the girl's pointed finger, he saw that a small part of his skirt was caught, revealing black safety shorts underneath. "Thanks." Facing the kind reminder, Li Mo Chuan quickly adjusted his outfit. He had fully accepted the fact that he was now a girl. A girl, after all, should pay attention to her image. He understood that. Looking at himself in the mirror, Li Mo Chuan couldn't help making different expressions. Shy, surprised, cute, adorable. Each one was beautiful. This face was perfect. Leaving the washroom, he began to wonder which direction to go. One side had more dorms, the other fewer. He chose the fewer side. After all, there was a window at the end of the corridor. If he went the wrong way, he could pretend to be getting some fresh air. With that thought, Li Machuan walked with newfound confidence. Shen Zhimeng, your phone is ringing. A voice behind him called out. Shen Zhimeng. The same name as the girl who helped him in the bathroom. He immediately turned around to meet a pair of questioning eyes. Where are you going? Li Machuan pretended to be calm. Oh, just taking a walk. I see, go answer your phone. It's been ringing for a while. Okay, thanks. Li Machuan breathed a sigh of relief. Only one dormitory door was open here, so he must be sharing a room with this girl. No, wait. Shen Zhimeng was sharing a room with her. He picked up the phone feeling much more settled. He pressed answer, and a vigorous male voice came through. Xiaoming, where are you? I'm still in the dorm. Li Machuan saw the contact name was Dad, so he softened his tone. Didn't I tell you to come home for dinner tonight? Hurry up, I'm waiting at the school gate. Don't be mad at me. I know it's hard to accept, but it's just a meal with Aunt G tonight. Okay, take a photo of where you parked so I can find you when I come out. Li Machuan looked at the girl's exquisite desk. Every corner oozed money, and it was neatly arranged, showing she was a clean person. Sure. After hanging up, Li Machuan felt inexplicably overwhelmed. Parents know their children best. He couldn't fool his own mother at all. Would he be exposed? He adjusted his outfit in front of the mirror, grabbed his phone, and headed out. Once outside the dormitory, walking through the familiar campus, he felt much calmer. If it was a time travel, at least it was in a familiar environment. The date and time on his phone told him that this world's timeline was the same as his original one. But whether it was a parallel universe or the same one remained unknown. With the photo, Li Machuan quickly identified the car he was supposed to take. Dad. He called out awkwardly. He hadn't spoken that word in a long time. To be precise, his father had passed away from illness 5 years ago, and he hadn't said the word since. Now it stirred up a lot of emotions. Shen Jing was dressed in a suit, looking young and energetic. Judging by the car, the family was well off. Get in. Aunt G has already prepared the meal. Okay. Li Machuan watched the man eagerly ushering him and felt a strange touch in his heart. So this was what having a father felt like. Xingya Residential District. Li Machuan followed Shen Jing upstairs. The more he walked, the more uneasy he felt. Wasn't this supposed to be going home? To the girl's home? Why was this the same district, and even the same building and unit, as the place he was supposed to visit tonight? When they entered the elevator, Li Machuan was truly dumbfounded. The floor was the same too. Shun. If he remembered correctly, his mother had told him last night that his stepfather's surname was Shun. So would he see himself? Would he see Li Machuan? Shen Jing had just finished a call. In the elevator, he started lecturing Li Machuan, remember to greet people when we get in, okay? Aunt G is a very nice person. Don't be difficult. Li Machuan nodded blankly, his mind elsewhere. After stepping out of the elevator, looking at the apartment number, Li Machuan's heart was already calm. Even seeing his own mother's face when the door opened, he didn't find it strange. Hello, Aunt G. He remembered Shen Jing's instructions and greeted her immediately. Oh, you must be Xiaoming, right? Even prettier than in the photos. Li Machuan watched his own mother warmly take his hand, unable to describe the feeling in his heart. It was not just strange, it was very strange. This odd feeling even overshadowed the fact that he was wearing a skirt. And it didn't end there. Where is Xiaochuan? I should have picked him up too. Shen Jing walked straight into the kitchen to help. Li Machuan stood at the kitchen door and heard his mother say, I called him. He said he'd be here in a few minutes. He stood there dazed, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. His phone was clutched in his hand, trembling slightly. Was he about to meet him? Who was in that body? Shen Zhimeng. Before he could even settle in, he heard the doorbell. Then Ji Yun and Shen Jing came out of the kitchen together. Xiaochuan is here. Perfect timing. This is your uncle Shen. Li Machuan stiffly turned his gaze toward the door, and sure enough, he saw a face that was both familiar and foreign. It was the first time he had ever seen himself through someone else's eyes, and he had to admit, he was rather handsome. The height, the broad shoulders, TSK. But despite his wandering thoughts, he knew he had to face what was coming. Shen Jing and Ji Yun had already led the others over to him, and Li Machuan quickly rose to his feet. After exchanging greetings with Li Machuan, the latter directly called out his name. You're Shen Zhimeng, right? Li Machuan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't been certain whose body he was in, but the fact that this person could accurately name him confirmed his identity in an instant. Shen Jing and Ji Yun had already led the others over to him, and Li Machuan quickly rose to his feet. After exchanging greetings with Li Machuan, the latter directly called out his name. You're Shen Zhimeng, right? Li Machuan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't been certain whose body he was in, but the fact that this person could accurately name. With that, Li Machuan shot Shen Zhimeng a meaningful glance. I'm in the same major as this sister here, and I happen to have a question for her. Would that be all right? Sure. Li Machuan swallowed nervously and stood up, tension evident in his movements. Li Machuan gave a slight smirk. This is your home, so shall we go to your room? Okay. Li Machuan, overwhelmed by anxiety, unconsciously fiddled with the hem of his skirt. He had a feeling that once they were alone, the peace they were enjoying now would not last. Once they were away from the living room, Li Machuan felt a sudden warmth on his back as the person behind him pressed her entire body against him. For the first time, he realized how intimidating his own voice could sound the room at the very end. Don't take the wrong one. Okay. Back in the living room, Ji Yun's face was etched with worry. My Xiao Chuan can be a bit thoughtless. With the two of them alone like this. Will Xiao Meng be alright? Shen Zhimeng, however, looked completely at ease and said half-jokingly, don't worry. Xiao Meng has practiced judo since she was a child. That frame of Ah Chuan's looks like it can take a hit or two. Ji Yun let out a soft sigh. Well, they were bound to talk sooner or later. Shen Zhimeng walked over and gently wrapped his arms around her. Don't worry. From now on, we're all one family. Come on, let's get the dishes ready and then go see them. The atmosphere in the bedroom was a stark contrast to the warmth of the living room. Li Machuan immediately straddled Shen Zhimeng, pinning his hands behind his back, and spoke with a hint of anger. You had better give me a good explanation. Ow ow. Easy there. Li Machuan's voice was now a girl's, and his breathless cries were strangely alluring. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but blush. How dare this person ruin her beautiful voice like this? Can't you speak properly? I can. But let go of me first. Shen Zhimeng gritted her teeth, thought for a moment, and finally released him. The two of them sat on the small sofa in the room, both sulking, neither willing to speak first. Finally, Li Machuan couldn't take the silence anymore. So, did those guys hurt you? You have the nerve to ask. Shen Zhimeng was fuming. If it hadn't been for her quick reflexes, that punch would have landed right on her face. Li Machuan flinched at her shout. He had never imagined his own face could be so menacing, looking like it wanted to devour him. Calm down, calm down. I'm a victim here too. I'd also like to know what the hell is going on. Li Machuan unconsciously lowered his brows. Shen Zhimeng's appearance was the kind that could be either cute or fierce entirely, depending on the makeup. Today she wore a little black dress complete with winged eyeliner and bold red lipstick. She should have been radiating confidence, but paired with that expression, Shen Zhimeng was both embarrassed and annoyed. She simply couldn't bear to see her own face making such an expression. It was just too weird. With that thought, she shoved Li Machuan away. Forget it. With that brain of yours, I doubt you could come up with anything anyway. Hey, let's keep this to a discussion. There's no need for personal attacks. I'm just stating the facts. Shen Zhimeng crossed her arms. Give me my phone. Li Machuan obediently handed it over. Let's exchange contact info first. Until we switch back, if you're ever unsure about something, you ask me. And if you dare do anything shady while wearing my face, you're dead. Also, we should move back home. I'm not going to the men's bathhouse to watch guys shower, and you're not going to the women's either. Shen Zhimeng fired off several sentences in one breath. By the time she was done, they had already added each other on WeChat. Wait a second. Li Machuan suddenly had a sinking feeling. What about your period? What are we going to do about that? Shen Zhimeng was jolted by the question. Right? She had been on her period, but now that they had swapped, didn't that mean she didn't have to deal with it anymore? But she quickly thought of a much more serious issue. She remembered she had forgotten to bring a sanitary pad to the bathroom. So this man, how did you get out of the bathroom? Li Machuan was a bit peeved at her for pinning him down the moment she walked in, and he decided it was time to make her squirm a little. Me? I just pulled up my pants and walked out. Li Machuan said it so casually, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. What? You just walked out like that? Yo, what else was I supposed to do? The moment he finished speaking, Shen Zhimeng yanked him to his feet. Her eyes scanned the sofa, and after confirming there were no stains, she spun him around and lifted his skirt in one swift motion. Hey, what are you doing? That's harassment. Feeling a chill on his rear, Li Machuan instinctively clamped his hands over the skirt. Shen Zhimeng shot him a glare. Don't move. It's my own body. There's not a part of it I haven't seen. Li Machuan muttered under his breath. You've seen. Yours. Huh. The rest of his sentence was left unsaid, but his gaze made it perfectly clear. Shen Zhimeng knew exactly what he was implying. Furious, she slapped him on the butt. Hey, why are you getting physical? Don't forget, hitting me is hitting yourself. Shen Zhimeng. She wanted to hit him even more now, but she held back, plopping down on the sofa in a huff. Remember everything I just said. Don't blow our cover. No one would believe us if we told them anyway. Got it. Li Machuan sat down beside her and tried to soothe her by patting her back, but Shen Zhimeng responded with a withering glare. That's enough. Li Machuan pouted. What's wrong with touching my own back? Shen Zhimeng was speechless with rage. Seeing her chance, she reached out again and flipped up the skirt. Li Machuan quickly clamped his hands down to stop her. You pervert. I'm just making sure. I don't want you ruining the dress or the sofa. Relax, everything's fine down there. Shen Zhimeng hadn't expected him to have handled it. You. Put on a pad. Yeah, what else? Where did you get it? I thought I was out. Borrowed it from someone. Shen Zhimeng wanted to ask more, but she stopped herself. It wasn't like she'd know who he borrowed it from anyway, so she dropped it. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a knock came at the door. Xiao Chuan Mingming, dinner's ready. Coming. Li Machuan responded instinctively upon hearing his mother's voice. Shen Zhimeng gave him a shove. Change your habits. She's my mom now. Li Machuan awkwardly averted his gaze. I know. The two walked one after the other into the dining room. Shen Zhimeng, seeing them looking relatively peaceful, breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Shen Zhimeng might lose her temper and start a fight. Mengming, you sit on the same side as your auntie. I'll sit next to Chuan, Shen Zhimeng directed as he gestured for the two to take their seats. At the dining table, Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng continuously probed the intentions of the two children, but to their surprise the very two who had previously been adamantly opposed to their union now both agreed. Mom, Liam Chuan said, I hadn't met Uncle Shen before, but having met him today, I can see he's a truly good man. And thinking about how you're always alone at home while I'm at school, it's good to have someone to keep you company. Shen Zhimeng chimed in, exactly, Dad. I think Annie Ji is very beautiful and kind. I really like her. Hearing you two think this way puts mine and Auntie Jess' minds at ease, Shen Zhimeng said as he served Liam Chuan some food. The family meal was filled with warmth and harmony. Liam Chuan turned to Ji Yun. Mom, where will we be staying? Ji Yun glanced at Shen Zhimeng. That's what we wanted to ask you too. Our plan is that both places are available, but Uncle Shen's place is much closer to your school. If you want to come home, it would be a lot more convenient. Liam Chuan nodded. All right, if Uncle Shen doesn't mind, I'm willing to stay here. Really? Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up with surprise. He had thought convincing them to stay would be a difficult task, but now it seemed as if all problems had been effortlessly resolved. He wondered what the two children had discussed in the room to reach such a swift consensus. Really? Both of them now needed a reason to increase their time together, and living under the same roof was the best option. After the meal, Shen Zhimeng proactively went to wash the dishes. Without a word, Ji Yun pulled Liam Chuan out onto the balcony, leaving Shen Zhimeng no choice but to cast a desperate pleading look at Liam Chuan. Liam Chuan felt helpless as well. He could only wait for their conversation to end. Finding the living room too dull, he decided to explore Shen Zhimeng's room. He hadn't paid much attention upon entering earlier, but now taking a closer look, he realized the room was quite spacious, at least twice the size of his own bedroom back home. It was evident the room's decor was entirely tailored to a girl's taste. An off-white wardrobe, an off-white princess bed, and lace-trimmed bedding. The vanity was neat, and the entire room was immaculate. On the desk sat a framed photograph. Besides Shen Zhimeng and Shen Zhimeng, there was a middle-aged woman in the picture. That must be Shen Zhimeng's mother. The photo was old and had a thin layer of dust on it, clearly just taken out recently. She was probably like him, having learned yesterday that she was about to gain a stepmother and thus beginning to miss her biological mother. Liam Chuan casually picked up a textbook. Written on the first page in neat regular script were the three characters, Shen Zhimeng. He finally knew the exact characters behind that name. What are you looking at? A sudden voice breaking his momentary distraction startled him. Why are you so quiet when you walk? Shen Zhimeng closed the door and locked it. The floor is all carpeted, it's nearly impossible to make any sound. What did my mom say to you? Shen Zhimeng shed her somewhat dirty trousers and opened her wardrobe. Auntie Ji said Liam Chuan should be good and treat Shen Zhimeng well. You hear that? Liam Chuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. That's your job. As he turned around, he saw a familiar body now clad in a pair of floral pajama pants that ended just below the calf. His gaze shifted upward only to encounter an awkward sight. Ahem ahem. Have you forgotten? You can't wear these kinds of clothes right now. Facing Liam Chuan's merciless mockery, Shen Zhimeng shot him a fierce glare. She truly hadn't yet adjusted to the fact that she was now a man. She then rummaged through her wardrobe, pulling out a set of black pajamas and tossing them to Liam Chuan. According to my usual routine, it's time for a shower now. Liam Chuan looked at the black dress he was wearing, then at the black pajamas in his hand. So I'm just destined to wear black. Shen Zhimeng blushed, her face turning red as she gritted her teeth and shouted, Yes. Black makes you look slimmer and paler. See how good I am to you. With that, she shoved him directly into the bathroom attached to the bedroom. Now go wash. Bang. The door slammed shut. Liam Chuan was baffled by her sudden outburst. It seemed Su Ya saying that girls are moody was indeed true. Forget it, better not to provoke her. He couldn't afford to. Just as he could use her face to do bad things, she could use his body for the same. Liam Chuan stared at the mirror above the sink. This face was unrealistically beautiful. Why hadn't he ever noticed there was such a pretty girl at his school? As he was lost in thought, the door opened from the outside. You? Shen Zhimeng looked troubled. Don't you dare look around while you're in the shower. Just wash and get out. Liam Chuan was dumbfounded. Look around at what? He was the one showering. What was there for him to look at? Seeing his genuinely confused expression, Shen Zhimeng's own face became even more flustered. She decisively closed the door and stood face-to-face with Liam Chuan. I'm going to help you undress now. Huh? What are you hawing at? I'm just taking a shower for myself. Or what are you going to do it? Can you guarantee you won't peek or touch? Liam Chuan. Well, when she put it that way, it made sense. But having to stare at his own face while giving himself a shower, it felt incredibly weird. Are you sure? If you help me wash, what about your own shower? If you go back to my place later, wouldn't you just end up seeing my body anyway? Li Mo Chuan's objection was purely based on fairness. He hadn't even conjured up any lewd thoughts until Shen Zhimeng steered his mind in that direction. Shen Zhimeng looked down, thinking for a moment. Do you have classes tomorrow? I'm a freshman, sis. I have tons of classes. Unlike you, a senior who has far fewer. That's fine. We're in the same major. I can cover your classes for you tomorrow. What are you planning to do? Li Mo Chuan gave her a once-over, but looking at her felt like looking in a mirror, and it didn't stir any particular feeling in him. He'll find a way to get your mom to stay over, and then I can stay too. That way you can help me shower. Huh. Li Mo Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he did take in Shen Zhimeng's suggestion. The soul swap was an accident, and showering inevitably meant touching this body that wasn't his. What Shen Zhimeng suggested was indeed the better solution for now. Let me help you undress first. Seeing him fumbling uselessly with the dress, she reached over and directly unzipped the back. But the thought of having to shower while looking at him was still something she found hard to accept. Wait a moment. Okay. Li Mo Chuan stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move an inch. He had no desire to experience Shen Zhimeng's judo skills a second time. It wasn't that he couldn't beat her, but rather that a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Shen Zhimeng stepped out briefly before quickly returning. Close your eyes. Okay. The moment Li Mo Chuan closed his eyes, he felt a soft piece of cloth cover them, tied securely at the back of his head. A chill ran over his body. Then he heard the sound of the bathroom heater turning on. This should keep you warm, right? Hearing the concern, even in his own voice, Li Mo Chuan felt less warmth and more of a brotherly awkwardness. Are you worried about me? No sooner had he spoken than he felt a slap on his rear. Get out of here, I'm worried about my own body. Taking advantage of his blindness, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but pull a series of exaggerated faces. As hot water cascaded from the shower head, her voice unconsciously softened. From now on at school, you need to act aloof. Don't respond to every single person who talks to you. Oh, I'm being serious here. Isn't this aloof enough? Her words made Shen Zhimeng laugh, her earlier sharp tone turning into one of resignation. Fine, that's very aloof. Keep it up. As she spoke, the loofah was soaked and lathered with shower gel. The moment Li Mo Chuan felt the touch on his skin, he couldn't help but stiffen. That hand of his could really use some hand cream, otherwise this kind of touch felt a bit rough. Shen Zhimeng didn't find it strange at all. The white t-shirt she was wearing was already dirty, so she didn't mind it getting wet. This was her first time bathing someone else, and it was quite novel. Midway through the wash, Shen Zhimeng. What if? Just what if? Li Mo Chuan spoke hesitantly, as if trying to find the right words. What if what? What if we're stuck like this, swapped forever, and can't change back? It was a thought that had suddenly popped into Li Mo Chuan's head. Unable to find an answer, he wanted to ask Shen Zhimeng. This person who from the moment they met tonight had inexplicably struck him as smart, capable, and resourceful. Shen Zhimeng was stunned, never expecting such a question. If we can't change back, what else can we do? Accept it. Then, you're a guy now. Are you going to find a boyfriend or a girlfriend? I'm just saying I can't stand by and watch my own body. Stop. Shen Zhimeng cut him off just in time. Don't worry, if we really can't switch back, he'll just stay single for life. My orientation is perfectly normal. Really? Of course it's true. She then shifted the conversation. What about you? If you're stuck with my body, you'd better find a rich, handsome, tall guy for me, right? Dream on, Li Mo Chuan retorted without hesitation. My orientation is normal too. Since we're both destined to be single for life, why don't we just settle for each other? You're getting a good deal. Shen Zhimeng said it lightly, casually. Li Mo Chuan immediately panicked. No way. Sleeping with myself every day? That's terrifying. Shen Zhimeng. How can someone be so disgusted with themselves, eh? Li Mo Chuan decided the topic was a dead end. Hurry up and finish washing. If mom and dad come knocking, we're done for. Relax, I locked the door. They'll still get suspicious. We're two grown adults, a man and a woman in the same room. Shen Zhimeng rolled her eyes. My dad trusts me completely. Not just because of my judo, but also because of my taste in people. Li Mo Chuan. He felt like he was being insulted in a roundabout way. Despite her words, Shen Zhimeng quickened her pace. Be gentler, it really hurts. It was Li Mo Chuan's first time experiencing what delicate skin felt like. It seemed like even the slightest pressure would peel a layer of skin off. Shen Zhimeng remained silent, quietly easing up on the pressure. But inwardly she grumbled, this man's arms might not look thick, but they're all muscle. And barely even using any force. No wonder he could handle 4 men tonight without breaking a sweat. At the judo hall she could take on 3 girls at once, but 3 guys. She'd never stand a chance. Innate physical disparity is something hard to overcome with training. After the bath, Shen Zhimeng patiently taught Li Mo Chuan how to deal with the shorts and the sanitary pad. You need to use the long one for nighttime. By the way, do you sleep still? Li Mo Chuan. I sleep like a log. I lie down and don't move an inch. Good. After she had dressed him, they finally emerged from the bathroom. They were immediately greeted by a knock on the door. Shen Zhimeng went to open it. Dad. The moment the word left her mouth, Shen Jing was taken aback. Shen Zhimeng instantly realized her mistake, a habit she had slipped into. She quickly corrected herself in a low voice, Uncle Shen. But Shen Jing burst into laughter. He patted Li Mo Chuan on the shoulder. Xiao Chuan, relax. Didn't we say at dinner that we're family now? No need to be so formal. The real Li Mo Chuan struggled to suppress his smile. He had to admit seeing Shen Zhimeng like this was pretty amusing. Meng Meng, come here. Shen Jing beckoned. Li Mo Chuan obediently walked over, and bracing himself called out, Dad. Shen Jing wore a kind smile. Meng Meng, you're the older sister. If your brother isn't familiar with the house or the neighborhood, you need to look after him. Okay. Shen Jing looked him up and down. Meng Meng, have you already showered? Do you have any clothes Xiao Chuan could wear? See if you can find him a set. Your Auntie Ji is staying over tonight, and so is Xiao Chuan. Shen Zhimeng wasn't short, standing at 168 centimeters, but Li Mo Chuan was 185 centimeters. Finding clothes that would fit him would require a thorough search of her wardrobe. Where's he going to sleep? Shen Jing seemed to have already planned it. He pretended to think for a moment. I saw you two get along pretty well today. How about Xiao Chuan takes the sofa in your room? It folds out into a bed, you know. The study is a bit too small. Shen Zhimeng was about to object, but then she realized this was actually arranging her own sleeping arrangements for the night. The words died in her throat. Besides, she still needed this person to bathe her. Thank you, Uncle Shen. I'm not picky about where I sleep. Alright, I'll go get some blankets. It gets chilly at night, we need to be careful. The bedroom door closed again. Shen Zhimeng turned to see Li Mo Chuan smirking. It was an expression she had never made in her life. A sly look. Stop laughing. The grin on Li Mo Chuan's face widened. I'm starting to think your dad is pretty open-minded. He's really okay with us sleeping in the same room. My taste isn't that bad, Shen Zhimeng retorted, heading to her wardrobe to find clothes. Don't you have anything that isn't pitch black? Let me see what I look like in a different color. Li Mo Chuan walked over, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the closet. Who said you could look? Well, I'm going to be wearing all of this eventually. What's wrong with getting a preview? This wardrobe is mine now, and so is this room. Li Mo Chuan deliberately tried to provoke her, but he regretted it the very next second. Shen Zhimeng, inhabiting Li Mo's body, saw her combat power multiplied. Li Mo and Shen Zhimeng's body was utterly defenseless. Beside the wardrobe was the bed. Without a word, Shen Zhimeng subdued him and pinned him down. Li Mo, you can occasionally be a little cheeky, and I won't hold it against you, but if you truly anger me, I won't let you off. Shen Zhimeng spoke with utmost seriousness. It was absurd enough to have gained a younger brother out of nowhere, and a chatterbox at that. Now they had swapped bodies. How utterly ridiculous. Had she not experienced it herself, she would never have dared to dream of such a thing. She had initially struggled to adapt to this body given its height. It was the first time she saw the world from such a lofty perspective. But after a few instances of physical dominance, she let go of her concerns. Wasn't it just a body swap? It was great. Now she could fight battles she never dared to before. I was wrong, Li Mo quickly apologized. That's more like it. Shen Zhimeng didn't want to push him too far. For now it was unclear how they could swap back, but what if it happened suddenly one day? She would lose her physical advantage then. She might even become the passive one. Besides, they were now siblings living under the same roof with a long time ahead together. After Shen Zhimeng found a set of sportswear, Shen Jing arrived with a duvet and pillow, followed by Ji Yun. Xiao Chuan, do you have class tomorrow? At 10:30 in the morning, no rush. Shen Zhimeng replied, smoothly, relieved she had asked earlier during her shower. Good, remember to cover yourself with the quilt at night. Okay. Shen Jing and Ji Yun exchanged a few words and left. Their reasoning was simple: both children were adults and should know what they could and couldn't do. If they truly wanted something to happen, locking them in separate rooms wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, Ji Yun trusted Li Mo's character. She knew the child she had raised. Go take a shower. Shen Zhimeng locked the door again and led Li Mo into the bathroom. With the first experience in mind, this shower went exceptionally smoothly. Shen Zhimeng voluntarily put on a blindfold. Li Mo looked at the black blindfold strap, feeling it was far from the makeshift item Shen Zhimeng had claimed. What was this strap originally used for? Li Mo couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, why do you care so much? Shen Zhimeng pursed her lips, her tone harsh, but that only revealed her guilt. Oh, I see. What do you see? Shen Zhimeng couldn't see his expression, but his tone was annoyingly smug. We're both adults, oh, we know the drill. You're 2 years older than me. Understandable. What are you thinking? Shen Zhimeng blushed furiously. To make it easier for her to bathe, Li Mo had been forced into denim shorts and a tank top, while Shen Zhimeng was completely naked. Li Mo seemed to realize that their current state of undress was not suitable for such a conversation and fell silent. After a moment, he heard a very soft voice. I've never been in a relationship, don't talk nonsense. That was probably the gentlest sentence Shen Zhimeng had ever spoken in her own voice. Li Mo unconsciously curled his lips, finally feeling she was like a woman. As for what it felt like to bathe oneself in Li Mo's body. Answer: I was initially calm, but my body housed a ticklish and shy soul, making the process not entirely smooth. Anyway, it was done. There were no men's underwear, so Shen Zhimeng went commando, but the soft pajama pants were comfortable enough. The only issue was that she became acutely aware of a certain part of her body. Who sleeps on the bed and who on the sofa? Li Mo asked. Of course I sleep on the bed, Shen Zhimeng replied, almost without thinking. But if they find you sleeping on the bed in the morning, won't they think it's strange? Just don't let them find out. Shen Zhimeng gave him a look as if he were an idiot and went to lie on the bed. But the next second Li Mo had already reached the door and unlocked it. You? Li Mo's smile deepened. What about me? Can't handle you. Shen Zhimeng immediately got off the bed to confront him, but as she reached Li Mo, the door was already open. Shen Jing stood outside looking puzzled. Are you two going out? Otherwise Shen Jing couldn't think of why both of them were standing at the door. Shen Zhimeng's mind raced, and she quickly replied, Yes, Uncle Shen. Sister said she'd take me downstairs for a walk and grab some late-night snacks, right, sister? Li Mo met her glare and instinctively responded, right. Given that expression that looked ready to devour him, had better not provoke her. Oh, okay. Do you have enough money? Yes, Uncle Shen. Well, head downstairs now. After saying that, Shen Zhimeng gave Li Mo a look signaling him to follow. The moment the door closed, Shen Zhimeng easily grabbed his ear. Say that again. Who gets the bed? You sleep. Ow, ow, I'll let go. Li Mo cried out in pain. Shen Zhimeng grew even angrier, but she loosened her grip. Don't make that sound with my voice. Got it. Li Mo rubbed his reddened ear. When he looked down, he saw the neckline of the tank top he was wearing. I'm going downstairs like this. Wait, do you usually go downstairs like this? Shen Zhimeng rolled her eyes. With me here, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, if any pervert tries to harass you, he'll definitely chase them away. She cared more about her own bogus chastity than he did. The sky had completely darkened. There was a 24-hour convenience store at the community entrance, and they headed straight there. Want something to drink? Shen Zhimeng pointed at the various bottles of liquor on the counter. She knew her own bogus alcohol tolerance. One glass, and she was out. So if she got this person drunk, she would decide who slept where. Sure, Li Mo replied. He had just turned 18 a few months ago, always studied hard, and never did anything his mother forbade. To be honest, he didn't even know what alcohol tasted like. Shen Zhimeng gave a faint, almost imperceptible smile, and directly grabbed 3 bottles. Then she picked up some snacks. At the checkout, she greeted the cashier familiarly, sisterly checkout. The cashier was momentarily stunned. Did this young man know her? Had she met him before? She had no recollection. But since the customer called her by name, maybe she just had a bad memory. After paying, the cashier finally noticed the young woman standing behind Li Moken. Mengming, you're down earlier than usual tonight. Shen Zhimeng always got hungry at night, so coming down for a late-night snack was a regular occurrence. Li Moken stiffly replied, Let's go. Shen Zhimeng also realized she had misspoken again. Habits were truly a terrifying thing. The cashier watched their receding figures walking side by side, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. Is little Meng Meng in a relationship? I must say that young man looks quite decent. It was now mid-October. Even though the days were clear and sunny, the nights carried a chill. Li Moken, wearing only a tank top and denim shorts, was freezing. He couldn't help but shiver as soon as they left the convenience store. They still had a few minutes walk home, and Shen Zhimeng noticed something was off with him. Her slightly furrowed brows relaxed subtly as a pang of guilt rose in her heart. She should have made him grab a jacket. Li Moken was too embarrassed to say he was cold, and just gritted his teeth and bore it. Suddenly he felt a wave of warmth envelop him. The warm embrace carried a faint fragrance, leaving Li Moken momentarily dazed. However, the moment he looked up and saw his own face, his awkwardness got the better of him, and the warmth that had just surged in his heart instantly dissipated. What's with that look? Shen Zhimeng looked down to meet his somewhat disdainful gaze, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Nothing. Li Moken couldn't very well say he was disgusted by being hugged by himself, could he? Are you disgusted by me? Shen Zhimeng saw the guilt in his expression, but held him even tighter. Even if you were, you'll have to bear with it. I don't want my own body catching a cold. His tall frame wrapped around her petite one, and the dim yellow streetlights of the neighborhood stretched their shadows endlessly. Throughout the walk, both were lost in their own thoughts, and remained silent. Back home, the living room lights were off. The two instinctively lightened their footsteps. The light in the master bedroom was still on, indicating the couple hadn't gone to sleep yet. But the faint sounds drifting from the master bedroom made them both awkwardly embarrassed as they passed by. Li Moken dared not look at Shen Zhimeng's expression, and she kept her head down, silent. They entered Shen Zhimeng's bedroom one after the other, and locked the door, both deliberately ignoring what they had just heard. Let's eat something. Shen Zhimeng opened the bag, and took out the food inside one by one. Li Moken felt extremely uneasy too. They drank their liquor in silence, an oddly harmonious atmosphere permeating the awkwardness. Li Moken glanced at her. The person who had just taken a couple of sips of alcohol was beginning to flush, her gaze turning slightly hazy. If it were Shen Zhimeng's own face, she would probably look quite beautiful like this. But reality was harsh. This was Li Moken's own face, and he truly couldn't muster any romantic feelings towards it. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Shen Zhimeng swayed and seemed about to topple to the side. Li Moken, quick as lightning, grabbed her arm, and due to the momentum, she tumbled directly into his embrace. Ugh! Li Moken let out a pained grunt as her head slammed squarely into his chest, pains surging through him. Damn, getting hit in the chest really hurts. Shen Zhimeng. Li Moken tried to wake her, but the person in his arms breathed evenly, unmoving. Was his alcohol tolerance really this bad? Grinding his teeth, Li Moken struggled to get her onto the bed. She was genuinely heavy. This was the first time Li Moken realized how heavy his own body was. After tucking her in, Li Moken lost all interest in the food and drink. He did a quick wash-up, feeling slightly dizzy, and finally collapsed onto the bed as well. He remembered he hadn't drunk much, and it seemed Shen Zhimeng's tolerance wasn't any better than his. Whatever, it was like two novices canceling each other out. The next morning, Li Moken was startled awake by a knock on the door. "H1, come have breakfast." Li Moken shouted, "Got it." He then went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. As he brushed, he finally noticed something was off. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he froze. Wasn't this his own face? Li Moken carefully examined his face in the mirror, pinched his cheeks, and then pinched his body, confirming they had switched back. A smile he couldn't suppress spread across his lips. Then he thought of Shen Zhimeng. Right, where was she? Li Moken finished washing up quickly and rushed out of the bathroom. The bed was empty, but the spot beside where he had lain still held a lingering warmth, at least proving they had indeed slept together last night. As if struck by a thought, Li Moken dashed out of the bedroom. There in the dining room, Shen Zhimeng sat gracefully beside his mother, smiling as she took a bowl of porridge from Ji Yun. "Xiao Chuan, why are you standing there in a daze? Come and eat." Shen Jing, seeing him spacing out, came over and patted his shoulder. "Okay." Li Moken hadn't quite recovered his wits. Shen Zhimeng sat right across from him, looking perfectly composed, her smile seemingly genuine. But he felt something was off, until a small foot stepped onto his slipper. Warm toes pressed against the top of his foot, occasionally rubbing against it. And that wasn't the end of it. Seeming to find his lack of reaction boring, that little foot directly slipped into his pant leg. Li Moken's eyes widened in shock, only to meet Shen Zhimeng's threatening glare. This was the first time they were interacting with each other using their own bodies, and Li Moken's breath hitched. Their parents were sitting right there. And this square dining table didn't even have a tablecloth. If they so much as lowered their heads slightly, they'd see this bizarre pose. Shen Zhimeng, however, acted as if nothing was happening, chatting casually with Shen Jing as she ate. "Dad'll go to school with H1 later. I think I can slowly start bringing my things back from school." "Oh, what's your plan?" "I haven't slept at home in so long. After sleeping here last night, I still think home is more comfortable. Plus my coursework is getting a bit intense this semester, and my roommates are noisy." Alright, do as you see fit." Shen Zhimeng glanced at Li Moken. "H1, why don't you move back home too? It's livelier at home with all of us here." "Mengming, you don't intend for H1 to keep sleeping on the sofa, do you?" Shen Jing gave Shen Zhimeng a look indicating it wasn't appropriate. Li Moken cleared his throat, looking a bit uneasy. It's fine, uncle. The sofa is big enough, at least bigger than the dorm bed. And it's more convenient at home." Li Moken's unease didn't seem strange to Ji Yun and Shen Jing. They probably thought the boy was just nervous, or perhaps not yet used to conversing with them like this. Feeling the little foot gradually slide away from his leg, Li Moken secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he reacted fast. This sister is indeed not easy to deal with. He'll need to be cautious when interacting with her in the future. "H1, you can share any thoughts you have directly with your uncle. Your mother and I have already considered this matter. Recently, a new residential area was built near your school. We were thinking of selling both my place here and your place over there to buy a new one in that area." Liam Chuan was unfamiliar with such matters and didn't care much about them. "You two can decide." After finishing the family chatter, the siblings bid farewell to their family and headed out together. Shen Zhimeng had returned to her own body, and her demeanor had reverted to her usual aloof and unapproachable self. While waiting for the elevator, she completely ignored Liam Chuan, keeping her eyes fixed on her phone. The elevator doors opened and closed. They were the only two inside. Isn't it better now that we've swapped back? Barring any unforeseen events, we won't be swapping again." Sensing what he was about to say, Shen Zhimeng spoke first. "How do you know?" Liam Chuan genuinely couldn't be sure whether such an event would recur. "I'm guessing." Shen Zhimeng didn't believe such an absurd thing would happen a second time. "Last night." Shed just chalk it up to a little joke fate played on her. "Then we don't need to see each other at school either, right?" "Of course not." Shen Zhimeng refuted without hesitation, then, as if a thought struck her, added, however, if you ever pick a fight you can't win, maybe if you beg me nicely I might just come to your rescue. Liu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. That's never going to happen. Then recalling something else he couldn't help but ask, about this morning your feet. Just for fun. Though I must say little bro's leg hair is a bit prickly. Not the best experience. Just as Shen Zhimeng finished speaking, the elevator door slid open. She strode straight out without a backward glance. Liu Chuan suddenly felt that swapping back wasn't all that great after all. At least this Shen Zhimeng was truly undeniably arrogant and proud. She was like a completely different person compared to last night. Yet within that arrogant expression did there seem to be something more. Back at school, Liu Chuan first went to the dormitory to change his clothes. After freshening up, he walked towards the classroom, feeling clean and refreshed. The moment he stepped through the classroom door, a hand clapped onto his shoulder, and a familiar voice rang out. It was Suya. H1, I got here early today, and snagged seats in the back row. Come on, let's head over. This was a large lecture class shared not just with their information science department, but with students from other departments as well, filling the room with 300 to 400 people. Suya lowered his voice and whispered into Liu Chuan's ear, let me tell you, when I was saving seats I made sure to check. The person next to you is the beauty of the liberal arts college. With that, Suya winked at him suggestively. Liu Chuan. What? Should I be thanking you on bended knee? No need for that. It's just that I recharged my game last night, and am a bit short on living expenses this month. How about Chuang treating me to lunch today? They'll just have the cheapest noodles, 5 yuan. Liu Chuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Fine. 5 yuan was nothing, he might as well be giving alms to a beggar. As they chatted, they arrived at their seats. Suya shot Liu Chuan a look, signaling him to take the inside seat. Liu Chuan didn't particularly care about the seat, but he was curious about what kind of girl it would be. Though Suya might be unreliable, he had a decent eye for girls. It wasn't often he showed such an expression. Just as the class bell was about to ring, someone finally occupied the empty seat next to Liu Chuan. He glanced over instinctively. She was quite pretty, but compared to Shen Zhimeng, she seemed to fall a bit short. Wait, why was he comparing her to Shen Zhimeng? Hey Chuang, did you see her? Not bad, right? Suya whispered into Liu Chuan's ear again. Liu Chuan nodded and replied indifferently, not bad. The girl had straight black hair that fell just to her shoulders, looking silky and smooth. A faint, pleasant fragrance emanated from her. Her skin was fair and her features were delicate. She had the classic look of a modest girl next door type. But Liu Chuan seemed somewhat uninterested. Chuang, if you're not interested, I might just go for it. Suya leaned in again. Liu Chuan shot him a sidelong glance. Go ahead, she's right there. If you succeed, he'll treat you to a week's worth of meals. You said it. After the class ended, Liu Chuan and Suya switched seats. But to their surprise, the girl who had gone to get water returned to find a different person beside her, so she swapped seats with a friend of hers as well. At the stairwell, a girl blocked Li Moken's path. Classmate, would you walk with me? Li Moken pointed at himself, startled. Me? Yes. Seeing his brother had company, Suya quickly took his leave, leaving Li Moken to face her alone. It was between classes, and the stairwell was bustling with students. Li Moken could tell the girl before him was nervous, afraid of rejection. After a moment's thought, he decided it would be better to refuse her somewhere more private, so he nodded in agreement. Their next class was on the 4th floor, and the stairwell was already packed. The girl timidly grabbed the strap of Li Moken's backpack, as if seeking something to lean on. When she was jostled by the crowd, she slipped and stumbled toward Li Moken's arms. But just then an unexpected force pushed her forward. A chubby boy in front caught her. Are you okay, classmate? I'm fine. Turning around, she saw Li Moken gripping another girl's shoulders, the two locked in a gaze. Shen Zhimeng. Even though she was wearing a mask, Li Moken recognized her by her scent and outfit. It was Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng steadied herself calmly, her surprised expression fading. What's with that look? Am I not allowed to attend class? With that, she slipped free from Li Moken's grasp and walked ahead of him with composure. The stairs were crowded, so Li Moken couldn't say much, but they kept this distance until they reached the bottom. Li Moken didn't chase after her. He followed 2 or 3 meters behind, watching her back. At 168 centimeters, she wasn't small, but walking through the crowd, Shen Zhimeng seemed to him like she might be swallowed up by the masses. Passers-by moved in pairs and groups, and even many cyclists had companions. Shen Zhimeng had none. After walking a stretch, 2 boys suddenly appeared beside her, but she deliberately kept her distance, every inch of her demeanor screaming caution. Li Moken recognized those 2 boys. One of them was Duan Xun, who had dragged him away at the school gate yesterday. He seemed to be pestering Shen Zhimeng, but she didn't spare him a single glance. Li Moken wasn't one to meddle. Rather than stepping in to tell them off, he preferred to hang back and enjoy the show. But wait, their path didn't seem to lead to the cafeteria. Moreover, Shen Zhimeng stopped and turned around. Li Moken met her gaze unexpectedly. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt that the irritation in her eyes softened somewhat when she saw him. She walked toward him with a smile, one that made Li Moken's mind wander, as if he were back at breakfast this morning when she had looked at him with the same smile. Shen Zhimeng stopped in front of him, took his hand, and turned to face Duan Chun. This is my boyfriend. Li Machuan. Though it was his first time experiencing this kind of staged knife-blocking drama, he had read plenty of such novels. Since he had already offended Duan Chun and Shen Zhimeng had used his body to hit the man yesterday, he didn't mind adding one more offense to the list. Li Machuan quickly composed his thoughts and lifted his gaze to meet Duan Chen's piercing stare, those phoenix eyes brimming with sharpness. Shen Zhimeng had intended to observe Li Machuan's reaction, but the look in his eyes at that moment left her momentarily stunned. Was this the same person who had been so timid in front of her this morning? Li Machuan, what do you mean by this? Duan Chun had now walked up to them. Li Machuan was taller and his presence was in no way inferior. Unfazed by the accusation, he retorted, "Are you deaf or blind?" Li Machuan. This time Duan Chun was genuinely furious. "Senior Duan, the title of the other man doesn't sound good," Li Machuan said, as if he hadn't heard Duan Chun at all, a trace of a smile even appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Chuan, let's go eat." Shen Zhimeng felt the situation was unfavorable for them and didn't want to get entangled with those two. She tugged at Li Machuan's sleeve. "Let's go." Li Machuan gently patted the back of her hand to signal it was okay, then lifted his gaze to Duan Chun once more. "Senior Duan, let's settle the matter on the court. Don't drag other things into it, or it won't look good for your reputation if word gets out." Duan Chun was the vice chairman of the student union for the School of Information. He already had plenty of detractors within the union. If he caused another stir, both his counselor and the party secretary of the college would likely come after him. Duan Chun couldn't help but take a deep breath, almost grinding his teeth as he spoke. "Fine. Well, settle it on the court. Don't let me see you there again." After leaving those words, Duan Chun left with his friends. Once they were far away, Shen Zhimeng released Li Machuan's hand. "Thanks. So you do know how to say thank you." Li Machuan, feeling a bit awkward about her sudden change in attitude, deliberately started to hold a grudge. Shen Zhimeng's delicate brows furrowed as she shoved him away. "Scram. Li Machuan." Her mood really changed faster than flipping a page. But since it was his own doing, he took a long stride and caught up with Shen Zhimeng in 2 or 3 steps. "Using me as a shield and still giving me the cold shoulder. Be careful, I might not help you next time." He thought this would intimidate her, but judging from her reaction, it didn't intimidate her at all. Instead, it poured fuel on the fire. "Fine, don't help then." Shen Zhimeng walked faster and more resolutely. There weren't many people around, and the trees on both sides provided shade and fresh air. Li Machuan wasn't anxious at all. Watching her angry retreating figure, he seemed to think of something and quickened his pace to catch up. "Left, right. Left, right." Li Machuan stared down at Shen Zhimeng's walking rhythm, shouting the commands with a booming voice. Shen Zhimeng stopped in her tracks and glared at him. "What?" Li Machuan deliberately pretended not to understand the look on her face, continuing his cheeky behavior. "Keep walking, I'll help you with the commands. I just finished military training, so I can give you some pointers." Li Machuan. Shen Zhimeng took a deep breath. Standing on the curb, she was at eye level with him. She grabbed his collar and threatened, "If you don't want to taste my judo." Oh, but the physical strength difference between men and women was too great. Taking advantage of her surprise, Li Machuan directly scooped her up horizontally. However, it wasn't a princess. Carrie of Shen Zhimeng was facing downwards. "Put me down." "No." "Will you put me down or not?" "No." The smile at the corner of Li Machuan's mouth deepened. "Your arm is pressing on my chest." Shen Zhimeng couldn't take it anymore. Even if it was embarrassing, she had to say it. Li Machuan initially didn't care, but then the image of her drunk and falling onto his chest last night suddenly flashed in his mind. It probably did hurt quite a bit. Without overthinking, Li Machuan put her down. Her delicate small face was flushed crimson, her eyelashes wet, and her eye sockets reddened. Anyone seeing her would think she had been bullied. "I'm sorry." Li Machuan apologized instinctively. He had never bullied a girl to this extent in his life, or more accurately, he had never bullied a girl at all. Shen Zhimeng's expression was conflicted, as if she was pondering something. Today she was dressed casually, a plain hoodie, pink sweatpants, white sneakers, and her long, slightly wavy hair, cascading over her shoulders. Her makeup was exquisite and pretty. "Can you at least act a bit more convincingly as my boyfriend?" "Yes." Li Machuan blurted out almost instantly. Just as he was about to explain, Shen Zhimeng's eyes flickered, and then she grabbed his arm. "Let's go, we'll treat you to a meal." Li Machuan had classes all afternoon. After finishing and returning to the dorm, he stuffed a change of clothes into his bag. Not staying in the dorm again tonight. His roommate couldn't help but ask, seeing how serious he looked. "Going home," Li Machuan replied, still thinking about whether he had forgotten anything. "Are you really going home, or going out with your girlfriend?" The roommate leaned in with an ambiguous look. But the next second he was pushed away. "Li Machuan, why did you push me?" The name Li Machuan seemed to jolt her awake. Shen Zhimeng looked around at the boys' dormitory, and then at the bag in front of her. It was Li Machuan's. Are you okay? The roommate asked, concerned, seeing his slightly dazed expression. I'm fine. Shen Zhimeng instinctively moved away from him. But inside she felt like she'd been struck by lightning. How did they switch again? She looked at the bag in her hand. Why was he packing things at the same time as her? Doesn't that mean he... At that moment in the girls' dormitory, Li Machuan stared dumbfounded at the scraps of fabric in his hand. This environment, the girls' dorm. The suitcase before him, a girl's. He glanced at the phone on the desk, the familiar phone case, and his own familiar outfit. He didn't need to think deeply to know that he and Shen Zhimeng had switched places again. Fortunately, he was currently alone in this dorm. The other 3 roommates weren't there. Just as he was thinking this, his phone vibrated. Li Machuan unlocked it with facial recognition and saw a message from Shen Zhimeng, as expected. Just close my suitcase for me, no need to grab any other clothes. Have you got all your stuff? The conversation was remarkably calm, almost mundane. This kind of dialogue felt to Li Machuan as if they had been living together for a long time. But in reality, they had only met last night. Li Machuan replied him about done. I don't think I missed anything. Shen Zhimeng, alright, let's meet under the big tree at the school gate in 20 minutes. Li Machuan, okay. After they met, they just looked at each other, unsure of what to say. After walking out of the school gate and reaching a more secluded spot with fewer people, Shen Zhimeng spoke first. What did we do last night? What did we do that caused us to switch back this morning? I checked the time, we just switched at 6:30 p.m. Last night you got drunk, I also drank, and then after I washed up I also lay down on the bed. Li Machuan succinctly summarized what had happened last night. So should we do it again today? Huh? Li Machuan quickly recovered his senses, realizing she meant replicating everything they did last night. He nodded. Alright. They walked in silence. Shen Zhimeng wasn't as cocky as she had been in the morning and afternoon, as she kept her eyes downcast, lost in thought. If we're going to keep switching, we can't guarantee we'll be together every day after dinner. I have classes in the evening, and you do too, plus the college sometimes arranges other activities. Shen Zhimeng's words got Li Machuan thinking as well. If this switch happened every day, they couldn't just sit idly by like this. They had to do something, or it would be too easy to get caught. Let's go to bed early tonight. We'll get up at 6:05 a.m. tomorrow and see if we switch again. Li Machuan speculated that the switch had a 12-hour cycle. Alright. Shen Zhimeng understood his reasoning and nodded in agreement. After arriving home, Ji Yun and Xin Jing came out of the kitchen together carrying dishes. You're just in time. Come and eat. Okay. They both ate absent-mindedly. Ji Yun and Xin Jing exchanged a glance, but didn't break the silence. After dinner, Li Machuan went straight to the bedroom as agreed, while Shen Zhimeng sat in the living room chatting with the parents. When she figured the time was right, she went to the bedroom, claiming she wanted to take a shower. Locking the bedroom door, she dragged Li Machuan into the bathroom. Same as yesterday, no peeking. Shen Zhimeng, now possessing Li Machuan's body and having the height advantage, unceremoniously put a blindfold on him. If they were in a constant state of switching, Shen Zhimeng might not have cared as much. But the current situation was that she would still face her own body during the day. So letting Li Machuan shower himself was no different from letting him touch her directly. During the shower, Li Machuan stayed completely, still letting Shen Zhimeng manipulate him as she pleased. I have a question for you. Shen Zhimeng's expression was hesitant as she slowly spoke. What? I mean, after you switched yesterday, you didn't do anything, did you? Do anything? Li Machuan understood her meaning, but deliberately pretended not to for no particular reason. He just wanted to. It's just, when you first arrived in this body yesterday, did you touch anything you shouldn't have? Shen Zhimeng's face flushed red as she stammered. Li Machuan coughed lightly, feeling a bit awkward. Shen Zhimeng's eyes widened instantly. Where did you touch? Just touch the face and touch the leg. Pervert. To Li Machuan's surprise, the word wasn't shouted with anger, but carried a hint of playful reproach. What about you? You didn't go around touching my body, did you? Li Machuan seized the chance to counter, but his question was met with silence. Shen Zhimeng, speak up. Li Machuan narrowed his eyes as Shen Zhimeng's expression was one of barely concealed embarrassment. Why would I touch you? Shen Zhimeng's tone was clearly tinged with guilt. So you did touch. Li Machuan stated with certainty. But you touched me too, so we're even. Shen Zhimeng tried to act calm. You still haven't told me where you touched. Not telling. Tell me. No. Li Machuan's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a way to deal with her. If you don't tell me, I can't guarantee I won't start making strange noises. You're such a pervert. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, Li Machuan's words had some effect. Her previously firm expression turned hesitant. Fine, it was. There. Where? Li Machuan understood, but still pretended not to. Just there. Shen Zhimeng's voice grew softer and softer. If Li Machuan had pulled off his blindfold at that moment, he would have seen her face was red enough to drip blood. Let's not talk about this. What do you think about mom and dad wanting to buy a new house? Shen Zhimeng deliberately changed the subject. If they want to buy, let them buy. Li Machuan didn't really have a concept about it. Are you willing to sell your old family home? Li Machuan's body stiffened. The house at his grandparents' old place had already been demolished, leaving only this one house that held memories of his father. Shen Zhimeng saw the hesitation on his face and didn't say more. Accepting such things takes time. Just like her, it had been 7 years since her mother passed away, and she still hadn't let go. Her father had bought another house later, but Shen Zhimeng had never been there. Eventually Shen Jing gave up trying to persuade her and stopped mentioning moving there. The new house was decorated and then rented out. After finishing washing Li Machuan, it was his turn to wash her hair. But just then a knock came at the door. Li Machuan hurriedly began to put on his clothes. Shen Zhimeng whispered, "Tell him you're changing, and to wait a moment." Li Machuan obeyed. Shen Jing didn't think much of it. "I've put the fruit on the small table outside the door. Remember to come out and get it." "Okay." After dealing with Shen Jing, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. As Shen Zhimeng turned around, the black blindfold covered her eyes. "It's my turn to wash you." Li Machuan led her into the bathroom. Since they both saw and felt their own bodies, holding hands felt perfectly natural. Moreover, bathing was something they had experienced yesterday. Doing it today felt like just going through the motions, and even the last bit of shyness was gone. After the bath, Shen Zhimeng went to pick out pajamas. Watching Li Machuan put them on, she felt like she was playing a dress-up game. "Why are you staring at me like that? You look good." Shen Zhimeng smiled inexplicably. "Narcissist." Li Machuan gave her a light kick. "Sister, why did you kick me?" Shen Zhimeng deliberately made a coy expression, and Li Machuan's naturally rough voice turned effeminate. Li Machuan, who can understand this feeling? Watching yourself act all flirtatious and shameless is a whole new level of torment. It's the feeling of wanting to bury the person in front of you into the ground and never let them out. It's the feeling of your toes working overtime until they cramp up. "Shen Zhimeng, are you trying to disgust me on purpose?" "Sister, you're being mean to me, woo-woo." Shen Zhimeng found this tactic effective and doubled down, lowering her brows and furrowing them as if she had suffered a great injustice. Seeing his own face make such an expression, Li Machuan only wanted to bang his head against the wall. But he was someone who would fight fire with fire. "Ah, Li Machuan." Shen Zhimeng, blushing, pushed him directly onto the bed. "Didn't I tell you that if you made that sound again, you'd be dead meat? You started it by trying to gross me out. You started it." Outside the door, Ji Yun and Shen Jing exchanged a glance, unsure whether to knock. They couldn't hear the children's words clearly, but the tone of their voices made it obvious it wasn't a friendly exchange. "Should we open the door and check?" Ji Yun was a bit worried, but Shen Jing's face showed embarrassment. He was terrified of opening the door to see Shen Zhimeng pinning Li Machuan down and beating him up. He knew how much Ji Yun doted on her son. If she saw that, would he ever get to sleep in the bed again? Let the kids handle their own affairs. They're adults now. With that, Shen Jing raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Mengming, you two should get some rest early." The noise inside abruptly stopped. Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan both looked towards the door. Shen Zhimeng wasn't sure if the people outside had left. She lowered her voice. "Did you lock the door?" "No." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhimeng immediately got off him. If Mom and Dad saw us like this. She couldn't even imagine the expression on Shen Jing's face. Li Machuan also realized the gravity of the situation. If the parents found out, they would never be allowed to stay together again, and everyone would be awkward. They'll definitely remember to lock the door next time. "Forget it. We still have some of that wine from yesterday. Want to have another drink?" Shen Zhimeng pulled out another bottle from the bag they had yesterday. They had both drunk last night, so they decided to recreate the experience. "Drinking alone is boring, and with our tolerance." Li Machuan quickly replied. "All right, then I'll go grab some Sprite from the fridge. You look at my tablet and find a movie we want to watch." "Okay." After Shen Zhimeng left, Li Machuan started browsing for some classic films. But after a moment, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. Shen Zhimeng's tablet had a VPN app. Li Machuan opened it skillfully and typed a website address into Google. Just before the bedroom door opened, he quickly placed the tablet on its stand and turned off the screen. "Found anything?" Shen Zhimeng put down the fruit. Li Machuan took the Sprite and cups from her and began mixing the drink with a 20-to-1 ratio. He watched as Shen Zhimeng picked up the tablet, but the expected gasp of surprise never came, nor did the anticipated slap. Slowly he lifted his head and met her eyes, which were brimming with a knowing smile. It was his own face, yet the expression was one he had never worn before, somewhat unsettling. "Shen Zhimeng, why are you looking at me like that?" Li Machuan swallowed instinctively. Her smile only deepened. "Before I grabbed the Sprite, didn't I ask you to find a video?" He felt terribly uneasy under her gaze. "I just took a look. I'm quite satisfied with the video you picked. Shall we watch it now?" Li Machuan was speechless. "Are you insane? Watching that kind of film while we drink?" You don't agree." "I agree." He forced himself to nod. Only then did Shen Zhimeng flash a satisfied smile. "That's more like it." She sat down beside him, opened the tablet, and unlocked it. Li Machuan kept his eyes downcast, occasionally stealing glances at her. The video was still paused. Shen Zhimeng took out Bluetooth earphones, paired them, and they each put one in. "I'll start it now." Li Machuan feigned composure, silently brainwashing himself. If she a girl can watch this without embarrassment, why should he be shy? The familiar opening theme of a movie made him freeze. This wasn't the website he had found. She had changed it. He turned to meet her gaze, and she glanced back with a flicker of mischief. Why aren't you watching? Not satisfied with the video? Isn't this the one you picked? Don't you like it? Li Machuan was speechless. Thank you so much. I'll watch. I like it. He forced a grim smile. But throughout the viewing, he felt uneasy. Shen Zhimeng clearly knew he had swapped the video, yet she remained so calm. So unlike her. Moreover, the expression and look she had given him earlier didn't seem like she would let him off so easily. Li Machuan, what are you thinking? A voice suddenly sounded in his ear as he was lost in thought. He looked up blankly, seeing his own face up close still felt strange. Are you wondering when I'm going to settle the score with you? Shen Zhimeng smiled, cheerfully, seemingly enjoying his flustered state. Let's keep watching, keep drinking. Li Machuan didn't know how to answer and wanted to avoid the topic. Shen Zhimeng gave him a long, deep look, then nodded. All right. Li Machuan breathed a sigh of relief. The same face inhabited by a different soul felt entirely different, like a completely different person. It was a classic old movie, every plot line captivating. They both became engrossed, and when the film ended they were still craving more. Midway, Shen Zhimeng had knocked and glanced, and only to see them sitting on chairs a meter apart watching the tablet. Relieved, he left with a word, go to bed early. After the movie, let's sleep. Shen Zhimeng shut the tablet and looked at Li Machuan. What puzzled him was that she didn't mention who would take the sofa and who the bed. Her bed was a 1.8-meter one, and they lay down on opposite sides. Everything still seemed harmonious. With a click, the room light went out. The curtains were blackout, plunging the room into darkness. Li Machuan stared into the void, lost in thought. Say we got drunk last night. Should we get drunk again tonight too? Last night we missed a lot while drunk. Tonight, don't you want to explore? Along with that sentence, two firm arms wrapped around him. He was completely held in an embrace. Reacting instinctively, he tried to push her away, but Shen Zhimeng's body was too soft. Struggling only caused pain with no effect. Why are you hugging me? In the silent night, with faces unseen, even the sound of breathing was magnified. It was Li Machuan's first time being held while sleeping. Your body is soft. It feels nice to hold. Shen Zhimeng said it casually, but Li Machuan felt extremely uncomfortable. Don't move. They spoke without using their vocal cords, only through breath. Li Machuan felt dazed. It was as if Shen Zhimeng were speaking to him with her own voice. He instinctively reached out to touch her hand. It was hard, meaning they hadn't swapped back. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, he found it held. My hands get cold easily at night. Yours are warm. Warm them for me. Shen Zhimeng's voice came from above, stirring an itch in his heart. Whether it was the lingering effect of the alcohol or not, they fell asleep huddled together. At 6:05 in the morning, Shen Zhimeng's alarm went off. She fumbled for her phone, checked the time, and sat up immediately. When she turned on the light and saw her own body lying beside her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Good they hadn't swapped yet, or rather she now had a chance to witness the exchange. But deep down she wasn't sure if the swap would really happen at 6:30. It was all just speculation. Li Machuan stirred awake and was startled by the sitting figure. What time is it? He remembered their guest from last night. Shen Zhimeng looked a bit awkward. It's 6:26. Then we wait. Li Machuan was still half asleep, but luckily they hadn't gone to bed too late, so he felt alert and not tired. Glancing sideways, he asked with some confusion, what's that expression on your face? Shen Zhimeng's expression was unnatural, even a little bashful. Li Machuan grew more curious. What's wrong? Nothing. You can tell me anything. We're practically in this together now. Li Machuan was genuinely curious. It was unusual for her to look like this. You, every morning, do you? She spoke haltingly, her voice growing softer. He leaned in unconsciously. Do what? Li Machuan thought back. He always slept still, never tossing and turning. He checked the blanket on them. It was properly placed. Not that. Shen Zhimeng realized he genuinely didn't understand and felt both anxious and shy. Just as she was trying to figure out how to explain, a dizziness washed over her mind and her vision went dark. Li Machuan felt the same. A familiar sensation, not their first time. After the souls swapped back, Shen Zhimeng felt much more energetic. She threw off the covers and said, it's all your fault for bringing up that video last night. Then she dashed into the bathroom. Li Machuan was bewildered, not understanding her behavior, until the cold air hit his lower body after the blanket was tossed aside. Li Machuan's mind exploded. This Shen Zhimeng had some rather abnormal proclivities. This. He wanted to go deal with it, but Shen Zhimeng was currently occupying the bathroom and had locked it from the inside. He couldn't take care of it for the time being. Fortunately, there were tissues on the bedside table. After Shen Zhimeng finished washing up, she poked her head out. How are you feeling, little brother? Li Machuan looked at her triumphant expression and knew he had been played. What do you get out of making me like this? Shen Zhimeng pouted. Fun. She hadn't thought so before, but now she suddenly felt that having a little brother was quite amusing, especially in his current shy state. It was truly interesting. Shen Zhimeng composed herself and walked out of the bathroom. Go in and take care of yourself. I need to change clothes. Li Mo Chuan gritted his teeth and entered the bathroom somewhat flustered. Shen Zhimeng had done that on purpose. Since it was still very early, Shen Jing and Ji Yun were still asleep, so Li Mo Chuan dragged Shen Zhimeng downstairs for a morning run. Are you crazy this early in the morning? Shen Zhimeng always thought that morning runners were insane. Plants had just undergone a night of respiration, making the carbon dioxide concentration in the air higher than during the day. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Li Mo Chuan ignored her and pulled her along to the bridge over the river, running a full round trip. After finishing the run, he felt refreshed and invigorated. This place is quite suitable for morning runs. It was the weekend, and there were far fewer vehicles on the bridge. Still just inhaling car exhaust. Shen Zhimeng followed behind him, breathing lightly, her delicate brows furrowed in undisguised disdain. Come on, your body is too soft. You call that judo? With your current physique, I could lift you with one hand. Then go ahead and try. Shen Zhimeng didn't believe him at all, though her voice was still quite soft. Li Mo Chuan was a straightforward person. Don't believe it. Find a way to make her believe. Taking advantage of Shen Zhimeng's inattention, he reached out, easily wrapped his arm around her waist, and lifted her up to test her weight. See, I lifted you, didn't I? After steadying herself, Shen Zhimeng immediately pushed him. Who said you could hug me? Li Mo Chuan looked down at her from his height advantage, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Someone last night kept clinging to me nonstop. Shen Zhimeng. I was hugging myself, alright. The smile on Li Mo Chuan's lips didn't fade. But it was indeed me who got hugged. It seemed that when facing a face he found pleasing, a little bit of temper from the other person was acceptable. Shen Zhimeng changed the subject and asked. Haven't thought about it. What did you usually do on weekends before we swapped? Play ball. Mentioning playing ball made them both think of the same person. Shen Zhimeng brought it up proactively. Shen Zhimeng changed the subject and asked. Haven't thought about it. What did you usually do on weekends before we swapped? Play ball. Mentioning playing ball made them both think of the same person. Shen Zhimeng brought it up proactively. This Duan Shen guy, don't bother with him. He's got no skills, just trying to get attention. Quite a few guys in our class find him annoying. You're in the same class as him. Yeah. If they weren't in the same class, Duan Shen wouldn't be able to pester her so openly. I have a lab class this afternoon. Want to come with me? Shen Zhimeng suggested. The information school was notoriously one of the colleges with the highest male-to-female ratio. Li Mo Chuan felt that if he accompanied Shen Zhimeng to class, he would definitely attract a lot of resentment. No. I might as well go play ball this afternoon. Li Mo Chuan quickly refused. It's just a class. You're not scared, are you? Shen Zhimeng looked him up and down, a deliberately contemptuous look in her eyes. You don't usually bring guys to class with you, do you? Li Mo Chuan threw the question back at her. Li Mo Chuan. Shen Zhimeng was angry, her beautiful eyes filled with fury. What kind of person do you take me for? Just a joke. Sorry. Li Mo Chuan realized he had gone too far and immediately apologized. The two of them walked down from the bridge, playfully bickering. Li Mo Chuan. A girl walking towards them caught their attention. Jiang Wu. Li Mo Chuan's voice grew softer. So this was how he felt when meeting her again. A bit nervous, a bit uneasy, with an inexplicable tightness in his chest. You know her? Shen Zhimeng instinctively glanced at Li Mo Chuan, but that single glance left a deep impression on her. It wasn't hard to tell from Li Mo Chuan's expression that this girl held significant weight in his heart. After organizing her thoughts, Shen Zhimeng took the initiative to extend her hand to Jiang Wu. Hello, I'm Shen Zhimeng, Li Mo Chuan's sister. Jiang Wu had a sweet appearance with 2 braids, air bangs, and wore a pink JK uniform, white ankle socks, and leather shoes. Oh, hello, I'm Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu looked at Shen Zhimeng and thought she was truly beautiful. Since you also know a Chuan, can I add your contact? We could hang out sometime. I'm from Qingwan University. I'm from the normal university next door. After they exchanged contact information, Jiang Wu, being in a hurry, bid farewell and left. Li Mo Chuan stood there watching Shen Zhimeng's maneuver, momentarily speechless. Why did you add her? Shen Zhimeng looked up at him, a smile in her eyes. What? You're going to dictate who I befriend now? Afraid I'll steal your friend? She and I aren't friends. Perhaps they were friends once, but they weren't anymore. Shen Zhimeng looked like she had seen right through him. Oh, not friends, so classmates then. Yeah, we were in the same class in high school. Li Mo Chuan's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Shen Zhimeng bent down, tilting her head to meet Li Mo Chuan's downcast eyes. My little brother isn't her ex-boyfriend, is he? No way. Li Mo Chuan denied it immediately. Oh, so you never got her? Shen Zhimeng laughed, even more, her tone becoming somewhat assertive. Li Mo Chuan said nothing, which was as good as admitting it. Judging by her outfit, she looks like she's going to meet someone important. Do you know if she has a boyfriend? She does. That guy got into the normal university, together with Jiang Wu. However, that guy's family was quite wealthy, and he got in through connections. No wonder my little brother is so dejected. I'm not. Li Mo Chuan's denial wasn't even convincing to himself. He remembered that his grades used to be worse than Jiang Wu's. In order to catch up with her, he poured almost all his fighting spirit into studying. In the end, he surpassed her while she stayed where she was. Li Mo Chuan, there's a saying, only those on the same frequency will eventually end up together. Shen Zhimeng, noticing his emotional state, offered consolation. Li Mo Chuan was momentarily stunned. Same frequency. Indeed, in senior year, he was running forward while Jiang Wu stayed put. He hadn't known why then, but after graduation he understood. Perhaps Jiang Wu stayed just to wait for that guy? He, Li Mo Chuan, and Jiang Wu were fundamentally on different frequencies. Besides, when I said I was your sister, she didn't doubt it for a second. She doesn't know you at all. Let's head back to school. My dad just messaged me asking us to grab some breakfast on the way. After breakfast, the two of them slung their bags over their shoulders and walked to school together. Unlike yesterday, this time they walked side by side, chatting pleasantly. Li Moken shared some stories from his high school days with Shen Zhimeng, even briefly mentioning Jiang Wu, but Shen Zhimeng deftly steered the conversation away each time. Upon arriving at school, they headed straight for the library. More precisely, Shen Zhimeng dragged Li Moken in. I'm here to tutor my younger classmate, hoping he won't hold me back in the future. Any more questions? Li Moken fell silent. Over a month into university, he hadn't really paid attention in class. They studied in the corridor outside the study room, where they could whisper and discuss problems. At this rate, you won't even get a scholarship by the end of freshman year. Shen Zhimeng genuinely worried, watching him struggle with advanced mathematics. Li Moken rested his chin on his hand, looking nonchalant. Scholarships are chump change anyway. Who told you that? The national scholarship is 8,000 yuan. Shen Zhimeng retorted immediately. As if you've ever won one, Li Moken said with a lazy yawn. Seconds later, a phone screen blocked his view, displaying a transfer record for 8,000 yuan. Li Moken stared at it, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Holy shit. Shen Zhimeng tilted her chin up proudly. See, you're being tutored by someone who's actually won the national scholarship. You should be thrilled. Impressive, Li Moken admitted, genuinely sincere for once. The national scholarship? He had never even considered it. He looked at the problems in his hand, and for a moment it felt like he had rediscovered the fighting spirit from his senior year of high school. It was just studying and solving problems. Before he got too rusty, he could pick it back up. It shouldn't be too hard. They spent the entire morning in the library. Whenever Li Moken had a question, Head asked Shen Zhimeng directly, and she showed remarkable patience in tutoring him. The morning passed by pleasantly for both. At lunchtime, Shen Zhimeng took Li Moken to her usual cafeteria. They arrived early, and since it was the weekend, the place was nearly empty. They found a slightly larger table and sat across from each other. Just as they began eating, someone sat down beside Li Moken. He turned to see Suya. Li Moken frowned. What are you doing here? Suya's face fell. Why can't I be here? Have you not eaten lunch with me every single day before? And now you have the nerve to ask me that. Li Moken was at a loss for words, unable to find a rebuttal. He glanced at Shen Zhimeng across the table. She was eating her meal with complete composure, as if she didn't know him at all. Just as Li Moken was trying to figure out how to explain his relationship with Shen Zhimeng, Suya, his friend, leaned in and whispered, Hey H1, that girl across from you is pretty cute. Li Moken instantly realized that the guy had genuinely run into him by chance, not spotted them together earlier. He let out a silent sigh of relief. Hey, I'm talking to you, Suya urged, seeing his friend ignore him. Li Moken smiled and nodded, murmuring in agreement. Yes, she is. Engrossed in conversation with Suya, Li Moken failed to notice that the girl across the table had tightened her grip on her chopsticks, her calm expression subtly shifting as her delicate brows knitted together. With Suya present, Li Moken didn't dare look at Shen Zhimeng's face throughout the meal. When she finished eating, she stood up and tapped his table. Ready to go. Both Li Moken and Suya were stunned. Wait, they knew each other. Then what was H1 trying to hide in front of him for? Yet no matter how shocked Suya was, all he could do was watch Li Moken follow Shen Zhimeng out. Holy shit, my bro is. As Suya stood there dazed, another male classmate walked over, followed his gaze, and nearly stumbled. Holy shit, Li Moken scored the Ice Queen of the college. Ice Queen? Suya was still confused. Yes, Shen Zhimeng. She's a junior in our college, known for her eccentric temper and hard to get along with personality. But she's got stunning looks and is top of her major. Suya grew more shocked with each word. No wonder Li Moken had passed on the literature college's beauty, had gone and won over someone even more impressive and beautiful. When did H1 get so close to her? Suya sighed. I'd like to know too. The bond between brothers had truly faded. He didn't even mention finding a girlfriend. If it were just any ordinary girl, fine, but this was the beauty of their own college. Li Moken was keeping it so tightly under wraps. Li Moken followed Shen Zhimeng, and at one point tried to take her tray, but she dodged him. No need, she said with an unflappable calm that made Li Moken pause. He felt like he was meeting her for the first time, yet something felt oddly off. She walked ahead of him wearing a short apricot-colored jacket over a cream-white lace camisole. He knew because had seen her pull it from her wardrobe that morning. A brown skirt, white ankle boots, and her black curly hair flowing loose. Coupled with her cool, aloof expression, she looked utterly regal. Lee Moken felt like he was walking behind her like some kind of bodyguard. They walked in silence until they left the cafeteria, where Shen Zhimeng fell into step beside him. You can make your own plans this afternoon. They'll go to class alone, Shen Zhimeng said flatly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Lee Moken frowned deeply. You're the one who asked me to attend class with you. Now you're just calling it off. Yeah, this is just who I am. Shen Zhimeng glanced back at him, then quickened her pace toward her dormitory. Their dorms were in opposite directions. Lee Moken stopped in his tracks, watching her grow more distant. He stood there with a deep sigh. Fine, if she didn't want him to go, he wouldn't. It wasn't like he was begging to go anyway. Lee Moken slowly turned around and headed lazily toward his own dorm, but had only walked a short distance when he heard light footsteps behind him. He didn't think much of it until a hand grabbed his arm. Lee Moken. The tone carried a hint of frustration, as if she were disappointed in him. It was Shen Zhimeng. Lee Moken turned to meet her gaze, confused. Aren't you going back to your dorm? Shen Zhimeng shot him a glare. Can't you come after me? You were just going to let me walk away when I'm upset. Why would I come after you when you're mad? He wasn't a simp, and he had no masochistic tendencies. Besides, she was upset. About what? What had he done to upset her? Lee Moken was completely clueless. Shen Zhimeng was visibly taken aback by his reaction, then she let out a small, defeated sigh. Fine. If you want come to me, I'll just come to you then. He watched Shen Zhimeng reach up and give a slight tug to the hem of her own clothes, just a gentle pull. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with anticipation. Let's go study in the classroom. Your calculus is a disaster zone. A self-study won't be as effective as me tutoring you. Shen Zhimeng finished speaking and turned to leave, while Li Mo Chuan stood frozen in place, still trying to process what had just happened. Coming. She took a couple of steps, noticed he hadn't followed, and turned back to urge him. Okay. Li Mo Chuan fell into step beside her, and together they headed to the laboratory building. The laboratory building was completely deserted at noon. A large mirror stood in the first-floor lobby, and Shen Zhimeng pulled Li Mo Chuan by his sleeve towards it. Come take a photo. Li Mo Chuan let her lead him. Lean down a bit, you're too far away. Troublesome. Despite his words, Li Mo Chuan did as Shen Zhimeng asked. They leaned in together for a photo. Gazing at their reflection in the mirror, a strange feeling welled up in Li Mo Chuan's heart. His cream-colored hoodie and light gray casual pants looked unexpectedly harmonious next to her. Let's go to the classroom. After taking the photo and putting away her phone, Shen Zhimeng grabbed the hem of Li Mo Chuan's hoodie once more. In a place he couldn't see, a smile quietly curled at the corner of the girl's lips. Inside the elevator, Shen Zhimeng asked, if we run into Duan Shun in class later, would you be scared? Li Mo Chuan. He had genuinely forgotten about that. Not scared. There was no way he'd admit to being afraid. What if he asked you to play basketball after class? I'd take the challenge, what else can I do? If it were a fight, Li Mo Chuan might feel uncertain, but basketball? He wasn't nervous at all. In high school he could hold his own, and even win against the school basketball team. He just never considered making basketball his main path, not wanting to go down the route of a student athlete. Shen Zhimeng watched his sudden burst of confidence, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. She was starting to feel a bit of anticipation. The experimental classroom was eerily silent, completely empty. Shen Zhimeng had a fixed seat in this room, and led Li Mo Chuan straight over to it. Once they were seated, Li Mo Chuan couldn't help but ask, don't you usually walk with your roommates? Although Li Mo Chuan hadn't been in university long, the few senior students he knew almost always stuck with their roommates, or at least had other classmates from the same program. But Shen Zhimeng seemed friendless. He recalled the first time had held her phone, her recent chat history was empty and her friends list was sparse. Her social media feed was spotless too. My roommates are from different majors, so we don't usually have classes together. There were only 5 girls in Shen Zhimeng's class, and the other 4 were placed in the same dorm. Her own 3 roommates were from different colleges with varying class schedules. Apart from morning and evening greetings, they rarely shared free time. This resulted in a distant relationship among the 4 dorm mates. Shen Zhimeng lived on campus for 2 main reasons: convenience for classes, and to avoid conflicts with her father Shen Jing at home. Being at school gave her more freedom. Without roommates to walk with and no interest in talking to the boys in her class, she had always been a loner. Duan Shun had openly expressed his interest in Shen Zhimeng since their freshman year, but she had never accepted. To put it politely, she hadn't agreed. To be blunt, he had been consistently rejected. However, Duan Chun was well-liked, and came from a somewhat wealthy family carrying an air of arrogance. The other boys in the class who might have been interested in Shen Zhimeng didn't dare to cross him. Work on these problems carefully and show me when you're done. Li Mo Chuan stared at the handwritten problems on the white paper, asking in a daze, did you write these? I think this senior can handle setting a few questions for a freshman like you. Okay, Liu Chuan replied softly. Shen Zhimeng glanced at him from the corner of her eye, a smile. She didn't even realize she was wearing, curving her lips. The afternoon sunlight seemed to grow lazier, filtering through the gaps in the curtains and resting on their shoulders. At 2 in the afternoon, people began to trickle into the classroom. This was a professional lab course and students from 2 classes were present. The room was small enough that you could see everyone as they walked in. And everyone knew Shen Zhimeng. Each person who entered was stunned. The girl who never paid attention to any guy had a male sitting right next to her. With every new arrival, whispers grew because this was truly a rare sight. And judging by their posture, it seemed Shen Zhimeng was even explaining a problem to him. Who's that guy? He looks a bit familiar. Isn't that the freshman who blocked Duan Shen's shot at the interclass basketball game last week? A freshman? Yeah. There's another game next week. Won't Duan Shen be looking for revenge? Probably, but they shouldn't meet this week. Though that kid's class has some decent players, so they might make it to the finals. The finals will be the real show for us. The surrounding chatter didn't reach the pair's ears. Liu Chuan knew he was the topic of discussion, but he didn't take it to heart. Shen Zhimeng had already warned him. A guy appearing next to a girl who was always alone did seem quite unusual. However, he hadn't expected someone to be so eager as to come over and pry. Hey, are you a freshman? Liu Chuan looked at the guy sitting in front of him, who had turned around with a curious expression. His lips moved, but he found himself at a loss for words. Shen Zhimeng directly picked up a book and held it up as a barrier in front of Liu Chuan, her gaze turning icy and intimidating. Scram. The single cold word shattered all the guy's curiosity. I was just asking, huh? You two carry on. With that, the guy quickly turned back around. He shook his head at the few glances thrown his way from across the room, and those people immediately looked disappointed. It seemed Shen Zhimeng was as unapproachable as ever. They had thought that with a guy by her side, she might have changed a bit, but she still had the same sharp temper. Liu Chuan gently lowered the book from his face. You know you don't have to talk to them like that. Shen Zhimeng looked puzzled. Isn't this the most efficient way, eh? Liu Chuan. Well, when she put it that way, it did make sense. In front of others, Shen Zhimeng seemed to automatically erect a natural barrier, keeping everyone at a distance, never giving anyone a chance to get close to her heart. But only Liu Chuan knew that the Shen Zhimeng behind closed doors was quite an interesting person. Out of nowhere, he thought of how she had angrily chased after him at noon when he was heading back to the dorm. What are you smiling about? Seeing her face suddenly appear so close to his, Liu Chuan let out an awkward cough. Nothing. Shen Zhimeng looked at him suspiciously, but didn't press further. Because the teacher had arrived. The class bell rang as well. Duan Chun and a friend of his also walked into the classroom right on the bell. Out of habit, he glanced toward the spot where Shen Zhimeng usually sat. With that single look, Duan Chun suddenly noticed a figure occupying what had always been an empty seat. It was the one person he despised most. Why was Liu Chuan here? Could he really be Shen Zhimeng's boyfriend? Duan Chun naturally refused to believe it. A freshman who had only been on campus for a little over a month had already won over a junior-year senior. He had never even seen the two interact before. Besides, at last week's basketball game, girls from other departments had come to watch Liu Chuan play. If she were really his girlfriend, wouldn't Shen Zhimeng have shown up to support him and stake her claim? Duan Chun swept a cold glance over them before looking away. Yet the look in his eyes suggested he was far from ready to let the matter drop. Halfway through the class, the instructor finished explaining the core content of the lab session. Alright, use the remaining time to write the code. Those who finish quickly can come to the podium to have it verified. Anyone who completes it within these 2 periods will get 3 extra points on their final grade. The moment the words left his mouth, Duan Chun raised his hand. Professor, there's a freshman over there sitting in as an auditor. He seems really interested in our class. How about we let him give it a try too? Even a fool could hear the targeted malice behind Duan Chen's words. The instructor was an older man. He pushed the glasses up on his nose and looked toward where Duan Chun had indicated. Shen Zhimeng had been wearing her earphones, not paying attention to the lecture. She had always been like that, preferring to read ahead on her own. When she noticed the entire class turning to stare in her direction, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Among the crowd, one gaze was particularly conspicuous, Duan Chen's. The smugness in his eyes was practically overflowing. The male student sitting in front of Liu Chuan flipped his book to the relevant page, and then with feigned thoughtfulness placed it on Liu Chuan's desk. Do this one. Liu Chuan. How truly thoughtful. University instructors usually wouldn't bother with an extra person in the classroom, but this particular lab instructor was an exception. He was meticulous and loved to single out students for questions. Otherwise, by junior year, the lab classroom wouldn't be nearly full with almost no absences. The instructor walked down from the podium. He knew Shen Zhimeng was a stellar student and held her in high regard. After all, she had won the national scholarship for 2 consecutive years. It was just that her personality was too introverted. Which department are you from? The instructor asked, stopping in front of Liu Chuan. His tone was neither harsh nor warm. School of Information Science. Liu Chuan answered honestly. A freshman taking a junior-level course. Shen Zhimeng furrowed her brows and cut off whatever he was about to say next. Professor, he's here to accompany me in class. I understand that. I'm asking him. The instructor glanced at Shen Zhimeng, not wanting to start a conflict with her, but that didn't stop him from putting Li Machuan on the spot. Can you follow along? The instructor had noticed Li Machuan the moment he entered the classroom because the seat beside Shen Zhimeng had always been empty. With every other seat occupied, that single gap stood out like a sore thumb. But during the lecture, he could clearly sense that the young man sitting beside Shen Zhimeng seemed to understand what he was teaching. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come down to ask personally. Li Machuan met the instructor's gaze and gave a slight nod. I can barely keep up. Then can you write code to finish testing this set of data? Li Machuan glanced at the book placed on his desk, hesitated for a moment, and replied, I can. With that, he picked up Shen Zhimeng's laptop, much to her astonishment. Mind if I borrow this? The instructor stood right beside Li Machuan, watching him deftly open the software, and his fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard. As he watched, an unmistakable gleam of admiration flashed in the instructor's eyes. There were 10 sets of data in total. When Li Machuan reached the third set, the instructor reached out and pressed down on his hand, stopping him. That's enough. The instructor then patted him on the shoulder. What's your name? I can allocate a small research project to you for the school's innovation program. The moment those words were spoken, the entire classroom erupted in murmurs. Even Shen Zhimeng was stunned. Although this instructor taught a lab course, his actual title was that of a full professor. He only taught the lab because of his age. It was less demanding to be singled out by this professor, and as a freshman no less. Shen Zhimeng had watched Li Machuan write the code herself. She hadn't expected him to be so quietly impressive. Given how terrible his calculus was, she had assumed had picked computer science at random. It turned out he actually had a solid foundation. With that thought, a flicker of complicated emotion crept into Shen Zhimeng's eyes as she looked at Li Machuan, especially as snippets of whispered conversations reached her ears. Damn, this freshman is actually pretty impressive. No wonder Shen Zhimeng walks with him. Are they together? Don't know, but I've always thought Shen Zhimeng has good taste. And honestly, this freshman is tall and handsome. With a bit of styling, he could easily be even more attractive. Duanshin really stepped on a landmine this time. Did he think a freshman would be easy to push around? By the end of that lab session, Li Machuan had undeniably made a striking impression, and word of what happened quickly spread across the group chats of both the freshman and junior cohorts in the School of Information Science. As Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng walked out of the lab building, they ran into Suya, who had been waiting there for them. Suya grabbed Li Machuan's arm. Damn, you're really keeping secrets. You not only won over the department's beauty queen, but you also participated in computer competitions in high school. Li Machuan twitched the corner of his mouth. He had indeed participated in computer competitions, but he never felt it was something worth bragging about, so he had never mentioned it. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding his abilities. It was just that with only a few classes under their belts as freshmen, his classmates couldn't possibly gauge how skilled he really was. But what was this about the department's beauty queen? Beauty queen? Li Machuan asked, utterly bewildered. Shen Zhimeng, the senior. She's our department's beauty queen. Also, what happened in their class just now has already been screenshotted and posted in the class group chat. Suya quickly explained. Li Machuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How had he become famous this fast? Screenshots of what? The class monitor added some senior students as friends, right? He screenshotted their moments posts, and the person in the photos is you. Suya had come over because he was worried that the juniors might be plotting against Li Machuan. What are you two whispering about? Shen Zhimeng had unknowingly walked up in front of them, eyeing Suya with a scrutinizing look. Suya let out a sheepish chuckle. Hello, senior. But that expression had no effect on Shen Zhimeng whatsoever. Her face remained cold. Are you done talking? I need to speak with Li Machuan. Then, you two talk, you talk. They'll get out of your way. Just as the three of them were speaking, a loud shout rang out from behind them. Li Machuan. The voice unmistakably belonged to Duanshin. Duanshin, along with a few of his friends, jogged over in a few quick strides. He fixed a cold, hard stare on Li Machuan. Didn't we say we'd settle things on the court? Let's go. How about a game right now? It was 4:30 in the afternoon, with 2 hours remaining until the predicted time of their next swap. Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng exchanged a glance, both feeling confident about their plan. After all, the basketball game was bound to happen sooner or later. All right, let's go. They arrived at the basketball court. A sizable crowd had gathered, some out of curiosity, some who happened to pass by and recognized the players, and many who had come after seeing the buzz on social media. Shen Zhimeng sat on the elevated bleachers, a hint of tension visible in her expression. She had never watched Li Moken play before. Rumor had it he was decent, but she always maintained a neutral stance on things she hadn't witnessed firsthand. After all, most of the spectators here were betting on Duanshin to win. It wasn't that she didn't trust Li Moken, as she simply felt uneasy about the unknown. Suya noticed her worried expression and hesitated before leaning closer. Senior, don't worry. From my expert assessment, Chuan is definitely better than Senior Duan Shen. Since you're together with him, you should believe in him too. Shen Zhimeng cast him a cold, dismissive glance without a word. His expert assessment. The more she thought about it, the less reliable it sounded. She didn't have a good impression of Suya. He seemed like a lazy, good-for-nothing type. The fact that he was friends with Li Moken only lowered her opinion of Li Moken. To preserve Li Moken's image in her mind, Shen Zhimeng decided it was best to keep her distance from this man. But wait, did he say together? Did Li Moken tell you that he and I are together? She asked instinctively. Suya was taken aback, then replied without thinking, what? Aren't you two together? Shen Zhimeng fell silent, saying nothing more. Her thoughts were in a jumble, and she didn't know how to describe it. Together. Is that how Li Moken described their relationship? Suya wasn't bothered by her cold demeanor. After all, she was his brother's girlfriend, a senior 2 years above him, and the notoriously bad-tempered beauty of the department. Not to mention she had a face that made it impossible to stay angry at her. That was the contradictory and strange impression Shen Zhimeng gave people. Despite her harsh words and icy stares, she exuded an air of nobility that didn't come across as rude or ill-mannered. Instead, it felt like an innate aura she was born with. The basketball game had already begun. Li Moken was taller than Duan Shun, and he dribbled the ball with an exceptionally composed demeanor. Duan Shun, however, was a sprinter with explosive power, his legs thick with muscle, making him look much more solidly built than Li Moken. More and more people were gathering around. The murmurs of discussion grew louder, and the crowd around Shen Zhimeng thickened. That taller guy is pretty handsome, and he looks good playing ball. He's a freshman. Which department is he from? I don't know. I know Duan Shun is from the information department, but I have no idea about the other one. Oh, we can just go over and hand him a water bottle after the game to ask. Similar conversations were happening all around. Shen Zhimeng couldn't quite explain why, but these words sounded jarring to her ears, making her feel distinctly uncomfortable. She held a bottle of water, her own flask which she had filled before leaving the lab building. Would Li Moken drink from her bottle? The thought made Shen Zhimeng pause. When had she ever started caring about whether someone might dislike her? And that someone was the very person she had initially resisted so strongly. Even Shen Zhimeng herself didn't know when she had started to care about Li Moken's opinion or when she had begun to let go of that stubborn awkwardness around him. She remembered clearly that day of their first swap. She had easily subdued Duan Shun and his lackeys, and when she pulled out her phone to find that this body belonged to her stepbrother, she was furious. She had even resolved never to give him a kind look again. But because of this special soul-swapping connection between them, many things had slipped beyond her control, including her own emotions. The first half of the basketball game ended. Li Moken was panting heavily, and before he could even step off the court, a girl walked up and shoved a water bottle into his hands. Hey handsome, can we get to know each other? Which department are you in? Can I add your WeChat? Li Moken was pondering how to respond when his peripheral vision caught Shen Zhimeng, sitting not far away. All his words instantly died in his throat. She sat on the bleachers staring straight at him. Her expression was unervingly calm, her back ramrod straight. The afternoon sun spilled over her shoulders, illuminating the fine strands of hair on her cheeks. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. His backpack and hers were placed side by side, black and white, as if beckoning him over. Li Moken's eyelashes trembled involuntarily at the sight. Sorry, I need to go over there, he said almost instinctively, then walked straight towards Shen Zhimeng. When her eyes met his, a faint, almost imperceptible softening crossed her features, and her hand unconsciously tightened around her water bottle. She didn't understand basketball, nor could she follow the referee's calls or which score was being added to which team. She had no idea what the outcome of the first half was. Li Moken bounded up the steps in a few strides and sat down beside her. A delicate fair hand extended a pink water bottle towards him. Do you want a drink? Li Moken, his face beaded with sweat and his breath still uneven, asked first, do you have any tissues? Yes. Shen Zhimeng pulled some from her backpack as she answered. Li Moken took the tissue, wrapped it around the body of the water bottle, and only then opened it to drink. Shen Zhimeng watched the rim of her bottle the entire time. She noticed his lips never touched it, and a wave of disappointment washed over her. My hands are dirty, so I wrapped it, Li Moken explained after drinking. Shen Zhimeng's expression remained indifferent, revealing no emotion. Who's winning? Li Moken pointed to himself. I'm ahead by 6 points for now. Will they catch up? Hard to say. Li Moken's stamina couldn't match Duan Shen's, and he wasn't sure if the guy would notice his weakness and stall for time, waiting for a chance to overtake him. Shen Zhimeng fell silent again. They sat quietly together until it was time for Li Moken to head back onto the court. As if summoning her courage, Shen Zhimeng reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt, whispering, good luck. Li Moken's expression froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. All right. The final whistle blew, signaling the end of the game. Seeing Li Moken being embraced by Suya, his face beaming with joy, Shen Zhimeng knew he had won. She didn't even need to glance at Duan Chen's expression to be certain. Shen Zhimeng slowly rose to her feet, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and carried Li Moken's backpack as she descended the bleachers. Li Mo's forehead was damp with sweat, his smooth, full brow exposed, radiating a youthful vigor. This was Li Mo as seen through Shen Zhimeng's eyes. A trace of expression finally appeared on that icy face, his brows and eyes curving unconsciously. Your backpack. Shen Zhimeng handed Li Mo his backpack. I won. Li Mo met her gaze, his eyes brimming with a smile. Senior, let me tell you, H1 blocked Senior Duan Chen's shot again with that last move. No, actually H1 defended almost 80% of his layups today. Suya rambled on in front of them, completely unaware of being a third, while growing more animated with each word. After they left the basketball court, Li Mo found a place to wash his hands, then took the backpack from Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Let me carry it. He knew her backpack contained a laptop. Seeing her small frame, carrying such a heavy gaming computer, Li Mo felt he should do something. Shen Zhimeng hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. Suya noticed the subtle tension in the air between them, and finally realized he was an incredibly conspicuous third wheel. Well, H1, you two take your time. I've got things to do back at the dorm. With that, Suya ran off. The remaining two exchanged a glance, then quickly lowered their eyes in unison. On a secluded campus path, two figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side. Let's head back early. That way I can carry your backpack all the way home as a thank you for helping me with advanced math today. Li Mo was the first to break the silence. Shen Zhimeng nodded. Take the bus. Sure. Walking back would take over 20 minutes. Not too far, but not too close either. A direct bus was available just as fast as a taxi, and hailing a cab at the school gate was difficult with the crowd. Li Mo also knew that after just playing a game his limbs were exhausted, and walking would only make it worse. The bus arrived quickly, but it was just past 5 in the afternoon, the start of rush hour. The bus was crowded, and they stood pressed close together. Shen Zhimeng held onto the handrail on the back of someone's seat, while Li Mo stood behind her. The bus lurched forward suddenly, and the force of inertia threw Shen Zhimeng into Li Mo's embrace. Amidst the noisy bus, it seemed to grow quieter. That was how Shen Zhimeng felt. Her hands hidden in her sleeves clenched tightly, as if suppressing some emotion. Li Mo standing behind her acted as if nothing was wrong. In his view, wasn't it normal for two people to stand close together on a crowded bus? The bus stopped and started, their bodies occasionally brushing against each other, then separating. Li Mo carried Shen Zhimeng's backpack, held his own in one hand, and gripped the overhead handle with the other. At an intersection, the bus suddenly slammed on its brakes. All the standing passengers lurched forward. Shen Zhimeng, already in a cramped spot, lost her balance. Just as her head was about to hit the metal pole, she felt a hand steady her waist, and her back pressed firmly against a solid, reliable chest. She instinctively turned her head to look at Li Mo. He, wanting to ask if she was okay, leaned down at the same time. Their gazes collided unexpectedly. Not just their gazes, but their breaths as well. Shen Zhimeng's lashes trembled as she quickly lowered her eyes. Thank you. Did you hit yourself? No. Shen Zhimeng's hair was loose, and she used it to hide her slightly flushed cheeks, trying to keep her voice steady. But this stretch of road was complex, passing by an elementary school, and the driver frequently slammed on the brakes. Finally, Li Mo simply kept his arm holding the backpack extended in front of Shen Zhimeng. The backpack wasn't heavy, so it didn't take much effort. Shen Zhimeng kept her eyes lowered, seeing only the apricot-colored fabric of her hoodie on her stomach. Only she knew that the arm beneath that hoodie wasn't thin and bony, but had distinct, well-proportioned muscles. Thinking about this, Shen Zhimeng suddenly felt awkward again. Perhaps because she had used Li Mo's body, she was somewhat familiar with every part of it. She couldn't help but think of this morning. Come on, we get off at the next stop. Li Mo's words interrupted Shen Zhimeng's chaotic thoughts. After the bus stopped, they got off one after the other. However, Li Mo found it strange that Shen Zhimeng kept walking ahead of him and at a fast pace, as if she didn't expect him to catch up. She didn't even look back. Had he upset her again on the bus? Li Mo couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. When they got home, no one was there. Logically, Ji Yin didn't have to work on weekends, but Shin Jing went to the factory every day. She probably went grocery shopping or something, Li Mo guessed. Shen Zhimeng didn't say anything and went straight to the bedroom. The moment he put down the backpack, Li Mo felt that familiar sensation again. They had swapped again. When he opened his eyes, it was as he had thought. He was in Shen Zhimeng's bedroom holding her phone. He instinctively checked the time. It was exactly 6 o'clock. Yesterday, it had been 6:30. So, today it was earlier. He had just realized this when the bedroom door opened. Shen Zhimeng looked serious. It's earlier. Then she asked, do you remember what time we swapped on the first day? Li Mo thought carefully. That day they had gotten out of class at 6, but Suya had a stomach ache and spent a long time in the restroom, so Li Mo waited for him. So by the time they leisurely walked out of the school gate, it was probably around 7 o'clock. Shen Zhimeng also recalled the time that day. If that's the case, we're swapping half an hour earlier each day, so. Li Mo caught on. So we'll definitely have to pretend to be each other during the day. This would be much harder than pretending at night. During the day, they would encounter many people in many situations. Both understood the severity of the matter. They sat together on the sofa, but had no idea what to do. If you have to pretend to be me, what would you do about a basketball game? Liam brought up a serious question based on what had happened today. I have no feeling for basketball at all. Today I only knew you won by guessing from your expressions. Liam turned his head to see his own face wearing a look of melancholy, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched upward. Why do I feel like you have more expressions when you're in my body? Shen Zhimeng shot him a cold glance. So, what are you trying to say? You could show a bit more expression, even when using your own body and face. I don't want to. Why not? No particular reason. Li Moken found the person before him even more intriguing. Facing this face, his initial awkwardness and discomfort had vanished, leaving only ease and freedom. After all, it was his own body, familiar territory. Shen Zhimeng felt uneasy under Li Moken's gaze. She looked away and changed the subject. Since many things are inevitable in the future, I think we need to take some preventive measures. For instance, Li Moken was curious. For instance, I'll teach you judo, and you teach me basketball. Shen Zhimeng then thought of a more serious issue: their studies were not synchronized. Having a freshman attend junior year classes was unrealistic, but after seeing Li Moken's performance in her classroom today, she suddenly felt a glimmer of confidence. After all, juniors rarely have general courses like math or English, only major-specific ones. Li Moken just needed to improve his grades in those subjects, and with her tutoring, he should be able to manage. Fortunately, she didn't have much of a social circle, so there was little risk of exposure. But Li Moken's social circle seemed quite extensive. How am I supposed to deal with your friends? Li Moken had thought about this too. He had a fairly outgoing personality. Not exactly a social butterfly, but he got along well with many people. That, you'll have to see for yourself. I can't explain it clearly. Shen Zhimeng thought he had a point. Alright then, from now on we'll walk together on campus. I'll observe how you interact with others. Walk together. Li Moken's eyes widened. Yes, everywhere except the restroom. Shen Zhimeng's gaze was resolute, not at all like a joke. Li Moken was stunned, not fully processing it yet. Also, I've been thinking. Our afternoon swaps haven't had a consistent trigger condition, so I believe switching back should also be unconditional. Li Moken pondered this carefully and found it quite reasonable. Since the swap was timed, the return shouldn't require any conditions either. The more he thought about it, the more correct it seemed. After they settled on this, Ji Yun and Shen Jing returned. Pushing open the door, they saw the two sitting together looking at the same computer. Though, it seemed like Li Moken was tutoring Shen Zhimeng. Chuan Mingming, come out and have a bite. We brought some late-night snacks. Okay. The two responded and followed them to the living room. Li Moken stared at the large lobster and assorted braised dishes on the table, momentarily stunned. Mom, you. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Shen Zhimeng had shot him a glare. Noticing the slightly confused expressions on Shen Jing and Ji Yun's faces, he instantly realized his slip-up. He smiled apologetically and sat down beside Shen Jing. Shen Jing couldn't help but pat his head. Mingming has really grown up. First, Li Moken called him dad, and then Shen Zhimeng called Ji Yun mom. Shen Jing and Ji Yun exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of heartfelt relief. Well, today Aunt Ji and I talked about many things. We originally planned to get a marriage certificate, but thinking about it at our age, our previous marriages, though full of regrets, were at least happy. That piece of paper is just a formality for us. A true marriage is about mutual care and consideration. So we've decided not to register, but we'll continue living together as we do now. It's your decision. I'm fine with it, Li Moken responded immediately. Chuan is a good kid, and Meng Meng is doing well now too. My only concern has been put to rest. Shen Jing smiled joyfully. With the children's approval of his happiness, a huge weight was lifted from his heart. Even without the certificate, they were now very close. As for what to call us, it's up to you two. You can keep calling us uncle and Anne if you prefer. Shen Jing and Ji Yun didn't mind either way. Okay. Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng had no objections. After eating, the four of them sat together discussing the move. We checked out that residential complex near your school today. We think both the layout and the environment are quite good. Ji Yun paused, looking at Li Moken. Chuan staying in Meng Meng's room isn't a long-term solution, so we think it's necessary to buy another house. But we wanted to hear your opinions first. Li Moken nodded. Sure, go ahead and buy it. I have no objections to selling or renting out this place. I think it's fine too, Shen Zhimeng agreed. Shen Jing and Ji Yun were surprised once again. Before the formal meeting, these two kids were completely opposed to the idea, but now they seemed exceptionally agreeable. They tried to figure out why, but couldn't find a logical explanation. In the end, they chalked it up to the two getting along well and sharing plenty of common topics as students of the same school. Back in the bedroom, Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng went to shower as usual. To save time, let's wash each other directly this time. No blindfolds needed. Shen Zhimeng said this with remarkable calmness. Li Moken coughed lightly, unable to find a reason to object. All right. After all, he had a lot of homework to catch up on, and time was tight. If they were still swapping during finals, there was really no other choice. Shen Zhimeng was a national scholarship winner after all. He didn't want to be the one to make her lose that. They stopped being shy about showering and finished quickly. Their pre-bedtime time was spent huddled at the desk until 11 p.m. Shen Zhimeng turned off the computer and saw Li Moken already sprawled on the bed in a star shape. Dad and the others next door are probably asleep. Let's call it a night. Shen Zhimeng turned off the light, and they both got under the covers. But tonight, without the influence of alcohol lying there, felt a bit awkward. Especially for Li Moken, who couldn't help but think of what had happened during this morning's swap. You're not going to do what you did last night, are you? Shen Zhimeng instantly understood what he meant, but of course, she wasn't going to admit it was her fault. Isn't this your body? You should know better than I do. No, Shen Zhimeng, this kind of thing has nothing to do with the body. It's about the soul inside. Li Moken quickly explained. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be calling me sister? Why are you still using my name? Shen Zhimeng's tone was calm, but in the darkness her eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. For some reason, she wanted to hear Li Moken say it. Sister. Shen Zhimeng didn't expect him to say it so readily. What she didn't know was that Li Moken simply figured that since he was using her body, calling her sister would come out in a female voice anyway. He had nothing to lose. If they swapped back tomorrow, he probably wouldn't say it. The night deepened. Li Mo-chuan lay in bed completely unable to sleep. In the past, he would have been battling it out with his roommates in the canyon by midnight or clutching a controller while playing various Steam games. Alcohol had been the main reason he had managed to fall asleep the previous 2 nights. But now he was wide awake, and there was another person lying beside him. The last time Li Mo-chuan had shared a bed with someone else was back in elementary school. Shen Zhimeng's bedroom was right next to her parents' room. Just a moment ago, it sounded like someone from that room had stepped out only to return shortly after. If he remembered correctly, their room didn't have a bathroom. When they'd first moved in, the couple doting on their daughter had given the master bedroom to Shen Zhimeng. Unable to sleep, Li Mo-chuan could only listen to the various sounds. Soon he noticed something was off. The room next door. It couldn't be. Li Mo-chuan instinctively swallowed hard. He turned over facing the side where Shen Zhimeng was sleeping. But unexpectedly at that exact moment, Shen Zhimeng also turned over. Their faces were suddenly very close, only about 10 centimeters apart. That wasn't the worst of it. Li Mo-chuan instinctively tried to lie flat on his back, but Shen Zhimeng shifted closer to him, then stretched out her arm and pulled him into an embrace. Any trace of drowsiness vanished from Li Mo-chuan. Shen Zhimeng. He called out softly, lowering his voice. Shen Zhimeng responded, as if half asleep. You're crushing me. Li Mo-chuan felt a pang of helplessness. Her hand was pressing right against his chest, making it hard to breathe. To make matters worse, her leg swung over and pinned him down completely. But this time Shen Zhimeng gave him no response at all. Li Mo-chuan, out of options, decided to take drastic measures. Though he said it was about dealing with Shen Zhimeng, it was really about dealing with his own body. Her large frame was surprisingly heavy. It took Li Mo-chuan a while to finally shift her off him. However, as he was moving her leg, his hand brushed against something. It felt hard. Hiss. Li Mo-chuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Good thing he hadn't hit it. Otherwise, what would he do in the future? Li Mo-chuan had no idea how he eventually fell asleep that night. All he knew was that he was woken up in the morning by Shen Zhimeng. Get up. Both Shen Zhimeng and he had overslept. They had originally planned to wake up at 6 in the morning to check if the time for switching back had also been moved up, but they hadn't seen it happen. Fortunately, they really had switched back. It was now 8 in the morning. Since it was the weekend, neither of them had classes, but Shen Zhimeng insisted that Li Mo-chuan go to the library with her to study. Li Mo-chuan couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Can't we study at home? Why is it necessary to go to the library? If we don't go to school, how can I observe how you talk and interact with your friends?" Shen Zhimeng also wanted to just study at home, but the time for their exchange wouldn't wait for them to adapt. Li Mo-chuan reluctantly agreed. As he looked up, he was stunned. Shen Zhimeng had at some point slipped off her pajamas and was now pulling out clothes from the wardrobe to wear. It was a more mature-looking black slip dress. After putting it on, she added a gray blazer over it. Just glancing at her made Li Mo-chuan feel cold. He couldn't quite understand this outfit. It seemed strange to him, yet paired with her face it actually looked quite good. You weren't staring at me while I changed, were you? Shen Zhimeng turned around and saw Li Mo-chuan staring blankly at her. She had dared to change right there because they had taken a shower together the night before and they had already seen everything there was to see. Besides, Li Mo-chuan didn't seem like the type to do anything reckless. That's why she. But meeting his gaze now, she still felt a bit uneasy. Li Mo-chuan knew he probably couldn't explain his way out of this. Would Shen Zhimeng believe him if he said he was just admiring her outfit? Regardless of whether she believed it, he had to try to explain. I think your outfit is quite unique. Even though Li Mo-chuan stammered, he successfully managed to divert Shen Zhimeng's attention. Does it look good, oi? Shen Zhimeng normally never cared about others' opinions of her, but now she really wanted to know what Li Imo-chuan thought. It's mainly because the person wearing it looks good. Li Imo-chuan was being honest. Shen Zhimeng frowned slightly. So that means the clothes aren't pretty. Li Imo-chuan. To avoid a repeat of yesterday afternoon's anger incident, Li Imo-chuan quickly corrected himself. They're both good-looking. Thinking about yesterday afternoon, he hesitated for a moment before deciding it was better to ask and clear things up. By the way, why were you so angry yesterday afternoon? Was it just because of what I said? Shen Zhimeng thought back for a moment. Because you pretended not to know me. You didn't even try to introduce me to your friends. What is being seen with me something to be ashamed of? Li Imo-chuan. So that was the reason. Thinking about it more carefully, he really didn't have any reason to hide his relationship with Shen Zhimeng. After all, given their current situation, pretending not to know each other was impossible. As for why he had reacted that way yesterday, Li Imo-chuan couldn't figure it out himself. It had all been instinctive. While Li Imo-chuan was lost in thought, Shen Zhimeng also gave him a once-over, her expression thoughtful. The two of them spent the whole morning at the library. During lunch, Suya came over to find Li Imo-chuan on his own initiative. Suya glanced at Shen Zhimeng, who was standing ahead of them in line waiting for her food, then threw an arm around Li Imo-chuan's neck and lowered his voice. So are you really dating the department's beauty queen? No, Li Imo-chuan denied immediately. We're just good friends. Suya curled his lip, then said with a serious look, you know me. I've never believed in pure friendship between a man and a woman. There's always got to be some kind of motive from one side. Li Imo-chuan, I'm purer than you. Suya looked skeptical. Are you telling me that your relationship with Shen Zhimeng is pure and innocent without even a hint of anything more? Li Imo-chuan thought of the shower and paused, the words dying on his lips. But Suya didn't notice. Let me tell you, the whole college is talking about you and Shen Zhimeng right now. According to my intel, even people in other departments at our school know about it. Li Imo-chuan felt a bit exasperated. These people are way too idle, always concerned with other people's business. Well, who's as famous as Shen Zhimeng? Besides, you pulled off two pretty big acts yesterday. Li Imo-chuan. Shen Zhimeng walked past them carrying her tray, and Suya respectfully greeted her. Hello, senior. Hearing this, Li Imo-chuan couldn't help but find it a little funny, imagining that he might experience a similar scene someday. His soul would be in Shen Zhimeng's body, and Suya would be calling him senior. He'd have to be careful to hold in his laughter when that happened. The three of them found seats and sat down. Shen Zhimeng had originally wanted to sit next to Li Imo-chuan, as she didn't want to sit opposite Suya. But Suya, clearly lacking in social awareness, directly sat beside Li Imo-chuan. Left with no choice, Shen Zhimeng took the seat across from Li Imo-chuan, her eyes lowered as she ate in silence, seemingly indifferent, but in truth listening intently to every word exchanged between the two. Chuan, you mentioned last time that your mom found you a stepfather. How did the dinner go? Suya asked casually. Li Imo-chuan instantly became alert. The person in question was sitting right across from him. He figured it was better to change the subject. It was fine. The stepfather is nice. Li Imo-chuan replied in a measured tone, though his gaze kept wandering to the figure opposite him. Just as he was about to steer the conversation elsewhere, Suya nudged his arm with a mischievous grin. Is it a stepsister or a stepbrother? Does she suit your taste? Li Imo-chuan. Well, that was the one topic Head wanted to avoid. Perfect. He was doomed. Surely Shen Zhimeng wouldn't read too much into it, would she? Would she wait until Suya was gone to settle the score with him? What stepsister or stepbrother? Li Imo-chuan tried to bluff his way out. But Suya could tell from his tone that there was something to it. Don't play dumb. We talked about it the other day. Come on, tell me. Did you get a stepsister or a stepbrother? It's a stepsister. Li Imo-chuan felt awkward the moment he said it. Oh, isn't that just your type? Suya's grin grew slyer. Li Imo-chuan put on a stern face. Can't you shut up and eat? Hey, I'm just looking out for my buddy. Suya noticed Li Imo-chuan keep glancing at Shen Zhimeng's expression and realized he might have said the wrong thing. His buddy was in the delicate flirtation stage with the campus beauty. Careless. Just as both of them were about to change the subject, Shen Zhimeng spoke up. How old is that stepsister of yours? Is she pretty? Her expression remained utterly calm, revealing no hint of emotion. Li Imo-chuan swallowed instinctively. He dared not lie in front of Shen Zhimeng. She's 2 years older than me. Shen Zhimeng gave him a meaningful look. So she's the same age as me. Which school does she go to? Ahem. Li Imo-chuan wanted to dodge the topic, but then he felt his foot caught between someone's legs. Shen Zhimeng had paired her little black dress with black leather shoes and white knee-high socks. With her face and figure, she looked good in anything. Li Imo-chuan glanced quickly and then looked away. Raising his head, he met Shen Zhimeng's scrutinizing gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. I haven't asked. At that answer, Shen Zhimeng released his foot. Since she's your stepsister, you should get to know her better. After all, you'll be living together from now on. Li Imo-chuan kept his eyes down, not daring to look at Shen Zhimeng. Suya meanwhile was completely silent. Whether it was the coldness in Shen Zhimeng's eyes, or her tone, her powerful aura left him no room to interject. Though he was utterly confused, his years of gossip hunting told him this was probably Shen Zhimeng being jealous. Realizing he had started this topic, Suya felt he should try to help. No worries, senior. Chuan likes the older sister type, and you're older than him too. Li Chuan. He had no idea how Shen Zhimeng would react to that. He cautiously lifted his eyes to steal a glance at the person across from him, only to find Shen Zhimeng looking back at him. Their eyes met for a moment, and Li Chuan guiltily dropped his gaze. Shen Zhimeng was indeed his type, but between her ever-changing personality and their current older sister-younger brother relationship, a romantic relationship seemed nearly impossible. Besides, while they were queuing to order Su, Ye had quietly told him many stories about Shen Zhimeng's past. All kinds of outstanding senior students had failed to win her over, and she always turned them down bluntly, without any mercy. It was said that in her freshman year, a senior 2 years her elder had set up candles and flowers under the female dormitory to confess to her. But when Shen Zhimeng heard about it, she didn't even glance out the window, continuing to read her book. So it was safe to say that Shen Zhimeng had only ever had room in her heart for studying, never for a man. That had never been the case before, and it probably never would be. Suya watched the two of them exchange ambiguous glances, feeling a surge of pride in his own ability to save the situation. Then he started admiring Li Chuan. The way the senior was staring at him, it was like she wanted to devour him. This guy was incredibly lucky. Suya was perceptive enough not to stick around as a third wheel when his buddy was trying to make a move. Sensing the promising atmosphere between the two, he decided to slip away soon. After the meal, the three of them left the cafeteria together. Suya announced he was going back to the dorm to play games, and quickly distanced himself from the other two. Do you spend all your time in the dorm playing games too? Shen Zhimeng's lips curled upward, and she seemed in a good mood. Li Chuan felt a little guilty. All three of his roommates were avid gamers, and it was hard for him to stay unaffected. I play a little. Shen Zhimeng saw through him, but didn't call him out. Oh, would you feel stifled studying with me in the library? No, not at all. Li Chuan was actually quite happy. He had thought about going to the library to study before, but every time he brought it up his roommates would tease him. Friendly ribbing, but it still made him feel like an outsider. Now with Shen Zhimeng around, his roommates wouldn't give him a hard time. Li Chuan, you can use me as an excuse. Shen Zhimeng turned to look at him, sunlight filtering through the leaves and into her eyes, making her radiate brightness. Li Chuan was momentarily stunned. Shen Zhimeng's face when she smiled was breathtaking. Okay. The involuntary syllable made Shen Zhimeng laugh out loud, and she had to swallow the rest of what she wanted to say. It seemed this guy was completely clueless. A sly smile crept onto Shen Zhimeng's face. Okay, what? What did I just say? Li Chuan looked away, awkwardly unsure how to answer. Shen Zhimeng stood in front of him, and tilted her head up, so he had to meet her gaze. Li Chuan, could it be? You're blushing. No way. How could he be? He had no reason to be shy around Shen Zhimeng. She was beautiful, sure, but he wasn't the type to get flustered just by looking at a pretty face. Oh, so you're not, huh? Shen Zhimeng fell back in a step beside him, and they continued walking side by side. She didn't pursue the topic further, but a hint of joy gleamed in her relaxed eyes. The afternoon of studying in the library passed quickly. At 5 o'clock, Shen Zhimeng tapped lightly on Li Chuan's desk, then pointed toward the door. 5:30. Li Chuan had almost forgotten. Based on the exchange pattern from the previous 2 days, the switch would happen at 5:30 today. Let's go home. Li Chuan mouthed to her. Shen Zhimeng nodded. The bus was still crowded at 5 o'clock. Recalling the suffocating mix of smells and the press of bodies from yesterday's ride, Li Chuan suggested, why don't we just walk back? It won't take that long anyway. Shen Zhimeng hummed softly in agreement, her expression calm as ever. But Li Chuan couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else hidden beneath that placid face. Disappointment. That couldn't be right. The thought had barely formed before he dismissed it. He couldn't think of any logical reason for Shen Zhimeng to feel disappointed. Rather than trying to decipher her thoughts, he figured he'd be better off pondering the problem he'd failed to solve at the library today. I think I'm starting to figure out how to deal with Suya. Shen Zhimeng recalled the events of the afternoon and spoke calmly. Already figured it out. Yeah. She glanced at Li Chuan, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Impersonating you is way too easy. Li Chuan naturally didn't believe her. A thought struck him and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Then next time you can go play ball with them. Shen Zhimeng. Fine. Then next time you can go up to the board in my classroom and solve problems. She tossed his words right back at him. Li Chuan's lips twitched. Whatever. If you can't solve it, you'll be the one looking foolish. Shen Zhimeng retorted quickly. Right, and when you trip and fall on the court making those weird groaning noises, that'll be you looking foolish too. Li Chuan. Damn, why could he never win an argument with her? And wait. Those groaning noises were the exact trick he'd used to provoke Shen Zhimeng in the first place. Now she was turning it back on him. Shen Zhimeng secretly glanced at his expression, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. But Li Machuan was too busy plotting how to defeat her in their verbal sparring to notice. Shen Zhimeng. Li Machuan felt it was necessary to have a serious discussion with her about the various unexpected situations they might face in the future. Call me sister. Shen Zhimeng looked straight ahead, saying the 3 words with an air of utter naturalness. All the words Li Machuan had prepared died in his throat. What I have to say is really important and serious. Call me sister first. Her tone was a bit insistent. Li Machuan lowered his gaze to the person who was a head shorter than him, only to meet those direct, unwavering eyes. When I was in your body. Shen Zhimeng poked his arm. I called you sister several times. It's not too much to ask for one in return now, is it? There's no one else around. Li Machuan of course did not want to say it. But the look in Shen Zhimeng's eyes said she wasn't going to let this go. Sis. He gave in his voice, barely a whisper. He justified it to himself, as a gentleman doesn't fight with a lady. The noise of passing traffic and the general bustle of the street nearly swallowed his voice, but Shen Zhimeng heard it. That's more like it. Li Machuan quickly changed the subject. They'll teach you how to play basketball sometime. Sure. Shen Zhimeng agreed without hesitation, but a serious thought soon crossed her mind. Where would we practice? School is definitely out of the question. The school was too crowded and full of prying eyes, they could easily run into Duanchun. Besides, they couldn't guarantee they'd be in this soul-swapped state every time they practiced. There's a basketball court downstairs in my old neighborhood, and I have a basketball at home. Li Machuan used to play basketball with the people in his neighborhood, but they were all older than him and had since started working, leaving them with much less time for the game. It had been a while since had seen them. The court was now mostly taken over by elementary and middle school kids. Is your place far? Shen Zhimeng asked, curious. It's less than a 20-minute cab ride from school. He pointed to a shared bike by the roadside. Want to go? Now? Shen Zhimeng was taken aback. Yeah, I haven't been back there in a while anyway. My mom might sell the place soon. If we go today, I can grab some of my stuff. Li Machuan said it casually. In the past, Shen Zhimeng would have thought such a spuro-fement decision was insane. A 20-minute cab ride would take at least half an hour on a bike. Let's go. If we ride fast enough, we should make it before we switch back. Li Machuan had already scanned the code one step away from unlocking the bike when he stopped and looked at Shen Zhimeng, clearly seeking her approval. If you'd rather just go home, that's fine too. He noticed the hesitation on her face and started to put his phone away. But Shen Zhimeng grabbed his wrist. Let's go. We'll get your stuff. With that, she took out her phone and scanned her own code. Li Machuan watched her serious expression and felt a strange tug at his heart. He knew this wasn't a big deal for her, but the fact that Shed chosen to come with him after all her hesitation. And Shed said it was to get his things. Having both lost someone they loved, he understood that her compromise was likely because of that. For that alone, it was enough. Alright, I guess he'll reluctantly be your guide. Li Machuan swung his long leg over the bike. If you don't lead the way, I'm riding home right now. Don't be like that, that's no fun. They came to a stop just outside the neighborhood gate. They both grabbed each other's arms simultaneously. A passerby glanced at them, thinking how playful young people were these days, standing there holding onto each other without moving, wondering what they were up to. After about a single breath's time, they both opened their eyes. Li Machuan was the first to react, letting go of Shen Zhimeng's hand. We should head inside. A smile unconsciously spread across Shen Zhimeng's lips as she slung an arm around his shoulder. Her height advantage gave the Shen Zhimeng in her body no chance to refuse. My dear sister, let's walk together. I can even help you carry a bunch of stuff later. Li Machuan. Had this Shen Zhimeng flipped some kind of switch? Talk normally, Li Machuan said with an awkward cough. What do you mean? I'm talking perfectly normally. Shen Zhimeng, emboldened by the fact that she was currently in Li Machuan's body, didn't feel the need to use her brain for anything. She deliberately leaned in closer, and Li Machuan's ears turned red. Just as they were walking along, tangled up in an ambiguous embrace, a clear feminine voice called out from their other side. Machuan. Long time no see. A girl in a JK skirt, white knee-high socks, a sailor collar blouse, and 2 low ponytails walked toward the two of them. Song. Li Moken subconsciously started to call out her name, but immediately stopped himself after just one syllable. He was Shen Zhimeng now. Hey, Mochuan, don't you remember me? Song Xinyan noticed the blank look in Li Moken's eyes and couldn't help asking. Shen Zhimeng had no choice but to cast a pleading look at Li Moken. She didn't even know the relationship between Li Moken and this girl, so she dared not speak rashly. Li Moken had a sudden inspiration. Little sister Li Moken has been having some throat trouble lately and can't speak. Do you know him? Li Moken's rescue undoubtedly gave Shen Zhimeng a sense of relief. Song Xinyan looked at Shen Zhimeng, blinked, then pulled out her phone. Sister, you're so pretty. Can I take a photo with you? Li Moken. He instinctively looked at Shen Zhimeng, but she gave him an encouraging look. Helplessly, Li Moken walked over, and Song Xinyan immediately grabbed his arm. How old are you? Li Moken asked helplessly. I'm a freshman, sister. After they took a few quick photos, Li Moken continued. So how did you meet Li Moken? He asked these questions only to indirectly provide Shen Zhimeng with information to help her handle the situation. But Song Xinyan didn't follow the expected script. Instead she countered, "Sister, why do you ask so much? What's your relationship with him?" Before Li Moken could come up with an excuse, he felt a force grab his arm. Looking up, he saw his own eyes, serious and sharp. Li Moken was momentarily stunned. Even though he was looking at his own face, he felt as if he could see Shen Zhimeng through this shell. "Do I need to make it any clearer?" The tone of Li Moken carried a hint of impatience. This expression and way of speaking were something Song Xinyan had never seen before, and for a moment she forgot to react. She even forgot that just now Shen Zhimeng had told her that Li Moken had a sore throat and couldn't speak. All she could do was watch as Li Moken put an arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulder and walked into the residential compound. Once inside the compound, Shen Zhimeng immediately let go of him. Then she cleared her throat awkwardly. "Back at school I already asked you to pretend to be my boyfriend in front of Duan Shun, so just now I instinctively thought of that solution." After hearing her explanation, Li Moken couldn't help but smile. Yes, you don't need to explain. I believe you." He said it half jokingly, and Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but lightly tap him. "Being sarcastic on purpose, huh?" No. But speaking of which, what's your relationship with that little girl?" Shen Zhimeng couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked. "She's the daughter of my dad's high school classmate. We've met often since childhood, so the fact that you acted like you didn't know her at all made her suspicious. That's all. What else could it be?" "All right then." The corners of Shen Zhimeng's mouth involuntarily lifted. She quickened her pace as if afraid Li Moken would see. "You're going the wrong way, it's this way." The voice from behind made Shen Zhimeng pause. She feigned composure and walked in the direction Li Moken pointed. Li Moken had only been away for a few days, but seeing everything in the room made his heart feel heavy. It was easy to see that Ji Yun had definitely come back to clean these days. Originally going to live at Shen Jing's place was a last-minute decision. So many things in the house should have been left in convenient spots. But now everything in the room was neatly arranged. The glossy floor tiles were also exceptionally bright. "Your home is so clean." Shen Zhimeng looked around and couldn't help exclaiming. Li Moken's voice was low, and he said nothing. The two went together to Li Moken's room. "This basketball. You've had it for a while." Li Moken turned to look and saw Shen Zhimeng holding his basketball in both hands, examining it closely. It was a classic orange basketball, most of the print worn off, but of good quality, still firm after several years. But as Li Moken watched Li Moken holding the ball like that, the more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. Because the disdain and amusement in his eyes were so obvious, Shen Zhimeng noticed immediately and couldn't help muttering, "Is it that ridiculous? At least it's the first time I've seen myself holding a ball like this." "You pack your things. They'll call your mom and explain the situation. Let's practice as much as we can before dark." "Okay." At the entrance of the residential complex, Shen Zhimeng holding a basketball looks at Li Moken walking beside her and says, "Your mom said they're eating out and will bring us some food back." "Okay." As Li Moken came downstairs, he realized a problem. He was wearing a skirt. Though it was a long one, he wasn't sure if it would get in the way during the game. "What's wrong?" "The skirt." Shen Zhimeng watched his awkward demeanor, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. A sudden curiosity sparked within her. What would it look like if he actually played basketball like this? At the thought, an image from yesterday at school of Li Moken playing in a basketball game unconsciously surfaced in her mind. That dashing figure merged with the awkward one before her, and Shen Zhimeng's smile grew wider. The smile lasted less than 2 seconds before her face turned fierce. "I care a lot about my image and dignity. Don't do anything too crazy later." Li Moken felt no threat whatsoever. Seeing his own face looking like that was just amusing to him. All right. Though the complex wasn't large, its facilities were quite complete. The court was a bit old, its lines worn away, with many areas barely visible. "How about you teach me to shoot?" This wasn't Shen Zhimeng's first time touching a basketball. In elementary school P.E., the teacher had them play, but she got hit in the head with the ball that day and had been traumatized ever since. "Do you know how to dribble, eh?" Li Moken looked at her holding posture and knew she was a complete novice. "No. Do I need to know how to dribble to shoot?" Li Moken twitched the corner of his mouth. "No, you just need to know how to bounce the ball." No sooner had he spoken than Shen Zhimeng was already holding the ball ready to toss it in an arc before he even had a chance to stop her. But surprisingly, the ball went in by pure luck. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but grin and laugh. "See, I've got a bit of talent, even that went in." "Luck." Li Moken gave no credit whatsoever. He picked up the ball and walked over to Shen Zhimeng. His long black skirt swayed gently with his steps, a beautiful sight of a beauty walking. Yet the more Shen Zhimeng watched, the more amusing it became. It was like a guy in women's clothing. Even if the look was perfect, if he felt awkward inside, it still came off as stiff and unnatural. "What are you laughing at now?" Li Moken saw that goofy grin on his own face, and a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. "Nothing. I've just never seen myself from a passerby's perspective before." Didn't realize I looked this good, especially holding a basketball. Lee Moken, you might as well just write ridiculous on your face. Alright, I'll teach you how to shoot, and use your strength now. His face turned serious. When it came to basketball, he was always earnest. Shen Zhimeng, infected by his expression, also became serious. But when she actually got the ball to shoot, she just threw it out like before. The ball went in again. Lee Moken couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. You're something else. Of course. Shen Zhimeng wore a smug look. But soon her hand was grabbed. This is how you hold the ball. And you use this part to push when you throw. Shen Zhimeng stared blankly at the person before her. It felt like she could see Lee Moken through this shell. Stop spacing out. Seeing her distracted, Lee Moken unceremoniously gave her a pat. But since he was in Shen Zhimeng's body, the pat landed right on Lee Moken's chest. Shen Zhimeng instinctively pushed him away, her brows furrowed. You hit me. Lee Moken. Me? When did I hit you, eh? Shen Zhimeng unconsciously lowered her brows, a look of grievance on her face. She glanced at the flat spot where she'd been touched and muttered softly, it hurts. You did hit me. In truth, Lee Moken's body was tough and thick-skinned. That little flick didn't hurt at all. But Shen Zhimeng just felt a pang of grievance. The look in Lee Moken's eyes just now had made her deeply uncomfortable. Lee Moken was completely clueless. Fine, I hit you. Sorry, my bad, okay. His tone was utterly dismissive, a dangerous sign. Hearing that tone, Shen Zhimeng stared at him in disbelief, took a deep breath, and turned to walk away. What was he being so sarcastic about? A big question mark appeared on Lee Moken's face. Was he wrong again? Even apologizing was wrong. The basketball lesson ended on a sour note. By the time Lee Moken put the ball back home and walked out of the complex, Shen Zhimeng was nowhere to be seen. That guy really was as moody and weird as the school rumors said. Just as Lee Moken took out his phone to scan a shared bike, a voice came from behind. Hey pretty lady, can I add you on WeChat? Lee Moken ignored it, not realizing the call was for him. It wasn't until his shoulder was lightly tapped that he turned around to see a strange guy, and remembered he was wearing Shen Zhimeng's face. The swap with Shen Zhimeng that afternoon had been so sudden that even the phone in his pocket was hers. Lee Moken realized he didn't know the payment password for Shen Zhimeng's phone, so he couldn't scan the bike. Looking at the guy before him, an idea struck him. Sure, you can scan me. The guy saw the girl before him smiling at him, and suddenly felt shy. They added each other on WeChat, and Lee Moken learned the guy's name, Shuiyang. Shuiyang took the initiative. Where do you live? It's getting dark. Want me to walk you part of the way? That was exactly what Lee Moken wanted. He readily agreed. Sure. They chatted as they walked. Since the guy was a stranger and had no idea what Shen Zhimeng's personality was like, Lee Moken spoke freely, not caring at all about maintaining any image for her. Hey, you're in college, right? Which school, eh? Qingda. Oh, that's a coincidence. I'm from the normal university next door. Then we should hang out sometime when you're free. Lee Moken glanced at the guy walking beside him. Not bad, the guy was actually decent looking, almost 1.8 meters tall, only a few centimeters shorter than Lee Moken himself. Shuiyang clearly hadn't expected the girl to be so forward. What had started as a tentative attempt gradually shifted into something more. Sure, I'll message you when I'm free. Lee Moken played the part of a shy girl, but inwardly he couldn't help but wonder. If Shen Zhimeng ever found out about this, would she be furious? He was starting to look forward to the day Shen Zhimeng would run into this guy. They chatted the whole way. Shuiyang found that this girl was like another version of himself. Whether it was games or sports, she seemed to know a lot about everything. It was the first time he'd met such a compatible girl, and the thought in his mind grew stronger. My home's just around the corner. They'll head in now. Alright, hope we meet again. A hint of reluctance showed in Shuiyang's eyes. But the moment Lee Moken turned away, the smile vanished from his face. If it weren't for getting home safely, he wouldn't have bothered chatting up some guy. Moming, why are you back alone? Where's Akan? Lee Moken had just pushed open the door when he heard that. His foot mid-motion to change shoes froze. Shen Zhimeng hadn't come back. Then where did she go? A memory of Shen Zhimeng walking away angrily at school flashed through his mind, and an unfamiliar feeling welled up in his chest. She should be downstairs. I just remembered I forgot to buy something. He'll be right back. He tossed his backpack carelessly at the entrance and headed out again. After going downstairs, Lee Moken immediately called her. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng picked up. Where are you? He'll come find you. Shen Zhimeng, hearing the urgency in his voice, let her cold expression soften slightly. At the Riverside Bridge where we went for our morning run. Alright, I'm on my way. Don't move and don't do anything rash. Wait for me to get there, and we can properly discuss this afternoon's events. Shen Zhimeng, hearing the urgency in his voice, let her cold expression soften slightly. At the Riverside Bridge where we went for our morning run. Alright, I'm on my way. Don't move and don't do anything rash. Wait for me to get there, and we can properly discuss this afternoon's events. The moment Lee Muchuan learned her location, he broke into a run. After a few strides, he glanced down at himself with helpless exasperation. Clad in a long dress, the one venturing out alone at night was in fact himself. He had forgotten about the body swap again. Well then, Shen Zhimeng was probably in no danger at all. The phone line remained open and a voice came through. Li Muchuan, are you worried about me? Shen Zhimeng's voice was soft. She stood by the river letting the evening breeze wash over her, a hint of contentment dancing in her eyes. Obviously. The moment I got home your dad asked why I was alone. I had to make up an excuse just to slip out. Next time can we at least give each other a heads up? Otherwise Li Muchuan rambled on for quite a while. It wasn't until he heard a series of soft chuckles from the other end of the line that he froze. Shen Zhimeng. I'm being completely serious here, what are you laughing at? Shen Zhimeng deliberately cleared her throat. Li Muchuan, if you don't get here soon, I might just jump. Shen Zhimeng, have you lost your mind? Despite his words, Li Muchuan quickened his pace, eventually breaking into a full sprint. He suddenly realized he didn't understand Shen Zhimeng at all. He couldn't even tell whether her words were a veiled truth disguised as a joke or simply a jest. Finally, they met on the bridge. Come on, let's go home. Li Muchuan grabbed her wrist, pulling her to leave. But Shen Zhimeng stood rooted to the spot, simply gazing at him. Li Muchuan turned back puzzled. What's wrong? Shen Zhimeng remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on him until he grew uncomfortable under her stare. Only then did she speak. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Are you okay? Li Muchuan looked at the person before him, so earnest and sincere, and combined with these words. How could he not understand what she meant? What was Shen Zhimeng getting at? You? What are you talking about? The moment the words left his mouth, he felt his cheek being pinched. He looked up again to find that the apology in Shen Zhimeng's eyes had vanished without a trace. Teaching you how to apologize. As for what you said this afternoon, I'll chalk it up to ignorance being bliss. But if you ever speak like that again, I won't be this easy to appease. Having said her piece, Shen Zhimeng noticed Li Muchuan's dazed expression and secretly curled her lips. Let's go. Li Muchuan responded woodenly. Okay. Shen Zhimeng. There was definitely something wrong with her. Did she have a split personality or something? Back home, the two entered the house one after the other. Moming Achuan, come have something to eat. Coming. The family of four chatted as they ate, and it wasn't long before the conversation turned to what the two had been up to that afternoon and evening. Shen Zhimeng and Li Muchuan almost instinctively exchanged a glance. They had already coordinated their story on the way back. Now it was just a matter of deciding who would break the ice. Li Muchuan set down his chopsticks and cleared his throat. We went to the house over there this afternoon to pick up some things. Then my sister said she wanted to learn basketball, so I taught her for a bit. Why the sudden interest in basketball, Meng? Shen Jing asked casually. It's just, I saw Achuan playing at school the other day, and he was really good, so I wanted to learn. Shen Zhimeng stammered her way through the explanation. Shen Jing and Ji Yun didn't think much of it. The family had only been formed a few days ago, so a bit of awkwardness and discomfort was only natural. After a harmonious family dinner, Shen Zhimeng and Li Muchuan returned to the bedroom with a palpable sense of relief. The swap will probably happen even earlier tomorrow morning, so there's no point in setting an alarm. Shen Zhimeng pulled out their pajamas from the wardrobe and as naturally as can be led him into the bathroom. He'll go lock the door. Li Muchang slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about that. The matter of them bathing for each other absolutely could not be discovered by Ji Yun and Shen Jing. Otherwise it would be incredibly difficult to explain. As he entered the bathroom, he heard Shen Zhimeng's question. Do you think anyone will ever find out about our swap? That depends on our acting skills. Li Muchuan didn't see it as a big deal. As long as they stayed together every day, they could handle any unexpected situation promptly. With that thought, he added, just don't run off on your own like you did today. Shen Zhimeng lowered her eyes, saying nothing. After a moment, she spoke softly. I'll tell you about that tomorrow. For now, let's just save the game. Save the game, eh? Well, you're a programmer, aren't you? Isn't this concept easy to grasp? You save today, and tomorrow you just load the file again. Li Muchuan said. Fine. You're older, so you win. After their baths, it was time for the long study session. They had just gone over 2 key points when Shen Zhimeng's phone began vibrating incessantly. Li Muchuan was so focused on his practice problems that he didn't notice Shen Zhimeng had already picked up her phone. And who is this? Shen Zhimeng placed the phone directly in front of Li Muchuan's face. Li Muchuan glanced at the contact named Shui Yang. It was the guy he had added that afternoon. The messages weren't long, but they came in several parts. Have you eaten yet? About that game we talked about this afternoon, are you free to hop online and play now? Or we could play something else if you prefer. 2 cute cat emojis followed. It's Shui Yang, isn't it clear enough on the phone? Li Muchuan struggled to suppress a grin, putting on his most innocent expression. Shen Zhimeng didn't react much, but Li Muchuan couldn't tell if she actually bought his flimsy excuse. Shen Zhimeng restored the computer screen to its code editor, continuing the program she had been writing, completely ignoring Li Muchuan. Li Muchuan breathed a silent sigh of relief. This Shen Zhimeng was truly unpredictable. Her phone was lying on his exercise book. He gently picked it up and placed it back by her hand. But the moment he set it down, she shoved it back to him. You added the guy, so you deal with him. I'm not typing a single word. Shen Zhimeng didn't even spare him a glance as she spoke. The mechanical keyboard clattered loudly as she stared intently at her computer screen, seemingly completely absorbed. Li Machuan stared at the message from Shui Yang, a sudden headache creeping in. He had initially planned to put Shen Zhimeng in an awkward spot, but the guy had simply tossed the problem right back at him. Oh, and let me remind you, I won't have any physical interaction with this guy, and neither will you. Shen Zhimeng's sudden serious and assertive tone made Li Machuan feel a pang of guilt. Got it. Also, this guy seems quite interested in you. I hope you'll quickly dismiss any of those unwarranted notions he might have. Li Machuan stared at his phone, a growing sense of dread washing over him. Things were not going according to his plan at all. Or perhaps his retaliatory impulse from the afternoon had been too strong without thinking through the feasibility of his own idea. Besides, he was the one at fault here. Shen Zhimeng's assertiveness seemed only fair in his eyes. Li Machuan looked at the chat history on his phone, thought for a moment, and decided a reply was necessary. I have plans tonight, might not be free to hang out. Li Machuan regretted it immediately after sending. Would this seem too intimate? Shen Zhimeng seemed to notice his conflicted expression, leaned over to glance at his phone screen, and showed no reaction upon reading his reply. Is this okay? Shen Zhimeng only hummed softly in acknowledgement, but the slight upward curve of her lips indicated she was in a good mood. Shui Yang replied with a disappointed sticker, then immediately asked if they could meet for a meal tomorrow. Just as Li Machuan was struggling to refuse, Shen Zhimeng had leaned in again. Then just agree to dinner. We've already done the exchange tonight anyway. You found this guy yourself, so you handle him. A mischievous smile played on her lips. Li Machuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was attracted by your face, you know. I don't have that kind of charm to pick up guys. Oh, but I never pay attention to guys who try to pick me up on the street. And you're the one who added him. What does that have to do with me? Shen Zhimeng was telling the truth. In her view, most guys who strike up conversations with strangers on the street are just bored with nothing better to do. Of course, there's a rare exception for those charging headfirst into love. But she wasn't about to court trouble for such a slim chance. Dealing with people of the same gender was already exhausting enough, but with the opposite sex. No way. Then he'll just refuse. I have class tomorrow night. Li Machuan said and messaged Shui Yang, I have a lot of classes tomorrow. Shui Yang, you're a junior and still have that many classes. Li Machuan froze. Tomorrow night. He was Shen Zhimeng, he didn't have class. While Li Machuan was stunned, Shen Zhimeng had already snatched the phone from his hand. Snapping back to reality, he leaned over to see what she had typed, and said, I need to accompany a friend to class. That's it. What else? Shen Zhimeng paused as if a thought struck her. Actually, I wanted to say boyfriend. But who would agree to a street pickup if they already had a partner? Li Machuan. Fine, just say my ID directly, why not? Having dealt with Shui Yang, Shen Zhimeng pulled out another set of practice problems. Do these. He'll check them later. Li Machuan rubbed his eyes. I'm tired. You're not sleeping until you finish. Oh. Li Machuan deeply regretted his impulsive decision to move back home. He missed playing games with his roommates. Although he wasn't addicted and had never thought he couldn't live without games, a few days without them really made him miss it. But given the current situation, he had to face the music. Mumbling, Achuan, get some rest. Shen Zhimeng, before going to bed, noticed the lights still on in their room. He gently opened the door a crack and saw two figures sitting at the desk, each engrossed in their own tasks. Okay, Dad. Hearing Li Machuan's voice, Shen Zhimeng was momentarily taken aback, then a gratified smile spread across his face. It seemed Achuan had truly accepted him as a stepfather. Closing the door, quietly Shen Zhimeng returned to his bedroom. Ji Yin was sitting on the bed looking at her phone and smiled as he approached. See, I told you those two kids are well behaved. They're studying, aren't they? Yes, from now on we don't need to bother them. They're grown-ups and know their limits. When should we finalize the deal on the house over there? Shen Zhimeng asked. As soon as possible. But Mengmeng is graduating in a little over a year. Has she mentioned whether she wants to stay in Qingwan City or go elsewhere? Mengmeng mentioned it before. She said Qingwan is practically a first-tier city and she wouldn't feel at ease if she went too far, especially leaving me behind. Also, I think she might be recommended for a master's program. I'm not sure if she'll stay in Qingwan for that. Let's worry about the future when it comes. For now, let's focus on the present. That's what I think too. By the way, can people from outside the university enter Qingwan University? You want to go in? If we move to the new house, it'll be much closer to the school. Maybe we could go for a walk on campus sometimes. He'll ask about that. Elsewhere. Li Machuan finally finished the professional questions Shen Zhimeng had assigned just before bed. She picked them up to look, not expecting much, but he had done far better than she had anticipated. Look at these two questions on these pages in the book, correct them, and give them back to me. Okay. Once Li Machuan entered a state of flow in his studies, he was highly efficient. It wasn't long before he brought the corrected work back to Shen Zhimeng. Let's sleep. Shen Zhimeng's face showed a hint of satisfaction after reviewing it. The room light went out. Lying in bed, they each stayed on their own side, neither speaking first. Yet both felt as if they should say something. After a moment of internal struggle, Li Machuan turned over and Shen Zhimeng happened to turn as well. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's faces, but Li Machuan felt their eyes meet. Whatever they might have said no longer seemed to matter. Good night. It was Shen Zhimeng who spoke first, her voice a soft whisper barely using her vocal cords. Li Machuan almost thought he was hearing things. Good night. Early morning. They had swapped back. Li Machuan woke up and headed straight for the bathroom. Not long after Shen Zhimeng woke up too. She walked to the bathroom door and found it locked. Turning around, she saw the bed was empty. Li Machuan, hurry up. Sitting on the toilet, Li Machuan glanced down at himself. He wished he could hurry up. But someone wasn't cooperating. How about you go first? Fine. Shen Zhimeng waited outside the door for Li Machuan to come out. He was wearing gray sleep pants. When the door opened, her half-lowered gaze inadvertently swept across a certain area before she calmly walked into the bathroom. It took her a moment to fully register what she had just seen. A flush of heat crept up from her cheeks. Shen Zhimeng raised her hand to touch her cheek, which was burning hot. She didn't need to think to know how flushed her face must be. Perhaps it was because she had grown somewhat familiar with Li Hachuan's body over the past few days that she could even recall that sensation. Are you ready? Li Hachuan knocked on the door. I'm ready. And so the events of the morning were left in the past. The two of them washed up, dressed, and headed to school together. Shen Zhimeng had no classes, but Li Hachuan had an early morning lecture. They slipped into the back door of the classroom just as the bell rang. In the back row, his roommate had saved 2 seats. Zhao Zuanping's eyes went wide as he watched a stunningly beautiful woman in a tight-fitting long dress follow Li Hachuan. Shen Zhimeng took a seat by the window. Li Hachuan sat next to Zhao Xuanping, and the three of them shared a table. Holy shit. Zhao Xuanping wanted to say something, but all that came out was a curse. The teacher had already reached the podium, so all the words Zhao Xuanping had on the tip of his tongue were reduced to meaningful glances. Li Hachuan deliberately ignored him until Zhao Xuanping finally pulled out his phone and started texting him. Chuang, you're amazing. Is she the department's beauty queen? You really keep things under wraps. Li Hachuan's phone kept vibrating, so he had to take it out and reply. Zhao Xuanping, you're just going to brush me off with an mm? Just as Zhao Xuanping was about to say something, he turned his head and caught a cold warning glare from Shen Zhimeng. Zhao Xuanping certainly wasn't going to let this slide. How could he be glared at by a girl? He immediately patted Li Hachuan's leg and whispered in his ear, your girlfriend is scary. Li Hachuan. She's not. Before he could finish his sentence, the teacher caught them red-handed. You two in the back. Stand up. There are 2 problems on the blackboard. Come up and solve them. This was a calculus class. The instructor from the mathematics department was notoriously strict, often calling on students to answer questions and having a particular distaste for side conversations during her lecture. The female teacher on the podium was not tall, with short hair and a very elegant style of dress, appearing to be only in her mid-30s. Shen Zhimeng calmly glanced at the problems on the projector. Both were challenging, but they were the same type of problems she had explained to Li Hachuan in the library last time. This could serve as a test of her teaching results. Li Hachuan followed Zhao Xuanping up to the podium, dawdling all the way. 5 minutes later, Li Hachuan confidently put down the chalk. The female teacher, seeing his correct answer, said nothing more. But Zhao Xuanping wasn't so lucky. Unable to solve the problem, he was made to sit in the front row. After returning to his seat, Li Hachuan couldn't help but give Shen Zhimeng a thumbs up. Shen Zhimeng's cold expression finally softened, a hint of a smile gracing her features. She patted the seat next to her, and Li Hachuan sat down beside her. You're something else. He hadn't expected that over the weekend had not only finished his homework and caught up on what he didn't understand, but also studied all the material for this week's classes. The best part was that he hadn't even felt like had done much. Li Hachuan opened his textbook, attempting to work through the exercises in the next chapter. Before he knew it, the class was over. Since the teacher hadn't given them a break between the 2 calculus sessions, it was already past 10 by the time they were dismissed. Many students passing by Li Hachuan couldn't help but steal a glance at him. H1 you. Classmate A patted Li Hachuan on the shoulder, hesitating as he glanced at Shen Zhimeng, then closed his mouth. Chuanga, awesome. Classmate B gave him a thumbs up as he walked past. Li Hachuan was utterly confused. He didn't know how to explain, so he just lowered his head, pretending nothing was wrong as he packed up his things. They weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend, but he had agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend in front of Duan Chun, and the basketball game last time had essentially made their relationship public. But being misunderstood by his own classmates like this made him feel awkward. He truly didn't have that kind of relationship with Shen Zhimeng. Let's go. Shen Zhimeng was exceptionally calm. She patted Li Hachuan on the shoulder, signaling for him to leave. They had to hurry to another building for her next classes. She had a major course, and they had agreed last night to accompany each other to their respective classes, euphemistically calling it getting familiar with each other's classmates. The hallway was still crowded. Li Hachuan looked at the delicate little hand clutching his backpack strap and was momentarily speechless. It felt like he was being led around like a dog. Luckily, there were no incidents this time as they made their way down and over to Building 3. As soon as Li Hachuan entered the classroom, he immediately felt many pairs of eyes on him. Curious, scrutinizing, friendly, gossipy. But since had been here once before, many of the faces were familiar, which helped him relax. Shen Zhimeng led Li Hachuan to a seat in the second row and asked, "Need to go to the restroom?" Yeah. Li Hachuan had no classes in this building and wasn't familiar with the area. The path to the restroom was a bit winding, so Shen Zhimeng walked him there, instructing, "Wait for me to come out, so we can walk back together. I'm afraid you'll get lost." Okay. There weren't many people in the restroom, but Li Hachuan still ran into a familiar face. It was a small world, as they say. He had just finished up when Duanshen walked in. "Oh, here for another free lecture." Facing Duanshen's sarcasm, Li Hachuan didn't back down. "There's no rule against auditing classes, is there?" "True. But a freshman auditing a junior's class is a first for me. What, you planning on skipping a grade?" Duanshen said it casually, but the disdain in his eyes was hard to miss. Li Hachuan ignored him, washed his hands, and walked out. But Shen Zhimeng hadn't come out yet. And shortly after, Duanshen emerged first. Waiting for Shen Zhimeng. "None of your business." Li Hachuan just gave him a cold, indifferent glance. "Is that how you talk to a senior?" Duanshen really couldn't stand his arrogant attitude. It was all an act. While Li Hachuan was indeed putting on an act, he figured Shen Zhimeng would be out soon. If she came out and saw Duanshen being rude or even physical with him, wouldn't she help him get back at him? The thought of Duanshen's current displeasure growing even greater in a moment brought Li Hachuan immense satisfaction. He admitted he wasn't a saint. Blocking Duanshen's shot during the basketball game had been a spuro-thement thing, but Duanshen had held a grudge ever since, which annoyed him. Using Shen Zhimeng to get under his skin was certainly an unconventional tactic. Sure enough, right after Duanshen spoke, Li Hachuan heard a familiar voice from behind him. "Who do you think you are to demand he treat you like a senior?" Li Hachuan immediately felt a surge of confidence. He shot Duanshen a provocative look, but when Shen Zhimeng glanced his way, he quickly masked it with an expression of embarrassment and awkwardness. Duanshen, upon seeing Shen Zhimeng, seemed to hit a surrender button. He glared at Li Hachuan and left. "Let's go." There were many people coming and going around the restroom. Shen Zhimeng kept a cold face the whole time, with Li Hachuan following behind her like an obedient little sidekick. Are they really together? Can't be, they don't look like it. Since when do you see a boyfriend acting so timid and being protected by his girlfriend? Exactly, they're obviously a fake couple, who was spreading that rumor they were together. The murmurs from the people around them were far enough away not to reach the pair. Back in the classroom, no one came to cause trouble. The bell rang, and the major course teacher walked in. She was quite young. Before starting, she scanned the room to see how many students were present. Since it was a major course held by class, it was easy to tell at a glance who was missing. "Well then, let's do a roll call today." As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Li Hachuan felt a light tap on his back. He instinctively turned his head, and a note was tossed over to him. Li Hachuan glanced at Shen Zhimeng, first his eyes seemingly asking, "May I look?" Shen Zhimeng put on an air of indifference. Li Hachuan unfolded the note. "Junior, if the roll call reaches Qiu Lin, could you answer for him?" They were counting on the fact that the teacher had only been with them since this semester and likely hadn't memorized everyone's faces yet, which emboldened them to take this risk. After reading it, Li Hachuan passed the note to Shen Zhimeng without changing his expression, leaving the decision to her. Seizing the moment when the teacher bowed his head to search for the roster, the person behind Li Hachuan gently patted him again, then clasped his hands together, his eyes full of pleading. Li Hachuan's eyes flickered as if an idea struck him. Pointing to the name on the note, he quietly asked Shen Zhimeng, "Do you know if he's on good terms with Duanshen?" A flicker of surprise shone in Shen Zhimeng's eyes. Could this guy actually be intending to help? However, the relationship between Qiu Lin and Duanshen wasn't exactly cordial. Although Shen Zhimeng paid little attention to the affairs among the boys in her class, having been classmates for 2 years, she had still heard a thing or two about their matters. Though puzzled as to why Li Hachuan was asking this, she still shook her head. Li Hachuan wasn't surprised by this outcome. He quietly flashed an okay gesture to the boy behind him. He had his own judgment after all. The boy behind him must have heard about the grudge between him and Duanshen, since he still sought his help despite knowing that he was likely at odds with Duanshen. While there was a chance he was trying to set him up, he wouldn't have worn such a pleading expression just for that. Soon the roll call reached Qiu Lin, and Li Hachuan answered for him. The teacher, without looking at the students, simply marked a check on the list upon hearing the response. They thought the matter was over, but this young male teacher had a habit of calling on students to answer questions during class. "To help me get to know you all faster, I will ask some questions based on today's lecture, calling on people according to the roster." Duanshen. The teacher called on several students one after another, but none of their answers seemed to satisfy him. Qiu Lin. Li Hachuan had already formulated the answer in his mind. The moment he heard the name, he stood up immediately. This question was exactly one of the ones Shen Zhimeng had posed to him last night. Although Li Machuan's answer wasn't entirely complete, after all, he was just a freshman. Even though he had participated in some competitions, his grasp of certain professional knowledge wasn't yet thorough. But the faint smile that crept onto the teacher's face was proof enough of his competence. Well answered. You may sit. Li Machuan sat back, down, feeling a wave of relief. He gave Shen Zhimeng a thumbs up again, this time genuinely admiring her. Since he had met her, she had continuously defied his initial impression. When it came to grades alone, she seemed to have everything within her grasp. Her learning progress was far ahead of the school schedule. Thinking about this, Li Machuan felt a surge of pressure. He might have to play the role of Shen Zhimeng full-time in the future, and that was anything but an easy task. During the break, the professional course teacher wandered around the classroom to see what everyone was doing. As he passed by Li Machuan, he caught a casual glimpse at his desk, and happened to spot several limit and derivative problems in an advanced mathematics textbook. He walked a few steps before realizing, wait, aren't these kids supposed to be juniors? Why are they still studying advanced math? He had a strong impression of Li Machuan because the student had answered his questions so well. Driven by curiosity, he stepped back a few paces and looked again at the books on Li Machuan's desk. All that lay on top were the books for his own course, as if what he had just seen was merely a figment of his imagination. Though puzzled, he didn't think much of it. Once the teacher was far away, Li Machuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. It's not that serious, is it? Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but find his nervousness amusing. She hadn't expected this guy to be such a scaredy cat. If the teacher caught me looking at advanced math, what do you think I should say? Li Machuan looked at Shen Zhimeng's smug expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Simple, Shen Zhimeng said, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Just tell him you're planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam next year and want to review your advanced math early. You're something else. Of course I am. After 2 classes spent on tenterhooks, it was finally time for lunch. Come on, lunch is on me today. Li Machuan gently patted Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, signaling her to follow him. Is this a sudden pang of conscience, or are you feeling guilty? Li Machuan. Can't you think of me in a better light? Li Machuan shot Shen Zhimeng a resentful look, suddenly feeling that she was much prettier when she kept her mouth shut. After all, nothing good ever came out of it. Li Machuan deliberately chose a cafeteria he rarely frequented to avoid running into acquaintances. However, he did spot someone he wasn't familiar with. Who are you looking at? Shen Zhimeng, having gotten her food, sidled up to Li Machuan and followed his gaze. The girl's figure seemed vaguely familiar to her. No one. Li Machuan had only taken a second glance, because she seemed familiar. She was the girl Suya had mentioned before, the one known as the beauty of the literature school. He couldn't recall her name for the life of him, but her hairstyle and overall demeanor had left quite an impression on him. So you like that type? Shen Zhimeng sat down across from Li Machuan and asked nonchalantly while eating. No. As he said this, Li Machuan was reminded of the slip-ups Suya had made when they bumped into each other at the cafeteria last time. So, Shen Zhimeng must have forgotten about it by now. When Suya first pressed him on whether he preferred the older sister type or the younger sister type, Li Machuan himself couldn't quite say how the word older sister had slipped out. During high school, had spent plenty of time reading manga with his deskmate, and it seemed the older sister archetype always left a deeper impression on him. So it wasn't exactly a lie. As for Shen Zhimeng, he couldn't quite classify her as the older sister type either. At that thought, Li Machuan's mind suddenly flashed back to the morning in Building 3 when Shen Zhimeng had defended him so fiercely in front of Duan Shun. Maybe she did count as the older sister type. Why did you stop eating? Shen Zhimeng asked, picking up a piece of cilantro from her own bowl. I noticed you seem to eat this at home. Want me to give you some? Li Machuan was lost in thought, and he nodded in a daze without really registering her words. When he snapped back to reality, his tray was already covered in a layer of cilantro. Shen Zhimeng saw his stunned expression and couldn't help but laugh. If you didn't want any from my bowl, you should have just said so. No big deal. But now you're making that face after I've already picked it out for you. No, it's fine. Although he used to dislike eating food that Suya had touched, that guy had terrible table manners. Shen Zhimeng's eating habits were the most elegant had ever seen. She didn't eat slowly, but somehow it was just so pleasing to watch, and seeing her enjoy her meal actually made him hungry. Her delicate, refined, oval face, which should have looked aloof and elegant, was puffed out from a big mouthful of rice, and she looked at him with dazed, innocent eyes. It was rather adorable. Noticing his strange expression, Shen Zhimeng quickly swallowed her food. Li Machuan, you weren't just mesmerized by me just now, were you? You're really chatty today. Li Machuan averted his gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Shen Zhimeng smiled knowingly, seeing right through him, but choosing not to call him out. After finishing their meal, they brought their trays to the collection point, and Shen Zhimeng very naturally handed her backpack to Li Machuan. I'm going to the restroom. Oh. Li Machuan leaned against the wall near the restroom, head down, playing on his phone. A pink backpack hung from his arm, with a little white rabbit charm dangling from the zipper. A notification popped up in the class group chat about the basketball game scheduled for Thursday afternoon. The interdepartment basketball tournament had been going on for 3 weeks. All the other freshman classes had been eliminated except for Li Michuan's. This week, they were up against the sophomore computer science class 3, another class of senior students. He just hoped there wouldn't be anyone like Duan Shun. The game was set for 3 o'clock. Li Michuan suddenly tensed up as a thought struck him. 3 o'clock. Thursday. If the exchange happened half an hour earlier each day, then Thursday's exchange time would be. Hello there, we meet again. Li Michuan's thoughts were abruptly cut short as a pair of black leather shoes entered his field of vision. He slowly lifted his gaze to meet a familiar face. It was the belle of the literature department. Should he pretend to recognize her or not? The girl seemed to sense his hesitation. She pointed at his phone and asked tentatively, could we add each other as friends? We didn't get a chance to exchange contact info last time. Well, Li Michuan never thought he was good at handling these situations. During basketball games, girls had come up to ask for his number before, but had always had classmates around to help him make up excuses to dodge them. But when it came to girls who added him on QQ through the grade group, he didn't know how to refuse. He had plenty of girls on his contact list, but had basically never replied to any of them. Why was Shen Zhimeng taking so long in the restroom? H1, who's this? Hearing that familiar voice, Li Michuan let out a sigh of relief. Shen Zhimeng recognized the girl as the one Li Michuan had seen earlier. Excuse me, is there something you need from my boyfriend? No. Nothing. Zheng Ruan had no idea who this girl was, but the aura she gave off suggested she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Well, if it's nothing, we'll be on our way then. Shen Zhimeng flashed a professional fake smile and took Li Michuan's hand, leading him away. Li Michuan looked down at their interlocked fingers and swallowed nervously. Did they have to act this convincingly for a fake relationship? Stay away from that girl. As they descended the stairs, Shen Zhimeng let go of his hand, her tone carrying a hint of possessiveness and leaving no room for argument. Why? Li Michuan wasn't interested in pursuing the girl, but Shen Zhimeng's attitude piqued his curiosity. Why don't you take a look at what color my backpack is? Shen Zhimeng paused, looking at him as if he were an idiot. It's pink, Li Michuan replied weakly. If you saw a girl standing outside the restroom holding a backpack that clearly belonged to a guy, what would your first thought be? That she's holding it for her boyfriend. Hearing his answer, Shen Zhimeng's expression softened slightly. Exactly. So that girl just now, knowing you have a girlfriend, still tried to get close. What do you think her intention is? Trying to steal me away. Li Michuan's deductions were based entirely on the few TV dramas he'd been forced to watch with his mother growing up. He was surprised they were all correct. So as your girlfriend, shouldn't I be annoyed with her? Yes. They chatted as they walked, and by then they had already exited the cafeteria. You're teachable after all. A smile tugged at the corners of Shen Zhimeng's mouth, which she couldn't quite suppress. She reached out and took his hand again. Come on, let's just hang out at the library for the afternoon. They'll come find you after my first 2 classes. Okay. Li Michuan felt like something about what Shen Zhimeng had just said was off. Inside the library, the lobby was filled with sofas and small tables, usually packed with people. But since it was a weekday and most students were having lunch, there were quite a few empty seats. They found a spot near a corner. After discussing some coursework problems for a while, Shen Zhimeng stretched lazily. Do you want to take a nap here? No, we'll keep working on my homework. Li Michuan wasn't in the habit of taking naps. Maybe it was Shen Zhimeng's earnest attitude rubbing off on him, or maybe it was just for his own good, but Li Michuan now felt that finishing homework on time wasn't such a painful task. After finishing the problems, he checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock. Maybe it was Shen Zhimeng's earnest attitude rubbing off on him, or maybe it was just for his own good, but Li Michuan now felt that finishing homework on time wasn't such a painful task. After finishing the problems, he checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock. Class started at 2:30. Wake up. Li Michuan walked over to the sofa opposite and gently patted her head. The person lying there stirred awake. Shen Zhimeng looked dazed, her eyes unfocused. What time is it? Li Michuan packed up his bag as he replied, 2 o'clock. Can you pack up my stuff too? Shen Zhimeng made the request with remarkable naturalness. Li Michuan initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing that dazed and bewildered little face, the words at the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. He figured he might as well consider it a debt owed to her. Meticulously, he sorted and organized their belongings, his mild obsessive-compulsive disorder compelling him to align each book perfectly before placing it in the backpack. Li Michuan initially wanted to refuse, but upon seeing that dazed and bewildered little face, the words at the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. He figured he might as well consider it a debt owed to her. Meticulously, he sorted and organized their belongings, his mild. Upon arriving at the classroom, Li Michuan was immediately waved over by his roommate, Zhao Xianping. This was a major course attended only by their classmates. Yet, contrary to his usual habit of sitting in the back row with his roommates, Li Michuan placed his backpack in the seat right below the lectern. 1 seat away sat Qian Yichen, widely acknowledged as the top student since the semester began. As soon as he sat down, numerous classmates who had trickled in crowded around him. Even those who didn't approach cast subtle glances or meaningful expressions his way. Zhao Xianping was the first to voice everyone's speculation. Are you really dating the department's beauty queen? Li Machuan calmly took out his book and gave a slight nod. This reply, coupled with his utterly composed expression, was the epitome of cool. Even he felt it might be a bit too much. After all, he and Shen Zhimeng weren't truly a couple. At the latest, when she graduated, this fake relationship would come to an end. But his classmates responded with envious sighs. Damn, when did this happen? Li Machuan, you betrayed the group. You got a girlfriend first. It was Zhao Xianping who said this, unable to resist grabbing Li Machuan's shoulder and shaking him vigorously, his expression so fierce it seemed he wanted to devour him. When it came to gender ratios, the School of Computer and Information Science was definitely in the top 3 for having the fewest female students. Civil engineering was first, nuclear science second. I've heard about that senior, you know. Her grades are stellar. She's won first place in the city's math competition every year and receives the national scholarship annually. Li Machuan, you. Zhu Yunxiu finished speaking, scanning Li Machuan from head to toe. What do you have? Li Machuan didn't hesitate to smack him on the head with his freshly acquired book. I'm more deserving than you. This guy had showcased his infuriating nature since military training, always saying things within 3 sentences that made you want to hit him. Oh dear, someone's getting riled up. I can win the national scholarship too. Saying this out loud surprised even Li Machuan himself. Strangely, he was developing a competitive streak in such matters. It was just a national scholarship, wasn't it? The scholarship was awarded annually based on major ranking. With over 100 students in their year, being in the top 5 of the major made one eligible, and the top 3 were almost guaranteed. However, the people around him clearly didn't take his words to heart. In fact, no one believed he could actually get it. They thought he had a better chance of winning a basketball championship. Li Machuan's class was a battleground of overachievers. Many top students who had underperformed in the college entrance exam were in his class. Even they wouldn't dare claim they could definitely secure the scholarship. This guy who seemed all brawn and no brains. They'd rather not count on it. All right, I need to study. Go do your own thing. Li Machuan, finding the chatter overwhelming, began shooing them away. No one wanted to impose. Since Head declared his intention to win the scholarship, they'd just wait and see. After all, the process was transparent, and Qingwan University was notoriously strict with exams. Cheating was an immediate expulsion. Soon after, the class bell rang, and the teacher walked in. Before we start, let me mention something off topic. I might need 1 or 2 assistants for my graduate research team. Is anyone here interested in lending a hand? Occasionally, you'd need to go to the graduate campus, but you'll be compensated for your work and travel expenses will be reimbursed. It could even be beneficial for your school level or national innovation projects next year. This teacher had subtly boasted about his achievements since the very first class. Under 40, he was a full professor. His projects had won numerous awards, and he had earned many titles and honors. He was quite a renowned figure in the computer science school. Moreover, his thinking was agile and expansive, and he lacked the aloofness of some top-tier academics. Li Machuan had a relatively good impression of this teacher, even though he hadn't actually listened to a single one of his lectures since the semester began. Of course, it was Li Machuan who chose to play games with his roommates during class, not that the teacher had failed to show up. The teacher's words sparked some ideas in Li Machuan. Interested students can come and chat with me after class, or, the teacher said, writing his QQ number on the blackboard. Considering some of you might be shy, you can also add me as a friend, and we can discuss this privately. This work does require a certain level of expertise, so those just looking to coast by should probably back off. The words were said half-jokingly, but they also reflected the teacher's personality and his clear unwillingness to waste time on those who knew nothing and only wanted to collect payment for showing up. Li Machuan quietly took out his phone and jotted down the QQ number. Qian Chen, the top student, sitting 1 seat away, happened to catch a glimpse of this. Initially, he had thought about giving up the competition because his own friend wanted to try. But for some reason, he found himself not wanting Li Machuan to be selected. Someone like him, a big simple-minded jock, should stick to playing games and ball. The 2-hour class flew by. Li Machuan even cornered the teacher at the podium after the bell rang, asking questions about things he didn't quite understand. The teacher was taken aback. These topics are related to your 3rd-year curriculum. You've already studied this far. He naturally didn't believe a freshman could be learning junior-level material. Even if such a student existed, it wouldn't be this one. He had some impression of Li Machuan because he was tall with handsome and somewhat delicate features. But he remembered seeing this young man playing games in the back during previous classes. I need to catch the campus shuttle to the other campus. If you have more questions, feel free to add my QQ, and we can talk later. Okay, thank you, Professor. The classroom was noisy, and no one heard what Li Machuan and the teacher discussed. They only saw him exchange a few words with the teacher, who then pushed him away with a look of disdain. After the teacher left, Zhao Xianping sidled up to Li Machuan again. He patted him on the shoulder with an air of profound wisdom. Failure is the mother of success. Keep at it, and eventually the teacher will acknowledge you. Li Machuan gave him a disdainful glare, choosing not to argue with such ignorance. After packing his bag, he strode out of the classroom. Hey, Chuan, wait for me. Isn't our next class ethics? Let's sit together and play. Li Moken merely waved his hand dismissively at the remark. With long strides he weaved through the crowd and made his way to the classroom for the ideological course. He had no intention of listening to this kind of lecture. His haste was solely to secure a seat in the back, where he could focus on his own studies. Time was tight, and the task was daunting. Since he had boasted about winning the national scholarship, he had to give it his best effort. The old him would have doubted his own capability, but now with a top-tier scholar who had won the award for 2 consecutive years by his side, constantly tutoring him, Lee Moken suddenly felt that the national scholarship was not such an unattainable dream after all. After finding his seat and setting down his backpack, Lee Moken took out his phone. A message from Shen Zhimeng informed him that their professor had dismissed them early, and she was already on the stairs. As he was replying, a familiar voice chimed in from beside him. "Hey, why do you look so radiant these days?" Su Ya's arm draped over Lee Moken's shoulder, his tone full of teasing. "Scram, don't sit here, this seat's taken," Lee Moken said with a look of disdain, tossing his own backpack into the row in front of him. "Who's got you so protective?" Just as Suya finished speaking, realization dawned on him. No way is Shen Zhimeng actually coming. She's attending this kind of large lecture with you. What do you mean, this kind of lecture? She's happy to accompany me, Lee Moken retorted, but felt a pang of guilt immediately after. In a while, when class was in session, he would become Shen Zhimeng. "Well, look at you all pleased with yourself. By the way, when did you and Shen Zhimeng get together? We've been together almost all the time since military training. Where did you even meet her?" Although Suya said it half-jokingly, he had inadvertently hit upon a blind spot. Lee Moken indeed had no natural opportunity to have met Shen Zhimeng. If not for their parents' remarriage and the subsequent exchange, he might have graduated from university without ever coming into contact with her. Just as he was pondering how to answer, a voice reached his ears. "Why are you so concerned about Lee Moken? Don't tell me you like him." Shen Zhimeng had overheard Su Ya's last comment as she approached the pair. Even without looking, Lee Moken knew who had arrived just from that tone of voice. He naturally took Shen Zhimeng's backpack and placed it beside him. "Is this seat okay? If not, we can still move." "It's fine." The moment Shen Zhimeng arrived, her presence commanded attention. Suya immediately grabbed his backpack and scurried away, too intimidated to face her directly. Once he was gone, the world around them seemed quieter. Lee Moken first brought up what the professor had mentioned in their major course today. Which professor? Shen Zhimeng was fairly familiar with the faculty, but it was strange for a professor to be recruiting freshmen for a graduate research team. It had been less than a month since military training ended. What could a freshman possibly know about their major? Thinking it over, Shen Zhimeng guessed it was probably a thankless task. Students in their junior and senior years like herself had long seen through these professors' tricks and would never agree to such unappreciated work. It's only freshmen who fall for it. Professor Zhang Haoqiang. The moment Lee Moken said the name, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Don't go." "Why?" Lee Moken looked confused but didn't doubt her. After all, anything that made Shen Zhimeng make that face couldn't be good. Shen Zhimeng looked as if she saw right through it all. "Did he tell you that if you do well, it'll help with your school level and national innovation projects next year?" "Yeah." "Don't believe him. If you can actually be of help in his team, you can find a much better supervisor for your project next year." "But he mentioned there's a labor fee," Lee Moken asked quietly. Shen Zhimeng's smile grew wider. "A labor fee? Do you know how much that amounts to? You might slave away all afternoon and get 50 or 60 yuan for it." After stating her conclusions, she began to give Lee Moken examples to illustrate the pros and cons. "So if you really want to do a school project next year, focusing on your major courses is the way to go. Anything else that takes up your study time, avoid if you can." Mid-conversation, two girls took the seats in front of them. With that familiar outfit and hairstyle, it was hard for Lee Moken not to recognize them. The girl from the literature department who had asked for his contact info at noon was now sitting right in front of him. Noticing his bewildered expression, Shen Zhimeng realized he had no real connection to this girl and hadn't known they would be sitting there. Fortunately, neither of the two girls turned around. They didn't seem to be there to cause trouble, perhaps it was just a coincidence. But looking around the room and seeing many empty seats, a faint mocking smile tugged at the corner of Shen Zhimeng's mouth. She took out her phone and sent Lee Moken a message. "Our exchange is at 5 o'clock today, right?" Lee Moken replied yes. The smile on Shen Zhimeng's lips deepened. If that were the case, then when those two in front started to cause trouble, it would be her turn to handle it. She sent him another message after the exchange. "Watch my textbook-worthy performance." Lee Moken didn't understand and pointed at his phone, looking confused. But Shen Zhimeng had no intention of explaining it to him right now. The first class of the ideological course ended at 5:15 p.m., and Lee Moken and Shen Zhimeng had already exchanged. Shen Zhimeng couldn't resist stretching. Lee Moken had spent the first half of the class with his head down reading, and now this botus neck was starting to ache. "Hey, could you pass this to the girl in front of you?" Hearing an unfamiliar female voice and feeling a tap on her shoulder, Shen Zhimeng glanced sideways and saw a Lego toy, a rose. "They'll just move aside so you can pass it yourself." Shen Zhimeng assessed the distance. If both extended their arms, they could easily reach. The girl behind her didn't give up. "Come on, help me out." am wearing a skirt, so it's inconvenient to stand up. And this needs to be handled carefully, or ITLL break. Lee Moken was also drawn by the commotion. What's wrong? She wants me to pass this to the person in front of me, Shen Zhimeng said, her main goal being to avoid touching it. She was currently Lee Moken, and as a guy taking a flower from a girl, that wouldn't be appropriate, especially since he had a girlfriend. Lee Moken roughly understood the situation. If it were him, he might have just taken it, and then found himself in a dilemma. Lee Moken patted Shen Zhimeng on the shoulder. How about you pass it for me? I'm afraid he'll break it. All right. Lee Mochuan understood the unspoken cue. He took the Lego rose, and Shen Zhimeng cooperatively tapped Zhong Ruan's shoulder with a pen. Classmate, this is for you from the person behind you. Zhong Ruan recognized Lee Mochuan's voice at once, and a flicker of joy stirred in her heart. It seemed her roommate's advice was actually proving quite effective. All she had to do was take the rose and deliberately glance at the girl beside Lee Mochuan. No girl would have a pleasant expression when she saw her boyfriend handing flowers to another, especially when she knew it was intentional. This was Zhong Ruan's first time doing something like this. She had always thought such behavior was petty and underhanded, but what Shen Zhimeng had done to embarrass her at noon, that she truly remembered. So she had sought advice from her roommate. But now as she turned around, the person holding the rose was that very girl. The perfectly crafted smile froze on her face. Just as disappointment began to sink and she saw Lee Mochuan reach out again to touch the rose, Zhong Ruan felt a surge of emotion in her chest. So he did care about her more after all. She reached out to take it. In that moment it seemed their hands would brush against the rose simultaneously. But what happened next shattered her cheerful mood completely. The rose slipped through the sliver of space between their nearly touching hands and fell. Two soft thuds echoed as the rose hit the edge of the seat, then tumbled to the ground. The assembled blossom shattered into scattered pieces. Sorry about that. I think I let go a bit too early. Lee Mochuan's face was full of apology as if it had been nothing more than an accident. It's fine. Shen Zhimeng casually lowered her gaze, noticing a single Lego piece by her foot. Without drawing attention, she nudged it forward with her shoe, then nonchalantly returned to the book in her hands. The Lego rose didn't have many parts, and each piece was reasonably sized, so the scattered fragments weren't hard to collect. Zhong Ruan bent down to gather the pieces, only to find that none of them had landed near Lee Mochuan. She had hoped for an excuse to prolong their interaction. Lee Mochuan watched Shen Zhimeng's entire performance in stunned silence. Once he pieced it together, he couldn't help but pull out his phone and text her, "You're something else." A subtle smile tugged at Shen Zhimeng's lips. Learn from it. Now that you have a girlfriend, you need to act like a clueless guy toward other girls. Ignore their hints and accidentally ruin them. Understood. Lee Mochuan acknowledged the lesson. His mind kept replaying Shen Zhimeng's subtle maneuvers. After the incident, Zhong Ruan lost all interest in pursuing Lee Mochuan further. She was too prideful to keep humiliating herself for a boy she merely found mildly attractive. After the ideological and moral education class ended, Lee Mochuan still had an evening elective that was notoriously easy. The instructor had a habit of taking attendance, so skipping wasn't an option. As the current occupant of Lee Mochuan's body, Shen Zhimeng had no choice but to attend, though she had no desire to face a classroom full of men alone. So she dragged Lee Mochuan along. After dinner, they walked toward the classroom building. Lee Mochuan felt a wave of helplessness. Why was it so hard to get a taste of the lighter junior schedule had been looking forward to? The classroom was on the 6th floor, so they took the stairs slowly, taking advantage of the quiet corridor to talk. Didn't I tell you? Just act like your usual self. A bit aloof, a bit assertive, and ignore them, Lee Mochuan said, still hoping to skip the class. Earlier this afternoon, had deliberately put on a cool, distant demeanor during the major course, hoping everyone would simply get used to his shift in behavior. Shen Zhimeng shot him a glare, then grabbed his wrist without further ado. Come on, I want you to stay with me. As they talked, a young couple hurried past them down the stairs. Lee Mochuan caught a snippet from the girl. Wow, look how clingy he is. When are you going to learn from him? Lee Mochuan. You've ruined my image again. He looked at Shen Zhimeng with a face full of grievance. She shrugged indifferently. It's not a big deal. Someday he'd have to get used to it. That last part, she only said in her head. It is a big deal. Lee Mochuan didn't care much about his reputation, but since the semester started, had inexplicably gained quite a following among female students, and earned the dubious title of campus heartthrob of the information school's freshman class. Though he never claimed it himself, had rather not see that image crumble so quickly. Oh, I said it's fine, so it's fine. It's not fine. They bickered all the way to the classroom door. This was supposed to be an easy elective, but the instructor was a teacher from their own college. And Shen Zhimeng had forgotten to ask earlier, only realizing as they reached the doorway that the teacher was her own head advisor. University advisors were usually just a formality. If they never taught your classes, you might barely see them over 4 years. But Shen Zhimeng was a top student and one of only 5 girls in her class, so her advisor remembered her well. They bumped into the teacher right at the doorway, and for a moment the air grew awkward. But while Shen Zhimeng looked at the teacher's gaze was on the other. Shen Zhimeng. What brings you here? The advisor recognized her instantly, curiosity flickering across her face. Wasn't she supposed to be teaching freshmen? Li Machuan felt a pinch on his back. On instinct he blurted out, "Hello teacher," not bothering with names. Shen Zhimeng quickly added, "Teacher, she's just accompanying me to class." The teacher's expression barely changed. College romance was perfectly normal after all. Though Shen Zhimeng excelled academically, there were precedents of campus couples who both earned graduate school recommendations. Who's to say this pair weren't helping each other grow? Class starts in a few minutes. Let's head inside. Okay, thank you teacher. Shen Zhimeng led Li Machuan into the room behind the teacher. Li Machuan's good roommate Zhao Xuanping had saved him a seat in the back, but Shen Zhimeng simply pulled Li Machuan to 2 empty seats in the second row. Sitting in the back would mean dealing with Li Machuan's classmates, and Shen Zhimeng wasn't about to waste her energy on that. But to her surprise, she hadn't expected her advisor to be so invested in classroom atmosphere. Shen Zhimeng distinctly remembered that in her freshman year this easy elective wasn't taught by her advisor. But then again, an easy elective was called that for a reason. It required little academic rigor, so anyone could teach it. Alright everyone. For today, let's set aside academics. Let's talk about something a little more personal. How do you see your future romantic lives? For example, do you want to be in a relationship? And what do you hope for in a future partner? Shen Zhimeng. Li Moken. After the teacher said this, he directly spread his palm and pointed to where Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng were seated. Your senior Shen Zhimeng is truly outstanding. She won the national scholarship 2 years in a row, and last year's campus innovation project was even patented. She's now with your classmate Li Moken. Well, we call it dating, right? So everyone can share all kinds of thoughts and ideas. The teacher went on for a while, showering Shen Zhimeng with a heap of flattery. Shen Zhimeng suddenly felt grateful that she was currently Li Moken, otherwise she would be dying of embarrassment. Li Moken on the other hand thought that since it wasn't about him, he didn't care, and his expression was incredibly calm, even a little amused. But just as the corner of his mouth started to curl up, his thigh was slapped. What are you doing? Li Moken lowered his voice, instinctively showing a flustered expression. Shen Zhimeng was amused by his expression. So this is what it felt like to see her own face look so shy? If they didn't swap, next time could she find a way to make Li Moken shy like this too? The thought took root in her mind the moment it appeared. Li Moken saw her expression and felt a strange twinge in his heart, a premonition that something bad was about to happen, and that it was aimed at him. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the teacher shifted focus, asking each student to talk about their future aspirations in any area they wished. In this cheerful atmosphere, the 2 class periods passed quickly. As Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng walked out of the classroom, they still felt a sense of unreality. Finally, I can go home. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but stretch. Being in Li Moken's body, she felt she could completely let loose without worrying about her image, doing whatever she wanted. Li Moken was about to scold her for being so carefree when he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Someone had bumped into him. Shen Zhimeng's body was rather slender, and had Li Moken not quickly braced himself against the wall, he would have probably tumbled down. Senior, I'm sorry. Senior, my apologies. The voice sounded familiar. Li Moken turned his head to look. It was Suya. He just remembered that Suya had a class right next door to theirs. Li Moken's expression froze for a moment as he watched Suya, who didn't dare to meet his eyes. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The annoyance from the collision vanished in an instant. But upon receiving a look from Shen Zhimeng, he fell silent. Ichwan, why are you glaring at me like that? Found a girlfriend and forgot your bro. Suya said, his eyes still darting around nervously. He felt like Li Moken's gaze today held a bit more. Well, murderous intent. Was it just his imagination? It's nothing, let's go. Li Moken tugged at Shen Zhimeng's arm, signaling her to let it go. The 2 of them then slowly made their way downstairs. You've met Suya before, you should know there's no point in getting angry with him, right? Li Moken still didn't quite understand Shen Zhimeng's recent behavior. Shen Zhimeng averted her gaze. He had no idea how furious she had been when she saw Li Moken's head almost slam into the wall. Even though it was her own body that would have gotten hurt, and she would have felt the pain, the thought of Li Moken getting hurt made her even angrier. Can't he just walk properly? Why must he horse around in the hallway? They were all adults, acting like they never graduated from kindergarten. It's nothing. I was just afraid you'd fall and I'd be the one hurting tomorrow. Shen Zhimeng lifted her chin, looking proud and defiant. Don't worry about that. I have great balance, so I won't fall that easily. Fine. By the time they got home, it was already past 9 in the evening. After greeting Shen Jing and Ji Yun in the master bedroom, the 2 returned to their own room. But no sooner had they stepped inside than Shen Jing knocked on their door. Mengming Huan, when are you 2 free in the next couple of days? How about we find some time to go look at that house together? It's right next to your school, so coming over shouldn't take up too much of your time. Okay, let's discuss it, and then let you know. Shen Zhimeng quickly replied. Alright, sounds good. After Shen Jing left, Shen Zhimeng pulled Li Moken by the sleeve over to the small sofa. How about Wednesday or Thursday? Aren't there no classes all Thursday afternoon? Shen Zhimeng took out her phone to check the schedule. Thursday afternoon. Li Moken's brow furrowed slightly. He remembered he had something to do on Thursday afternoon. He snatched his phone back from Shen Zhimeng's hand, opened the class notification group, and finally found the message. He just remembered. There was a basketball game on Thursday. If it's Thursday, what time do we swap? Li Moken's question made Shen Zhimeng ponder. We swapped at 5 today. For Thursday it's 3:30. The two answered in unison. After saying this, Li Moken held the basketball game notice up for Shen Zhimeng to see. It clearly stated their class game started at 3. How long does a basketball game last? Definitely longer than half an hour. Shen Zhimeng's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed to herself. So, I have to play in your place. Li Mo-chuan nodded gravely. As it stands, that's the situation. He racked his brain for a way to reschedule the basketball game or find an excuse to sit out the second half entirely. But he had played countless games with his classmates and their synergy was honed through practice. Substituting in a bench player for the entire second half would likely cost them the match. They had analyzed their chances before. With their current skill level, as long as they didn't run into two particular classes from the junior and senior years, they could handle any other opponent. But that was contingent on everyone being injury-free and available to play. Shen Zhimeng quietly tugged at his sleeve. What if I start practicing now? Is there still time? She had touched a basketball once before and had sunk 2 shots in a row. She thought to herself playing basketball couldn't be that hard, right? Li Mo-chuan was taken aback. He had expected her to suggest faking an injury to avoid playing. You're willing to play? Shen Zhimeng knew what he was thinking and averted her gaze, feeling a little uneasy. In the past, she would have refused without hesitation. But she could tell that Li Mo-chuan truly loved basketball. She had seen it in the layout and decor of his room when she visited. She also sensed how much this game meant to him, and she didn't want to let him down. If she refused, she knew he would probably accept it, but that wasn't the outcome she wanted. Why wouldn't I play? It's just a game, isn't it? Did you forget I sank 2 baskets in a row at your place last time? Shen Zhimeng wore a proud and spirited expression. Li Mo-chuan was momentarily stunned. The look wasn't out of place on her face, but he felt she was considering something for his sake. Yet a moment later he dismissed the thought. Knowing how she never let herself be at a disadvantage, why would she bother? Remembering that day at his place, and the way she made those 2 shots, Li Mo-chuan couldn't help but force a weak smile. That was luck. The school game isn't that strict, but there are still rules you have to follow. Then just teach me. I pick things up quickly, Shen Zhimeng said with confidence. Alright, let's check our schedules. The game is in 2 days, and I have PE tomorrow. Wanna come watch? PE was an elective that changed once a year. Li Mo-chuan and his teammates all had chosen basketball. What time? 3rd and 4th period in the morning. Okay, I'm free then. With the basketball matter settled, they turned their attention to discussing the apartment viewing with their parents. Let's go tomorrow morning then. The sooner we see it, the sooner it's done, Li Mo-chuan said, seeing that neither of them had an early class. Shen Zhimeng thought about how the apartment was already furnished and movie-in ready. Could it be that she'd be sleeping in a separate room from Li Mo-chuan in just a couple of days? Calculating how long they had been swapped, Shen Zhimeng lowered her gaze, hiding the disappointment in her eyes. What's wrong? Li Mo-chuan turned and saw her dejected look. Maybe we should tell our parents to wait a few more days. If we separate rooms so soon, our study time might decrease a lot. It's fine. If we have separate rooms, I can come to yours, or you can come to mine. It's the same, Li Mo-chuan said, not seeing the issue. Oh, Shen Zhimeng murmured softly. Before he could react, she stood up. They'll go tell them about the timing. All right. A few minutes later, Shen Zhimeng returned. My dad said he just remembered he has something at work tomorrow, so tomorrow is out. It might have to be the day after, but you have classes all day then. So I suggested we just do it on the weekend. Li Mo-chuan quickly processed this information. He had no strong feelings about the viewing time. He would just go along with whatever was arranged. Okay, come on, let's wash up, read a bit, and then get ready for bed. Li Mo-chuan held up his phone. My friend just invited me to play a few games. Can I just play for a bit tonight? Shen Zhimeng walked towards the bathroom. Go ahead, but wash up first. Great. Li Mo-chuan's eyes lit up as he jumped off the sofa. After they both finished washing up, Li Mo-chuan got straight into bed, while Shen Zhimeng went to the desk to read. Li Mo-chuan opened the game and joined the room link his roommate had sent. The moment he entered, it went into matchmaking. During hero selection, his roommate turned on his mic. Chuan, turn on your mic. Please communicate. Li Mo-chuan clicked the mic button, intending to clear his throat before speaking. But the moment he made a sound, he realized something was terribly wrong. He was Shen Zhimeng now. His voice was a girl's. Li Mo-chuan quickly turned off the mic and went to find Shen Zhimeng. He tugged at her sleeve. Need a favor. Shen Zhimeng hadn't put on her headphones yet, so she knew exactly what was happening. But she played dumb. What kind of favor? Li Mo-chuan glanced at the code on her computer and the book in her hand. He hesitated before testing the waters. Are you in a hurry to read that book? Shen Zhimeng gave a nonchalant look. Not really, no rush. Then, could you come play the game with me? Shen Zhimeng looked hesitant, as if pondering. But the countdown from his phone was already ringing out. Li Mo Chuan's mouth moved before his brain could catch up. Sis, please help me out. The pleading, whining tone visibly brightened Shen Zhimeng's expression. Alright, come on. As they sat down together on the bed, the game began. Voices from his roommates crackled through the phone. Li Mo Chuan, where are you? Ah Chuan, come in. Copy that. The game has started, please turn on your mic. While maneuvering his character, Li Mo Chuan instructed Shen Zhimeng, just say what I tell you to say. When I turn on the mic, you say coming. Shen Zhimeng nodded. Li Mo Chuan turned on the mic and gave her a signal. Shen Zhimeng obediently said, coming. Having spent so much time together, she had picked up his way of speaking and mimicked it quite well. As soon as she finished, Li Mo Chuan immediately turned off the mic. Alright, as long as I respond when they talk to me, they won't suspect anything. Shen Zhimeng nodded, her eyes glued to the character on the screen. This one you're playing is called Li Bai. Yeah, cool, right? He's the coolest hero in the game in my opinion. There was a hint of pride in Li Mo Chuan's voice. He had worked hard to master this hero in his sophomore year of high school. It was his best one, even earning him a small national title. Shen Zhimeng watched intently as he played. She had never played it herself, but she had heard of the game's fame and was curious. It looks not that hard. She watched with great focus and attention to detail, asking Li Moken what certain terms meant whenever her teammates used jargon she didn't understand. For instance, when they mentioned things like ganking or split pushing, Li Moken patiently explained each one to her. Li Moken had the best skills in the dorm, so this match was won with ease, and he was named MVP. After the first game ended, they started a second one. Since Li Moken was asking a favor of Shen Zhimeng, he spoke up with a hint of guilt after the match began. Let's sleep after this one or it won't get too late. Shen Zhimeng replied, her eyes fixed on the screen. She was still in the curious phase with this game, and was eager to see more after just finishing one round. Her dazed and curious expression made Li Moken laugh helplessly. What a stark contrast this was. He never expected to see this side of Shen Zhimeng. Curious, he asked, you've really never played this game before? No. Then what did you play before? I don't play games, Shen Zhimeng said, then paused to think. Does ball battle count? Li Moken was speechless. He decided to focus on the game instead. Perhaps a sudden spark of competitiveness ignited within him. Li Moken chose Li Bai again for the second match, hoping to show off in front of Shen Zhimeng and achieve something like a pinnacle. Once the game started, the guys began chatting, turning the topic to Li Moken. H1, why do you seem a bit off today? Shen Zhimeng pressed the microphone and replied, he's a bit sleepy. Li Moken glanced sideways and gave her a smile. But in an instant his gaze returned to his phone screen, completely missing the shyness that crept onto Shen Zhimeng's face. He had been so close just now. Halfway through the game, a sweet, girlish voice suddenly came through the phone. Brother Li Bai, can you come to mid lane for a gank? The enemy Xiao Qiao is bullying me. Li Moken immediately cast a guilty glance at Shen Zhimeng, and only relaxed when he saw her expression remained unchanged. Tell her next wave. Okay. Shen Zhimeng didn't think much of it, it was just a game. When Li Moken tapped the microphone, she relayed his message as instructed. But as soon as Shen Zhimeng finished speaking, the other guys' teasing voices erupted from the phone. On next wave, Brother Li Bai, I want a red buff. Brother Li Bai, when are you coming top lane for a gank? Li Moken was speechless. Sure enough, none of those guys could resist a bit of sarcastic teasing. The four of them in the dorm often queued together, and when they were short, one player Zhu Yunxiu would invite a girl he knew from gaming to fill the spot. Li Moken didn't know any of them and had never added them as friends, always muting his mic and staying silent. After all, when they were all in the same dorm, they could communicate directly. But now that he and his brothers were in different places, voice chat was more convenient when necessary. This girl had seemingly played with them before, but today was the first time she specifically singled out Li Moken. Do you want to say something to your roommates? Ignore them. Li Moken never engaged with their teasing anyway, because the more he reacted, the worse their sarcasm got. Being away from home, now he couldn't possibly outtalk all three of them. But before long, the only girl on the team started talking to Li Moken again. Brother Li Bai, how about we wait here for an ambush together? This time it was Shen Zhimeng, who looked at Li Moken first, as she had finally noticed something off about this girl. How should I reply? Li Moken's gaze never left the screen. Just ignore her. Rather than wasting time dealing with her head, rather push another wave. Shen Zhimeng smiled and agreed. Watch this wave of mine. When Li Moken saw the enemy team initiate a fight on their own mid laner, he had been looking for the right moment to engage. The moment he charged in, he told Shen Zhimeng this. Shen Zhimeng stared intently at the screen, and shortly after the announcement for a pentakill flashed across it, leaving her somewhat bewildered. But the look on Li Moken's face and the excited shouts from the guys on the phone already told her that Li Moken had just played exceptionally well. Did you not understand? During a brief pause between destroying turrets and basic attacks, Li Moken caught sight of Shen Zhimeng's expression and couldn't help but point out, how many enemies died? 5. How many people are on a team? 5. Shen Zhimeng realized belatedly, so you just killed all 5 by yourself. Yeah, that's amazing. Shen Zhimeng didn't doubt Li Moken's skill, though she could tell how rare a pentakill was from the guy's frantic shouting. The second game was won easily, and Li Moken immediately said goodbye to the others. No way. Only 2 games, and you're leaving. There's no early class tomorrow, let's play more. Li Moken gave Shen Zhimeng a quick signal, and she promptly said into the phone, no more games, I'm really sleepy. With that, Li Moken exited the game directly. Let's sleep, he said as he burrowed into the blanket. It was already late October, and the weather in the north had turned cold. Perhaps due to Shen Zhimeng's constitution, her forearms, which had been exposed during the 2 games, were now incredibly cold. Shen Zhimeng turned off the light, and also slipped under the covers. You know, your fingers are really long, probably not much shorter than mine. Li Moken had noticed long ago that Shen Zhimeng had beautiful hands, slender, fair, and delicate. He hadn't felt much discomfort while playing, except that it was a bit more strenuous to stretch for the 3-finger camera view. Want to compare? Shen Zhimeng said, patting the gap between their pillows. Sure. Li Moken placed his hand there, and the next second, it was enveloped by a pair of warm, large hands. I forgot to tell you, my hands and feet get cold easily. Shen Zhimeng only remembered this when she felt her own hand. It's fine, my hands and feet are always warm. Li Moken slipped his hand further into Shen Zhimeng's palm. See, that's better. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Alright then, from now on Shen Zhimeng's body will be warmed by Li Moken. It's nothing. Li Moken agreed easily. Influenced by Shen Zhimeng's biological clock, he was already extremely sleepy and didn't realize at all that his quick, casual agreement would keep the person lying next to him awake most of the night. The next day, both of them woke up early. When they woke up, they had unsurprisingly returned to their original sleeping positions. After washing up, the 2 headed straight for the residential complex where Li Moken used to live. Shen Zhimeng wore a pink tracksuit over a cream-colored printed long sleeve that was slightly short, just revealing a hint of her waist. Li Moken was dressed in gray, and at first glance they looked like they were wearing matching outfits. They'll teach you how to dribble and explain the rules of basketball at the same time. Okay. Shen Zhimeng pulled a small bottle out of her bag and waved it at Li Moken. Come here. What's that? Sunscreen, Shen Zhimeng said as she grabbed Li Moken by the collar and pulled him down. I don't wear that stuff. Li Moken dodged, almost instinctively jumping back. This. Why would a straight guy like him need sunscreen? In Li Michuan's mind, soaking up the sun was perfectly healthy, and he believed a darker complexion made a man look more masculine. If he were as pale as a block of tofu, wouldn't that be? He wasn't discriminating against anyone's orientation, but he simply felt a visceral discomfort toward anything outside the norm. Shen Zhimeng's delicate face scrunched up. She tilted her head, her ponytail swaying gently, and said with utmost seriousness, getting tanned is ugly. I'm not ugly. Li Michuan didn't consider himself a heartthrob, but he was confident he was far from being called ugly. Li Michuan, this body you're in now isn't just yours, it's mine too. We share equal time in it, so you should consider my needs as well. Shen Zhimeng had realized that morning, while they washed their faces together, just how stark the contrast was between their skin tones. She had naturally fair, luminous skin that seemed to glow in a crowd, and with her lifelong skincare routine, her skin was as soft and supple as jelly. In comparison, Li Michuan, who spent his days playing ball outdoors, even with a healthy, normal complexion, looked positively dark, standing next to her. Li Michuan's face twisted in hesitation after hearing Shen Zhimeng's words. Well, she did make a valid point. Besides, he needed her cooperation for his basketball practice. A light bulb went off in his head, and with a resigned sigh he crouched down, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes. As you wish, princess. Shen Zhimeng stifled a smile, then unscrewed the cap, muttering softly, Where did you learn that? Are you from the Stone Age? Stuck on 2G. You don't even get that meme. Li Michuan's words shattered the brief, picture-perfect moment. No, I don't. Shen Zhimeng didn't feel embarrassed. The shock of Li Michuan suddenly crouching down and saying that was still fresh in her mind. So his casual jabs went in one ear and out the other. A gentle breeze swept by, and Li Michuan felt a cool sensation on his face. The soft pad of her finger glided across his skin, far more pleasant than had imagined. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt his heartbeat quicken. Done. Hearing her voice, Li Michuan instinctively looked up, meeting Shen Zhimeng's satisfied and delighted expression. The morning sun was right behind her, casting a soft, ethereal glow around her. However, having crouched for so long, his legs had fallen asleep. When he stood up, his vision went dark, and he stumbled, collapsing onto Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng staggered back 2 or 3 steps to steady herself. See what happens when you just pick at your breakfast, she said without a hint of reproach. Li Michuan's chin rested on her shoulder, his arms instinctively wrapping around her, his breath warm against the back of her neck. Every action was pure reflex. Feeling better? I have some chocolate in my bag, want some? Okay. After steadying himself, Li Muchuan rubbed his eyes, still trying to process what had just happened. Before he could dwell on it, a sweet piece of chocolate was popped into his mouth. The milk-flavored ones are the best. Shen Zhimeng popped one into her own mouth as well. The chocolate had a rich, creamy center that could be cloying. In the past, Li Muchuan would never have touched the stuff. But the slight bitterness of the outer shell balanced the sweetness perfectly, so he had to agree. Yeah, it's good. Shen Zhimeng had already picked up the basketball lying nearby and gave it a few casual bounces. Is this how you do it? No, you're using your palm. You need to use the strength in your fingers. Li Muchuan talked while trying to adjust her fingers, but he was too afraid to apply any real pressure. Her fingers felt impossibly soft, as if they had no bones. He was terrified of accidentally breaking one. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng was a quick learner. 5 minutes later, her dribbling was starting to look decent. Yeah, just like that. With a swift motion, Li Muchuan easily swiped the ball from her hands. Shen Zhimeng stood there with a look of pure indignation. I'm still practicing. How can you just steal it like that? Li Muchuan gave a careless grin. See that? If you gotta come and try to take it from me now. Shen Zhimeng obviously hadn't seen the move, but that didn't stop her from going for the ball. Hey, you can't do that, that's a foul. Nope, that's a foul too. 20 minutes later, Shen Zhimeng was bent over, hands on her knees, waving a hand in defeat. I'm done. Li Muchuan was all smiles. Through their little sparring session, Shen Zhimeng had managed to memorize quite a few rules, and he could tell that in the latter half her moves were calculated and deliberate. And Shed remembered everything. Li Muchuan casually dribbled the ball toward her, radiating an effortless boyish charm. You're getting. He was cut off mid-sentence when he suddenly realized the ball was gone. Shen Zhimeng had swiped it. This girl. Li Muchuan spun around just in time to see her already at the three-point line, sinking the shot. Shen Zhimeng jumped for joy on the spot. Yes. You little sneak. He strolled over to her, a hint of pride in his expression. All's fair in love and war. Shen Zhimeng said, beaming with pride as she pointed at the hoop. And I made a three-pointer. Her joy was infectious, and Li Muchuan couldn't help but break into a similarly radiant smile. Yeah, you're the best. Can you try to be a little more sincere? Shen Zhimeng huffed, bumping him with her shoulder. Hey, watch it. No need to get physical. Li Muchuan's specialty was twisting the facts. I didn't do anything. Don't make things up. Shen Zhimeng gave his arm a vicious pinch. All right, enough messing around. Let me teach you the proper shooting form. Don't embarrass me when we actually play. Got it. The two of them messed around until 10 in the morning. As they left the neighborhood, they passed a convenience store by the gate, and Shen Zhimeng went in to buy a small bag of snacks. Just in case someone faints during P.E. Later. Better have something in your stomach. Okay. Back at school, they headed straight to the basketball court for their P.E. class. There were no P.E. classes during the first 2 periods, so everyone here was there for the next one. Shen Zhimeng always saw people online talking about how basketball courts were full of handsome guys, but as she looked around now, all the boys on the court looked exactly the same to her. It seemed. The only one she could easily pick out was the guy right in front of her. She stuck close behind Li Muchuan, following wherever he led. Li Muchuan casually greeted his friends, teammates from the same class who played in the basketball games. But all their eyes were on Shen Zhimeng behind him. Hello, senior. X5. This was the first time Shen Zhimeng had been called senior by so many people. She had never joined any clubs or the student union, so she rarely interacted with underclassmen. Being surrounded by a group of boys all calling her senior at once was a bit overwhelming. Li Muchuan took in her flustered reaction, and a smile unconsciously tugged at the corners of his mouth. Time to practice. Class is about to start. Li Muchuan nudged the others forward, but couldn't resist glancing back at Shen Zhimeng. She was already seated on a chair by the basketball court, 2 textbooks for this semester's core courses tucked in her bag. Her posture was far from graceful. Instead of resting her feet flat on the ground, she had her knees propped up on the armrests of the bench, leaning back against the seat, looking utterly at ease. Dressed in a pink casual tracksuit with white sneakers, sunlight cascaded onto her shoulders. In high school, she would have been the unattainable dream of countless boys. Li Muchuan found himself lost in thought. He realized he knew almost nothing about Shen Zhimeng's past. A Chuan still staring. Tone it down in front of your bros. His expression was unmistakable to the others. A man utterly smitten, unable to keep his eyes off his girlfriend, and it made them cringe. This guy's got some luck landing a gorgeous senior from the junior year. Yeah, watch out, or I might just aim a ball at your face. I'll go home and stare all you want. It's class time now. Amidst the chorus of teasing, Li Muchuan offered no rebuttal. Though he wasn't used to everyone treating Shen Zhimeng as his girlfriend, he knew he had to keep up the act. Soon the teacher arrived, and the PE class officially began. Only then did Shen Zhimeng look up toward Li Muchuan. He stood tall at the right end of the formation, the spot closest to her. As if sensing something, Li Muchuan suddenly felt the urge to see what she was doing. Their eyes met, and the girl on the bench suddenly pulled a funny face at him. This was so unlike Shen Zhimeng. Or rather, it was unlike the Shen Zhimeng everyone knew. But the sight was so endearing that Li Mo Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. A sound that happened to catch the teacher's attention. You there, step out. What's so funny? Is what I'm saying that amusing? The male teacher's tone suggested he had a short temper. A voice from the crowd chimed in. Sir, he was looking at his girlfriend. Li Mo Chuan, who initially thought being called out was no big deal, suddenly grew alert. This teacher wouldn't go after Shen Zhimeng, would he? Sir, just punish me, Li Mo Chuan blurted out instinctively. The teacher, in his 30s and seemingly open-minded, let out a cold chuckle at Li Mo Chuan's words. Oh, defending your girlfriend so fiercely. Sir, I'm your student, she's not. You can't punish her. Li Mo Chuan didn't know where he found the courage to talk back, but the words were out, and there was no taking them back. Everyone else. The class monitor leads a 10-lap run around the court. You stay here. The teacher's authoritative presence was strong, and the other students obediently began their laps, leaving only Li Mo Chuan and the teacher in the middle of the court. What's your girlfriend here for? The teacher asked, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing him from head to toe. To watch me play. The teacher glanced over at Shen Zhimeng, who was staring intently at them, her concern unmistakable. After the basic drills, how about a unknown? First basket wins. If you win, your girlfriend can come watch anytime without a word from me. If you lose, she's not welcome here anymore. Sir, she's actually here too. I don't want to hear explanations. Just one question, are we playing this match or not? Li Mo Chuan swallowed hard. He couldn't guarantee Shen Zhimeng wouldn't need to find him here again, so he'll play. Good. I'm not as young or fit as I used to be, so it's not like I'm bullying you. The teacher gave his shoulder a meaningful pat, then waved his hand. Go join them for the run. Okay. Seeing Li Mo Chuan rejoin the group for laps, Shen Zhimeng finally felt the weight lift from her heart. As they moved on to basic drills, Shen Zhimeng returned to her book, but whenever the teacher corrected their postures or techniques, she would glance over. Thanks to Li Mo Chuan's unknown tutoring that morning, she could understand most of what the teacher was saying. It was quite useful for her too. The basic drills took up half the class. Normally the remaining time was for free practice, but the teacher seemed to announce something, and a wave of cheers erupted from the group. Shen Zhimeng was too far away to hear clearly, but she could feel numerous eyes turning towards her. And they were all looks of anticipation. Moments later, half the court was cleared right in the section where she was sitting, leaving only Li Mo Chuan and the teacher in the middle. Shen Zhimeng's expression froze. What was happening? A bold male student crept closer, and seeing her confusion explained. Senior, the teacher said, if Li Mo Chuan beats him unknown, you can come watch our class anytime. If he loses, you can never come again. And it's sudden death. First one to score wins. Shen Zhimeng was bewildered. This teacher actually plays such games with students. Though technically when a PE class was in session, other courts were supposed to be cleared per school rules. But there was no rule against coming to watch. In fact, girls often came to watch from outside the court's fence. Shen Zhimeng thought the teacher was being quite playful, and Li Mo Chuan was just going along with it. But there was no time for her to ponder further. The whistle blew, and the match began. Shen Zhimeng's heart leaped with the whistle. Though the teacher had skill, he was outmatched by Li Mo Chuan in both height and reflexes. They went back and forth, each missing their initial shots. Li Mo Chuan seemed to be deliberately wearing the teacher down. By now the teacher was leaning on his knees, breathing heavily, while Li Mo Chuan looked as fresh as ever. Suddenly the memory of Shen Zhimeng's feint that morning flashed in his mind. A slight smile tugged at Li Mo Chuan's lips, as the ball seemed to know its intended path. Whoa, no way. Shouts erupted from the crowd as Li Mo Chuan executed a perfect fake that fooled the teacher, followed by a flawless three-step layup that sank the ball. Li Mo Chuan won. The moment the ball swished through the net, he walked off the court with an air of nonchalance, heading straight for Shen Zhimeng. She thought his fake move felt oddly familiar. What are you spacing out for? Li Mo Chuan, slightly out of breath, waved his hand in front of her eyes. Shen Zhimeng smiled and swatted his hand away. That move just now, where did you learn it? What? Is my master here to claim credit? Li Mo Chuan, knowing she was asking a question she already had the answer to, couldn't resist teasing her. By the way, master, since you helped so much this time, is there any special reward? Shen Zhimeng said, taking a bottle of water out of her bag for him. Isn't your handsome three-step layup reward enough? Isn't such a cool pose reward enough? Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy really blossomed with a little sunshine. Li Moken didn't mind taking the water bottle and tilting his head back to drink his Adam's apple, bobbing. From Shen Zhimeng's upward angle, the sight struck her with an unexpected impact. Afraid he might notice her unease, Shen Zhimeng quickly lowered her head, then feigned a casual glance around the area. Go on, your friends seem to be waiting for you over there. They'll watch you play a full-court game with them and learn a thing or two. Shen Zhimeng pointed at the group of boys huddled not far away, the same ones she'd seen earlier. They kept casting ambiguous looks in her direction. Li Moken with his back to them couldn't see it, but Shen Zhimeng, after being stared at for so long, felt increasingly uncomfortable. Alright, I'll come find you during breaks, and you can ask me anything you don't understand. Shen Zhimeng felt for the first time that PE class had flown by. Only freshmen and sophomores had to take PE, and recalling her own classes back then, they had been an absolute slog. She had never had a sport she truly enjoyed, so when selecting courses, she leaned toward indoor activities that didn't require teamwork, like yoga, like table tennis, done alone or with just one other person. Shen Zhimeng had never thought she'd come to enjoy basketball. In her eyes, it had always been a guy's game. But today, when Li Moken invited her to play with him for the second half of class, she realized there wasn't a trace of resistance in her heart. Even at lunch, replaying the events of PE class, it all still felt surreal. You seem off today, Li Moken said, sitting across from her with a hint of scrutiny. What's got you so happy? MIA. Shen Zhimeng prided herself on not wearing her emotions on her sleeve, so being called out made her instinctively defensive. Yes, it's obvious. Your mouth is doing this. Li Moken pressed his finger to the corner of his own mouth and pushed it upward. But the person across from him mercilessly burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Imitating you. Li Moken immediately put on a stern face. You look like a clown. Shen Zhimeng laughed, her eyes crinkling into slits, her ponytail bouncing behind her head. Li Moken. Fine, a clown it is. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. Say what you will, but Shen Zhimeng was truly beautiful when she smiled. At least the way she smiled now was far better than the cold face she'd worn when they first met. Her smile was infectious, the kind that genuinely brightened the mood of anyone who saw it. A nameless emotion quietly thawed in Li Moken's chest. Snapping back to reality, he thought of a crucial question. Alright, enough laughing. We both have full schedules this afternoon. Let's think about what to do then. Li Moken. Fine, a clown it is. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. Say what you will, but Shen Zhimeng was truly beautiful when she smiled. At least the way she smiled. Shen Zhimeng ate slowly. I've been thinking about that since the day we first figured out the pattern. And oi, no leads. That figures. But Li Moken couldn't shake the feeling that there had to be a way. In the afternoon, they each went about their business. At exactly 4:30, the class bell rang in Li Moken's building. Zhao Xuanping, rushing in and seeing no seats in the back, plopped down right next to Li Moken in the second row. But the moment he sat down, he felt a chill run down his spine. Why was Li Moken looking at him so strangely? Shen Zhimeng was inwardly panicking. Hadn't she and Li Moken agreed to ensure no one sat next to him during the 7th and 8th periods? What was this thing beside her? Fortunately, the teacher had already walked in. Zhao Xuanping, sitting in the front row, was noticeably better behaved than at the back and stayed silent the entire class. As soon as the bell rang, Shen Zhimeng bolted for the restroom. She nearly instinctively walked into the women's room, but caught herself in time and turned into the men's next door. Once inside, she kept her eyes glued to the floor, went straight to the farthest stall, pulled out her phone, and started texting Li Moken. But to her surprise, he didn't reply. Had something happened? Meanwhile, in another building, Li Moken was busy dealing with Duan Chen sitting next to him. We did a group project together freshman year, right? Let's team up again this semester. The instructor for Li Moken's class had just assigned a task pair up to write a specific piece of code, test the data, and submit a report. The moment class ended, Duan Chen approached him. Li Moken was about to refuse outright, but that sentence, "We did a group project together freshman year, right?" made him swallow his words. Duan Chen and Shen Zhimeng had been partners. Had they gone to the library often back then, like he and she did now? If Shen Zhimeng hated Duan Chen so much, could something have happened during their freshman year? A sense of unease churned in Li Moken's chest. He didn't know where this feeling came from, nor did he care to dwell on why it existed. But he couldn't stop his mind from spiraling. Shen Zhimeng. Hearing Duan Chen call his name, Li Moken snapped back to reality. Regardless, Shen Zhimeng currently disliked this man. Li Moken reasoned that if he impulsively agreed to Duan Chen, it would surely upset her. Shui Yang from the Normal University was a perfect cautionary tale. And if it were Duan Chen, even he himself might get angry. I'm not teaming up with you. With that, Li Moken immediately went to the teacher at the podium. Professor, if I don't want to work with a partner, can I work alone? He remembered the teacher mentioning that the pairing was due to the heavy workload. 2 weeks were given, and having 2 people would speed things up, whereas doing it alone would be a tight squeeze. The teacher initially looked a bit annoyed by the question, but when he looked up and saw Shen Zhimeng, that familiar top student face, his expression softened. Sure, you can work alone if you want. And if you can't finish on time, you can send it to me a few days late. Thank you, Professor. Li Moken noticed the change in the teacher's demeanor and silently marveled at how being a top student was like wearing a filter with the faculty. Li Moken's seat was right near the podium, so Duan Chen overheard his conversation with the teacher. Returning to his seat, Duan Chen showed no sign of leaving. Shen Zhimeng, do you really not want to work with me? Shen Zhimeng slowly lifted her eyelids, a frown of displeasure creasing her brow. I refrained from saying it outright to save you face. If you insist on calling it out, then I can only take it as you. A trace of sardonic smile curled at the corner of her lips. It was her subtle way of telling him that he had spurned the face she had given him. Duan Shen found himself in an awkward position. The truth was he had come to Shen Zhimeng because of a bet he had made with someone else, wagering that he could definitely pair up with her. After all, he was among the top students in his class, and he received a decent scholarship each year, though it was not a national award. Yet being at the top of one's class was quite different from being at the top of the entire major. You're blocking my way. Li Moken noticed his phone vibrating incessantly in his pocket, and guessed it was probably Shen Zhimeng contacting him, so he immediately rose to his feet, making a move to head out. Duan Shen took a deep breath and eventually stepped aside. Though his pride was stung, he wouldn't go so far as to make things difficult for a girl over it. Meanwhile, Li Moken walked to the end of the corridor, took out his phone, and dialed Shen Zhimeng's number directly. Phew, you finally looked at your phone. Nothing happened, did it? Shen Zhimeng felt an instant wave of relief. The exchange had coincided exactly with the bell for the 7th period. All she could do was find a seat in the front row where no one would bother her. The instructor for this class generally didn't initiate conversations with students and preferred to sit at the podium, which served as a form of deterrent against anyone approaching her. It's fine. Li Moken intended to play it cool, but the faintly dejected tone in his voice betrayed his true feelings. Shen Zhimeng paused for a moment, then a thought struck her. Did Duan Shen come to see you? What did he say, and how did you handle it? Hearing her speak at a faster pace than usual, Li Moken felt an inexplicable sensation rise within him, a lingering unease as though something were caught in his throat, obstructing him and making it hard to breathe. She wasn't actually concerned about Duan Shen, was she? Even though he knew the two of them were currently at odds, Li Moken couldn't stop these intrusive thoughts from flooding his mind. Let's talk about it over dinner. Class is about to start. Okay. Still, Shen Zhimeng noticed the oddity in his tone. Though it was her own voice, it wasn't the kind of cadence Li Moken would normally produce. That Duan Shen certainly knew how to pick his moments to cause trouble. Shen Zhimeng slipped into the classroom just as the bell rang, leaving Zhao Xianping with no opportunity to strike up a conversation with Li Moken. Zhao Xianping stood in place with a slight sigh. This H1 has really forgotten his brothers now that he has a girlfriend. That's how young couples are. Come on, let's head to the restaurant near the school gate, since we have no evening classes. Let's go. Shen Zhimeng quickly arrived at the place she had agreed upon with Li Muchuan. Upon meeting, Shen Zhimeng, leveraging the height advantage of Li Muchuan, directly draped her arm over the shoulder of Shen Zhimeng. Come on, I'll treat you to a big meal outside. After speaking, Li Muchuan took a deep breath, quickly composed himself, and forced a strained smile. Shen Zhimeng wouldn't smile so awkwardly. Shen Zhimeng frowned, reached out, and pinched his face. Stop touching me. Li Muchuan removed the hand resting on his shoulder. No can do. I'm currently infatuated with my own face, I just can't help but touch it. It was rush hour, making it inconvenient to go anywhere. Shen Zhimeng grabbed Li Muchuan and pulled him into a restaurant near the school gate. She didn't ask for his opinion and ordered the dishes herself. This time, they didn't sit facing each other. To be precise, Shen Zhimeng deliberately squeezed in right next to Li Muchuan. So what happened in class? Li Muchuan took a sip of tea from the cup in front of him, carefully choosing his words before slowly speaking. The teacher asked us to pair up to write a coding assignment. It's a big project due in 2 weeks. As soon as Li Muchuan finished, Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up as she immediately guessed what was going on. So Duan Shen asked to partner with you. He asked to partner with you? Li Muchuan quickly corrected. I'm not as capable as you. Seeing Li Muchuan's awkward demeanor, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh, but considering their current identities and relationship, she held it in. Mum with me. So did you turn him down for your sister here? I asked the teacher, and he said we could work alone. Li Muchuan's words carried a hint of pride. Shen Zhimeng couldn't hold it in any longer and directly touched his hand. Actually, I think working together isn't so bad. Since the teacher gave us 2 weeks, which should be plenty of time, but still insists on pairing us up, it probably means the task is quite difficult and heavy. Shen Zhimeng rambled on, the underlying meaning being that pairing up was fine. Li Muchuan felt a bit uncomfortable listening. So Shen Zhimeng paused. Having accepted this bribe meal tonight, you'll have to write code with me. Li Muchuan's half-lowered eyes suddenly lost focus. What did she mean by that? He looked up, dazed, only to see Shen Zhimeng grinning with delight. Do you mean we? Yeah, my partner is so amazing, why can't I work with him? Li Muchuan was still stunned, finally realizing what Shen Zhimeng meant. The frustration that had been stuck in his throat seemed to suddenly dissipate. Still angry, Shen Zhimeng pinched his cheek again. Alright, she admitted that when someone else pinched her face it felt really soft and comfortable, and she couldn't quite control herself. But comforting Li Muchuan was also genuine. I'm not angry. Li Muchuan didn't think he had been angry just now either. You're not angry. I really wasn't angry. Shen Zhimeng didn't argue with him. She had known this guy for a while now. He was always like an optimist, appearing as if nothing mattered, as if he was indifferent to everything. This was the first time she saw him make such an expression. If it wasn't because he cared, Shen Zhimeng couldn't think of another reason. The thought that he actually cared about her made her feel much lighter inside. It wasn't a one-sided crush. Then all her other worries could be set aside. However, they had only just started interacting, and she needed to repeatedly confirm Li Michuan's feelings, as well as her own. She took relationships as seriously as her studies, and she wouldn't easily start one. If she did start, she would see it through to success. As they were finishing their meal and paying the bill, Li Michuan felt a tap on his shoulder, followed by the sound of, "Hey, Shen Zhimeng." Hearing the familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Li Michuan instinctively turned around. Seeing that face, he was momentarily stunned and almost couldn't remember who it was. Isn't this Shui Yang from the Normal University? Of all people, it had to be him. Li Michuan's expression stiffened. Pretending not to know each other was out of the question. Besides, he needed to tell Shen Zhimeng who this person was, otherwise if she ran into him alone and claimed not to know him, it would be awkward. Shui Yang. What a coincidence. Li Michuan's acting was mediocre, but fortunately Shui Yang didn't suspect anything. "Which table are you at? They'll settle your bill together with mine," Shui Yang said as he flipped through the bills on the counter. The cashier, a young woman, cooperatively pulled out the bill for Li Michuan's table. She didn't care who paid as long as someone did. "No need, I can afford to treat my girlfriend to a meal." With that, Li Michuan pressed down on Shui Yang's hand and took out a phone to pay. However, the phone case was pink. Shui Yang was taken aback. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw there was another person behind Shen Zhimeng, and they were standing close together, looking quite intimate. "So Shen Zhimeng has a boyfriend. When did you get a boyfriend? I never heard you mention it." Shui Yang voiced his confusion. Li Michuan interjected. "I've been pursuing Meng Meng for a long time, and she only agreed today. Meng, let's go." With that, Li Michuan put his arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulders, and the two walked out of the restaurant together, right in front of Shui Yang. So that was Shui Yang. Shen Zhimeng looked at Li Michuan, who seemed relieved, and couldn't help but smile slightly. "Yeah, I didn't expect to run into him just by having a meal. If someone hadn't agreed to add him on WeChat back then, none of this would have happened," Shen Zhimeng said, grabbing his wrist directly. "Let's go, time to head home on the bike." Li Michuan let her hold on to him. He suddenly realized that after every switch, Shen Zhimeng would naturally initiate physical contact with him. Was it because seeing her own face made her feel more at ease? Back home, they started working on their major course project. Li Michuan was essentially learning as he went, while Shen Zhimeng was incredibly reliable and seemed to know everything. She would thoroughly explain every question he had. Fortunately, Li Michuan had participated in computer competitions in high school, so he picked things up quickly. A little hint from Shen Zhimeng was all he needed. That night before going to sleep, they lay side by side on the bed. Li Michuan voiced the question that had been bothering him since the evening. "After every switch you seem to let loose, and your physical contact with me increases significantly." "Physical contact?" Shen Zhimeng murmured. "Of course, I'd be more relaxed seeing my own face." "So seeing my face makes you more nervous?" Li Michuan turned his head curiously. Shen Zhimeng suddenly thought of the scene that morning when he had crouched down and called her princess. That was the first time she had so clearly felt her heart flutter. Perhaps that image would forever be etched in her memory, even though she knew it was just a joke. "Shen Zhimeng." Li Michuan called out softly when she didn't respond. Of course I'm nervous. You're the first person to be so inseparable from me. And also the first person to make her heart flutter." Li Michuan turned to face her. In the darkness, he couldn't see her face, but he could tell from her tone that she was happy. The first person to be inseparable from him. Li Michuan couldn't help but think of what Duan Shun had said that afternoon about him, and Shen Zhimeng being in a group together during their freshman year. It was such a common thing, just classmates working on homework together, but he seemed to have taken it to heart. So their freshman year wasn't like what he and she had now, was it? Shen Zhimeng patted his shoulder and said gently, "Good night." "Good night." Just as Li Michuan finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his cheek. It was, she had moved closer. More precisely, their cheeks were touching. After a pause of just 1 second, Shen Zhimeng lay back down. "Shen Zhimeng." Li Michuan called her name, stunned. "My." Shen Zhimeng's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of laughter. "Did you just come over here?" A little pre-sleep snuggle." "Why?" "Because I wanted to. I'm so sleepy. Time to sleep." Shen Zhimeng turned over to face the edge of the bed, burying her face in the blanket, her smile practically spilling out. Li Michuan stared blankly at the back of her head, unable to articulate what he was feeling. The next morning during their 8 a.m. class, Li Michuan's class monitor announced some news in the classroom. The school is planning to hold a freshman talent show. Each college needs to present a performance. Our college's plan is to put on a thought-provoking drama. The student union's arts department is currently recruiting actors. If you're interested, you can sign up with me. After hearing this, clearly Li Michuan immediately lowered his head. He had never been interested in such artistic and cultural activities. But to his surprise, the class monitor walked straight over to him after speaking. The monitor was one of only 3 girls in the class named Xiangyu. Li Muchuan, the counselor, asked me to also get the taller, better-looking guys in the class to go for the audition. Li Muchuan, I don't have time. I need to focus on my studies. Li Muchuan refused without a second thought. A drama. Wasn't it just a group of people putting on a cheesy, awkward performance? A profound theme. In simpler terms, it was just a forced elevation at the end. This was all just formalism. If it were trials for a basketball team, he might have been somewhat interested. This can add to your comprehensive evaluation score. It adds 0.5 points. You know what the comprehensive evaluation is for, right? It's what they look at for scholarships and such. Xiangyu persisted, determined to convince Li Muchuan. With all the time spent on rehearsals, it shouldn't be hard for me to improve my grades by 0.5 points. Instead, Li Muchuan's expression was one of complete resistance to being manipulated. You're the only guy in our class over 185 centimeters, and you know the physiques of the other guys who are above 180 centimeters. If I just bring them along, the counselor will kill me, Xiangyu said, looking troubled. But I really don't want to go. But I really need to get this done, Xiangyu added. How about this? They'll put your name down first, and then you can go talk to the counselor yourself. Li Muchuan. How is this any different from forcing me? Oh, come on. There are so many people in the grade. There are over 100 in our computer science category, and another 200 in the electronic information category. It's not that easy for you to get selected. That's all Xiangyu could say, but she thought Li Muchuan had a high chance of being chosen. After all, she had basically scoped out all the guys in the college during military training, and there really weren't many better looking than him. There were some with more delicate features, but none as tall. If you only looked at guys above 180 centimeters, Li Muchuan's handsomeness was simply unique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dubbed the college heartthrob of the new students during military training based on a single side profile photo. Xiangyu's words did sway Li Muchuan a little. It was true. With so many people in each class, picking out a few, someone like him with no experience would probably not be selected. Also, since the semester started, he hadn't had much interaction with the counselor. He only knew she was a graduate from their own university, a somewhat short, plump woman. Forget it, I'll mention it to Shen Zhimeng when we meet later. She's resourceful and should know how to handle this situation. After the first 2 classes ended, Shen Zhimeng came to accompany Li Muchuan for the 3rd and 4th classes. Originally intending to go to the library, forget it, I'll mention it to Shen Zhimeng when we meet later. She's resourceful and should know how to handle this situation. After the first 2 classes ended, Shen Zhimeng came to accompany Li Muchuan for the 3rd and 4th classes. Originally intending to go to the library, she changed her mind, thinking that since she would have to take these courses eventually, she might as well see how Li Muchuan managed them. You mean the freshman's art performance? Yes. Shen Zhimeng fell into thought after hearing this. She knew about the art performance, though she had never participated, but it had left a deep impression on her. If you win an award, your comprehensive evaluation score directly increases by 1 point. 1 point may not seem like much, especially for those whose total scores are only 70 or 80, but if you're aiming for a scholarship, especially the national scholarship, 1 point can make a significant difference. The top few students usually score above 90, and their scores are very close, sometimes only a fraction of a point apart. Shen Zhimeng spoke from experience, knowing that extra points in comprehensive evaluation only benefit those in the upper academic bracket. So I can actually participate. Yes, you can give it a try. She had another reason for encouraging Li Muchuan, but it wasn't the right time to reveal it yet. The idea had just come to her and needed careful planning. Li Muchuan found her words sensible. Since he had already set his sights on the national scholarship, and with Shen Zhimeng's help over the past few days, he had gained confidence in his studies. It was indeed a good time to earn some extra points. After lunch, the 2 went to the library together. Rushing to the 7th and 8th classes, Li Muchuan received a message from the class monitor, a group invitation. Join this group. You promised this morning, so no backing out. For other matters, you can talk to the counselor. Li Muchuan replied with got it. The group had 15 members, 5 of whom were administrators, and some people hadn't joined yet. Scanning the member list, he didn't recognize anyone, so he muted notifications and exited the chat. Join the group. Shen Zhimeng glanced at his phone. Yeah, I guess they'll announce the interview time tonight or something. Good luck. She smiled and winked at him. All right, I'll do my best. By the way, your counselor previously oversaw the class that just graduated this year. I've heard about her. She's said to be quite appearance obsessed. I think with your looks, she'd likely want to keep you. Li Muchuan was surprised. Appearance obsessed. However, he stayed in the adjacent classroom while Shen Zhimeng walked in. That's right. They had swapped again at 4 in the afternoon. As soon as she entered, the counselor smiled and called out the name, Li Muchuan, right? Come sit over here. The counselor and a man and a woman stood at the podium, while about a dozen students. However, he stayed in the adjacent classroom while Shen Zhimeng walked in. That's right. They had swapped again at 4 in the afternoon. As soon as she entered, the counselor smiled and called out the name, Li Muchuan, right? Come sit over here. The counselor and a man and a woman stood at the podium, while about a dozen students sat in the first 2 rows. Li Muchuan took the seat the counselor indicated. Shen Zhimeng showed a tense expression, but inside, she was perfectly calm. Meanwhile, her phone buzzed occasionally with messages from Li Muchuan. She glanced at the time on her phone. It was exactly 9 o'clock, the time mentioned in the group. The fact that it hadn't started meant someone hadn't arrived yet. During the long wait, Shen Zhimeng kept reassuring Li Muchuan. "Don't worry, I'll act well for you." Li Muchuan sat in the empty classroom next door. Though he wasn't at the scene, he felt inexplicably nervous. His heart raced, and he felt restless. At the beginning of the semester, the student council had held a recruitment meeting. He had taken an application form then, but while waiting in line outside the classroom for the interview, he had slipped away. He had chickened out. At that time, he wanted to join the sports department, but later classmates said that sports department members mostly did menial chores, even though they organized sports events like the basketball game currently underway. But the members had nothing to do with the sports themselves. They just carried equipment from the storage room to the venue. After hearing that, the regret Li Muchuan felt about fleeing instantly vanished. But at this moment, he felt as if he had been transported back to that day. It started. After sending this message, Shen Zhimeng didn't reply to any of Li Muchuan's subsequent messages. Meanwhile, bursts of laughter occasionally erupted from the next classroom. He was alone in the classroom, but just then the front door creaked open. Li Muchuan looked toward the sound and saw a familiar face, the girl from the literature school. Zhong Ruan hadn't expected to see Shen Zhimeng when she pushed open an empty classroom door. She considered what had happened last time as settled between them, at least in her view. But since they had run into each other now, she felt that leaving the classroom outright would make it seem like she was afraid of Shen Zhimeng. She had heard from friends that Shen Zhimeng and Li Muchuan were from the same college, both juniors, and had apparently gotten together suddenly, though no one knew the real story. Li Muchuan only glanced at the door before lowering his eyes to the book on the desk, thinking the girl would surely leave. But not only did she not leave, she sat down at a spot not far in front of him, took out a book, and began to study. Li Muchuan had no particular impression of this girl, and even the lessons Shen Zhimeng had taught him last time had left him confused. But today he truly felt how annoying she was. He instinctively took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Zhimeng. Before long, he received her reply. "We're about done here. Are you in the adjacent room, 206? They'll come find you." "Okay." Shen Zhimeng had prepared herself mentally before opening the door, and seeing Zhong Ruan stirred no emotion in her. She walked straight to Li Muchuan and said, "Let's go." Shen Zhimeng helped him gather his desk items and backpack, making quite a bit of noise and not lowering her voice. "Should we go grab a late-night snack? After we eat, they'll walk you home." Li Muchuan was baffled. What did she mean by walking him home? But catching the frantic blinking in her eyes, he played along. Sure, I'm up for anything. The classroom was empty and quiet, and every word of their conversation fell into Zhong Ruan's ears. "Come on, let's go. I feel bad making you wait so long. He'll buy you whatever you want to eat." Li Muchuan wrapped an arm around Shen Zhimeng, and the two left the classroom in a close embrace right in front of Zhong Ruan. After exiting the teaching building, Li Muchuan let out a long sigh of relief. Who just randomly puts on a show like that? But you caught on, didn't you? Shen Zhimeng laughed joyfully, having initially worried that Li Muchuan wouldn't understand and they'd blow their cover. It had been a Spuro-femin idea, a couple act she came up with on the spot. "By the way, did you get selected?" This was still what Li Muchuan cared about most. Though he hadn't harbored high hopes, opportunities like this to earn comprehensive evaluation points were rare. Especially after Shen Zhimeng's analysis during the day, he became increasingly convinced that they had to secure this play. "If you give me a hug, he'll tell you." "Huh?" Li Muchuan paused mid-step, eyeing the person beside him with suspicion. "Just a hug." With that, Shen Zhimeng, leveraging her current height advantage, pulled him into an embrace. Although it looked a bit odd, it was only after their swap that she felt bold enough to interact with him so freely. No, to be precise, it was interacting with Li Muchuan's soul. She had once been a staunch materialist, but since the swap with Li Muchuan, not only had her beliefs crumbled, but her heart had also lost its defenses. Li Muchuan was chosen as the lead actor for the play. Before Li Muchuan could react, he heard those words. Held in Shen Zhimeng's arms, he dared not move, his heart pounding rapidly, abnormally so. He could distinctly feel her tight embrace, and seemed to sense a fear of loss within it. They didn't hold each other for long, and neither knew who let go first. Eventually they rode shared bikes home in silence. That evening, after washing up, they went to bed. But neither felt sleepy, and neither spoke first, each seemingly waiting for the other to break the silence. Tomorrow was Thursday, and the basketball game was in the afternoon. Shen Zhimeng hesitated for a moment, then scooted closer to Li Muchuan. "Hey, did you lock the door tonight?" Li Muchuan's expression froze as he thought. "Can't remember." "They'll go check." He started to get up, but Shen Zhimeng grabbed his arm. "Come back first." Though confused, Li Muchuan complied. "What's wrong? Let's just sleep like this." Shen Zhimeng didn't want to leave the warm bed, nor did she want Li Muchuan to. No way. If mom and dad come in tonight or tomorrow morning and see us in the same bed. Li Machuan grew anxious. Ji Yun had always held him to high standards since childhood. She would reward him well for good deeds, but if he did wrong there was no room for negotiation. Even though they weren't blood-related, Shen Zhimeng was still his sister. They won't. Shen Zhimeng knew Shen Jing wouldn't open her door in the middle of the night. Even in the morning, he would only knock outside, never entering without her permission. Shen Jing respected her privacy, though there was a slim chance of the door opening. But that's what made it thrilling, wasn't it? Li Machuan was stunned, unsure of her meaning. Yet reassured by her confident tone, he lay back down. But what if mom and dad really do see us in bed together? If they see it, they see it, Shen Zhimeng said nonchalantly. Would need an explanation. Then well, just say, we're together. Shen Zhimeng's tone was incredibly light. Li Machuan's eyes widened in surprise. That direct? Why not? It's not like we're actually related. And when have you ever willingly called me sister? Li Machuan was at a loss for words. He didn't call her sister because they were close in age, and besides, she didn't exactly act like a sister anyway. Forget it, let's change the subject. How did you all choose last night? Li Machuan was genuinely curious. The counselor gave each guy a short monologue, supposedly the soul of the play. Whoever recited it with the most emotion got the part. Looks were a bonus, of course. That's it. What else? Li Machuan's mind was buzzing. Since the play was settled, he'd be committed to rehearsals. With less than a month until the performance time was tight. Want to practice basketball tomorrow morning? I didn't get any practice in today. What if I'm all thumbs tomorrow? Alright, we don't have class until the third period. Let's head over early and practice. Li Machuan pushed thoughts of the play aside. The immediate priority was handling tomorrow's basketball game. Li Machuan felt like he had been dreaming. In the dream someone was strangling him, and he felt like he couldn't breathe, like he was dying. When he opened his eyes he found a fair slender arm across his neck. The sleeve of the long-sleeve pajama top had ridden up to the girl's upper arm, and Shen Zhimeng's forearm was pressing right against his Adam's apple. Li Machuan grabbed her wrist, intending to move it away. But then he thought better of it, wanting to preserve the crime scene, so Shen Zhimeng could see for herself what she had done when she woke up. He just adjusted slightly to breathe properly, then reached for his phone on the nightstand. It was 7:10 a.m. His alarm was set for 7:30. After checking the time, he lay back down thinking he could snooze a bit more. But then a thought struck him. He reached out and touched Shen Zhimeng's wrist again. It was warm. He moved his hand up slightly. Her forearm was warm too. He couldn't help but recall the night they swapped when he played Honor of Kings, and his arms had turned ice cold afterward. Shen Zhimeng had also mentioned that her hands and feet tended to get cold easily. So, could he assume that Shen Zhimeng had only just moved over recently? Could she have even pressed against him deliberately while she was still awake? Shen Zhimeng. Li Machuan tested the waters with a soft call. But the person beside him didn't respond. He shifted his body slightly, and she shifted with him, even throwing a leg over him. Li Machuan. Unbelievable. He reached down thinking it wouldn't be right to just grab her leg and push it off. He decided to wake her up instead. Shen Zhimeng, wake up. He turned his head just as she began to open her eyes, looking dazed. Moi. Her voice was thick with sleep, the tones soft and clingy, making her look incredibly tender. Li Machuan instinctively swallowed. He averted his gaze to the ceiling. Maybe you should take a look at your sleeping position. Oh. Shen Zhimeng grumbled and turned her back to him, taking the blanket with her. Li Machuan. You know, sleeping like that could suffocate me. This is basically attempted murder, he protested, seeing her utterly indifferent attitude. But Shen Zhimeng just hummed softly, her voice sounding like a coquettish plea. We probably only swapped back in the early hours. You're the one who slept restlessly. What does it have to do with me? Li Machuan. He couldn't win an argument with her. And clearly she had no intention of admitting any guilt. He truly had no way to deal with her. He should have just taken a picture earlier. Seeing that the time was about right, and having lost control of the blanket, Li Machuan simply got up to wash up. As soon as the bathroom door clicked shut, a little head peeked out from under the blanket. If Li Machuan had been in the room, he would have seen the guilt written all over Shen Zhimeng's face. When Li Machuan emerged from the bathroom after washing up, Shen Zhimeng happened to be changing. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. He'll just go back to the bathroom. Call me when you're done changing. Li Machuan said as he backed away. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but find it amusing as she watched him cover his eyes. It wasn't as if she was completely undressed, she was merely changing her pants. His exaggerated reaction made it seem as though he hadn't secretly touched her body when he occupied it. After retreating into the bathroom, Li Machuan leaned against the wall and let out a long sigh. There was no denying that Shen Zhimeng had a remarkable figure. Her legs were long, fair, slender, and perfectly straight, with not a trace of extra flesh at her waist. Combined with her strikingly beautiful face that lit up when she smiled, she was a sight to behold. Li Machuan couldn't help but recall the various outfits she had worn over the past few days. Some fresh and clean, some cute, some mature, some gentle, and some alluringly playful. Li Moken inwardly marveled with her height, figure, and face. Shen Zhimeng could pull off any outfit without a hitch. Before long, he heard her say she was done. He quickly shook off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his head and opened the door to step out. The moment the door swung open, a pair of long, slender legs came into view. Shen Zhimeng was standing before the full-length mirror, adjusting her pants as she bent over to tug at the hems. From Li Moken's sideways angle, the sight of her legs and the curves below her waist was visually striking. Shen Zhimeng was wearing a pair of dark gray yoga leggings and a black hoodie that, when she stood upright, just barely reached the top of her thighs, showcasing her beautiful leg shape to perfection. Even in such an outfit, her excellent proportions were unmistakable. As if sensing Li Moken's gaze, Shen Zhimeng turned her head toward him and asked with a look of anticipation, "Do I look good?" Yes. When it came to Shen Zhimeng, Li Moken couldn't bring himself to utter a lie, especially on matters concerning her appearance. "I'm going to freshen up now. You should get changed too. I've already picked out your clothes." Next to Shen Zhimeng's wardrobe stood a floor-standing clothes rack on which hung all the clothes Li Moken had brought with him. His wardrobe was mostly dominated by black, white, and gray tones, though there were one or two pieces in lighter or brighter shades. Placed by the bed was the outfit Shen Zhimeng had chosen for him. His only black hoodie paired with a pair of gray casual pants. There was nothing wrong with the outfit itself, but when paired with Shen Zhimeng's ensemble, it felt almost too. Li Moken couldn't help but wonder if she had done it on purpose. However, a few minutes later, when Shen Zhimeng emerged from the bathroom, his attention was successfully diverted. "You styled your hair today." Shen Zhimeng's hair was on the longer side, straight, and fell just below her chest. Usually she either tied it up or let it hang loose, but today it was clearly curled into soft, voluminous waves, adding a touch of charm to her appearance. "What's with that look? Do I seem like someone who can't take care of herself at all?" Shen Zhimeng gave Li Moken a playful shove on the chest before walking over to her desk to gather her school bag. Li Moken smiled helplessly. Shen Zhimeng was as sensitive as ever. He never assumed that a girl with excellent grades would necessarily neglect her appearance, nor did he consider a socially anxious girl who avoided interaction with others to be an outcast. It was just that Shen Zhimeng always seemed to surprise him in various ways. At the very least, her daily outfit choices felt like opening a mystery box. After packing up, the two of them headed to another residential complex. They went upstairs to grab the basketball and immediately started practicing downstairs. It was only 8 o'clock and the neighborhood was quiet, as the elderly residents usually didn't come out for their morning exercises and Tai Chi until 8 or 9. Li Moken made a long pass to Shen Zhimeng, who watched the ball hurtling straight toward her forehead, her pupils shrinking in alarm. "Reach out and catch it. You've got this." Li Moken encouraged her, as if he had anticipated her reaction. His voice was loud and clear, and despite her momentary bewilderment, Shen Zhimeng instinctively followed his instruction. She turned her palms outward and, using the ball handling technique he had taught her, caught the ball securely. The moment the ball landed in her hands, Shen Zhimeng could hardly believe it. She had actually done it. "Nice one, Shen Zhimeng." Li Moken was equally thrilled by her progress, jogging over to her in a few quick strides, his eyes gleaming with unconcealed joy. "That scared me to death." Even though she had caught the ball, Shen Zhimeng still felt a sense of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a crisis. "You did great. Last time I only taught you ball control and dribbling. Today, we'll work on passing." "Okay." Li Moken's words were highly encouraging, and Shen Zhimeng genuinely wanted to master this skill, as it was, to her knowledge, the thing Li Moken loved most. During the passing practice, Shen Zhimeng was far more nervous than she had been the day before. Every time she saw the ball hurtling toward her, her heart would leap into her throat. "Don't be afraid of it. After a few more rounds, you'll be able to catch it with one hand." Li Moken, aware of her anxiety, tried to ease her mind with reassuring words. Setting short-term attainable goals was the best way to encourage her. Shen Zhimeng showed a natural aptitude for basketball. After several rounds of passing, she began to feel more confident and at ease, and the smile on her face grew wider. After finishing the stationary passing drills, Li Moken had her try passing while walking, and then moved on to shooting. Around 9:40, the two of them walked out of the neighborhood gate. Li Moken draped his arm over Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, looking utterly relaxed, and said with complete sincerity, "If you had started learning basketball in elementary school, you'd definitely be at the captain level by now." "I'm not that good." Shen Zhimeng still felt a lack of confidence, as she had never truly practiced in a real game. Last time, during Li Moken's physical education class, she had eventually joined in and played with them, but the boys had clearly been holding back, deliberately avoiding her. However, she knew she wouldn't get such special treatment in this afternoon's basketball game. "Relax. If our class takes a big lead early on, maybe we won't even need to play the rest of the game," Li Moken said softly, trying to comfort her. Their opponent this time was a sophomore class that no one had heard of, at least no one particularly famous for basketball. They should be relatively easy to handle. "Okay." Despite her words, Shen Zhimeng's heart remained unsettled. After the morning classes ended, she was still somewhat distracted during lunch with Li Moken. Chuan, are you confident about this afternoon's basketball game? The speaker was Suya, whom they ran into as soon as they entered the cafeteria. Suya was majoring in electronic information and would be watching the game that afternoon as it was scheduled for 2 o'clock. Eager to discuss the match with Lee Moken, Suya endured Shen Zhimeng's icy glare to sit next to him. Not bad. Lee Moken responded nonchalantly, his gaze occasionally flickering toward the person sitting across from him. Look at you now. Suya glanced at Shen Zhimeng, then teased. You've got a girlfriend now, and don't even come to play ball with me anymore. Your skills haven't gotten rusty, have they? Don't go out there and embarrass yourself later. Don't worry, I won't be as bad as you. Suya. By the way, after the last basketball game, a senior in my major came up to me to ask about you. Your senior? Asking about me. Lee Moken raised an eyebrow slightly. Yeah, he's on the college basketball team. He wanted me to ask if you'd be interested in, since the School of Information had a large student body, nearly 400 students across computer science and electronic information. The standards for the school basketball team tryouts were quite high. There were no interviews, potential players were scouted solely through the annual inter-school basketball tournament. Being an official team naturally meant scheduled training sessions. Lee Chuan pondered for a moment, a hint of wistfulness in his voice. Forget it, basketball is just an outdoor activity for me. I can't commit to training at fixed times every day. Before meeting Shen Zhimeng, or before he had set his sights on the national scholarship, he might have agreed. But now he barely had enough time for his studies. How could he possibly schedule daily practice? Rejecting it just like that. You don't even want to join the basketball team. Suya was taken aback by his response. I'm aiming for the national scholarship next year. Don't call me for anything other than studying. Suya was speechless. You? Studying? After his initial shock, Suya recalled that recently this guy had indeed stopped playing games, even spending his general education classes hunched over solving problems. Perhaps maybe he was genuinely turning over a new leaf. Alright, I'll wait for you to bring me good news next year. As they spoke, Lee Chuan suddenly felt his foot being clamped, or more precisely his shoe. The sensation was oddly familiar. He couldn't help but glance up at Shen Zhimeng sitting across from him. She wore a completely expressionless face, eating her meal as if nothing had happened. What does she mean by this? Hey, Chuan, look over there. Suya nudged Lee Chuan's arm, gesturing with his eyes towards the cafeteria entrance diagonally ahead. What am I looking at? Lee Chuan was confused. A beauty with long legs. Suya said this without a care, completely oblivious to the fact that Shen Zhimeng's expression across from him had darkened. Lee Chuan was about to look away at these frivolous words, knowing Suya's nature all too well. Had always take a second glance at any girl in slightly revealing clothing and drag him along to look too. But perhaps after seeing Shen Zhimeng, his standards had been raised. Faces he once found attractive now seemed utterly bland. Yet as Lee Chuan's gaze landed on a particular girl, he couldn't help but feel a sudden daze. Jiangwu. Even from just a profile, Lee Chuan could recognize the girl waiting in line for food not far away as Jiangwu. After watching her for so long in high school, how could he forget her so quickly? Wasn't she at Normal University? Why would someone from Normal University be at his school? As he was puzzling over this, Su Ya's muttering reached his ears. Today our school and the neighboring Normal University are co-hosting some kind of seminar. The top freshmen from Normal U are coming to our campus. I bet those pretty girls over there are from Normal U. Suya was getting excited, then realized it wasn't appropriate, and lowered his voice, whispering to Lee Chuan, Jiangwu. Jiangwu is here too. Lee Chuan lowered his gaze and responded with a calm, Suya belatedly remembered something. That day at the school gate, didn't we also see Jiangwu? I mentioned then whether you two went to the same high school and knew each other. Eat your food. Lee Chuan didn't want to bring up the past. Suya was taken aback, then noticed Lee Chuan's discomfort and also realized his own faux pas. He instinctively glanced at Shen Zhimeng opposite him, then mimed zipping his lips. His mouth. He had been chatting away happily, forgetting that Lee Chuan's girlfriend was sitting right across from him. Isn't it the biggest taboo to mention other girls in front of your girlfriend? Shen Zhimeng's expression was unreadable, but she probably wasn't feeling happy. Suddenly Lee Chuan felt the pressure on his foot disappear. He casually glanced down and saw that Shen Zhimeng had retracted her foot. However, something even more surprising was yet to come. Jiangwu was with a group of 4 girls. It was peak dining time and seats were hard to find. Just then the table next to Lee Chuan cleared out. The girls with Jiangwu quickly spotted the nearby seats and hurried over with their trays. Jiangwu ended up sitting right next to Shen Zhimeng, diagonally across from Lee Chuan. Suya inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. This was a massive battlefield. As an innocent bystander, staying here to watch the drama unfold was way too thrilling. It wasn't until she sat down that Jiangwu noticed Lee Chuan sitting diagonally opposite. After all, she wasn't at her own school, and being somewhat socially anxious, she didn't let her eyes wander. Lee Chuan met her gaze. At this point it would be awkward not to greet her. Lee Chuan didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Li Mo Chuan glanced at her out of politeness before lowering his eyes to eat in silence. He couldn't quite describe his current feelings. Not good, but not bad either. Jiang Wu's style today was as usual on the cute side. Her hair was in 2 low braids, a cute carrot-shaped hairpin held back her bangs, and she wore a soft pink knit cardigan. Her eyes blinked bright and full of spirit. Suya sitting nearby nearly dropped his jaw. Holy crap. He knew his intuition was never wrong. He had sensed something between those two back at the school gate, and now it seemed he was practically a prophet. He should have asked more questions back then have the full story for this gossip. But even more surprises were in store for Suya. Shen Zhimeng touched Jiang Wu's arm, a faint smile on her face. Jiang Wu, do you remember me? We even added each other as friends. Last weekend, while jogging by the river with Li Mo Chuan, they had run into Jiang Wu. Out of curiosity, she had taken the initiative to add Jiang Wu on social media. Since then they hadn't messaged each other, but they had been keeping up with each other's posts. Jiang Wu turned her head, her face instantly lighting up with surprise. It's you, sister. Jiang Wu remembered clearly that when this girl introduced herself, she had said she was Li Mo Chuan's older sister. So you and him go to the same school. a junior. Since you two know each other, it wouldn't hurt to know one more person. Jiang Wu, hello, my name is Suya. I've heard of you, the first beauty of Normal University. Suya, being the ultimate social butterfly, stood up and introduced himself directly to Jiang Wu. This was a perfect chance to meet a beautiful girl. Why wait any longer? The girls from Normal University, sitting with Jiang Wu, couldn't help but giggle. Our Wu Wu is so charming, she has so many friends here at Qingwan University. Too bad this classmate Wu Wu already has a boyfriend. Wait, Wu Wu, didn't you say you had a fight with your boyfriend last time? Did you make up? It feels like we haven't seen you two walking together for the past couple of days. Jiang Wu's expression soured upon hearing this. She had indeed argued with her boyfriend, and they hadn't been in contact for the past 2 days. Shen Zhimeng, sitting closest to Jiang Wu, could see her expression clearly and also heard the half-joking remarks. But more than anything, she was secretly observing Li Mo Chuan's reaction. He seemed to be thinking about something. Does he know Jiang Wu's boyfriend? Or is he feeling sorry for her? Due to their face-to-face position, Jiang Wu also inadvertently caught Li Mo Chuan's expression. Jiang Wu couldn't help but recall certain memories from high school. Her friend had once jokingly guessed that Li Mo Chuan had a crush on her, but she hadn't taken it to heart. After all, most of the class, regardless of gender, treated her kindly. She had never noticed anything particularly special about how Li Mo Chuan treated her. But looking at his current expression combined with her friend's earlier remark that Li Mo Chuan, despite having a face that suggested he'd never lack a girlfriend, was actually quite innocent, Jiang Wu began to doubt her previous judgment. Li Mo Chuan, of course, wasn't feeling sorry for Jiang Wu. She was a thing of the past. He held no nostalgic affection for her. Although seeing her again had momentarily stunned him. 3 years of feelings don't vanish without a trace. He had quickly shifted his thoughts elsewhere, and his mind had been occupied with the afternoon's basketball game ever since. He was wondering if he could still teach Shen Zhimeng a thing or two after dinner, and if there were any last-minute tricks he could impart. Shen Zhimeng and Suya had nearly finished eating. Li Mo Chuan called for everyone to head out together, offering Jiang Wu only a brief nod as a greeting. As they walked towards the tray return area, Suya pressed close to Li Mo Chuan's other side and whispered, "So you knew Jiang Wu from before? We were in the same high school class." "Holy shit," Suya said again, lowering his voice. "With the looks you two have, nothing happened back in high school." "No." Li Mo Chuan remained completely calm throughout. After dealing with Suya, Li Mo Chuan took Shen Zhimeng to the sports field. Of course, they couldn't play basketball right after eating, and there was no one on the court anyway. Even if they wanted to practice, there were no balls. The midday sun was warm, casting light on the red rubber track and the green lawn, where couples walked side by side. "I thought of a few more small questions during lunch. They'll explain them to you when we get to the court," Li Mo Chuan said, casually tossing his backpack onto the grass and lying down completely. Shen Zhimeng's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, lit up again. She sat down beside Li Mo Chuan and, finally ignoring whether the grass was clean or not, lay back as well. "So that's what you were thinking about during lunch?" Li Mo Chuan looked at the blue sky and white clouds, the warm sun dispelling the chill of late October, and his mood lifted considerably. A smile also touched Shen Zhimeng's lips. She hadn't expected her unasked question to be answered so readily. So Li Mo Chuan's days earlier wasn't because of Jiang Wu, it was because he was thinking about her. The field was deserted at noon, with only 2 figures lying close together on the grass. At least that's what the blue sky believed. After lying there for a while, Shen Zhimeng noticed the person beside her wasn't speaking and couldn't help asking, "Are you planning to take a nap here?" But she got no response. Propping herself up on her elbow, she saw the person beside her with eyes tightly shut, seemingly having fallen asleep. Instinctively, she reached out a hand to check his breathing. Just as she was about to touch him, her hand was completely enveloped by a larger one, causing Shen Zhimeng to involuntarily catch her breath. "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet," Li Muchuan said languidly though his eyes remained closed. We can still swap now, you know. If I really kicked the bucket one day, wouldn't you be scared to switch into a corpse? Shen Zhimeng shoved him in annoyance. Stop talking nonsense. Li Muchuan couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. So you're scared of that, huh? I thought you were tougher. Get up. Shen Zhimeng's tone carried a hint of anger. Li Muchuan opened his eyes a sliver only to see Shen Zhimeng's face suddenly looming large before him. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively rolled away to dodge. Holy shit, Shen Zhimeng, what are you doing? Shen Zhimeng in turn was utterly bewildered by his reaction. I saw you pretending to be deaf, so I got closer to see if you were actually deaf or not. Li Muchuan. My hearing is perfectly fine. Shen Zhimeng looked at his guilty expression, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. You weren't thinking I was going to kiss you just now, were you? Li Muchuan's gaze flickered, his eyes darting downwards, looking exactly like someone had been caught. How could that be? Shen Zhimeng saw through him, but didn't call him out. At least not now. She stood up, brushed the grass clippings off her clothes, and then beckoned to Li Muchuan. Stand up. What for? Li Muchuan looked at the smile on her face with suspicion. Oh, just stand up, will you? Shen Zhimeng made a move as if to pull him up, and Li Muchuan straightened up immediately before she could reach him. I'm standing. The moment Li Muchuan finished speaking, he saw Shen Zhimeng's expression turn into one of triumph. Before he could figure out what she was up to, she grabbed his arm, and in the next instant, he found himself thrown to the ground. Li Muchuan. What the hell? Li Muchuan, you're not that great, are you? I hadn't even warmed up yet, and you're already down. Shen Zhimeng's words were full of provocation. Only Li Muchuan was lying down while Shen Zhimeng was standing. Whether it was because her sweatshirt was too loose or she was just too thin from Li Muchuan's angle, he could see right through the hem of her top to what was underneath. His eyelids fluttered, and he felt a bit embarrassed by the view. Although they had swapped bodies before and bathed, and he had inadvertently caught glimpses, seeing it from his own perspective was completely different from seeing it as a spectator. Shen Zhimeng looked skinny like a flatboard, but she was actually quite. Shen Zhimeng didn't notice the change in Li Muchuan's expression. She directly squatted down and patted his chest. I played basketball with you, can't you practice some judo with me? Li Muchuan. So that's what this was about. No, I don't fight with girls. Li Muchuan still had his principles. Tisk, is it that you just can't beat me? Li Muchuan. Such a provoking taunt was somewhat effective. Li Muchuan stood up straight, stretched his limbs, and fixed his gaze on Shen Zhimeng. Fine, since we've got nothing else to do, I'll reluctantly be your sparring partner. A smile spread across Shen Zhimeng's face. She walked slowly towards Li Muchuan, and soon they had a grip on each other's arms, their feet shuffling in small steps. Shen Zhimeng was looking for an opening. Li Muchuan didn't know judo and had never watched a match, so he could only rely on instinct to defend. But Shen Zhimeng was much faster than Li Muchuan had anticipated, and her attacks were sudden and unexpected. The moment he let his guard down, he lost his balance and started to topple sideways. Acting on instinct, he grabbed Shen Zhimeng's clothes, and they both fell to the ground together. Shen Zhimeng landed directly on top of Li Muchuan, their cheeks pressed together. Both of them held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Whoosh! Finally, Li Muchuan couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a heavy breath. Convinced now? Shen Zhimeng subtly touched her own flushed cheek, trying to dispel the awkwardness of their intimate contact. Yeah, I'm convinced. Li Muchuan had been convinced for a long time, ever since their first swap, their first formal meeting, and her first time dumping him on the bed. Let me lie here for a bit. You're pretty strong, I'm a bit worn out. Hearing Shen Zhimeng's panting, slightly weak voice, Li Muchuan swallowed the refusal that was on the tip of his tongue. Would it be too rude to just push her off him? Alright, lie down then. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Muchuan felt his shoulder being hugged, and then a head nuzzled against his clothes on his chest. Now the smell on your clothes is the same as the smell on mine. How could it not be? They're both washed in the same washing machine. Li Muchuan, you. Shen Zhimeng was rendered speechless by his dense remark. You're a total mood killer. Speaking of grinders, did you know that in some horror stories some supporting characters fall headfirst into them? Like, Li Muchuan deliberately brought up something scary. But to his surprise, the person lying on his chest showed no reaction at all. Had he scared her too much? Shen Zhimeng. Li Moken's brows furrowed involuntarily as he called out to her tentatively, his tone laced with tension and concern. You? Call me big sister. Shen Zhimeng's voice was languid as she patted Li Moken's shoulder. Why are you always so disrespectful? Li Moken. All that worry for nothing. Still, Shen Zhimeng's voice seemed tinged with fatigue, so Li Moken refrained from retorting and instead asked, that tired? Not really. Shen Zhimeng's hand had somehow drifted from his shoulder to his neck, her fingertips tracing circles around his Adam's apple. Touching, then withdrawing, leaving Li Moken with a ticklish sensation. His body stiffened, and he instinctively grabbed her hand, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Shen Zhimeng, where are you touching? Your Adam's apple. Shen Zhimeng said it with utter nonchalance. Stop touching. Li Moken didn't particularly feel anything from the touch itself, but had read too much online about how a guy's Adam's apple shouldn't be casually touched. Over time had come to regard it as a private area. But Shen Zhimeng was clearly someone with a rebellious streak. Her small hand slipped free from Li Moken's grasp, wandering over him once more, and before he could react, she touched his Adam's apple again. What's the harm in a little touch? I don't have something this prominent. Let me experience it. Li Moken. What's there to experience about this thing? Li Moken was equal parts exasperated and amused. This Shen Zhimeng only dared to act so outrageously in front of him. Around others, she probably wouldn't dare make a peep. Why didn't you pull this act when Suya was here at noon? Huh. Only when we're alone do you start talking nonsense. Do you start to? Li Moken stopped mid-sentence, as if sensing something, and his expression froze. Did Shen Zhimeng just do something? Li Moken swallowed nervously. What were you just doing? It wasn't hard to tell that Li Moken was genuinely tense now. Shen Zhimeng was lying against his chest, or more precisely, near his collarbone. Head just felt the collar of his hoodie being pulled aside slightly, and then a sudden coolness on his collarbone. Since Li Moken had been staring at the sky, lost in his own words, he hadn't noticed what Shen Zhimeng had done. Oh, I just reached over and pinched your collarbone. Shen Zhimeng's tone was breezy and natural. Li Moken was half convinced. The sensation was already faint, but it didn't feel like a pinch. Yet he couldn't quite articulate what it was. Come on, let's go. We can still get some practice in at the basketball court. Shen Zhimeng quickly got up from him and began brushing the grass off her clothes. Li Moken lay there on the ground, dazed, his mind a blank, forgetting what he was supposed to be thinking about. It wasn't until Shen Zhimeng tugged on his arm that he got to his feet. Check my hair for grass. Shen Zhimeng stood in front of Li Moken, naturally bowing her head slightly, looking as if she was at his disposal. The moment Li Moken touched her hair, he felt a bump against his chest. Shen Zhimeng, do you have no bones? His expression was tinged with helplessness as he steadied her by the shoulders, making a move to push her away, but she grabbed his wrist instead. Once you fix my hair, I'll get my bones back. Hurry up, Shen Zhimeng urged. Li Moken. Quite the unique condition. Still, he couldn't be bothered to push her away. After clearing the grass from her hair, the two of them walked towards the basketball court together. Along the way, Li Moken went over various details about the basketball game, especially the rules. Having played for years, he was confident he wouldn't make basic mistakes or commit rookie errors. Shen Zhimeng pretending to be him could be bad, but not absurdly bad. The basketball court was already bustling with people practicing, with 2 games in progress. They were interclass matches between juniors and seniors. Among them was Shen Zhimeng's class, Junior Computer Science Class 1. A game on Court 1 had just started. Li Moken gave Shen Zhimeng a meaningful look. That's your class over there. Wanna go watch? No need. Shen Zhimeng answered without a second thought. She didn't even know all the guys in her class, so what would she watch for? Shen Zhimeng's arrival immediately drew a lot of attention. Many male gazes drifted her way. Even without wearing bright colors, with so few girls on the court, her face and figure were far too eye-catching. Her expression had also reverted to its usual calm and cold demeanor. Li Moken had figured it out. Whenever there were other people around, as long as he wasn't alone with her, Shen Zhimeng was the eccentric ice queen everyone else saw. Only when they were alone did Shen Zhimeng act like a female hooligan. Female hooligan. That was the phrase that flashed through Li Moken's mind. Had never been able to find the right words to describe Shen Zhimeng before, but now he knew. It was fitting. Li Moken's teammates hadn't all arrived yet, so he picked a ball from the college's stash and led Shen Zhimeng to the farthest court. He tossed the ball to her. Standing at the 3-point line, Shen Zhimeng followed the form Head taught her and launched the ball straight through the hoop. Li Moken clicked his tongue in amazement. Say what you will about Shen Zhimeng, but her shooting was spot on. If he remembered correctly, during their 2 practice sessions at the residential area, Shed made 9 out of 10 shots. That was a remarkably high accuracy for a beginner. Zhao Ximping rushed over just in time to see Shen Zhimeng's shot. Wow, senior, impressive. Li Moken looked at Zhao Zuanping's burly figure with some confusion. Why are you here? You're not even playing. I'm here to cheer you on. All right. Li Moken gestured to Shen Zhimeng, who understood, and passed the ball to him. Zhao Ximping was stunned again. Senior's this good at ball. She's all right. Despite the modest words, Li Moken felt a swell of pride. The master was secretly pleased when the disciple was praised, and he grew even more eager for the afternoon's game. Before long, Li Moken's teammates arrived one by one. Shen Zhimeng sat obediently on a bench nearby, quietly watching them play. Her main focus was observing who Li Moken coordinated with the most, and where their chemistry lay. Shen Zhimeng was so engrossed that time flew by. At some point she noticed someone had sat down next to her. She pretended not to notice, absolutely refusing to speak first. Finally, Duan Shen couldn't hold back. You like him that much? You've never come to the basketball court since freshman year. Shen Zhimeng couldn't be bothered to respond, and continued to ignore him. Duan Shen, as if unaware of the awkwardness, pressed on. He's just a freshman. He just got to college. Honestly, he's just a high schooler who doesn't know anything. You're happy with him now, but what about the future? Have you thought about where this is going? Shen Zhimeng grew irritated. She turned her head and gave him a cold, dismissive look. You're so noisy. After Li Moken sank a crucial shot, he caught sight of Shen Zhimeng staring at Duan Shan with a hostile expression. He tossed the ball to his teammate. You guys keep playing. He'll be right back. What's wrong? Li Machuan walked up to Shen Zhimeng, flashed her a smile, and reached out his hand. Shen Zhimeng was momentarily startled at the sight of him. She truly hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly, but she soon regained her composure. It's nothing. Shen Zhimeng cooperatively took his hand, and stood up, then unscrewed her water bottle and handed it to him. Have a drink. You're sweating. Okay. The intimate scene of them gazing at each other made Duan Shen feel awkward, and he decided not to linger where he wasn't wanted getting up to leave. Once he was out of earshot, Li Machuan handed the bottle back to Shen Zhimeng. I've drunk this one. He'll buy you a new one later. He hadn't bought a water bottle himself, and the one Head bought that morning was already empty. He had been genuinely thirsty just now, which was why Head taken a sip from hers. It's fine. I still have some in my cup. You can take this one. Shen Zhimeng sat down again, and shook her own water bottle to show she was fine. All right. Li Machuan didn't refuse further. He'll head over there then. We'll be up on the court soon. Go on. Shen Zhimeng was entirely the picture of understanding and gentle care. Li Machuan felt she was just putting on a show for Duan Shen's sake. Although Duan Shen had left, he was still lingering around the basketball court, occasionally glancing their way. Soon it was finally Li Machuan's class turn to take the court. The preceding classes had played quickly without any free throws or other delays, finishing about 20 minutes earlier than Li Machuan had estimated. Before heading onto the court, Li Machuan came over to Shen Zhimeng again. There's a halftime break after the first half ends, and he'll come find you then. The game started a bit earlier, so after we switch you'll only need to play the last few minutes. Shen Zhimeng's mood, which she had just managed to settle, became tense again. She might really have to play later. The whistle blew, and the game officially began. Duan Shen didn't come over to bother Shen Zhimeng this time, because she was surrounded by a good number of guys, all from Li Machuan's class. It seemed they had coordinated beforehand, as they had occupied all the spots around her. This was the second time Shen Zhimeng had watched Li Machuan play a full-court basketball game. Last time she had sat high in the stands, utterly confused, only seeing Li Machuan score one basket after another. But this time she could understand almost everything. With every basket Li Machuan scored, the smile on Shen Zhimeng's face grew a little brighter. However, she still couldn't let loose in front of others, unable to shout and cheer for him like the guys beside her. The first half quickly came to an end, with Li Machuan's class already leading by 10 points. During the halftime break, Li Machuan sat right next to Shen Zhimeng. She didn't say much as there were too many people around, all vying to talk to him. Chuan, that was insane. You were like a man possessed this game. I feel like we've got this sophomore class in the bag. Chuan, we can ease up a bit, give the seniors some face. A blowout score doesn't look good. Why should we? Did you see how badly Class 2 got beaten by the juniors today? Single digits. The juniors didn't give them an inch of mercy. Why should we hold back? We play our best whatever the score. Exactly. This is college, not the corporate world. Why do we need to play nice? Can the seniors get us into grad school? Even if we crush them, they're not going to bully us over it, are they? Usually Li Machuan would have joined their banter, and in regular games, had be mindful not to let the score get too lopsided. As for Duan Shen causing trouble that day, he probably just had a screw loose, or Li Machuan had caught him on a bad day. But today was different. He wasn't playing to win, he was playing for Shen Zhimeng. The more points he scored now, the less pressure she would face when she entered the game, and the more freely she could play. Shen Zhimeng was actually a more accurate shooter than him, especially from the three-point line. With this in mind, Li Machuan began to re-strategize with his teammates. I'm running a bit low on energy. Later in the second half, I'll find my spots. You guys draw the defense, and if you can't take the shot, pass it to me. He'll aim for threes. Got it. The team followed Li Machuan's lead without question, as their individual skills weren't exceptional. Their strength lay in teamwork and Li Machuan's scoring. After speaking, Li Machuan turned to look at Shen Zhimeng beside him, shifting his legs slightly. You heard what I told them, right? Shen Zhimeng nodded. I know. Relax. We've got this. Be careful out there. Don't get hurt. Winning or losing. Shen Zhimeng wanted to say that winning wasn't everything, but seeing how fiercely Li Machuan was playing, she couldn't bring herself to say it. We will win. Shen Zhimeng rarely smiled in front of so many people, and everyone saw it. The guys around them began to tease Li Machuan. Oh, is senior giving you some romantic encouragement? Now I get it. Chuan isn't here for the game. He's here to show off for his girlfriend. Yeah. Whoever doesn't pass the ball to Chuan is dead meat. Their chatter gradually eased the tense atmosphere, though Shen Zhimeng felt her cheeks getting warm. With 1 minute left until the game resumed, Li Machuan scooted closer to Shen Zhimeng, before leaving, pressing their bodies a bit closer together. He leaned in and whispered, that smile just now was beautiful. Really? Shen Zhimeng stared back at him, dazed. Li Machuan, perhaps a little embarrassed himself, quickly jogged back to the center of the court. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but giggle inwardly. The second half began, and she watched the game while also checking the time on her phone. It was almost 3:30. The crowd around the court seemed to be growing, especially women. Shen Zhimeng overheard snippets of their conversations. Hey, is that tall guy the one from the confession wall post? He's even hotter in person than in the photos. Yeah, that's him. I noticed him during military training. He's so handsome, especially that intense look in his eyes when he plays. Should we ask for his contact info after the game? Sure. But will he give it? You don't think he has a girlfriend? Have you seen many people posted on the confession wall who are actually taken? We're here now, we might as well try, right? Shen Zhimeng gradually realized that someone had taken photos of Li Machuan playing and posted them on the school's confession wall. A bunch of female students with nothing better to do, especially those whose dorms were near the basketball court, had come directly to watch. Shen Zhimeng felt strangely calm after hearing all this. So many people liked Li Machuan, so many people thought he was great. Well, that just proved her taste was excellent. She continued to watch the time on her phone. It was already 3:08. 2 more minutes. She kept her eyes fixed on the game, pondering what she would face if she were out there. The score gap was 12 points. Li Machuan was in full blaze, coordinating seamlessly with his teammates, and scoring consecutively, radiating a sense of rock-solid security. After scoring another basket, Li Machuan glanced over towards Shen Zhimeng. This was their prearranged signal. She gave him a 1 with her fingers. He acknowledged it, understanding that for the next minute he would play defense and hold back, making it easier for her to adapt to the rhythm when she swapped in, at least ensuring she wouldn't get hurt. Everything was set, only the switch was pending. Shen Zhimeng had already opened the timer on her phone, counting the seconds until it hit 3:30. Just as expected, the swap was impeccably punctual. The moment the time arrived, they exchanged. Shen Zhimeng found herself standing near the edge of the basketball court. No one blocked her. Her teammates had already drawn most of the defensive pressure under the basket, leaving only the question of whether they could make the layup. She immediately sprinted towards the three-point line, ready to receive a pass. A chuan. At that call, the basketball was passed out from the crowd under the hoop. Shen Zhimeng's eye sharpened. Familiar with this body, she stepped forward in 2 strides, caught the ball, retreated beyond the three-point arc, and launched a jump shot. Li Machuan, seated on the sidelines, couldn't help but stand up. He watched the ball trace a perfect parabola and swish through the net. A brilliant smile broke across his face. Her score brought him more joy than his own ever could. That single basket was a tremendous boost of morale. Shen Zhimeng was sharp. She avoided physical confrontations, deftly slipping out of sight, only to find her moment for a long-range three-pointer. In the final minutes of the second half, she sank 3 three-pointers, scoring 9 points in total. It was a shooting percentage Li Machuan couldn't match. He might make 1 out of 3 three-point attempts, but hitting all 3 was beyond his grasp. The game ended in an undisputed victory. Some teammates tried to pull Li Machuan into a high-five celebration, but he coldly brushed them off, striding directly towards Shen Zhimeng on the sidelines. But was intercepted halfway by a group of girls. Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? You were so cool playing out there, want some water? Li Machuan wore a cold expression, waving his hand in polite refusal. But the girls were persistent, trailing behind him until he reached a particular girl. Without a word, Li Machuan grabbed Shen Zhimeng's wrist and pulled her into his arms. In a moment hidden from onlookers, he leaned to her ear and whispered, I made 3 three-pointers. Then he resumed their embrace. At that point, even the most oblivious girls understood. He already had a girlfriend. Wasn't this guy just a freshman? Everyone moves this fast these days. Though reluctant, they weren't about to walk into a couple's blatant display of affection and invite awkwardness. Li Machuan, held in Shen Zhimeng's arms, wrinkled his nose and couldn't help but complain, You reek of sweat. Shen Zhimeng chuckled softly, turning her head within the hug, resting her chin on his shoulder. How can someone be so disgusted with themselves? Li Machuan. He patted her back and said with feigned indifference, Let's go. No classes tonight, we're heading home. It was the first time he felt his own post-game smell was too strong. Shen Zhimeng followed behind, pulling her shirt up to sniff it. She thought it was fine, just normal sweat, not really bad. It's not smelly. I said it is, so it is. Home for a shower. His tone brooked no argument. Shen Zhimeng obediently followed, mainly because she felt sticky and uncomfortable. They exited the court, headed straight for the school gate, and rode shared bikes back. The house was empty that afternoon. Shen Jing and Ji Yun were both at work. Li Machuan dragged her straight to the bathroom, locked the door, and quickly stripped off her clothes. Li Machuan, you pervert. Flustered by his relentless actions, she backed away until she hit the wall. Even though she was male now, being stripped like this was still so awkward. You were perfectly fine showering before. What's there to be shy about? As long as you keep your eyes closed, it's like I'm just showering myself. Wasn't that your line? Li Machuan was amused by her shy demeanor. But Shen Zhimeng bit her lower lip, finally overcoming the strange feeling, and closed her eyes. All right, go ahead. Li Machuan, that tickles you. You didn't wash me like this before. The shower felt like a battle, but thankfully it was over. After washing her, she made sure to wash him too. They both emerged from the bathroom with slightly flushed cheeks. It wasn't their first time, so why did it feel? After changing into clean clothes, Shen Zhimeng flopped onto the bed exhausted. The shower felt like a battle, but thankfully it was over. After washing her, she made sure to wash him too. They both emerged from the bathroom with slightly flushed cheeks. It wasn't their first time, so why did it feel? After, hey, go easy with the pulling. Liam Ochuan, I think you're getting back at me on purpose. Getting back at you for what? Liam Ochuan's lips curled up, clearly in a good mood. When I was putting body wash on you earlier, Liam Ochuan. I'm just looking out for you. You're sore now, but this way you'll sleep better tonight. Liam Ochuan, I curse you to wake up in pain tonight. The basketball game was over for now. The next one had no set date, but it wouldn't be before next Thursday. So Shen Zhimeng and Liam Ochuan were able to relax for a bit. When Shen Jing and Ji Yun found out the kids came home early, they rushed back after work. The four of them sat around the dinner table, the atmosphere exceptionally harmonious. If one were to ignore the feet under the table, Liam Ochuan suspected Shen Zhimeng had some odd fetish, and it was definitely foot-related. Since they were at home, both wore slippers. Shen Zhimeng had freed her foot again, rubbing it against Liam Ochuan's leg. But this time things were different. What she rubbed against wasn't a hairy leg, but a smooth, fair one. Sitting face to face, Liam Ochuan could even see the delight in her eyes. Shen Jing swallowed his food and suggested, "It's only 6 now. We should still be able to view the apartment in that neighborhood. Why don't we head over after dinner? Consider it a family stroll after the meal." Sounds good. Okay. Neither Liam Ochuan nor Shen Zhimeng had any objections. They had been putting off viewing the apartment for days. It was time to go. Around 7 in the evening, the family arrived at the residential complex. The apartment was on the 13th floor with 1 elevator per floor, a spacious 180 square meter open layout. A fairly good find in the university district. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 with ensuite bathrooms, plus a study, all generously sized. Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng couldn't find any faults. The only issue was the sparse basic furniture, which would need to be gradually added. "I don't see any problems," Li Moken said after thoroughly inspecting every corner. "Then you two should discuss which bedrooms you want. Once you've decided, we can start furnishing right after the handover," Shen Jing said. Shen Zhimeng emerged from another room looking utterly serene. She pointed to the 2 adjacent bedrooms. "My sister and I will take these 2. You two can have the largest master bedroom." "Huh, Muming, don't you prefer bigger rooms?" "You could take the master bedroom if you like," Ji Yun said, recalling that Shen Zhimeng had claimed the master bedroom at their old place. She worried the girl was being overly considerate. "It's fine, Auntie. H1 and I will take these 2 adjacent ones," Li Moken quickly added after catching Shen Zhimeng's subtle glance. He was Shen Zhimeng now. He almost hadn't reacted in time. "Of course the parents take the master bedroom. We couldn't possibly take it. My sister and I will take these 2, Shen Zhimeng added in agreement. "All right, then we won't stand on ceremony. Since the apartment is fine, I'll come by tomorrow to handle the paperwork. As for the furniture, you two can look around and see what you need for your own rooms." "Okay." On the way home, Shen Jing and Ji Yun walked ahead, while Shen Zhimeng and Li Moken chatted in hushed tones behind. "Did you notice something? Why are you so set on those 2 adjacent bedrooms?" Li Moken's intuition told him something was up. Shen Zhimeng was about to explain directly, but then recalled that upstairs she had called him sister several times, yet the guy hadn't once properly called her that. Suddenly she wasn't in a hurry to spill the beans. "If you call me sister after the exchange tomorrow, I'll tell you." "Can't I call you now?" Li Moken, wearing Shen Zhimeng's face, felt there was nothing he wouldn't do. "No, it has to be tomorrow. There's no rush to tell you the secret of those rooms until then. I'm not saying a word today." "Then forget it. I don't really want to know that badly." Although Shen Zhimeng was the older sister type to everyone else, they had spent so much time together privately that she was anything but sisterly with him. Sometimes she was even a bit ditzy. "If you don't call me, I won't tell you," Shen Zhimeng said with a breezy ease. Li Moken. This woman was starting again. Where was the older sister vibe in this childishness? Whatever, he'd find out sooner or later anyway. Li Moken held out all the way home. Back in his room, watching Shen Zhimeng seriously typing code at the desk, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Lowering his voice, he switched to a persistent coaxing mode. "Sister, just tell me what you... Didn't someone say they didn't deign to know?" Shen Zhimeng stared intently at the screen, not even blinking. Li Moken's curiosity was truly piqued. On the way back, he had indeed thought, if she won't say, then forget it. But while working on his problems, just now his mind kept drifting back to an itch he couldn't scratch. Shen Zhimeng caught a glimpse of his frustrated expression, and a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "The wardrobes in those 2 rooms are back to back. They're directly connected." "What?" Li Moken couldn't process it for a moment. Connected? Did it mean what he thought it meant? Wasn't that apartment newly built? The furniture inside was brand new. How could the 2 wardrobes possibly be connected? "I'm guessing our rooms were originally one single space. The wardrobe area is where they connect," but instead of installing a door or sealing the wall, they just covered the opening with the wardrobe doors. After hearing Shen Zhimeng's speculation, Li Moken found it quite plausible. So, do we tell mom and dad about this? Of course not, Shen Zhimeng said. She was thrilled at the idea of having a secret passage between their rooms. It would make things easier at night. Li Moken was completely oblivious to her scheming, but he couldn't shake a strange, inexplicable feeling. If we need to swap in the middle of the night, or if some emergency comes up, we can handle it without having to use the hallway where mom and dad might see or hear us. After hearing this, Li Moken's reservations completely vanished. After all, he was used to being in the same space as Shen Zhimeng now, and having a backup route for emergencies was wise. Alright, we still have about 10 days to 2 weeks before we move. What we should focus on now is this big assignment. You have to help me with it. Fine. Li Moken was always enthusiastic about anything related to his major. The two of them worked until well past 10 in the evening. Time to sleep. I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. Li Moken's internal clock had been corrected by Shen Zhimeng recently. He'd start feeling sleepy around 10, even though he used to game with his friends until 2 or 3 in the morning without issue. You have an early class. I don't. I could just. Fine, I'll go alone. You sleep in. Li Moken walked straight to the bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and lay down. Wait a minute. Am you right now? If I stay up late tonight, won't you be exhausted tomorrow? Shen Zhimeng said, barely suppressing a laugh at her own outrageous remark. Li Moken, please just be human. Li Moken patted the spot next to him. Come here, you need to sleep too. Shen Zhimeng saved her code, shut down the computer, and stretched. I feel like I could stay up a bit longer. Li Moken sleep. He flicked off the room's light with a snap. But Shen Zhimeng, never one for convention, climbed over him to get to the other side of the bed and stepped on him. Shen Zhimeng, who told you to turn off the light? I was afraid I'd trip if I went around the other side. Shen Zhimeng stated this as if it were perfectly reasonable. Once she was under the covers, Li Moken felt his arm being grabbed, and then he was pulled into the embrace of the person beside him. It's getting cold now. I don't sleep well alone, so I'm just warming myself up. Li Moken. Absolutely tyrannical logic. But in this body he had no strength to resist. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng left him some breathing room, so he could still manage to fall asleep. The next morning, Li Moken woke up first because his arm had gone numb from being slept on. It was 7 a.m. Shen Zhimeng showed no signs of waking. She lay peacefully in his arms without the proud stubbornness she showed him alone, nor the coldness she showed others. It was just a quiet, comfortable feeling. Li Machuan's hand had gone numb and lost all sensation. Since he couldn't be any worse off, he simply fixed his gaze on Shen Zhimeng's face. In truth, from the very first day of the exchange, he knew that Shen Zhimeng was extraordinarily beautiful, the kind of beauty that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. If they hadn't had this exchange relationship, if they hadn't been step-siblings, he would never have restrained his heart from liking her. Even if it were like high school, carrying a secret crush for 3 years with no result. But precisely because of these two layers of relationship, regardless of Shen Zhimeng's attitude, he himself found it somewhat unacceptable deep down. He was just such a hypocritical person. If he were to take advantage of their being step-siblings to gain an unfair advantage or exploit their exchange relationship for moral blackmail, saying that since they couldn't normally date others, they might as well make do with each other. Li Machuan couldn't do that. So throughout these days of getting along, he had been restraining himself, forcing himself not to think in directions he shouldn't, learning to be content. But on second thought, now that he had agreed to be Shen Zhimeng's nominal fake boyfriend, it seemed like a kind of indirect advantage-taking. Li Machuan was conflicted inside. Gazing at the face in his arms, he grew even more conflicted. But being conflicted was useless, and Li Machuan was painfully aware of this. He knew he couldn't make any changes or choices now, he could only take things one step at a time. He gently withdrew his arm, trying not to wake Shen Zhimeng. The moment the bathroom door closed, Shen Zhimeng slowly opened her eyes. She knew that Li Machuan had been watching her all along, and for a long time. During such a long period, what was he thinking about? When Li Machuan finished getting ready and left, Shen Zhimeng was still lying in bed, as if sleeping soundly. All the way to the classroom, there were still over 10 minutes before class. The early 8 o'clock class always saw students trickling in during the last few minutes. Now there were less than 10 people in the classroom. Li Machuan sat directly in the front row, a seat he would never have given a second glance before. It seemed that after meeting Shen Zhimeng, he had changed a lot. Whether it was his living habits or study habits, the changes were all moving in a positive direction. None of his interests had been taken away, whether it was gaming or basketball. It was quite magical, really. He had actually let go of these two things in such a short time. Machuan, you're here early. Li Machuan had just opened his advanced math textbook when a boy appeared beside him. He remembered this boy. He had scored first in the class on the entrance exam, and his name was Qiao Hao. You're early too. Li Machuan returned a polite smile, then flipped to the exercises at the back of the book and started working. Qiao Hao, however, took an interest in the book in his hands. He leaned in for a look and couldn't help exclaiming, have you pre-studied? Isn't this the content of the next chapter? Li Machuan felt a bit embarrassed since this seemed a little show-off. Yeah, I just skimmed ahead a bit. But it looks like you made a mistake here. You should use a different formula. Xiaohao spoke sincerely. Li Machuan was slightly surprised. You've read this far too. Xiaohao felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. My cousin is 1 year ahead of me. Over the summer he forced me to finish the entire advanced math course. Li Machuan was speechless. He had thought he was already fast, but it turned out there was someone even more impressive, and far more so. What are you studying now? Linear algebra and probability theory for next semester. Oh. Li Machuan could tell from his expression and tone that he wasn't showing off. And since he had scored first in the major on the entrance exam, he truly had the ability. But since you're so good, why did you come to Qing University? Although Qing University was also a well-known key university, given Xiaohao's ability, he should have been capable of more. Xiaohao's embarrassment became more apparent. I am very bad at English. I have a severe subject imbalance. My whole family is bad at English. I see. Li Machuan said, and then went back to his problem, the very one Xiaohao had pointed out as wrong. He glanced at the answer, and saw it was indeed wrong. After thinking for a while, Li Machuan seemed to have a new idea, but he got stuck halfway through. Xiaohao noticed, and leaned in again. Do you need my help? Through their earlier exchange, Li Machuan had formed a good impression of him. However, faced with such proactive help, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing after 2 seconds. Xiaohao took the pen and scratch paper from him, and started explaining the problem. His approach was completely different from Shen Zhimeng's, and Li Machuan could tell that he genuinely wanted to make him understand, not show off how smart he was. Thank you, now I understand. Li Machuan suddenly got it, and Xiaohao didn't say more, returning everything. The 2 advanced math classes passed quickly. When the bell rang, Li Machuan was about to leave, but Xiaohao stopped him. If there's an opportunity next semester, would you like to form a school innovation project together? Li Machuan hadn't considered this yet, but based on past experience he felt he should ask Shen Zhimeng first, so he politely declined. I'm still pretty bad at this. I'm afraid it'll hold you back. Let's see later. Okay. Xiaohao, let's go. It was Qianchen speaking. He sized up Li Machuan, then tugged Xiaohao's arm. Xiaohao waved at Li Machuan. See you then. Li Machuan withdrew his gaze, and quickened his pace to leave the classroom. As for Qianchen, whose gaze made him uncomfortable, he put him out of his mind. The 3rd and 4th periods were another easy lecture in a large classroom. When Li Machuan arrived, Suya had already saved a seat for him. Yo, why haven't I seen senior sister today? She's not coming later, is she? Suya's first words were teasing. She has classes in the 3rd and 4th periods. I see, I was wondering what you... Suya was cut off mid-sentence as someone bumped into his shoulder. He was about to turn around and curse when he saw that it was a girl, and standing next to her was Zhong Ruan from the College of Liberal Arts. But the 2 girls just walked away without saying anything. Did you offend them? Li Machuan asked instinctively. No. Since we ran into them in this same class last week, I haven't seen them again. Suya's face showed a hint of bewilderment. To force the attitude, no one would believe it wasn't intentional. Li Machuan roughly understood that this was directed at him. Since Suya had no contact with them, it could only be him. This was the first time Li Machuan truly experienced a woman's pettiness. Out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Zhong Ruan, who had just sat down. He looked over at her openly, only to find her gaze sweeping back at him with clear hostility. Did you do something to upset her? Suya didn't miss the silent exchange between the 2. After sitting down with Li Machuan, he couldn't help but ask. Sort of, but honestly I don't think it has anything to do with me. Ultimately, it was Shen Zhimeng's doing. However, that girl from the literature department was rather strange. Through their recent encounters, the impression she left on Li Machuan had nothing to do with her innocent, harmless face. Even without Shen Zhimeng's hint, Li Machuan wouldn't have chosen to associate with someone like her. Hey Chuan, can I ask you something? What? Li Machuan was focused on solving a problem with his pen, responding distractedly. Suya cupped his hand over his mouth and whispered in Li Machuan's ear. I heard you haven't been staying at the school dorms lately. You're not secretly living with senior sister off campus, are you? There's a rumor going around that she hasn't been staying at school either. Li Machuan was deeply engrossed in his work and barely registered what Suya said, humming in vague acknowledgement. Holy crap. Gotta hand it to Brother Chuan. Suya suddenly got excited. Only then did Li Machuan snap out of his problem-solving focus, glancing at him with slight irritation. What now? Brother Chuan, you've not only left the single dog organization, but you've also ditched the virgin squad. Suya leaned back, a hint of disdain in his eyes mixed with what seemed like a trace of admiration. Me? When did I ever say I? Li Machuan was utterly confused. You just said it. Suya then recounted their earlier conversation. Li Machuan twitched the corner of his mouth. Living together was true, but he and Shen Zhimeng were completely innocent and nothing had happened between them. You're overthinking it. There's nothing going on between me and Shen Zhimeng. We're just simply in a relationship. Then why did you just? I was doing my homework and wasn't listening. Li Machuan said, turning his attention back to the problem in his hands. So nothing really happened. Really nothing. Seeing that Li Mo Chuan didn't seem to be faking it, Suya dropped the subject. But then a new question popped into his head. What's it like kissing a girl? Don't tell me you haven't even kissed senior sister yet. With the way you two are practically glued to each other every day, I'd never believe you haven't. This time, it was Li Mo Chuan's turn to be stunned. How should he answer that? At that thought, Shen Zhimeng's face involuntarily surfaced in Li Mo Chuan's mind. What did Shen Zhimeng's lips look like again? Come on, tell me. Give me something to look forward to. They're just soft and fragrant. He guessed. Li Mo Chuan's words were hesitant and stammered, but Suya took it for shyness and embarrassment. He immediately lowered his voice, a suggestive glint in his eyes. You dog, not bad. Seeing that Suya bought it, Li Mo Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and didn't bother to explain further. Where are we eating at noon? Li Mo Chuan asked. Why ask? I don't want to be a third wheel for you too. Once or twice is fine, but I can't do it long term. Suya waved his hand dismissively. I'm eating by myself today. Li Mo Chuan said, looking exasperated. How did this guy get such an idea about him? Besides, wasn't Suya always the one who invited himself along to be the third wheel? You're not eating with senior sister? Suya asked, surprised. No, she just texted me saying she has something to do and told me to go eat first. Although Li Mo Chuan was curious about what Shen Zhimeng was up to, he didn't feel the need to ask. After all, they weren't truly in a romantic relationship, and he knew he wouldn't get an answer if she didn't want to tell him. Tisk, with that look on your face, you two didn't have a fight, did you? Let me tell you, even though I've never had a girlfriend, I probably know a bit more about how to cheer a girl up than a clueless guy like you. Suya was getting more and more spirited. Li Mo Chuan twitched his mouth again and spoke slowly. Yes, with the way you spent all 3 years of high school making your goddess happy, and yet she's still. Hey, that's enough. Stop bringing up my old wounds. Suya's face fell instantly. Isn't this the heartfelt confession you told me yourself? You got drunk late at night, called me, and poured your heart out. Li Mo Chuan glanced at him without any hint of contempt. Back then they had just become friends during military training and had exchanged contact info. That night the guy had gotten drunk and called him rambling on. Li Mo Chuan told him he wasn't this Xiao Rou he kept talking about, but the guy refused to believe it. So Li Mo Chuan recorded the call. The next day he played the recording for Suya in person. Suya rolled his eyes and cursed Dog Chuan. To this day that recording was still saved on his phone. Suya felt awful after hearing Li Mo Chuan bring it up. Dog Chuan, if you dare play that recording today, you'll what? Li Mo Chuan couldn't help but laugh. If you ever have relationship problems with Shen Zhimeng in the future, I won't give you any advice. Suya said, lacking any real conviction. Well then give me some advice now. How should I cheer her up today? If you don't show me what you've got, your threat holds no weight. Li Mo Chuan was directly trying to get a free idea. Although he hadn't upset Shen Zhimeng today, that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Her personality was rather odd. Sometimes it was hard to guess what made her angry. Alright, tell me first, how did you two fight? I don't know. She just suddenly got angry and stopped talking to me. Li Mo Chuan was playing the honesty card, as this was indeed the solution he was trying to extract. I see. So you thought for a moment. Actually, it's simple. To cheer up a girl, you just need good food, something pretty, or something fun. Just cater to her tastes. And what if you don't know her tastes? Then why are you even dating? Li Mo Chuan. Alright, no big deal. Cater to her tastes. He could start learning from today. At noon in the cafeteria, Li Mo Chuan and Suya were halfway through their meal when a girl sat down across from them. Li Mo Chuan, what a coincidence. The girl was cute with a soft, innocent look, but her lively eyes sparkled with intelligence. Li Mo Chuan responded calmly, yeah, I guess. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pinch on his thigh. Suya was desperately signaling him with his eyes. A Chuan, is she a friend of yours? Hello, I've known Li Mo Chuan for many years. My name is Song Xinyan from the law department. Song Xinyan took the initiative to greet Suya. Hello, my name is Suya. Suya stammered slightly. This girl was the first one to make his heart flutter since he had grown disillusioned with his previous crush. Are you in the same college as Li Moken? Song Xinyan seemed somewhat interested in him, though whether it was genuine or just politeness was hard to tell. But he's in computer science, in electronic information. Suya had gradually composed himself, his speech returning to normal. Oh, I feel like you computer people are all so impressive, always so sharp-minded. Well, actually Suya's face showed a hint of embarrassment. You two chat away, I'm done eating, I'll head off first. Li Moken set down his chopsticks and rose to leave. Ever since Shen Zhimeng had used his body to stake her claim, in front of Song Xinyan at his neighborhood entrance, Li Moken had decided to adopt her cold, aloof demeanor. Moreover, after the incident with the girl from the literature department, these past couple of days, Li Moken now instinctively avoided any contact with other women, lest Shen Zhimeng get the wrong idea. Fortunately, Song Xinyan didn't follow him, probably held back by Suya. Li Moken headed to the library with his backpack. The afternoon was packed with major specific courses. Remembering Xiao Hao's words from the morning, a sense of urgency surged within him. He couldn't bear to imagine the gap that would form between him and his classmates after 4 years if he continued his old frivolous ways. They had all entered with similar college entrance exam scores, meaning their combined intelligence and diligence were on par. Yet less than 2 months into the semester, Chiao had already left most of the class in the dust. Today's switch time was at 3 o'clock, right during his major course. Shen Zhimeng had finished her morning classes and seemed to be free in the afternoon, but she hadn't messaged him about attending class together. More precisely, she hadn't replied to the message Li Moken had sent at noon. On his way to the library, Li Moken received a notification about the freshman talent show. After checking everyone's schedules, this week's rehearsals are from 7:30 to 9:00 p.m. tonight, and 2:00 to 4:00 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Li Moken dismissed the message after reading it. These times had nothing to do with him. It was Shen Zhimeng who would attend all 3 rehearsals using his face. At 2 p.m., Li Moken saw Shen Zhimeng at the library entrance. "I'm not late, am I?" Shen Zhimeng was panting heavily, her cheeks flushed, strands of hair falling messily across her forehead. Clearly she had run all the way here. "We still have half an hour, no rush. If you're closer to the teaching building, you could have waited for me there." "No way," I said, "we'd go together." She waved at him. Let's go. Li Moken watched the small figure walking ahead of him. Well, small in his eyes, that is. Shen Zhimeng wasn't short, nearly 1.7 meters with shoes, but from his height, she always seemed like a tiny little thing. Perhaps it was because she was slim. His gaze unconsciously drifted to her legs, long and straight. Today she wore a cream-colored Chanel-style suit, the skirt ending mid-thigh. Her black hair was half-tied at the back, making her look like a regal little princess. "Aren't your legs cold?" Li Moken couldn't help asking. It was almost November. Could she really handle wearing so little? "I'm wearing fleece-lined tights," Shen Zhimeng said, proudly tugging at her stockings. "See? You can't even tell from a distance, right? It's like I'm not wearing anything." Shen Zhimeng was lifting her leg to inspect her stockings, and Li Moken, walking behind her, instinctively raised his arm to shield the back of her skirt. "There are so many people around, be careful not to flash anyone. With a big tall bodyguard like you here, I feel totally safe." Shen Zhimeng beamed brightly. She seemed to be in an exceptionally good mood today. A smile also crept onto Li Moken's lips, a certain feeling budding in his heart. He was fully aware of his own feelings, but he still wanted to hide them a while longer. The afternoon classes passed peacefully. Even with their bodies swapped, Shen Zhimeng managed to handle Li Moken's classmates effortlessly. After the 4 periods ended, Li Moken still felt a sense of unreality. "You really are getting used to playing me. After sleeping and eating together for so many days, if I still didn't know you, wouldn't I be a silly goose?" Shen Zhimeng, wearing Li Moken's face, grinned with particular smugness. "Oh, about tonight's rehearsal. You just stay put in the library." Shen Zhimeng patted his shoulder. "He'll come find you when the rehearsal's over." All right. This rehearsal wasn't in an empty classroom, but at the faculty office building, so it was better for Li Moken to wait for her at the library. "Oh, I also wanted to ask you something. This morning the top student in our class asked if I wanted to do a school-level innovation project with him next year. What do you think I should do?" Li Moken suddenly remembered the important matter. Shen Zhimeng thought for a moment. "Don't agree for now. By next year your level will definitely be high enough to lead your own project. If you're not the lead on a school-level project, it's almost like doing nothing at all. It won't be of much use on your resume later. Unless it's a particularly in-depth topic, but those are extremely rare and require the whole team to be highly capable." I already turned him down politely. "See, that's great. Now you're even asking for my opinion." Shen Zhimeng wore an expression of approval, as if praising a teachable student. "I've been doing that for a while now." Li Moken looked away awkwardly. After dinner, Shen Zhimeng went to rehearsal, while Li Moken studied in the library. Time flew by. Back home it was already past 10 by the time they quickly washed up. "Let's call it a day, I'm so sleepy. Good night." Shen Zhimeng turned off the light, then very naturally pulled Li Moken into her arms. Although it didn't look odd from the outside, they were currently in a body-swapped state, and being held like this felt strange to Li Moken. He also noticed that Shen Zhimeng had become increasingly casual about hugging and cuddling him. But every time he brought it up, she just said it was because seeing her own face made her happy. The next day their biological clocks woke them. Shen Zhimeng woke first again. They had swapped back around the wee hours. Now she was leaning against Li Moken's chest, silently congratulating herself. You had to be proactive and bold to get the privilege of waking up in Li Moken's arms. Noticing Li Moken's eyelashes trembling, signaling he was about to wake, Shen Zhimeng pretended to still be groggy, nuzzling into his chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. The moment Li Moken regained consciousness, he felt this, well, unusual movement. And he had just woken up. What if she pressed closer and felt something? Wait, Shen Zhimeng had already pulled that trick on him last time. She probably knew by now from that morning. A flurry of chaotic thoughts ran through Li Moken's mind, but in the end, he didn't dare move a muscle. If she was still asleep, she probably wouldn't feel anything, but if she was awake, she'd definitely notice and might even tease him about it. As he drifted in and out of thought, Li Moken dozed off again. It wasn't until 8 o'clock that Shen Jing came and knocked on the door, murmuring H1 time to get up. The voice instantly jolted the two half-asleep individuals awake, fearing that Shen Jing would push the door open at any moment. Dad, I'm changing clothes and Chuan is in the bathroom. Oh, alright. Breakfast is already on the table. Come eat when you're done. Shen Jing finished speaking and strolled leisurely towards the kitchen. I told you they'd be awake by now. Yes, you're always right. Ji Yun replied with a smile, setting down the bowl of porridge she was holding. Eat first, no need to wait for them. They eat much faster than us. Li Mo Chuan and Shen Zhimeng let out a sigh of relief as the footsteps faded into the distance. Did you lock the door? Locked. Ever since Shen Zhimeng had reminded him, Li Mo Chuan had never once forgotten to lock it. Good. Let's get ready and head out. Mom and Dad said yesterday that we're going to the new house today to tidy up, and they mentioned looking at furniture in the afternoon. Oh right, I almost forgot. But the rehearsal for the art performance is this afternoon from 2 to 4. Remember? I remember, but I can ask for leave. Missing one session shouldn't be a problem. Li Mo Chuan was slightly at a loss for words. The performance date isn't even set yet. Don't let it be that you're the one rehearsing, and then I'm the one on stage. It's fine, I can teach you. Shen Zhimeng said it with an air of ease. Seeing how confident she was, Li Mo Chuan decided to trust her. The two quickly got dressed, and after breakfast Shen Jing drove the whole family to the new house. Inspect, plan, move, sweep. The heavy work was all handled by Shen Jing and Li Mo Chuan, while sweeping and such fell to Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng. Then the four of them sat on the sofa considering what else needed to be bought and jotting it down on a list for shopping. During the cleaning, Li Mo Chuan and Shen Zhimeng had unanimously insisted on cleaning and organizing their own room themselves. The main purpose was to conceal the passage behind the wardrobe, a passage that absolutely could not be discovered by the couple. Once the list was made, all that was left was to go shopping. According to Shen Jing's plan, they aimed to move in by tomorrow. The primary consideration was that it wasn't quite appropriate for Li Mo Chuan to keep staying in Shen Zhimeng's room. Although they trusted the two children to be sensible, it was still a bit unfair to Li Mo Chuan. In the afternoon, Li Mo Chuan asked for leave from the art performance rehearsal. His role was the male lead in the play with many solo monologues. The scenes with other actors were actually simple, so missing one session didn't matter much. At 2:30 the two switched. From then on, the heavy work was done by Li Mo Chuan. The entire Saturday was spent by the four of them on the new house, moving, shopping. At 8 p.m., Ji Yun cooked the first meal in the new home. I didn't expect us to get everything done in one day. I thought it would take 2. Chuan was a huge help today. By the way, Chuan, how's that injury of yours? Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Shen Jing's face showed a hint of concern. You're injured? Shen Zhimeng looked surprised. It's nothing serious. Li Mo Chuan gave her a reassuring look. After dinner, Li Mo Chuan and Shen Zhimeng each carried a laptop into the study. As soon as the door closed, Li Mo Chuan immediately asked in a low voice, "Where are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Shen Zhimeng stared straight at him. "Are you concerned about your own body or about me?" Li Mo Chuan felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. "Of course. About you." His voice trailed off, but Shen Zhimeng was clearly very satisfied with this answer. "It's on my lower back. I bumped it while moving things. It hurts quite a bit." Li Mo Chuan's brows furrowed involuntarily upon hearing this. For Shen Jing to mention it specifically at the dinner table, it must not be a minor injury. He turned her around, lifted her clothes, and saw the bruise on her lower back. "You need to ice it." Shen Zhimeng gritted her teeth, almost imperceptibly. It still hurt quite a bit when Li Mo Chuan pressed on it gently just now. But now she thought of another more important issue. Our bedroom doesn't have an attached bathroom. What do we do about showering at night? Actually, we could shower in the morning. Li Mo Chuan seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly thinking of this. Shen Zhimeng was also stunned for a moment. She hadn't thought of it either these past few days. But we moved things today, and we're all dirty. I won't feel comfortable sleeping without a shower. Shen Zhimeng was telling the truth. They had sweated and their skin felt sticky. That's true. So you. The relationship between the two was no longer like when they first met. Now there was an unspoken understanding between them and a hazy, unacknowledged sense of ambiguity. Allowing the other person to shower while occupying one's own body was undoubtedly in. "I'm going to get my clothes and prepare for a shower." Shen Zhimeng finished speaking and left the study without giving Li Mo Chuan a chance to react. Li Mo Chuan stood there stunned, his heart beating a little faster at the thought of what Shen Zhimeng might do with his body. Back in Shen Zhimeng's room, Li Mo Chuan changed into his pajamas and lay down. He picked up his phone and saw messages from his roommates, just the usual weekend invitation to game online. But Li Mo Chuan directly refused. Now that he and Shen Zhimeng were sleeping in separate rooms, he couldn't ask her to come over and help him with voice chats like before. Li Mo Chuan hadn't planned on sleeping, but somewhere between a wandering thought and a blink he fell asleep. When he woke again, the sky outside the window was still dark. Li Mo-chuan groggily picked up his phone to check the time 4:50. He lay back down, but within 3 seconds of lying there he noticed something wrong. That phone just now. It was his. The one he had brought over before sleeping. His own phone. Which meant he was still in Shen Zhimeng's room. As if a thought struck him, his hand instinctively moved to his chest. Hiss. Something's off, something's off. Li Mo-chuan immediately flipped out of bed and went to the bathroom to look in the mirror. He checked his phone again for the time. After looking several times, he finally had to believe the fact. He and Shen Zhimeng hadn't switched back today. At a loss, he thought about it and decided to sneak into the room where Shen Zhimeng was sleeping. The person on the bed was fast asleep. Li Mo-chuan initially wanted to wake her up directly, but after thinking it over he decided against it and finally returned to his own room alone. Lying in bed sleep was now impossible. Why didn't they switch back today? According to the controlled variables Shen Zhimeng had mentioned before, if there was truly something different last night, it was only that they had slept in separate beds. So was sleeping in the same bed the prerequisite for switching back? Li Mo-chuan's mind raced with wild thoughts for a long time until he finally endured until dawn. He first sent a message to Shen Zhimeng explaining what had happened and his speculation, then asked her what they should do. At 7:30, Shen Zhimeng came directly to knock on his door. So tomorrow evening you'll come find you, or you come find me. Shen Zhimeng sat on the edge of the bed, her mood unreadable. You come find me. Your dad won't easily open your door, and my mom won't either, but if it's my room, they might just walk right in. Li Mo-chuan considered more carefully. Alright, then today. Actually, there's nothing much. My lab class alternates weeks, and today I have nothing to do. If you're afraid of staying home and getting caught, we can go study at the school library. The school is right next door. Okay, Li Mo-chuan agreed. After breakfast, and bidding farewell to family, they went to school together. In the morning, each studied on their own. In the afternoon, Shen Zhimeng, wearing Li Mo-chuan's face, attended rehearsal. In the evening, as they walked out of the library together, Li Mo-chuan felt an unprecedented ease. The feeling of working hard for one's future every day was truly wonderful. However, they hadn't swapped back last night, nor had they swapped during the day today. As they walked a stretch away from the school gate, Shen Zhimeng hesitated and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" Li Mo-chuan, hearing the serious and heavy tone, also became earnest. "What is it?" "Well, according to our speculation, as long as we don't sleep in the same bed, we won't swap. If we do swap back tomorrow, would you still want to continue swapping with me?" Li Mo-chuan was taken aback after processing the information in her words. He had never actually thought about this question. If we decide never to swap again, that means tonight is the last time we'll sleep together, right? Shen Zhimeng enunciated this fact word by word. It was clear from her expression that she didn't want it to end so soon. Li Mo-chuan wasn't stupid. He could see Shen Zhimeng's special treatment and tolerance toward him. But whether this affection stemmed from the swap or genuine compatibility, the two were fundamentally different. So faced with Shen Zhimeng's question, Li Mo-chuan merely hummed softly in acknowledgement. He knew his own heart well. The word love was not so easily spoken. How many people dared not confess for fear that even friendship would be lost? Without a confession, at least he could still have a legitimate reason to stay by her side, couldn't he? An excuse and identity to be good to her. Li Mo-chuan admitted he was being a coward, but more than that, he didn't want to start a relationship frivolously. To be honest, he hadn't known Shen Zhimeng for long. He didn't fully understand her. Even if they weren't together now, he still had plenty of opportunities to get to know her. Even if they did get together, it wouldn't offer more chances than he had now. On the way home, they walked in silence. Before going to bed, after confirming that Shen Jing and Ji Yun had fallen asleep, Shen Zhimeng hugged her pillow and quietly slipped over to Li Mo-chuan's room. The moment she slipped into the covers, she felt herself being held steady and familiar. Li Mo-chuan said nothing, but Shen Zhimeng seemed to understand his rhythm and also remained silent. The scent of each other was familiar to both. If falling asleep to that comforting fragrance was easy and quick. To avoid being discovered by either parent, Shen Zhimeng set her alarm for 6 o'clock. A night of sweet dreams. 6 o'clock. The alarm jarred both awake. Instinctively, each reached for the phone they had placed on the nightstand before sleep. But both were still groggy and had completely forgotten about the swap, so their bodies pressed together directly. The sensation of cheeks touching fully jolted their half-conscious minds awake. Li Mo-chuan was the first to react. He turned off the phone on his own nightstand, then handed it to Shen Zhimeng. Without turning on the light, he couldn't see her expression and could only judge by her breathing. It seemed a little heavier than usual. Li Mo-chuan. In the darkness, she called his name. Li Mo-chuan barely dared to breathe, afraid that if he exhaled too heavily, Shen Zhimeng would notice his agitation. Li Mo-chuan, will you like me? Shen Zhimeng's voice was very soft. Li Mo-chuan couldn't discern the tone and didn't know how to answer. It was like a difficult math problem with no solution. He simply didn't know where to start. If you don't say anything, he'll take it as a yes. Li Mo-chuan heard the voice drawing closer, his heartbeat quickening. This Shen Zhimeng. Surely she wasn't After his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could barely make out something, but the sensation on his lips made his mind explode, his body trembling involuntarily. As if sensing his trembling, the next second their lips parted. Shen Zhimeng wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her chin on Li Machuan's shoulder. Li Machuan, you don't dislike me. You like me. She said it bluntly, but when she uttered the last 4 words it was clear she was shy. A faint smile curled at the corner of Li Machuan's mouth. All his earlier considerations, all his self-righteous calculations suddenly seemed insignificant. He hadn't known Shen Zhimeng for long, but these days felt like a movie. He had experienced so much and changed so much. In the past he would never have believed he could make such a huge change in such a short time. Li Machuan responded, and directly wrapped his arms around her waist. Shen Zhimeng, leaning on his shoulder, could no longer suppress her laughter. She pulled him down, and then clung to him like an octopus. Let me holding the Li Machuan who likes me sleep a little longer. Shen Zhimeng nuzzled against his chest, found a comfortable spot, and closed her eyes. Li Machuan stared at the ceiling. His eyes had fully adjusted to the darkness, yet everything felt unreal. So he and Shen Zhimeng, were they really together now? He picked up his phone from the nightstand, set a 15-minute alarm, and closed his eyes. Whether it was a dream or not, he was ready. 15 minutes later the alarm rang. Li Machuan felt a lightness on his chest as Shen Zhimeng grabbed her pillow and got off the bed. Shen Zhimeng. Li Machuan was still not quite used to saying her name. Shen Zhimeng paused in her steps. She turned around, kicked off her slippers, and climbed back onto the bed. What's wrong? Is my boyfriend giving me a good morning kiss? Okay, got it, I'll come collect it right now. Shen Zhimeng finished her self-assured speech, gave Li Machuan no time to react, pecked him on the lips, then quickly slipped off the bed. After making sure there was no noise outside, she opened the door and hurried back to her own room. But that was only what she assumed to be her room. Li Machuan had just called out to Shen Zhimeng to remind her that she was the one who should leave the room, but her sudden kiss and her words had completely stunned him. After snapping back to reality from that fleeting kiss, Li Machuan got out of bed with a helpless sigh. They hadn't swapped bodies for the entire day yesterday, but she must have been feeling disoriented. As he reached the door and opened it, their gazes collided. Shen Zhimeng had realized something was off upon reaching the other room, and immediately rushed back. She quickly averted her eyes, pursing her lips in silence, as if she were guilty of something, and hurried past him into the room. Li Machuan couldn't help but smile, closing the door behind him as he returned to his own room. In the morning the two went to the library. But since there was a play rehearsal in the afternoon, Shen Zhimeng felt it was necessary to go over the lines with Li Machuan in advance. After lunch, she dragged him to the faculty office early. At noon, the entire floor was deserted. Li Machuan watched as Shen Zhimeng pulled out a key from Waknoshir and unlocked one of the doors. How? Do you have a key? He asked, his face full of surprise. Shen Zhimeng hesitated for a moment, as if deliberating whether to tell him. Let's talk inside first. The door opened and closed, and the sound of the lock clicking shut made Li Machuan's heart skip a beat for some reason. He must have developed a PTSD from locking doors at home. This play is based on a news story that went viral a while ago about a doctor who sacrificed himself to save others. Your lines. As soon as they entered, Shen Zhimeng pulled out a few pages from her bag. The room was small, about 10 square meters, filled with desks and chairs with a cabinet in the corner. Shen Zhimeng didn't explain what the room was used for, but seeing how familiar she was with the place, Li Machuan suppressed his curiosity. The focus now was on the afternoon rehearsal. Knowing the purpose of the room was irrelevant. Li Machuan was more curious about how Shen Zhimeng had performed in her previous rehearsal. If he acted differently, would people notice something was off? Shen Zhimeng explained the entire story and its details, then walked Li Machuan through the whole process. It was Li Machuan's first time engaging in anything performance-related, but he picked it up faster than she had anticipated. What touched her even more was that he was completely attentive throughout and followed her suggestions without question. Li Machuan, you're so obedient. Shen Zhimeng blurted out unexpectedly. Their shoulders were touching. Li Machuan, who had been memorizing his lines, was taken aback by her sudden comment. He stared straight at her. After the kiss that morning, neither of them had brought it up again. They went to the library and studied as if nothing had changed. But the Shen Zhimeng before him now was indeed different from before. I have a question for you. Go ahead. What are we exactly? Li Machuan felt he needed to clarify this. Shen Zhimeng had things she wanted to do, and so did he. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Shen Zhimeng pursed her lips to stifle a smile, saying it as naturally as could be. For real or just for show? Shen Zhimeng wanted to say for real, but remembering she hadn't even received a proper confession, she changed her words to, do you want it to be real or fake? Li Machuan's eyes flickered, a dull ache forming in his chest. So what happened this morning? Didn't even count as being together in her eyes. He unconsciously lowered his gaze. Usually he would have hidden his feelings, but now he could hardly conceal them. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a touch on his chin. Turning his head, he saw Shen Zhimeng looking at him with a beaming smile. Ah, whose boyfriend is this looking so wronged? She leaned in closer, her voice sweet and playful. Oh, he's mine. Li Machuan stared at her momentarily at a loss for how to react. But clearly the gloom he felt just moments ago had almost vanished. Was she trying to comfort him? Realizing this, he pretended to still be upset about her earlier attitude, curious to see how far she would go. But to his surprise, seeing him like this only made Shen Zhimeng's smile deepen. H1. H1, give me a smile. If you don't smile, I'll kiss you. The third sentence finally broke his composure. He let out a helpless laugh and turned his head to look at her. Just as he turned, Shen Zhimeng leaned forward slightly, their faces only 3 or 4 centimeters apart. Her eyes were still filled with a smile. Li Machuan felt that if he didn't take the initiative now, he cast aside all the chaotic thoughts in his mind and kissed her directly. They closed their eyes almost simultaneously. Their lips parted slightly, and a hint of tongue darted out, retracting shyly upon contact. Then came a second exploration, a third. It was completely different from the simple lip lock they had shared that morning. Li Machuan could feel his heart pounding wildly, and he was struggling to catch his breath. Shen Zhimeng wasn't in much better shape. Even so, Li Machuan took the initiative to pull her closer, deepening the kiss. Their breathing grew hotter and heavier. Finally, when he felt he was about to run out of air, he released her. Their eyes met, then quickly darted away. The lingering heat from the moment still hadn't subsided. Even a single glance was enough to make them shy. Li Machuan's ears turned red, and Shen Zhimeng felt her entire face burning. After taking a moment to compose herself, she picked up her phone to check the time. It's 1:30. Rehearsal starts in half an hour. Should we go over the lines again? Okay. Li Machuan quickly got back into character, but Shen Zhimeng's mind wandered slightly, the corners of her mouth unable to drop. The rehearsal was in another empty room on the same floor of the faculty office. At 1:55 they packed up to leave. Just now, did you have any reaction? Shen Zhimeng asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all these days of swapping bodies, she had gotten quite familiar with Li Machuan's body. Li Machuan, heavily influenced by his roommates since the start of the semester, understood instantly what kind of reaction she was asking about. However, it wouldn't be appropriate to openly admit it, would it? He cleared his throat awkwardly, pretending not to understand. What reaction? H1, if we hadn't swapped, I wouldn't have asked this question. You. Shen Zhimeng's gaze slowly drifted below his waist. Don't you know what's going on with yourself? Li Machuan felt a twinge of guilt under her gaze, instinctively tugging at the hem of his shirt, as if to conceal something. Shen Zhimeng's laughter carried a note of triumph. So there is something. He glanced down awkwardly. There was nothing out of the ordinary, yet she had coaxed a reflexive reaction from him. But seeing Shen Zhimeng's face full of smiles, he couldn't muster a single word of reproach or sarcasm. Helplessly, he took her soft hand in his. Let's go. Achuan, you're blushing. I am not, Li Machuan insisted, steadfast in his denial. Some people, I wonder if their mouth is harder than. Sensing what she was about to say, Li Machuan quickly clamped his hand over her mouth. They were already in the hallway, and there were security cameras. How could she say such things out loud? Shen Zhimeng glanced sideways at his flustered expression, as if she had discovered a new continent, her heart brimming with even more delight. So Achuan was this easily embarrassed. 3 people had already arrived in the rehearsal room: the counselor, the head of the arts department, and a freshman girl. Seeing the 2 at the door, all 3 were taken aback. The counselor was the first to react. Li Machuan's heart fluttered with instinctive unease as he watched the counselor approach with a smile, but soon he realized he had been overthinking. The counselor embraced Shen Zhimeng, who was beside him, their familiarity evident. Oh my, is this your boyfriend? Shen Zhimeng nodded, naturally her demeanor having already shifted, showing a hint more warmth and friendliness than her usual cold expression. Not bad, going for the younger ones now, are we? Shen Zhimeng just smiled and said nothing. As more people arrived at the door, the counselor went off to discuss rehearsal matters with the arts department head. This room was much larger than the previous one, though the number of tables and chairs wasn't greater, leaving a considerable open space. Once everyone was present, the rehearsal began. Shen Zhimeng's special extra training for Li Machuan had paid off well. He managed all the scenes today without raising any suspicion. After the rehearsal ended at 4 o'clock, the counselor called out to Shen Zhimeng. I heard from others that you're competing to host the arts gala. The counselor's words made both Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng freeze. Shen Zhimeng had indeed signed up to be a host and had passed the interview directly. An acquaintance at the student union, upon hearing she was coming, had agreed, immediately showing great respect. But this wasn't something Li Machuan could know about yet. I've thought about it, but I haven't decided yet, Shen Zhimeng responded vaguely. Oh, I see. I was thinking if you have the time and are willing, you could help lead the college's host team. You know, there's no one in the sophomore class capable of being captain. We rely on you juniors. And we still don't have a host for the year-end welcome party. The counselor's implication was clear. She wanted Shen Zhimeng to come and help to do the work. Shen Zhimeng flashed a professional fake smile. My boyfriend is quite jealous. He doesn't like me being around other guys. Plus my school innovation project isn't finished yet. Alright then, go ahead and do your thing. Having dealt with the counselor, the two headed towards the library. Li Machuan, recalling what she had said in front of the counselor, couldn't help but ask, when have I ever been jealous? You can do anything you want. Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up, curving into crescents as she looked at him, as if the person who had sat in the rehearsal room for 2 hours with a cold face wasn't her at all. Does it bother you? If it does, I won't do it anymore. Her gaze was firm and earnest as she spoke. Li Machuan had been about to say it did, but meeting Shen Zhimeng's eyes, his heart softened. Can you give me a reason for doing this? Shen Zhimeng pondered as they walked. You're my reason for turning others down, and I want you to use me as yours. For example, when your friends invite you to play games, but you don't really want to, you can just say my girlfriend won't allow it, she's fierce, she's unreasonable, she won't let me play. As she spoke, she mimicked a fierce tone and manner, as if it were all true. Li Machuan's lips curved upwards involuntarily. Isn't that putting you down? You're actually wonderful. Why should I care what others think of me? The one in a relationship with me is you. As long as you think I'm good, that's enough. I'm not close to those people, I don't interact with them, so their opinions of me don't matter. Looking at her matter-of-fact attitude, Li Machuan was inexplicably reminded of how his roommates and Suya described Shen Zhimeng. In others' eyes, she had a bad temper and odd personality kept to herself, and many even said she was rude. But that was the her in their stories. That was the her she wanted them to perceive. To minimize trouble and focus on what she loved, she refrained from any meaningless social interaction. Judging from the counselor's attitude today, she wasn't difficult to get along with for everyone. And when she was being herself, she was mostly relaxed and at ease, able to get along with others quite well. Li Machuan's heart softened with tenderness. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder protectively, his voice soothing. Alright, it'll be your excuse to turn others down, and you'll be mine. A smile instantly bloomed on Shen Zhimeng's face. That's more like it. Let's go. Your beautiful and generous girlfriend is very pleased with your performance just now and has decided to treat you to a big meal. Want to be my kept man? Shen Zhimeng patted the hand resting on her shoulder with a hint of smugness. Alright, I'm a kept man, I'll live off you. Li Machuan played along, his tone dripping with affection. Despite his words, he was secretly thinking about whether he should get her a gift or something. Shen Zhimeng was tired of the restaurants near the school gate, so the two took the subway to a mall in the city center. Do you want Cantonese cuisine, Japanese food, or something else? She pointed to 2 nearby restaurants, offering Li Machuan a choice. Let's go with Cantonese. Li Machuan wasn't accustomed to raw food, had tried it once as a child and never again. Alright, let's go. Shen Zhimeng was very pleased with his decisiveness. To encourage him to keep it up, she added, Achuan, you're so attuned to my taste. If you had said whatever or I don't mind, I would have been angry. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Machuan's face. His instinctive answer had actually dodged a bullet. They walked into the restaurant, and following the waiter's lead, sat down and began ordering. Ordering was smooth and efficient, their communication seamless. It was the wait for the food that proved a bit awkward. Li Machuan pulled out his phone to check it, but the next second it was snatched away by the person beside him. What are you looking at? He didn't mind the action. It was normal for a girlfriend to check her boyfriend's phone. But as he watched Shen Zhimeng type the name Jiang Wu into the contact search bar, Li Machuan couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Just then Shen Zhimeng turned to him. Can I look? Shen Zhimeng was curious, but it wasn't a must-see. Rather than finding ways to peek on her own, she preferred to have Li Machuan's permission, ideally looking at it right in front of him. Li Machuan nodded. Go ahead and look. The chat history with Jiang Wu probably stopped before the college entrance exam. During high school, Li Machuan's phone was always managed by Ji Yun, and he could only have it during his monthly breaks. Back then, when he got his phone, he would occasionally look at his chat history with Jiang Wu. But he didn't have a strong memory of what he and Jiang Wu had talked about back then. If you don't want to show me, that's okay too. Shen Zhimeng said this while looking into his eyes. The words were a sign of respect, but also a subtle probe into how much feeling Li Machuan still held for Jiang Wu. Seeing her considerate demeanor, Li Machuan couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Of course I'll show you. The fact that I don't even flinch when you take my phone should tell you something, right? In a way, both of them had the same attitude towards relationships. Since they were together, they should take it seriously. Through their exchanges over the past few days, Li Machuan had already subconsciously regarded Shen Zhimeng as one of his own, and there were no secrets between them. With his confirmation, Shen Zhimeng continued tapping on the screen. The latest message in the chat was from the day the exam results came out. Li Machuan had asked Jiang Wu what score she got and which school she planned to apply to. Jiang Wu gave her score and said she could only get into normal university. Which high school did you graduate from? Shen Zhimeng suddenly asked, as if a thought had struck her. Qingwan No. One high school. Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. I graduated from Qingwan No. One high school too. You're 2 years behind me. When I was a senior, you were just a freshman. The teaching buildings at Qingwan No. One high school weren't clustered together. Each grade had its own building separated by a certain distance. This design helped prevent older students from bullying the younger ones. But it also meant there was almost no interaction between the different grades. Li Muchuan found it quite amazing when Shen Zhimeng mentioned it. There were at least dozens of middle schools in Qingwan City, big and small. It was truly rare to end up in the same high school, and then the same major in the same university. Quick, call me senior sister. Shen Zhimeng lifted her chin at Li Muchuan. Say, senior sister. Li Muchuan felt a bit embarrassed. The word had never come out of his mouth before. Shen Zhimeng was amused by his reaction and couldn't help but reach out to scratch his chin. Oh, what a good boy. Li Muchuan gently swatted her hand away. You're treating me like a dog. Shen Zhimeng blinked. Aren't you my little puppy? Li Muchuan. You're insulting me. Shen Zhimeng's expression turned even more innocent. I'm not insulting you. Have you ever heard the saying that when a girl likes a guy she thinks he's like a puppy? Li Muchuan twitched the corner of his mouth. A lapdog. Shen Zhimeng's brows furrowed slightly as her hand went back to his chin. No, not at all. Then why a dog? Because dogs are passionate, loyal, and cute. Isn't that just? Not me. Li Muchuan quickly denied it. He still couldn't accept that description of being compared to a dog sounded like an insult no matter how he heard it. Li Muchuan, can you let me finish? Shen Zhimeng's eyes widened in feigned anger, her cheeks puffing up slightly involuntarily. Almost instinctively, Li Muchuan reached out and gently pinched Shen Zhimeng's cheek, squeezing it towards the center. Her lips puckered up, and with her innocent expression Li Muchuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just letting the air out. Li Muchuan. Frustrated, Shen Zhimeng threw her arms around his neck and bit his ear. We're outside. We're outside. Startled by her bold move, Li Muchuan patted her back repeatedly. Hello, we'll be serving your meal now. The waiter's voice made Shen Zhimeng freeze. Why was this place so fast with the food? Li Muchuan found her flustered state both amusing and endearing. He reached out, pulled her into his arms, and gently stroked her head. It's okay, it's okay. He then offered his hand. If you're still upset, you can bite me. No, your hands are dirty. Shen Zhimeng playfully slapped his hand away, but a moment later she grabbed it again and kissed the back of it. I'm not disgusted by you. I know. From his vantage point looking down, Li Muchuan found Shen Zhimeng incredibly beautiful and cute. He couldn't resist pinching her cheek again. You look better this way. When Li Muchuan had been stuck in Shen Zhimeng's body, looking at himself in the mirror always felt strange. The first time in the girl's bathroom was fine since he didn't know her then. But after they got familiar, he always felt he couldn't use her face as well as she could. Even when he tried to mimic her cold expression, it didn't quite hit the mark. When am I not good looking? Shen Zhimeng didn't think about the body swap at all. Her mind was stuck on Li Muchuan, saying, she wasn't pretty. When I was in there I wasn't as good looking as you. Li Muchuan poked her cheek. Alright, the food is all here. Let's eat first. Okay. Shen Zhimeng finally agreed, once she understood what he meant. Midway through their meal, people sat down at the table next to them. The voices sounded familiar, but frosted glass partitions separated each booth, so they could only hear the voices, not see the faces. It was a man and a woman, and their tone wasn't friendly. They seemed to be arguing. Neither Li Muchuan nor Shen Zhimeng were ones to talk much during meals, so faced with such a dining environment, they silently sped up their eating. By the time they finished, the argument at the next table had escalated. As they reached the restaurant entrance, Shen Zhimeng's shoulder was bumped. Li Muchuan immediately pulled her into his arms, casting a wary glance at the person rushing past them. But he met a pair of familiar eyes. Jiang Wu. Shen Zhimeng also recognized who had bumped into her. I'm so sorry, I really didn't mean to. He pushed me, and I lost my balance. Jiang Wu said, then looked back fearfully at the person behind her. Shen Zhimeng frowned, sensing something was off. The guy behind Jiang Wu, judging by his clothes, seemed to come from a wealthy family. But from what they'd overheard during dinner, his tone towards Jiang Wu wasn't one of equals. Jiang Wu, where are you going? Li Muchuan felt it wasn't appropriate to linger at the restaurant entrance, so he pulled Shen Zhimeng towards the walkway, without sparing Jiang Wu a glance. Despite the unusual situation, he needed to show Shen Zhimeng where he stood. Shen Zhimeng had guessed the connection between Li Muchuan and Jiang Wu from their very first meeting, yet she had never once pressed him about it in all this time. Li Muchuan had assumed she simply didn't care, but after watching her snatch his phone before dinner, he finally understood. She cared deeply, perhaps too deeply, but she valued his feelings above all else. Shen Zhimeng still brought Jiang Wu along, and the man followed as well. Li Muchuan. Ji Fei recognized him instantly. Li Muchuan had kept the same hairstyle from high school through college. Had heard rumors that Li Muchuan had a thing for Jiang Wu. He hadn't believed it back then, given Li Muchuan's considerable popularity at school and the steady stream of love letters from female classmates. Surely he wouldn't be so fixated on just one girl. But seeing this now, it seemed the rumor wasn't unfounded after all. What's your relationship with Jiang Wu? Shen Zhimeng sized up the man, sensing he wasn't the decent type. I'm her boyfriend. And who might you be to her? Ji Fei's gaze roamed over Shen Zhimeng appraisingly. A beauty like her should have made waves at the normal university. Where are you looking? Li Muchuan stepped forward, shielding Shen Zhimeng from view. Ji Fei let out a cold laugh. You two really have nothing better to do. What business is it of yours what happens between me and Jiang Wu? What right do you have to interfere? Sister Mingming, you two should go. This matter has nothing to do with you. Jiang Wu's voice grew quieter with each word, but she ultimately released Shen Zhimeng's hand. Shen Zhimeng and Jiang Wu were only casual acquaintances at best. She turned her gaze to Li Muchuan. Of the two of them, he was the one who knew Jiang Wu better. Ji Fei and Jiang Wu both looked at Li Muchuan as well. Yet under the weight of 3 pairs of eyes, Li Muchuan remained surprisingly composed. Even he found it unexpected how utterly calm he felt in this moment. When had learned over the summer that Jiang Wu and Ji Fei were together, it had stung for a while. But his feelings hadn't run as deep as had imagined. In the days that followed, spending time with friends and keeping himself distracted, he found he hadn't even thought of her. Even when he saw Jiang Wu again at university, it was only a brief moment of surprise. He and Jiang Wu had simply missed their chance. No one was at fault. He had someone more important to protect now, and Jiang Wu would become nothing more than a stranger to him. So, Li Muchuan took a deep breath, then wrapped an arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Let's go. This is their private matter. He and Jiang Wu had simply missed their chance. No one was at fault. He had someone more important to protect now, and Jiang Wu would become nothing more than a stranger to him. So, Li Muchuan took a deep breath, then wrapped an arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Let's go. By the time they left the mall, night had fallen. A chill wind swept over them, heralding the arrival of early winter. Li Muchuan instinctively pulled the person beside him closer. That guy, you know him? Shen Zhimeng grasped the hand resting on her shoulder. Yeah, we played basketball together a few times in high school. He was in the class next door. His family's pretty well off, isn't it? He got into the normal university through connections. Do you feel stifled? Stifled about what? Li Muchuan was momentarily confused. I mean, don't you feel a bit unwilling to just walk away like that, instead of doing something to help Jiang Wu? Shen Zhimeng clarified. Li Muchuan nuzzled against her neck. Ji Fei was looking at you with the wrong kind of eyes. To protect my girlfriend, and keep other men from staring at her too much, of course I had to leave first. You? Jealous? Shen Zhimeng's tone was light, her good mood unmistakable. Jealous. Absolutely jealous. Li Muchuan couldn't resist planting a kiss on her cheek. He had to admit, Shen Zhimeng always picked up on his emotional shifts before anyone else. Once they boarded the subway, Li Muchuan kept his arms around Shen Zhimeng without letting go. He knew she craved a sense of security, and this was the best way he could think of to give it to her. The train was crowded, but he held her steadily in his embrace, murmuring softly, maybe I should delete Jiang Wu's contact. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head up to look at him. Oh, trying to destroy the evidence of your chats so I can't see them. Is there some secret in your conversation history? Her tone was half teasing. Li Muchuan felt his meaning had been twisted and grew flustered. Meeting her scrutinizing gaze, he instinctively pressed his lips to hers. He remembered. She had been the one to kiss him first more than once. So surely if he kissed her, she'd be happy. With that thought in mind, he kissed her again and again until a smile crept across Shen Zhimeng's lips. You can look at them anytime you want. You could even export the chat history as a backup. Hearing such sincere, adorably foolish words, Shen Zhimeng wrapped her arms around Li Muchuan's waist. No way. I'm not that petty. After getting off the subway, there was still a short walk home, and Li Muchuan kept her in his embrace. Your hands are cold. From now on, I'm going to make sure you wear more layers. All right, you keep me in check. Shen Zhimeng agreed with a smile. Not afraid I'll dress you in something ugly. Huh. I said keep me warm, not style me. What if I want to style you? No. Shen Zhimeng's stance was firm, which sparked a mischievous urge in Li. If you want, let me, I'll hold you while we sleep tonight, and once we switch back, I'll dress myself however I want. Li Muchuan spoke with such conviction that Shen Zhimeng, who genuinely had little faith in his fashion sense, grew flustered. No. Absolutely not. Bickering, they stepped into the elevator, and the sudden silence made them both quiet down. Shen Zhimeng quietly wrapped her arms around Li Muchuan. Actually, I really love the feeling of you holding me like this. And just now on the subway when you kept kissing me to comfort me. I love that too. It makes me feel like you truly care about me. Li Muchuan embraced her the moment she finished her first sentence. His instincts had been right. All right, he'll hold you more from now on. The elevator arrived, and they finally let go of each other. When they reached their doorstep, Shen Zhimeng suddenly stopped and pressed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. What's wrong? Li Muchuan whispered. A sly smile played on Shen Zhimeng's lips. She beckoned him closer. Li Muchuan bent down slightly, and she whispered into his ear, "Dare to kiss me right here." Li Muchuan's expression stiffened. He couldn't believe Shen Zhimeng would even think of such a thing. If their parents happened to open the door. Shen Zhimeng winked playfully and whispered again, "So do you dare?" The motion sensor light in the hallway suddenly flickered off, as if granting Li Muchuan a surge of courage. In the darkness they could not see each other, but Li Muchuan could feel his hand being grasped. It was as if the hands were guiding him. Li Machuan's breath deepened. He exerted strength in his wrist, pulling the person directly into his embrace. His other hand naturally fell on the back of Shen Zhimeng's head, and their lips pressed together. Although they had had one experience, before their state still could not relax. This was at the doorstep. A place where they could be seen at any moment. Above their heads was the camera they had installed together on moving day. The more thrilling the environment, the faster the adrenaline surged. The two who were in their first romance could not help but have their heartbeats quicken. Breathing with slight gasps stimulated their brain nerves. With the kiss, their palms couldn't help but tighten their embrace. After a long while, Shen Zhimeng gently pushed Li Machuan away, but then she tiptoed to his ear. Are you? Li Machuan's heart skipped a beat, vaguely sensing what she was about to say, so he quickly bit her lip, lightly, even if. It's because of you. Their voices were extremely low, and since they couldn't see each other's expressions in the dark, they grew bolder in speaking. It has nothing to do with me. You just thought of something dirty. Shen Zhimeng insisted on not admitting. Li Machuan put away his smile, pressed her against the wall, and kissed her. Still say it's not you. No. Shen Zhimeng shook her head while giggling. Li Machuan understood her meaning all too well. She wanted him to continue kissing. And he wanted to as well. Kissing was truly addictive. Li Machuan repeated the action. It is you. No. As soon as the words fell, they faintly heard a sound from inside the room. It was Shen Zhimeng talking. Though they couldn't make out what he said, both were startled. Shen Zhimeng pushed Li Machuan away, and they distanced themselves. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng had probably come to the cabinet by the door to get something, not intending to go out. Let's go in. Li Machuan's breath was rapid, and he couldn't tell if it was from the scare or the kissing. Okay. As soon as they entered, they saw Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng sitting on the sofa watching TV. They had previously informed them that they would eat dinner out in return, so the expressions on the sofa were not surprised. What delicious food did you eat? Shen Zhimeng beckoned to Shen Zhimeng, and the two walked over. The four chatted in the living room for a while. Shen Zhimeng began to signal Li Machuan with her eyes. Whether it was tacit understanding or true telepathy, Li Machuan almost instantly understood what she wanted him to do. Mom, I sweated today. He'll go take a shower first. I have class tomorrow. Okay, go ahead. Li Machuan quickly grabbed his clothes and went to shower. After washing, he took his laptop to the study. Before entering the study, he exchanged a glance with Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng also began to find an excuse to leave. Half an hour later, the study door was pushed open again, and Shen Zhimeng came in with her laptop. As soon as she put down the laptop, she directly wrapped her arms around Li Machuan's neck and kissed his cheek and neck. Freshly showered, you smell so good. Li Machuan pinched her hand. Aren't we reversed? That line should be mine, right? Then smell it. Shen Zhimeng generously extended her hand to Li Machuan's nose. Li Machuan had never thought dating was anything special before, but now he could only say that dating was wonderful. Everything was wonderful. He apologized for his previous ignorance. Li Machuan held Shen Zhimeng's hand and kissed it. Do you have something else to say? She sat down beside him. It's about our relationship. When to tell mom and dad. This is something we will have to face sooner or later. Shen Zhimeng felt that since something would happen sooner or later, the sooner they thought of a countermeasure, the better. Although the intimate behavior at the door tonight was a whim, she was indeed scared afterward. There are several scenarios. One is if they accidentally discover us. Do we confess or continue to play dumb? The second is if we voluntarily confess. Then one is also a question. Which do you prefer? Shen Zhimeng threw the question back. Li Machuan stared into her eyes, pondered for a moment, and replied, if we confess to them, what do you think their reaction would be? Would they accept it? If not, what would they do? I've been thinking about that too. But I think if they really find out, we should just tell them directly. Li Machuan thought even if Shen Zhimeng got angry or something, he could bear it. And I can take a beating. Li Machuan gave her a reassuring look. Then should I restrain myself a bit? Shen Zhimeng blinked innocently. Things like that outside the door tonight. Better not do them often. Li Machuan originally wanted to say never, but thinking of how happy Shen Zhimeng looked after being kissed tonight, he left some room. Shen Zhimeng quickly understood what he meant and burst into laughter. Oh, I see. So Chuan likes me so much that he would indulge me even in such small matters. Shen Zhimeng's face was full of triumph. Li Machuan's initial embarrassment was almost instantly suppressed. He knew she teased him like this to make him shy. This woman probably had some abnormal hobby. Li Machuan grabbed the chair Shen Zhimeng was sitting on and pulled her directly over, their chairs pressed together. Study. Don't forget your big assignment. He then patted Shen Zhimeng's head. She unconsciously showed a shy expression. It seemed Li Machuan's emotional intelligence was not low after all. Then why had he always seemed so dull before? Watching the person beside her with a focused expression, Shen Zhimeng suppressed her curiosity. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities to ask later. Their biological clocks had adjusted, and they didn't study late. Before returning to their respective rooms, Shen Zhimeng grabbed Li Machuan's arm. Will we not switch anymore? Li Machuan was slightly stunned. Isn't this good? Compared to switching, he preferred this way of being with Shen Zhimeng. otherwise it always felt a bit strange. But from Shen Zhimeng's expression, now it was clear she had a different opinion. You can say whatever you think. He'll listen to you. If switching could make Shen Zhimeng happier, Li Machuan thought, it might not be so bad. Really? Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Seeing the smile on Shen Zhimeng's face, Li Machuan became even more certain in his reply. Then, let's not swap tomorrow for now. He'll tell you when I have an idea. If it was really as they suspected, triggering the swap required them to sleep in the same bed. At the thought, Shen Zhimeng still felt her cheeks burn. Alright. Li Machuan also felt that since they were together now, they needed time to get used to each other's bodies through their own. This was fine for now, but if they swapped occasionally, that could be interesting too. The next morning, Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng left the house together. Are you coming to class with me? Li Machuan had originally wanted to let Shen Zhimeng sleep in, but by the time he finished washing up, she had already changed clothes and packed her backpack. So the two of them walked to school together. I'm not going to your class. I'm heading to the library. There's still a lot to do for the big assignment, and I need to wrap up my school innovation project. Are your project teammates from your own class? In Li Machuan's impression, Shen Zhimeng didn't have anyone particularly close in her class. If he had to mention some teammate relationship, it would only be Duan Shen. No two are from the School of Journalism, and one is from the School of Chemistry. They're all girls. All from other schools. Li Machuan was curious, but he wondered if asking too much would make him seem petty. Are you thinking about how I met them? Having been seen through, Li Machuan admitted it openly. Remember what the advisor said to me during yesterday afternoon's rehearsal? About making you the host. I used to be on the school's hosting team, and I met my teammates there. The project we're working on involves all three majors, and the division of work is very clear. Speaking of hosting, it's no surprise you don't know. In fact, a lot of people don't, because I gave up all the opportunities my freshman year and never got to perform. There was a hint of regret in Shen Zhimeng's voice as she said this. As a freshman, she was a team member. In her sophomore year, due to heavy coursework and her own reluctance to be captain, she didn't run for the position. After missing the sophomore election, she had no chance as a junior. Li Machuan took her hand directly. So the host for the cultural show, how did it go? Of course I got selected. Although Shen Zhimeng smiled proudly when she said this, Li Machuan's heart ached for her. This was something she could have easily fought for, something she clearly wanted to do. So why had she kept giving it up? From now on, whatever you want to do, I'll support you, unconditionally. Li Machuan put his arm around her shoulders, speaking with utmost sincerity. A mischievous smile crept onto Shen Zhimeng's lips. Really? Anything I want. By now they had entered the school gate with rows of neatly lined trees on both sides of the path, and many people coming and going. Seeing that expression on Shen Zhimeng's face, alarm bells rang in Li Machuan's head. She wasn't thinking of doing something here, was she? Recalling the kind of words she had said at the doorstep last night, Li Machuan thought. It wasn't entirely impossible. Shen Zhimeng stepped closer, and Li Machuan instinctively backed away under her gaze. We're at school. So what if we're at school? It's not high school anymore. Shen Zhimeng stared into his eyes, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. No, that's not appropriate. Despite his words, Li Machuan felt a flicker of anticipation inside. With his back against a tree trunk, he had nowhere left to retreat. He tried to grab Shen Zhimeng's arm to regain control, but she slapped his hand away. Don't move. Li Machuan stood still obediently. Then Shen Zhimeng stood on her tiptoes, grabbed his collar with one hand, and traced her other hand along his jawline, kissing from his chin to the corner of his lips. She kissed slowly, but it was enough to make his heart race. Li Machuan took in the sight of her closed eyes and blissful expression, then pulled her close with a surge of strength, casting aside all his mental burdens and kissing her deeply. His action made Shen Zhimeng tremble slightly. Li Machuan gently patted her back, as if to comfort her. Until the bell for class interrupted their intimacy, Li Machuan pulled out his phone to check the time. We're going to be late. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh at his flustered look. It's fine, just head to the classroom. It was a reassurance from a junior to a freshman. Even so, Li Machuan quickened his pace. Shen Zhimeng was headed to the library, so their paths diverged and they parted under the very tree. Li Machuan stood at the classroom door, glancing at the time again. 15 minutes had passed since the bell rang. This early morning class was advanced math, and that annoying teacher wasn't likely to be easily fooled. Li Machuan first peeked through the back door. The back rows were all full. After a moment's thought, he decided to go through the front door. In college, there was no roll call for latecomers. You just slipped in quietly. As long as you didn't disrupt the teacher's lecture, they usually wouldn't make a fuss, since you were at least attending class. Li Machuan took a deep breath, pushed open the front door, and sat down directly in the first row. There were always seats there, and he no longer feared sitting up front. But just as he put down his backpack, the advanced math teacher called him out. That latecomer, come up to the podium and solve this problem. Someone was already at the podium working on a problem. Li Machuan recognized him at once as Chen. So the difficulty of this problem probably wasn't low. Li Mo Chuan acknowledged with an okay, and then headed to the podium. Qian Chen cast a sidelong glance at him. For some reason, Li Mo Chuan felt a hint of hostility in his gaze. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. After reading the problem, Li Mo Chuan began solving it immediately. The teacher's voice echoed through the classroom via the microphone. Those of you down there, take out your paper and pens and try it too. If you finish, you can show me. For your final grade, you'll only give a maximum of 20 out of the 30 for daily performance. The remaining 10 points will be earned in class. If you solve it correctly, it'll add points to your record. This problem was exactly the one Shen Zhimeng had explained to Li Mo Chuan last night, and she had even expanded with several variations. So to Li Mo Chuan, this problem seemed relatively simple. When he put down the chalk, Qian Chen was still writing. Li Mo Chuan glanced over. The solution was correct, but the final calculation seemed off. As he stepped down from the podium, he happened to see the teacher stop by Chiu Hao's side, the maniac who had already finished advanced math ahead of time. It seemed he had solved it faster than Li Mo Chuan. The result didn't surprise Li Mo Chuan. Yet he couldn't help but compare himself to Chiu Hao. For Chiu Hao, he felt admiration and saw him as a goal to surpass. In high school, teachers often said this student is very smart, but a bit lazy. If he studied hard, his grades would surely be excellent. Li Mo Chuan set his own goals to transform from that description into a student with truly excellent grades. He targeted classmates who scored slightly higher than him, surpassing them one by one all the way until the college entrance examination. Seeing Li Mo Chuan's quick and accurate work, the teacher overlooked his tardiness. After asking his name, the teacher added a point to his score. As soon as the advanced mathematics class ended, Li Mo Chuan saw Shen Zhimeng waiting at the door. I bought you some bread and milk. I have classes for the next 2 periods. Go grab a seat in the cafeteria ahead of time and wait for me. Li Mo Chuan took the plastic bag from her hand. Have you eaten? Do you think I'm that silly? Of course I've eaten. Shen Zhimeng waved goodbye and headed off. Li Mo Chuan watched her turn, and almost instinctively he reached out, pulled her into his embrace, and rested his chin on her shoulder. You said yourself you like being held by me, so we'll walk you to your classroom. A bright smile blossomed on Shen Zhimeng's face. All right. She then grabbed his arm from her shoulder and planted a kiss on the back of his hand. The angle was discreet, visible only to Li Mo Chuan. This gesture softened Li Mo Chuan's heart. He thought if anyone familiar saw Shen Zhimeng like this, wouldn't they be shocked? I thought you'd have the nerve to do what you did at the school gate. Let's go, or we'll be late. Shen Zhimeng's classroom was in a different building. With only 20 minutes between classes, they had a bit of a walk ahead. The hallways were still crowded, but Li Mo Chuan held her tightly, shielding her from any potential bumps. Shen Zhimeng seemed to recall something, patting Li Mo Chuan's chest. Remember the day after we first met? After lunch I tripped in the hallway, and you caught me. I remember. Li Mo Chuan had a vague recollection. That day he had actually planned to reject the girl from the liberal arts department, but hadn't found the right moment. I did it on purpose, Shen Zhimeng admitted openly. What? Li Mo Chuan was stunned. Why? You were standing at the stairwell entrance with her, and she was blocking you. I saw the whole thing. I could tell from your expression you wouldn't know how to turn her down, so I decided to help you out. A hint of playful grievance laced her tone. Li Mo Chuan was even more surprised. She could tell he wouldn't refuse, even then. Don't tell me you liked me back then. He could hardly believe the words as he said them. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head, glancing at him. Don't flatter yourself. I just thought given our relationship you shouldn't have other girls around. My orientation is perfectly normal. Oh, I see. Li Mo Chuan found this reasoning plausible. Seeing that he believed her, Shen Zhimeng breathed a silent sigh of relief. She had lied. She didn't know why, but seeing another girl next to Li Mo Chuan had felt jarring, even though they had just met. But it was true that Li Mo Chuan's looks appealed to her aesthetic. Besides, on the day they first met she had practically touched every part of him. She found this feeling strange, yet she couldn't control it. For now she had to bury it deep inside. She couldn't tell him until their relationship progressed further. Before they knew it, they arrived at Shen Zhimeng's classroom door with only 2 minutes until the bell. After a brief hug, Shen Zhimeng entered the classroom. However, why did it feel like her classmates were looking at her strangely? Was she imagining things? Before she could dwell on it, the teacher walked in. But even during class, she felt persistent, subtle gazes on her, making her very uncomfortable. During the break between classes, Shen Zhimeng returned from the restroom to find Duan Shen waiting for her. She frowned. What new trick was he trying to pull with that sullen look on his face? Move. Shen Zhimeng's tone was blunt. Duan Shen directly pulled out his phone. You and Li Mo Chuan. You're already at this stage. A glance at the screen told her it was a photo of her and Li Mo Chuan hugging and kissing at the school gate this morning. She calmly took the phone from Duan Shen's hand and examined it closely. There were 3 photos, each from a different angle. She had to admit they looked like a sweet campus couple. Shen Zhimeng seemed increasingly pleased. A tap on the image revealed it was posted on the school forum, and it seemed to be on the confession wall as well. The photos are pretty good. I'm quite satisfied. I'll ask my boyfriend what he thinks during lunch. Her smile was sincere, but the coldness in her eyes was clearly directed at Duan Chun. Duan Chun hadn't expected this reaction at all. Shen Zhimeng being with him changes you. You're not yourself anymore, don't you see that? Move. Don't make me say it again. Shen Zhimeng had completely dropped her smile, looking as if she might start a fight if he didn't step aside. But Duan Chun seemed determined to confront her today, refusing to budge. Shen Zhimeng shot him an annoyed glare, then shouldered her bag and left the classroom. Each floor had a tea room and lounge for students. Shen Zhimeng went straight there to find her teacher. Teacher, I'm not feeling well. Could I leave early? She put on a convincing act, bending over and clutching her stomach. Seeing it was Shen Zhimeng, the teacher didn't even ask for a reason, just waved her hand. If you're unwell, go back to the dorm and rest. Health comes first. Thank you, teacher. Shen Zhimeng strode out of the office. She avoided the corridor that passed her classroom, taking a longer route downstairs to leave the building. As soon as she was outside, she pulled out her phone, saved the photos she had seen, and then took a picture of the scenery in front of her, sending it to Li Machuan. I wonder if my handsome boyfriend is hungry. Does he want to go get lunch together? After sending the message, Shen Zhimeng headed towards the library as Li Machuan had sent her a picture of his surroundings when he arrived there. Li Machuan had his phone on Do Not Disturb while studying, so he didn't see Shen Zhimeng's messages. At 1130, he finally packed up and left the study room. But as soon as he reached the lobby, a familiar figure came rushing towards him. Li Machuan was taken aback, but seeing Shen Zhimeng's beaming smile, he instinctively opened his arms and embraced her. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? I skipped, Shen Zhimeng said with a wink. Did something happen? Li Machuan asked, taking her hand as they walked out of the library together. Shen Zhimeng recounted everything that had happened during the break, then pulled up a saved photo. What do you think of this shot? Isn't it pretty good, oi? Li Machuan took her phone and looked at it. The angle. It completely made Shen Zhimeng look like a little temptress seducing her boyfriend. Li Machuan hesitated before speaking. It's acceptable. Though in the photo he looked somewhat passive, like a young man being kept by an older woman. H1, are you blushing? I'm not. Yes, you are. I can tell you secretly think it looks great too, don't you? Shen Zhimeng smiled meaningfully. But just a few seconds into her laughter, her own phone screen was turned toward her, displaying an upward angle photo of Li Machuan. Judging by the setting, it was in the library. In the photo, he was holding a pink backpack and placing a stack of books inside. That afternoon, the two had been studying there, and since Shen Zhimeng had dozed off, Li Machuan had packed her bag for her. You secretly took a photo of me. Li Machuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The date stamp at the top of the photo showed it was taken just a few days after they had started dating. Can I take pictures of you if you look good? Shen Zhimeng lowered her gaze guiltily, then finally lifted her head to look at him with shameless defiance. What if I do take your picture? What's wrong with capturing my handsome boyfriend in advance? Li Machuan glanced around and spotted a small side path that also led to the cafeteria, one that was relatively deserted. He took Shen Zhimeng's hand and steered her down that route. Shen Zhimeng seemed to read his intentions, letting him pull her along without any resistance, a smile playing on her lips. The moment Li Machuan stopped, he heard, H1, are you going to kiss me? Come on, I'm ready. Just as Li Machuan was about to check if anyone was around, he lowered his gaze and unexpectedly met Shen Zhimeng's bright eyes, which were filled entirely with his reflection, making his heart flutter. He cupped her face and kissed her. Who cared if anyone was watching? Dating in college wasn't illegal, and what was wrong with a kiss? Besides, faced with Shen Zhimeng like this, he simply couldn't resist. The kiss was charged with emotion from both of them and lasted for several minutes. Shen Zhimeng's face flushed as she clung to Li Machuan's arm and whispered, You know what? Every time you get a little assertive like this, my heart races so fast. Li Machuan froze for a moment, then as if struck by a realization, wrapped his arm around her waist. Let's go. He'll treat my easily embarrassed girlfriend to a meal. You are the one who's embarrassed. After lunch, the two returned to the library. Since both had classes in the afternoon, they settled back into their usual spots in the main hall. Shen Zhimeng took out her laptop and started running code, but her brow gradually furrowed. You are the one who's embarrassed. After lunch, the two returned to the library. Since both had classes in the afternoon, they settled back into their usual spots in the main hall. Shen Zhimeng took out her laptop and her tone was dejected. Li Machuan took over her laptop, scanned the entire code from top to bottom, and modified 2 spots. Shen Zhimeng let out a long sigh of relief. I see now. Li Machuan turned to see her expression brighten, and a smile tugged at his own lips. Pretty sharp, aren't you? Of course. I just didn't think of it right away. Bugs in code could stem from countless bizarre reasons, driving many programmers mad for days. Once Shen Zhimeng solved this issue, the rest of her data ran smoothly. Seeing the final results, Shen Zhimeng threw her arms around Li Machuan's neck. H1 is amazing. Li Machuan was genuinely pleased to have helped her. He reached out and ruffled her hair. Of course, I may need your tutoring for calculus, but when it comes to coding, you can trust me completely. I've trusted you all along. Shen Zhimeng gave him a quick peck on the cheek. I just thought that if I called you every time I hit a bug and it turned out to be some silly mistake, I'd lose all my dignity. Yes, yes, Li Machuan said, pulling out a calculus problem. So will you teach me some math, sis? Of course. Li Machuan had classes all afternoon, while Shen Zhimeng only had the first 2 periods. When they parted, Li Machuan noticed the reluctance in her eyes. He pulled her into his arms with a hint of helplessness, his tone full of concern. What's with that look? Why do our class schedules have to clash? I won't get to see you for 2 whole periods. Shen Zhimeng pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Li Machuan couldn't help but smile. It's just 2 periods. If you pay attention in class, time will fly by. He gave her cheek a gentle pinch. You really are just like what those forum posts say, like you've been swapped with a different person. Nothing like your old self. I don't care. This is the real me, and I'm only like this in front of you. For some reason, Li Machuan felt that every word Shen Zhimeng said struck a chord deep within him, making him want to be gentler and better to her. Perhaps this was what people called the honeymoon phase of a relationship. Alright, if we don't leave now, we're really going to be late. Then give me another kiss, so I have something to hold on to. Shen Zhimeng tilted her face up. Li Machuan, caught between laughter and tears, cupped her soft cheeks, planted a kiss on each side, and finally a quick peck on her lips. He'll get going now. Shen Zhimeng smiled contentedly. H1, you're becoming more and more to my liking. As soon as Li Machuan entered the classroom, Zhao Xianping rushed over. He nodded toward the podium. See that? Top student Qian is already talking to the professor about helping with grad student work. Aren't you going to sign up too? Li Machuan was confused for a moment, then remembered what Shen Zhimeng had told him earlier. If he recalled correctly, she had said that being a research assistant for a professor was mostly thankless, unrewarding work. No way. I'm not doing that. Zhao Xianping looked at him with suspicion. This isn't like you. Aren't you supposed to be striving hard to win the national scholarship? Shouldn't you be cozying up to the professors? My grades are enough. I don't need to rely on that. Li Machuan quietly took out his textbook and began reading. Zhao Xianping wanted to say more, but his attention was already drawn to the book in Li Machuan's hands. Hey, did you grab the wrong book? This isn't the one for this class, is it? Li Machuan didn't even bother to lift his head. This is for the 3rd year. He had already been tutored on this specialized course's content by Shen Zhimeng over the past weekend. To be precise, Li Machuan's foundation in the subject was already solid, so Shen Zhimeng only needed to distill the key points for him, and he understood them instantly. Zhao Xianping was utterly stunned by his words. You've finished this entire course. Zhao Xianping wanted to say something else, but the class bell rang, forcing him to return to his seat in the back row. Li Machuan glanced at the PPT on the projector, then at the book in his hand. Maybe he should sit further back. It would be more convenient for self-study. But when he looked behind him, the back of the classroom was already packed. Sitting 2 rows further back would make no difference from sitting in the front row. Li Machuan ultimately abandoned the idea. Standing on the podium were not only Chen, but also Qiu Hao and another male student with decent grades. The teacher seemed quite pleased with all of them. As Chen stepped down from the podium, he glanced towards Li Machuan, a hint of smugness gleaming in his eyes. Li Machuan had no idea why Chen held such inexplicable animosity towards him, but he understood the look in his eyes. Was he trying to show off something? Could he actually think being selected to assist a graduate student was some grand achievement? Li Machuan had only suspected this was his motive initially, but after class ended, Chen walked over to speak with him, confirming his suspicions. Last class you were so eager to please this teacher. He didn't pick you, did he? Li Machuan looked at his eyes and tone dripping with pride, yet feigning nonchalance, and couldn't help but find it amusing. He truly couldn't suppress the laughter. Chen's face darkened. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Did you get selected? Li Machuan countered. Of course I did. Both Qiu Hao and I got selected. Congratulations. Li Machuan nodded in feigned agreement. His calm demeanor unsettled Chen, extinguishing his urge to brag. Something felt off. Did you decide at the last minute that you didn't want to participate? Chen's tone carried a hint of disbelief. He had clearly seen how eagerly Li Machuan had tried to please that teacher last class. He had seemed determined to build a good relationship. Li Machuan spread his hands. I never even added that teacher. Why? Well, Li Machuan considered whether to tell him the real reason, but looking at his smug expression after being selected, he felt a little reluctant to burst his bubble. Moreover, the matter wasn't entirely settled. The teacher hadn't made the final decision, and things could still change. What expression would Chen have after doing some work for the teacher, and realizing it wasn't worth it at all? Li Machuan was quite looking forward to seeing that. It's nothing. I just figured I couldn't compete with you guys, so I gave up. A mediocre student like me should just focus on studying. Things like this are better left to big shots like you. Li Machuan was all about the sarcastic praise. Without giving him a chance to react, Li Machuan stood up and left the classroom. He had only taken a few steps when Zhao Xianping caught up and slung an arm around his shoulder. What did Chen want to talk to you about? I feel like that guy is pretty pretentious and he gives off a weird vibe. Li Machuan let out a soft chuckle. He came to brag about being selected as the teacher's graduate assistant. Huh. Chuan, weren't you planning to apply for that too? Damn, that guy is really trying to twist the knife. Zhao Xinping immediately started to defend him. But Li Machuan looked completely relaxed. After he recounted what Shen Zhimeng had told him, Zhao Xinping also laughed. I knew it. Your expression had something behind it. That Shenny Chin doesn't actually think he's hit the jackpot, does he? TSK, TSK, TSK. Let him enjoy his moment of pride. Li Machuan wasn't a saint, especially not towards someone who puts on airs despite barely knowing him. He certainly wasn't going to point out this information gap, even show how he wouldn't tell. After all, they were all competitors for the national scholarship, and he had no obligation to warn them. After that class ended, Li Machuan headed straight to his next lecture, another large class crammed with hundreds of students. After finding a seat, he took a photo of his location and sent it to Shen Zhimeng, so she could find him easily when she walked in. A short while later, as Li Machuan was working on a problem, a familiar scent drifted into his nose, followed by Shen Zhimeng's voice in his ear. Hurry up and say you missed me. Li Machuan immediately put down his pen, gently pinched her chin, and planted a quick kiss on her lips. I missed you so much. He hadn't thought much of it at first, but after her teasing words and seeing her exquisite face, he couldn't help but break into a wide smile. Shen Zhimeng was stunned by his sudden kiss. Oh my god, you don't even care who's watching anymore. Shen Zhimeng clicked her tongue in surprise. She remembered how this guy used to insist on finding a secluded spot to kiss, even on the way to the cafeteria at noon. Li Machuan quickly averted his gaze. There were quite a few people in the room, but it was just a quick peck. It should be okay, right? Well, it's all you're doing. Li Machuan unceremoniously shifted the blame. She was indeed instrumental in turning him into this. This playful scene happened to fall into the eyes of Zhong Ruan, who was sitting not far away. She couldn't help but recall the photos she had seen on the campus forum. She didn't think Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan would last. She had asked around. This senior from the third year was said to have a very cold personality. What guy could put up with a girl like that? Could Li Machuan really be happy with her? In her mind, they would break up soon enough, and when that happened, it would be easy for her to get close to Li Machuan. But everything that happened today overturned her thoughts. Could feelings really change a person this much? The little bit of hope Zhong Ruan had kindled over the past few days was extinguished. Over the next two classes, Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng didn't engage in any more intimate displays. They both acted like model students, each buried in their own books. After a quick dinner, they hurried to their evening class. However, as they were walking arm in arm towards the teaching building, they spotted a pair of familiar figures approaching from a distance. The first to react was Shen Zhimeng. She recognized her father's gait and quickly released Li Machuan's hand. Why are they at the school? It was not unusual for non-teaching staff to be on campus. There were many logistics workers and teachers' family members, and it was common to see teachers eating with their children in the cafeteria. But before they could dwell on it, Shen Jing and Ji Yun spotted them as they walked. Mengming Huan, Shen Jing called out directly. The two had no choice but to brace themselves and go greet them. Are you two heading to class? Yes, we have an evening class, Li Machuan replied, immediately pulling out his phone to check the time. 10 minutes till it starts. Oh, 10 minutes. Then hurry up, don't be late, Ji Yun urged. Parents seemed to hold a certain reverence for class, as if being late was a sign of disrespect to the teacher. All right, we'll be off then. Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng turned around and exhaled in unison. They didn't draw closer until they entered the teaching building. As for why Shen Jing and Ji Yun had suddenly appeared at the school, they would have to ask when they got home tonight. It was not a good omen. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the guilt in each other's eyes. Do you think they saw us holding hands? I let go when we were still quite far from them, right? Shen Zhimeng's voice was uncertain. Then, should we be more discreet in public on campus? Li Machuan was more eager to know her attitude toward this matter and would fully comply with her wishes. If she wanted to keep it a secret, they would find a way to keep it hidden. Oh, if she wanted to come clean to her parents, he was willing to face all possible consequences. Shen Zhimeng's heart was still racing. It had all happened so suddenly that she hadn't had time to mentally prepare. I have an idea, she said after a moment of deliberation. Go on. If we tell them outright that we're together, they might not be able to handle it all at once. But this is something we'll have to face eventually. I think we can gradually give them some psychological hints, letting them slowly and genuinely accept it. Li Machuan raised an eyebrow, finding the idea excellent. But even the best idea needed a method and feasibility. How exactly? Shen Zhimeng's eyes darted. This needs careful planning. Not too obvious, but not so subtle that they miss it completely. Alright, you go to class now, and they'll think it over in the empty classroom next door. Okay. When the evening class ended, Li Machuan stepped out to find Shen Zhimeng waiting outside. He pulled her into his arms. You didn't have to wait for me. Just stay in the next room, and they'll come find you. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head up, grinning. But if I come out earlier, I get to see you sooner. Li Machuan felt his heart skip a beat. Shen Zhimeng really knew how to speak. If it weren't for the rumors that you used to keep your distance from men ID suspect, you've had many relationships. How do you manage to make every sentence so captivating? Li Machuan kissed her forehead. Shen Zhimeng looked smug. It's called talent. I never learned it from anywhere. When I see you, the words just come to me. There were no sweet nothings, just simple, ordinary words, yet they filled Li Machuan with joy. But I'm not as eloquent as you. Won't you be disappointed? They strolled slowly down the stairs. The class was on the 6th floor, and they walked so slowly that groups of students overtook them, and the stairwell soon fell quiet. Shen Zhimeng took Li Machuan's hand, interlacing their fingers. She spoke seriously. There are many ways to express love. Words are one, actions are another. Li Machuan stared at her fixedly, then enveloped her tightly in his tall frame. Shen Zhimeng laughed and wrapped her arms around his waist, patting his back gently. At that moment, the motion sensor lights in the stairwell conveniently went out. Li Machuan loosened his hold just enough to leave room for a kiss. That night before bed, Li Machuan downloaded an app that many girls were said to enjoy, a certain social platform. He posted a question: how to surprise your girlfriend? Without much hope, he woke up the next morning to find his notifications exploding. The post had garnered several hundred replies. Li Machuan scrolled through them. Since he hadn't set any restrictions, most were not serious. Many veered into risque territory. The female commenters were mostly recounting their own stories with their boyfriends, sharing successful cases they'd implemented. Already prone to heightened emotions in the morning after reading a few comments and filling in the blanks, Li Machuan had to take a cold shower. Even his morning greeting to Shen Zhimeng felt a bit awkward. Shen Zhimeng, who knew him well, noticed his unease immediately. After breakfast, while they were washing the dishes together, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Shen Zhimeng studied his expression and blurted out a suspicion. "Did you dream about something last night? Or was it because we kissed too many times yesterday?" Li Machuan's eyes widened. "What goes on in that head of yours?" Shen Zhimeng's smile deepened. She crooked her fingers, signaling him to lean in. Hesitantly, Machuan still complied. Shen Zhimeng cupped his ear and whispered, "Guess where I got that silk ribbon I used to blindfold you when we first bathed together?" "Where?" "I bought it specially." Li Machuan. He didn't follow. I prepared it for my future boyfriend. This ribbon can be used to cover eyes. Or tie hands." Li Machuan. Shen Zhimeng's words grew more suggestive, and Li Machuan blushed embarrassingly. "So H1, when are you going to explore the uses of this ribbon with me?" Shen Zhimeng's smile carried a hint of mischief. Li Machuan swallowed instinctively. He had to admit such words were irresistible to a guy who had just taken a cold shower. And now they were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. If something happened. But Li Machuan saw the look on Shen Zhimeng's face, and his instincts told him to be wary. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" The smile at the corners of Shen Zhimeng's lips deepened as she grabbed Li Machuan's hand. "What's so bad about it? It's just, H1, can you come help your uncle with something?" Shen Jing's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door, interrupting their ambiguous conversation. Li Machuan quickly pulled his hand free from Shen Zhimeng's grasp. The moment he let go, Shen Jing opened the kitchen door. "The kitchen should be about tidied up by now. When we finish up here, H1, come with me." Shen Jing noticed nothing unusual. "Okay." Li Machuan followed behind Shen Jing, but not before turning back to give Shen Zhimeng a small warning glance, which was met with her increasingly bold smile. Shen Jing's request wasn't anything major. He had set up a shelf for potted plants in the study, but seemed to have run into some assembly trouble, figuring Li Machuan might be handier than him. With PE class scheduled for the 3rd and 4th periods, Li Machuan didn't linger at home. After helping Shen Jing, he headed straight to school. He arrived right on time, just as the teacher blew the whistle to gather the class. Spotting the hurried Li Machuan, the teacher immediately recognized him as the one had lost to in a basketball game. He couldn't resist a teasing remark. "Girlfriend didn't come today. She's studying." Li Machuan, feeling the gaze of dozens of students who had gathered, lowered his eyes uncomfortably. "Get back in line." The teacher didn't dwell on it. Halfway through the PE class, Shen Zhimeng arrived. Li Machuan passed the basketball he was holding, then jogged over towards the bench. Although the sun was out, winter had truly set in, and there was a definite chill in the air. Today, Shen Zhimeng was dressed entirely in the style of a Korean senior. She wore a long black wool coat over a black and white check pencil skirt, black boots that reached her knees, just revealing the lace edge of her white ankle socks. Her hair was curled, and she had on delicate makeup. Li Machuan was stunned by her beauty as he approached. "So do I embarrass my boyfriend?" Shen Zhimeng sat on the bench, staring straight at Li Machuan with a smile. This time, it was a gentle, warm one. Li Machuan moved to take her hand, but stopped midway, remembering his hands were dirty from playing basketball, and pulled back. Just then, Shen Zhimeng pulled a pack of wet wipes from her bag. She took one out and began wiping his hands. "Is Mr. Li satisfied with this service?" Li Machuan responded by bending down and giving Shen Zhimeng a quick kiss. "Very satisfied." The moment his hands were clean, his large palms enveloped her small ones. Cold. Cold. Shen Zhimeng giggled, pulled her hands back, and slipped them inside Li Mechuan's hoodie. This way I won't be cold. Because playing basketball had warmed him up, Li Mechuan had already taken off his heavy coat, leaving only a thin hoodie. Shen Zhimeng's hands rubbed against his stomach. Your abs feel so good to touch, hee. She sat on the stool, tilting her head back to laugh. From Li Mechuan's angle, she looked both adorable and beautiful, and his heart melted. Li Mechuan narrowed his eyes and pinched Shen Zhimeng's cheek. Confess. When you switched to my seat, did you secretly feel them up? I did. Shen Zhimeng admitted, openly, looking completely confident with an air of, so what are you going to do about it? H1. Come on. Classmates from not far away called him back to play basketball. Shen Zhimeng obediently withdrew her hands and patted the back of his. Go play. Li Mechuan glanced at the court behind him, then his gaze returned to her face. Don't worry about them. Go on then. Shen Zhimeng's smile deepened, and she even shook his arm playfully. He'll just stay here and watch my handsome boyfriend play. All right. Li Mechuan couldn't resist giving her another kiss on the cheek before turning and running back towards the court. That evening it was time for the school art performance rehearsal again. Shen Zhimeng had her own rehearsal as an MC. Li Mechuan walked her over early, and seeing her greet her old friends warmly couldn't help but smile. Shen Zhimeng was hardly an ice queen around people she knew well. She was quite lively, especially in front of him. She could be a mature older sister when serious and a mischievous little girl when she had a trick up her sleeve. When Li Mechuan arrived at his own rehearsal room, everyone else was already there. The counselor spotted him and immediately waved him over. Li Mechuan, come try this. We're thinking of adapting one section into a musical theater piece. The whole script leaned towards an ensemble piece, so weaving in song and dance would make the later climax more cohesive. What do I need to do? Even after walking over, Li Mechuan was still unsure of his role. There's a lift here. You need to pick Su-yen up. The counselor explained, opening her phone to show him an example video. Li Mechuan frowned after watching it. This. He discreetly glanced at the girl he was supposed to lift. She was quite short, looking small and thin, probably light enough not to be a strain. But would Shen Zhimeng be upset if she found out? There were actually quite a few boys in the play, and not just him who was tall and strong. Teacher, why not have Zhou Yuan do the lift? I hurt my hand playing basketball today. The lie came easily to Li Mechuan, and although his acting wasn't very convincing, the counselor, aware of his relationship with Shen Zhimeng, probably guessed the real reason. It was understandable to avoid suspicion for the sake of his girlfriend. All right, Zhou Yuan, come over here. Li Mechuan willingly gave up his spot, and the rest of the rehearsal went smoothly. His rehearsal ended early, so he headed straight over to Shen Zhimeng's. The rehearsal room door wasn't completely shut, leaving a small gap from which bursts of laughter occasionally escaped. Li Mechuan casually glanced inside, and in that one glance his heart leapt into his throat. What? Was a guy hugging Shen Zhimeng from behind. The guy's arm was draped over Shen Zhimeng's shoulder, their heads almost touching. A dull ache settled in Li Mechuan's chest. He couldn't bear to look any longer. The more he saw, the worse he felt. Leaning against the wall outside the rehearsal room, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Shen Zhimeng. I'm outside your rehearsal room. I've finished. Li Mechuan was tempted to just leave, but he knew Shen Zhimeng wasn't that kind of person. He decided to wait for her to come out and explain. He didn't know how long he stood there. With a creak, the rehearsal room door opened. People began to file out. Li Mechuan looked over and saw that the guy was still holding Shen Zhimeng. When Shen Zhimeng saw him, she ran over as if nothing had happened and wrapped her arm around Li Mechuan's, asking, "Why are you here? I thought I'd finish early and go find you." Li Mechuan met her bright eyes, swallowing the accusation that was on the tip of his tongue. The rehearsal ended early, and I did send you a message. His voice carried an unmistakable hint of disappointment. Shen Zhimeng quickly pulled out her phone, but no matter how she pressed the button, the screen wouldn't turn on. I think the battery died. Just as she said that, an arm draped over her shoulder. They all said you were dating someone, and I didn't believe it. Why not introduce us? The speaker was the very guy Li Mechuan had assumed. But the voice. It was clearly feminine. Taking a closer look at the person's features and the lack of an Adam's apple, Li Mechuan realized he had misunderstood. Shen Zhimeng didn't miss his expression. Seeming to understand, she patted the girl on the shoulder and said, I've got to keep my boyfriend a secret. I can't just let you all know about him. I'm busy with a date, so I'm off. After saying this quickly, she grabbed Li Mechuan's wrist and pulled him away. They hurried out of the office building and onto the spacious main road. Ahem. Shen Zhimeng cleared her throat loudly, looking ahead, and spoke with mock solemnity. Li Mechuan, may I ask you a few questions? Li Mechuan was completely baffled, unsure of what she was up to. Did you see something at the door when you came early? I saw. Li Mechuan was about to say he couldn't have seen anything, but the image that involuntarily surfaced in his mind made him choke on his words. Shen Zhimeng stopped and stood right in front of him, speaking each word deliberately. You were jealous. Did Did you think I was secretly dating some other guy, eh? I didn't. Li Muchuan wasn't lying about that. Although he did feel a bit disappointed at the time, he knew the kind of person Shen Zhimeng was, and he thought about how her eyes were always full of him. He knew it couldn't be possible. Shen Zhimeng, however, didn't quite believe him. Come on, tell me, what were you thinking when you saw her hugging me? I forgot. Li Muchuan averted his gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed to say it. Oh, just tell me, I won't laugh at you. I really forgot. Li Muchuan Huan. Seeing his expression, she coquettishly tried to tease him. Not telling. The two of them bickered all the way home. When they stepped into the elevator alone, Li Muchuan looked at her smug face and pinned her against the wall to kiss her. It wasn't until the elevator chimed as it reached their floor that Li Muchuan slowly released her. Looking at her flushed face in his arms, he instinctively swallowed. I was sad, really upset, my heart felt heavy, and I didn't know what to do. He blurted it all out as the elevator door slid open, but neither of them moved to get out. Shen Zhimeng had never seen Li Muchuan so emotionally vulnerable, nor had she seen him express his grievances this way. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist, buried her face in his chest, and whispered, I'm sorry for making you sad. Li Muchuan wasn't angry. It was his own fault for not understanding the situation, and Shen Zhimeng couldn't have known he would come early. It's okay. He gently stroked her hair. Actually, there's something else I wanted to tell you. He recounted everything he had said and done during the evening's rehearsal. The counselor must have seen that I was thinking about you, so he agreed right away. I know how to say no now. Shen Zhimeng was already smiling halfway through his story. H1 is amazing. Her praise for him had always been direct. It's what I should do. Li Muchuan held her tighter, but when he reached out to press the button to open the door, the elevator had already started going down. The elevator could only be operated with a key card. When they swiped the card again to call it back, it continued its descent. Realizing someone might get on, they slowly let go of each other. The elevator reached the first floor. As the doors opened, all four people inside and outside were stunned. You too? How? Standing outside the elevator were Shen Zhimeng and Ji Yun. Li Muchuan's mind worked fast, and he quickly replied, I just couldn't find my access card, so I followed a neighbor from another unit upstairs. I just found it, and then you pressed the button and brought me back down. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but chuckle. H1's forgetfulness is almost as bad as Meng Meng's. We suddenly got a bit hungry tonight, and we figured you'd be home late, and probably hungry too, so we came down to grab some food. Shen Zhimeng held up the bag in his hand. All my favorites. Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. Li Muchuan couldn't help but glance over as well. Inside were skewers and braised dishes, all of which were Shen Zhimeng's favorites. After finishing their studies that night, they each washed up and went to their own rooms. Li Muchuan had just received a team invite from Suya for a game of Honor of Kings when he got a message from Shen Zhimeng. I want to come sleep with you. Li Muchuan. Before he could even process the weight of that message, she sent another, want to hold you while I sleep, want to fall asleep, touching your abs. Li Muchuan was completely stunned. He even forgot about the whole body-swapping thing that would happen if they slept together. Shen Zhimeng and Ji Yun had gone to bed earlier, so if he went out now, he probably wouldn't get caught. His phone vibrated again. It was another message from Shen Zhimeng. Should we try that secret passage? But I tried pushing this wardrobe, and it's pretty heavy. Li Muchuan then remembered that their rooms were actually connected, but the wardrobe was indeed a problem. I'd have to find a time to modify it. He replied, do you really want me to come over? He had almost forgotten what it felt like to hold her soft, fragrant body. His memory flashed back to that morning, the ambiguous one, where they had woken up in each other's arms. He turned off the light in his room, felt his way through the dark to Shen Zhimeng's door, and then locked it. As soon as he turned around, he was embraced. Li Muchuan gently patted her back and whispered, let's go to bed first. But Shen Zhimeng showed no intention of letting go. You carry me there, she said, pressing herself against him, her legs wrapping around his waist. Afraid she might fall, Li Muchuan gently bent down and scooped her up, carrying her directly to the bed. His broad frame enveloped her delicate figure completely in his embrace. As he pulled up the blanket, it seemed to shut out all reason between them. Their lips pressed together, their cheeks brushed against each other. In the end, Li Muchuan managed to restrain his primal instincts. Ji Yun and Shen Zhimeng both had the habit of getting up in the night. Although the door was locked, his own room wasn't. If they heard any commotion and insisted on investigating, it wouldn't be as simple as just confessing that the two of them were together. They might be open-minded enough to accept him being with Shen Zhimeng, but they might not be able to accept that the two of them at their age were already. Shen Zhimeng shared the same thoughts as Li Muchuan. In the end, she too felt a bit guilty and scared, caught between anticipation and fear. Fortunately, Li Muchuan stopped. Shen Zhimeng quietly straightened her clothes under the blanket. If we sleep together tonight, will we swap back tomorrow? Li Muchuan gently caught the hand that was climbing towards him. He couldn't let Shen Zhimeng rekindle the fire he had just managed to suppress. I just wonder if ITLL be a swap upon waking up, or if ITLL follow the previous pattern. I feel like the previous pattern has been broken, so it's really hard to say. Shen Zhimeng said it casually, her head resting in the crook of Li Emo-chuan's arm. Anyway, we're sleeping together tonight. To swap back later, we'll have to sleep together tomorrow night too. Hearing this, Li Emo-chuan finally understood what Shen Zhimeng was up to. So this is where your plan was headed all along. Li Emo-chuan pinched her soft little nose. That's right, my plan is coming together perfectly. Li Emo-chuan didn't know if he had been corrupted by Shen Zhimeng, but hearing those words a thought popped into his head. An abacus goes click-clack, but there's another place that can go click-clack too. He didn't know if Shen Zhimeng was embarrassed by his words, but he was definitely blushing himself. What he found absurd was that Shen Zhimeng struck, first patting him right below his lower back. Is it here? In the darkness, he couldn't see her expression, but he could clearly hear the triumphant amusement in her voice. Li Emo-chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. With his strength, he could easily pin both of her wrists with one hand. Go to sleep. No more moving. No, I want to move. Shen Zhimeng giggled softly, burrowing deeper into Li Emo-chuan's embrace. Li Emo-chuan. He let out a helpless laugh and finally held her tightly in his arms. Alright, be a good girl, and sleep okay. After saying that, he kissed her forehead. Shen Zhimeng knew he had truly made up his mind that nothing would happen tonight. Okay, good night, Chuan. Good night. The next morning, when Shen Zhimeng woke up, she instinctively looked at the person opposite her. It was Li Emo-chuan's face. So they hadn't swapped yet. But she had to be prepared for a swap at any time throughout the day. Shen Zhimeng slowly propped herself up and sat picking up her phone from the bedside table. It was 7 in the morning. Any later and Shen Jing and the others would be getting up to wash up. Shen Zhimeng quickly nudged the still sleeping Li Emo-chuan. You need to go back to your room first, or Mom and Dad will be up soon. Li Emo-chuan sat up groggily, and upon hearing Shen Zhimeng's voice, instinctively hugged her, burying his head in her shoulder. Good morning. Shen Zhimeng was amused by his state, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch his cheek. Alright, come on, get up, or we'll really get caught. Li Emo-chuan was forced to boot up. Once he came to his senses, he quickly returned to his own room. Except for the evening, Li Emo-chuan had a full day of classes today. Shen Zhimeng was a bit worried about what might happen after a swap, so she accompanied Li Emo-chuan to his early morning class. As they entered the classroom, Zhao Xianping initially wanted to put his arm around Li Emo-chuan and head to the back, but upon seeing Shen Zhimeng behind him, he retracted his hand. Good morning, Chuan. Li Emo-chuan found his behavior amusing. Morning. He took Shen Zhimeng's hand and sat down in the second row by the side of the classroom. The two of them buried their heads in their books and began to study. Senior, could I ask you a question about the major course? Zhao Xianping had just taken 2 steps when he heard this question from behind him and was utterly stunned. Who was this with such a lack of tact? He turned around and saw it was Qian Yichun. A sense of gossip welled up inside Zhao Xianping. He quietly sat down behind Li Emo-chuan, eavesdropping on the conversation between the three. Shen Zhimeng glanced at the boy standing in front of her desk, then looked at Li Emo-chuan. The students in your class are really eager to learn. Li Emo-chuan met Shen Zhimeng's meaningful gaze, seeming to understand a little. Was she trying to embarrass Qian Yichun? What's the question? Shen Zhimeng said nonchalantly. Qian Yichun, sensing an opportunity, immediately laid out the book he was holding, which was Content from a Sophomore Major Course. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This guy was really trying to show off. Senior, I didn't quite understand this problem. Shen Zhimeng only gave it a brief glance before turning to Li Emo-chuan. You should know how to do this, right? Why don't you explain it to your classmate? This knowledge is too far removed from me, I've already forgotten it. Li Emo-chuan leaned in to look at the book. Although he hadn't taken this particular major course, this content happened to be something he had self-studied for a computer science competition before. Oh, this one. The principle used here is actually. After Li Emo-chuan explained a few sentences, Qian Yichun nodded stiffly. Okay, I understand. Thanks. After quickly spitting out those words, Qian Yichun went straight to his seat without looking back, and for the rest of the time, he was too embarrassed to even glance in their direction. Others might not know what happened, but Zhao Xianping had heard it all. The news that Qian Yichun tried to show off and hit on the senior only to be crushed by Li Emo-chuan's professional expertise quickly spread among the classmates. Although the class was predominantly male, there were still small groups with better and worse relationships, and among them were those who didn't like Qian Yichun. Li Emo-chuan was unaware of all this. He only noticed that during the break some male classmates he usually didn't interact with suddenly started giving him more smiles. But there was no need to dwell on it. He spent almost all his time with Shen Zhimeng these days, and he had recently realized that much social interaction was pointless. Shen Zhimeng had classes during the 3rd and 4th periods, so the two had to part ways. As they separated, Shen Zhimeng gently hugged Li Emo-chuan and whispered, "If we swap during class, we have to adapt and think on our feet." Alright. Shen Zhimeng felt a nagging sense of foreboding, perhaps a woman's intuition that the exchange would happen during these 2 classes. Her fears were proven correct. During the fourth period, while pondering a question posed by the professor, she noticed his gaze frequently flicking toward her, and a feeling crept over her that she would be called upon to answer. The next second her vision went black. The previously silent classroom had transformed into a cacophony of chatter. She looked around, finding herself seated in the front row with the professor sitting about a meter directly in front of her. Everyone seemed to be discussing something. Meanwhile, when Li Machuan snapped back to reality, he heard a resounding male voice calling out Shen Zhimeng's name. He glanced at the unfamiliar classroom, then lowered his eyes to the textbook in his hand. Shen Zhimeng, please share your understanding of this. Li Machuan's eyes swept across the blackboard and the projection screen, but found no visible question. The book in his hands was open, and after a quick scan, a knowing smile touched his lips. He stood up with confidence and began to articulate his own interpretation. A few minutes later, the professor, who had been frowning, broke into a smile. Excellent, excellent. Your idea has high feasibility. If you wish to implement this project, feel free to discuss it with me after class. Thank you, Professor. After handling that, Li Machuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, Shen Zhimeng was clever. She had made various marks in the textbook, ensuring he could follow the lecture and anticipate the questions. He discreetly pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Safely answered the question. On the other side, Shen Zhimeng breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the message. At noon, both headed towards their agreed meeting spot. As Li Machuan was walking, a young man lightly tapped his shoulder. Excuse me, miss, could I add you on WeChat? Li Machuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this scene. But he recovered in a second, holding up his phone. Sorry, my boyfriend is waiting for me. Oh, my apologies for disturbing you. The young man apologized and left. Li Machuan turned and continued towards the meeting point, but he was constantly looking down at his phone, typing out the details of what had just happened to tell Shen Zhimeng. Because his head was down, and he wasn't walking fast, he still bumped into someone. He instinctively started to apologize, but as he looked up, he met a face he knew all too well. Little sister, since you bumped into Big Brother, how about you repay him with your hand in marriage? Shen Zhimeng's smile was a bit mischievous, and the line was clearly said on purpose. Li Machuan was caught between amusement and annoyance. So this is how you use my face and voice. Shen Zhimeng was nonchalant. Yep, what's yours is mine. As she said this, a more peculiar smile crept onto her lips. She wrapped an arm around Li Machuan's shoulder and whispered into his ear, you should be glad I'm using your face and voice like this. If it were somewhere else. Realizing what she was about to say, Li Machuan immediately tried to push her away. But with their bodies swapped, the strength disparity was significant, and Shen Zhimeng was only pushed back slightly before pulling him close again. Li Machuan was both angry and helpless. I seriously suspect your eagerness to swap back last night was so you could tease me like this. Looks like you're catching on quickly, Shen Zhimeng admitted openly. But beyond the verbal teasing, she had a few other ideas, though those would still require Li Machuan's consent. After entering the cafeteria, they got their food and found a seat. Li Machuan recounted the entire incident of being hit on. As soon as he finished, Shen Zhimeng extended her hand towards him. Phone. What for? Despite his confusion, Li Machuan took out the pink phone and handed it to her. Just cleaning out some unimportant people from my girlfriend's contact list. Shen Zhimeng unlocked the phone as she spoke and began scrolling. Li Machuan put down his chopsticks and leaned over, watching as she deleted Shui Yang. I didn't have the right to ask before, but can you tell me now why you added him back then? Li Machuan hadn't expected this line of questioning. We weren't together at the time. He said it with a hint of guilt, but still explained the whole story. I thought he looked decent. What if he was your type? Rejecting a potential suitor on someone else's behalf. Stop. Shen Zhimeng interrupted him. What I really want to know is why you refused so decisively today. Li Machuan met her gaze. Because I like you. Because I care about you. Because I can't stand the thought of someone else having their eye on what's mine. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh. She asked half jokingly, so before this you didn't like me or care about me? Li Machuan began to recall that time. He had only known Shen Zhimeng for a few days then. From the very first glance, he found her beautiful. How could he not have harbored a desire to have her for himself? But he was acutely aware of their respective positions, which was one of the reasons he tried to suppress those feelings back then. If he had to add another reason, it was that Shen Zhimeng was truly exceptional. The more he got to know her, the more extraordinary she seemed. When you truly like someone, you inevitably start to feel a sense of inferiority. Besides, the situation had been sudden back then and he hadn't had time to think about it all. Li Machuan laid out all these thoughts. Shen Zhimeng simply smiled after hearing them. Have you ever considered if I had actually developed things further with that guy, how would you have felt? Li Machuan frowned. He really hadn't thought about that. It didn't happen, so I don't want to think about it. What matters is that we're together now, and that's enough. He took Shen Zhimeng's hand as he spoke. Alright, well, he's deleted now. The fact that you've changed so much in your behavior and attitude is enough to make me happy. In the afternoon, they attended classes together, inseparable as ever. At one point, Suya tried to come over and talk to Li Machuan, but But Shen Zhimeng, seeing Li Machuan deeply focused on his work, glared at him until he backed off. Suya had no choice but to give up. It seemed his brother was a bit of a henpecked husband. Back home in the evening, they went straight to the study to study. Shen Zhimeng watched Li Machuan's recent diligence and ambition and felt inexplicably happy. Why are you suddenly working so hard? Li Machuan answered while writing. The top student in our class has already finished calculus and is now studying linear algebra and probability. Shen Zhimeng. So that was it. A flicker of disappointment passed through Shen Zhimeng's eyes. If you had said it was because of me, I would have been happier. Upon hearing this, Li Machuan set down his pen. Though they had swapped bodies, he could still detect the subtle emotion in her tone. But the only reason I pay attention to our class top student studies is because of you. If you hadn't encouraged me to aim for the national scholarship, I wouldn't have had the confidence. Shen Zhimeng finally broke into a smile. She leaned forward and planted a quick kiss on Li Machuan's lips. Li Machuan stared at her dazed. The sensation was peculiar. It felt different from kissing himself. Shen Zhimeng noticed it too. I suddenly feel like this swap thing we have isn't so bad after all. Why? Because we get to experience things from each other's perspective. For instance, now you know what it feels like when you kiss me. You're getting to know my body, and I'm getting to know yours. Even though Shen Zhimeng spoke with utmost seriousness, Li Machuan couldn't help but let his mind wander. Ahem. Shen Zhimeng reached out and touched Li Machuan's shoulder and neck directly. How about we find some time to explore what needs to be explored? At first, Li Machuan wasn't sure what she meant, but when he met her gaze, which was anything but innocent, he understood. Based on the pattern, we should swap back around 1130 tonight. Li Machuan glanced at the time. It was already 1030, just 1 hour to go. Should we get ready for bed first? All right. Together. Shen Zhimeng asked tentatively. No need. Li Machuan refused outright, although they were currently in a swapped state. Well, after last night, there wasn't much left to be shy about. Seeing his expression, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh. It was 1120 when they lay back down on the same bed just 10 minutes before the swap. Pulling the covers over them, their bodies intertwined. Are we just going to lie here and wait? Shen Zhimeng wasn't one to stay still. The dim nightlight cast a soft glow, allowing them to see each other's hazy outlines, perfectly setting the mood. Li Machuan closed his eyes and said nothing. Having an outspoken girlfriend could be quite overwhelming at times. For an ordinary couple, they might have just gone with the flow. But for now, all he could do was watch and wait for the right moment. Perhaps one day when Shen Jing and Ji Yun were both away from home. Or maybe he and Shen Zhimeng could find an excuse to both be out. I'm sleepy. Not hearing a response from Li Machuan, Shen Zhimeng quickly changed the subject and pulled him into a tight embrace. They were currently in their swapped states, but once they switched back, it would be Li Machuan holding her. Thinking this, she held the person in her arms even closer. Li Machuan knew this was a sign of her feeling insecure. He had many things he wanted to say, but he felt it would be better to wait until they swapped back. Saying it now just didn't feel formal enough. So for the time being, he let Shen Zhimeng hold him. Time ticked by second by second. At 1130, they both sensed it simultaneously. When their consciousness returned, they had swapped back. Li Machuan immediately cupped Shen Zhimeng's face and kissed her. She was startled for a moment, but then a smile curved at the corners of her lips as she kissed him back. After the kiss ended, Li Machuan gently patted Shen Zhimeng's back. You know I want to, and I know you do too. But before anything happens, I think there are some things we need to get straight. I don't want you to go into this blindly. Though Li Machuan had never been in a relationship before, he had given these matters serious thought. The process of a relationship is important, and so is the outcome. The more he wanted to do this right with Shen Zhimeng, the less willing he was to rush into intimacy carelessly. Hearing his words, Shen Zhimeng's heart swelled with emotion. No girl could resist a guy who respects her and is attuned to her feelings. If before she could only sense his affection through his possessive actions, now she felt she could see the deeper Li Machuan. She had always known he was thoughtful and considered things carefully. H1, I want to ask you something. When did you realize you liked me? Upon hearing this, Li Machuan couldn't help but think of those love gurus' comments on social media. So it was true that girls love to interrogate their partners about the details before they got together. And usually the more they ask, the deeper the feelings are. Li Machuan kissed her forehead. It started from the moment I saw your face in the mirror in the girls' restroom. Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. That early? At first sight? Yeah, it was love at first sight. Li Machuan couldn't help but chuckle. I bet no one else's love at first sight was as thrilling as mine. Others could only look, but he didn't just look. He got to experience it firsthand. Well, what a coincidence. Li Machuan seemed to catch on. Go on. If you don't spill everything ill. Shen Zhimeng felt a tickle. Alright, I'll talk. After we swapped that day, I saw Duan Chen's face, the guy I hated most. They weren't actually going to do anything. When I opened my eyes, they were laughing, calling Li Machuan a coward. Li Machuan's eyes flickered with a hint of embarrassment. He knew those guys wouldn't actually fight, they were just trying to scare him. He just didn't want to get tangled up with people like that. And then, Shen Zhimeng laughed softly. Then when I realized I wasn't me anymore, I took them all down in a flash. Right after that, your mom called to ask where you were. Li Machuan was stunned. You took them all down? Yeah. And honestly, a guy's body has so much more strength. Your body is in really good shape. Li Machuan. No wonder Duan Shun and his crew had been giving him nastier looks ever since. He had wondered if it was just because of those basketball blocks. It wasn't his fault that the guys in his class were trash-talking the seniors. Well, he had to admit he was pretty flashy with those moves back then. Unaware that Li Machuan's thoughts had drifted off, Shen Zhimeng continued with what she had discovered later. I saw the chat history between you and your mother, and combined with the address your mother sent you, I roughly figured out that you were the guy my dad mentioned. Then on the way back, I kept feeling your body. Earlier, Li Machuan was distracted and didn't catch it clearly, but he heard the latter part distinctly, feeling. My body. Yeah, I touched and felt it. This is the first time I've touched a guy's abs. Li Machuan, hearing this charming voice, abandoned his shock and couldn't help rubbing his cheek against Shen Zhimeng's soft face. So this is the real you, Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng seized the opportunity to wrap her arms around Li Machuan's neck. Now that you've found out, what can you do? You'll have to keep it a secret from me, because I'm only like this with you. Even if you told someone, no one would believe it. Li Machuan helplessly kissed her shoulder, his tone full of affection, and even his speech unconsciously carried a lilting tone. Okay, you'll keep it secret. Shen Zhimeng thoroughly enjoyed being held by him, and the smile never left her lips. Chuan, how about we go to graduate school together at Qingwan University? Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but start envisioning their future life together. She had never doubted her own abilities. Although Qingwan University was a decent key university, she had indeed underperformed in the college entrance exam, partly due to her weakness in chemistry. She had never believed that Qingwan University was her limit. She was more than qualified to be recommended for graduate studies at her own university. If she hadn't met Li Machuan, she might have actually considered the suggestion from a professor at the school to pursue a direct doctoral program. But now she increasingly saw the brilliance in Li Machuan, and she feared that she might hold him back, that she might not be worthy to stand by his side in the future. After all, her current advantage was entirely due to her age gap. She didn't have the confidence to say that her freshman self could be as impressive as Li Machuan now. Noticing the unease in her tone, Li Machuan spoke even more gently. All right, wherever you say, well, go. But you might have to wait for me. We're 2 years apart, and catching up might take some time. It's okay. Then Qingwan University, it is. It's a deal. Shen Zhimeng's current grades met the conditions for external recommendation, but it wasn't easy to get into Qingwan University. She needed to contact a professor there, and only if the professor was willing to accept her could she be recommended. So in her junior year, she still had room to work hard. The two chatted about serious matters and unknowingly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Li Machuan woke up before the alarm went off and quietly turned it off. Looking at the person curled up in his arms, his heart softened. One small hand was tightly clutching his pajamas as if afraid he would run away. Li Machuan gently removed her hand, then slowly got out of bed and tucked Shen Zhimeng in. After leaving a kiss, he quietly opened and closed the door, leaving her bedroom. As soon as the door closed, the person lying in bed opened her eyes, a sweet smile uncontrollable on her lips. It was the weekend. Not long after Li Machuan returned to his room, there was a knock on the door. Pretending to have just woken up, he rubbed his eyes and looked at Ji Yun standing at the door. Chuan, get up. It's the weekend, and the family is going hiking. It's not far. Okay. On the other side, Shen Jing went to call Shen Zhimeng. Both bedroom doors were open, and Li Machuan heard a plaintive voice from the other room. I wanted to sleep in. Dad, why didn't you say so yesterday? Shen Jing gave a dry laugh. I just forgot yesterday. Today it's a surprise for you all. But I have an experimental class this afternoon. ITLL, be quick. We'll come down the mountain by noon, and you'll make it to your afternoon class. Listening to this conversation, Li Machuan couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting. Ji Yun stood at the door, also listening to the commotion, but when she turned around, she saw her son seemed to be grinning foolishly. After breakfast, the family packed up and got into the car. Shen Jing drove with Ji Yun in the passenger seat, while Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng sat in the back. The drive took about half an hour. After leaving the city, the scenery outside the window improved. Shen Zhimeng took beautiful photos and instinctively wanted to share them with Li Machuan. She was about to speak, but remembering that Shen Jing and Ji Yun were in the front, she had to swallow her words. She sent the photos directly to Li Machuan, and even took a few candid shots of his particularly handsome profile. I took beautiful scenery and a handsome boyfriend give me praise. Li Machuan's phone vibrated. He hadn't planned to check it, but hearing someone clear her throat several times in a row, he turned around to meet a pair of resentful eyes. He quickly opened his phone. After seeing the message Shen Zhimeng sent, he couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting. What to do? He wanted to hold her in his arms and kiss her right now. Li Machuan sent several emojis, all kisses, hugs, and cuddles. Shen Zhimeng's message was filled with excitement and joy, and Li Machuan, infected by her mood, replied with some emotion, so beautiful. How do I have such an amazing girlfriend? He remembered the advice he had seen on Xiaohongshu. He should respond to her sharing of joy with even more enthusiasm than she did. As soon as the message was sent, Li Machuan began to observe Shen Zhimeng's expression. Indeed, her originally slightly resentful face instantly broke into a smile. Moming, what did you see that made you so happy? From the driver's seat, Xinjing looked through the rearview mirror and saw Shen Zhimeng smiling foolishly. In his memory, it had been a long time since he had seen such a bright and genuine smile on her face. The smile on Shen Zhimeng's face froze. Nothing. Nothing. Because she was too guilty, her expression was extremely unnatural. Seeing this, Ji Yun couldn't help teasing, Mengming, you're not in love, are you? As soon as the words were spoken, both Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan's hearts tightened. Fortunately, Shen Jing waved his hand dismissively. That's a bit much, Xiao Yun. I haven't seen Mengming show any enthusiasm for any boy. I'm starting to worry if she'll ever get married. When Shen Jing said this, there was no displeasure in his tone, but rather happiness and a hint of pride. Perhaps this was the proudest moment for a father raising a daughter. His little princess didn't fancy any of those young rascals, always being pampered in the castle free and without any worries. Shen Jing's words made both people in the back seat breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Shen Zhimeng took out her phone and started messaging. From now on, we need to control our expressions in front of mom and dad. Li Machuan, Roger. Seeing these three characters, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh again, already able to imagine what it would look like when Li Machuan said that seriously. When they arrived at the place, they found that today there were not only the four of them hiking, but also several of Shen Jing's friends, all with their families. Li Machuan immediately spotted Song Xinyan standing among a group of adults dressed in a strikingly eye-catching manner. Wait, isn't Uncle Song his own father's friend? Why does he also know Shen Jing? Li Machuan sensed trouble and, lowering his gaze, found himself locking eyes with Shen Zhimeng's wary stare. It was abundantly clear that Song Xinyan had no idea about the sibling relationship between them. If their romantic involvement were exposed in front of the adults, it would be a complete disaster. When acquaintances meet, especially adults, there is always an endless stream of conversation. After discussing themselves, they inevitably turn to their children. Apart from Song Xinyan's father, the other three adults were meeting Ji Yun and Li Machuan for the first time. Li Machuan was reluctantly brought along to greet these uncles. The other three children, aside from Song Xinyan, were notably younger, appearing to be around middle or high school age, so they naturally clustered together and headed up the mountain. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Shen Zhimeng grabbed Song Xinyan and began their ascent. Huh, senior. Having learned a great deal from Suya, Song Xinyan's eyes were filled with admiration upon seeing Shen Zhimeng. So this senior was truly formidable. Ahem. Junior. Shen Zhimeng felt a little self-conscious under that sincere gaze. Since they had now put some distance between themselves and the adults, and Li Machuan, she felt more at ease speaking. By the way, I think I just saw Aunt Ji. Does that mean Li Machuan is here too? So our three families all know each other. Song Xinyan grew more animated as she spoke. Shen Zhimeng directly linked her arm through Song Xinyan's. Could you do a favor for me, senior? At this moment, only sincerity could move someone, and Shen Zhimeng's face involuntarily showed a hint of pleading. Faced with such a senior, Song Xinyan found herself unable to resist. Senior, please just say it. If it's within my power, I'll definitely do my best. You know that Li Machuan and I are dating, right? Mom? Well, it's like this. Shen Zhimeng recounted her and Li Machuan's family situation. Song Xinyan was initially confused, but as the story unfolded, the shock on her face became increasingly pronounced. So you two are actually, Mom? Shen Zhimeng met her gaze and nodded firmly. But you see, Li Machuan and I are only dating right now. Who knows what the future holds? We're not telling our families now, because we don't want them to worry needlessly. Song Xinyan finally understood. She felt as if she had become the guardian of a momentous secret. Not only did she have to keep their romantic relationship from the parents, but she also had to keep their sibling relationship a secret at school. It seemed like a heavy burden. But for Song Xinyan, who was always at the forefront of any gossip, this was an absolute windfall. This was some prime gossip. However, Song Xinyan stared intently at Shen Zhimeng. Senior, to be honest, I'm not very good at keeping secrets. Sometimes when I get excited chatting with friends, I just can't help but spill the beans. Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That meant there was room for negotiation. As long as they could come to an agreement, there was no problem. It was Song Xinyan's lack of any demands that would have made Shen Zhimeng uneasy. After all, without the bond of mutual benefit, it was hard to be certain that this girl she barely knew wouldn't stab her in the back. After all, they weren't related, and the girl was under no obligation to help. Having thought it through, Shen Zhimeng directly linked her arm through Song Xinyan's again. Junior, is there anything you like? Anyone you have a crush on at school? Or any difficulties with your studies? Song Xinyan gave a knowing smile. After walking a short distance with the adults, Li Machuan noticed their conversation drifting away from him. He immediately looked at Ji Yun beside him. Mom will go ahead and check on my sister and the others. You guys keep chatting. Alright, go ahead. Keep an eye on Mengmeng's safety. Ji Yun saw no issue with this, and even reminded him to look after Shen Zhimeng. Okay. Li Machuan averted his gaze with a slightly guilty conscience and took long strides up the mountain. The first half of the mountain had cement steps while the latter half was a path of bare yellow earth. By the time Li Machuan caught up to the group ahead, he was already near the mountainside. Seeing the two girls chatting happily in front of him, Li Machuan reached out and grabbed Shen Zhimeng's wrist. Startled by the sudden touch, Shen Zhimeng turned around, but a smile broke across her face upon seeing it was Li Machuan. Finished dealing with them so quickly. Li Machuan glanced at Song Xinyan. And you? Shen Zhimeng pressed her lips into a smile. Even though they hadn't exchanged a single word since getting out of the car, a few shared glances were all it took to understand each other perfectly. It was a truly comfortable feeling. More precisely, it was reassuring. Li Machuan, now that you have a girlfriend, you're just going to ignore me. Song Xinyan couldn't help but mutter a complaint at their cloying display. Li Machuan didn't even spare her a glance. My eyes are only so big, there's only room for one person. Song Xinyan couldn't help but roll her eyes at his words. She admitted that during her naive youthful days, she might have harbored a fleeting thought or two about Li Machuan, but she never thought about acting on them, and as time passed those feelings faded. But ever since she discovered Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng were together, she had absolutely no lingering thoughts. As a single dog, she just found the two of them an eyesore. Shen Zhimeng, pleased by Li Machuan's words, directly linked her arm through his. The trees here were quite tall, shielding them from the adults below. Alright, I've already talked it over with Nianyan. She won't say anything. Li Machuan glanced at Song Xinyan, and seeing the smug look on her face, immediately realized things weren't that simple. What did you promise her? Li Machuan probed. Shen Zhimeng's gaze flickered, a trace of guilt flashing across her face before disappearing. It's nothing that's not important. Let's hurry up the mountain now. We need to put some distance between ourselves and the adults to talk freely. Alright. As they walked, they reached the section without cement steps. The path was steep, littered with loose stones and dry branches requiring extra caution. The two girls were slightly out of breath, and seeing Li Machuan as composed as ever, they silently grumbled about his incredible stamina. Careful here. Li Machuan walked half a step ahead of Shen Zhimeng, their hands clasped together, his expression as careful as if he were guarding his most precious treasure. Seeing the two of them being so lovey-dovey, Song Xinyan couldn't help but let out a long sigh, looking up at the sky. When will I ever find someone? Li Machuan suddenly recalled that day in the cafeteria when, after he and Shen Zhimeng left, it seemed only Song Xinyan and Suya remained. Those two. How are things going with you and Suya? Li Machuan asked half-jokingly. What do you mean, how are things? There's nothing going on between us. Song Xinyan's face flushed crimson, but from Li Machuan's memory, this guy wasn't someone who blushed so easily. A knowing expression crept onto Shen Zhimeng's face. Feeling shy, Nianyan. No, don't talk nonsense. Song Xinyan felt too embarrassed to lift her head. Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan exchanged a knowing smile, understanding without needing to say a word. Can you still walk? Li Machuan took a bottle of water from his sling bag and handed it to Shen Zhimeng. I'm okay, but I am really tired. Shen Zhimeng hadn't exercised in quite a long time. Since starting university, she only practiced judo at the gym during winter and summer breaks. They'll carry you on my back, Li Machuan said as he bent down. No need. Get on. After saying this, Li Machuan squatted down directly. You still have class this afternoon. Do you want to walk into the classroom with your legs shaking? Shen Zhimeng's eyes flickered at this. If she really walked into class with trembling legs, no one would guess it was because she was exhausted from climbing a mountain. With that thought, Shen Zhimeng bent down, hooked her arms around Li Machuan's neck, and lay on his back. Li Machuan had never actually carried anyone before. As he stood up, he instinctively asked, where do I put my hands? Here, or under your knees? When he said here, he indicated with his actions. Shen Zhimeng whispered in his ear, if you put them under my knees, it'll slide down. Alright. Li Machuan couldn't help but smile. Song Xinyan, watching from the side, felt like she had been vaccinated against their displays of affection. Seeing them like this, she had nothing left to say. So she failed to notice the two beside her continuously whispering to each other in very low voices. Shen Zhimeng, am I heavy? Li Machuan, you're light. Eat more from now on. So are you saying my figure is too skinny now? Hearing this, Li Machuan's mind involuntarily recalled a certain night, and he couldn't help but clear his throat. No, you're perfect. Shen Zhimeng kissed the back of his neck. So you're quite satisfied? Shen Zhimeng was clearly delighted, planting several quick kisses by his ear. Li Machuan deliberately turned his cheek. I want one here too. Moi. This kiss was so loud that even Song Xinyan couldn't help but glance at them. Finally, as if she had been defeated by them, she declared, they'll walk ahead and stop being a third wheel. You two can take your time being lovey-dovey. I can't stand you two anymore. Song Xinyan marched ahead toward the summit with determination. Combined with Li Mo Chuan deliberately slowing his pace, the distance between them quickly grew. Do you think our parents will catch up to us? It's fine. Even if they see us ill, just say you sprained your ankle. Li Mo Chuan answered without missing a beat. Oh, you've even got an excuse ready. Shen Zhimeng's fingers traced along his jawline, her tone full of teasing intent. But a second later she couldn't help but smack his shoulder. You pervert. Who told you to pinch? Li Mo Chuan held in his laughter, saying nothing. Wherever his hands were placed, that was naturally what he would pinch. Shen Zhimeng's face flushed with shyness. She wrapped her arms around his neck and bit him gently. That's your punishment. But just after one bite she couldn't help but squirm. Li Mo Chuan. Stop pinching, it's really ticklish. Shen Zhimeng continued to pat his back, but to evade the attack of his hands, she had to keep squirming. Before long she suddenly noticed that Li Mo Chuan had stopped. Then she heard him say, stop moving. His voice was slightly hoarse. A second later Shen Zhimeng knew what was going on. She hooked her arms around his neck again and whispered in his ear, are you? Li Mo Chuan pursed his lips tightly after hearing this, then let out a soft So stop moving. But why? I didn't even kiss you just now. Do you get a reaction just from pinching me? Shen Zhimeng couldn't immediately figure out the reason. Li Mo Chuan took a big stride forward and replied, try lying on my back and see if anything's pressing against you. Shen Zhimeng obediently did as he said. But as soon as she pressed against him she understood. And quickly she thought of a way to retaliate for what his hands had just done. Li Mo Chuan was trying to calm his earlier reaction, but the sensation on his back made his body stiffen involuntarily. He could clearly feel the two moving around on his back. Question: what's it like to have a girlfriend who loves to tease? Answer: most of the time it's quite torturous, especially in public places where you feel a sense of helplessness. Jia, I was wrong. Li Mo Chuan's tone was full of helplessness. This remark made Shen Zhimeng giggle. First because of the Jia and second because of his helpless tone and sudden change in attitude. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have teased you like that. Li Mo Chuan didn't feel regret, but this fire was indeed hard to extinguish right now. Shen Zhimeng lay on his back again, but this time she stayed still. Her voice was soft, even carrying a hint of melancholy. Chuan, have you noticed that you've changed a lot? Li Mo Chuan's eyes froze. What did Shen Zhimeng mean by that? Was she hinting that his recent behavior had been too much? Well, what's wrong? Li Mo Chuan was momentarily nervous, his heart racing. Shen Zhimeng on his back noticed his tension, and the corners of her mouth curled up uncontrollably. In a light, cheerful tone she said, you've become more to my taste. After saying this, she didn't forget to plant kiss after kiss on the back of his neck. Li Mo Chuan was stunned for a moment before realizing she had just been teasing him on purpose. So she actually liked this kind of little teasing done just right. Thinking of this, Li Mo Chuan's hand directly smacked the original spot. Will you hit me? Will you be violent with me in the future? Shen Zhimeng fully displayed her latent dramatic talent. Li Mo Chuan couldn't help but smack again. In the future, I'll only smack here. Scared? Shen Zhimeng deliberately sniffled. If I say I'm scared, will you stop? Of course. No, you need to have your own judgment. You can't just do whatever I say. Shen Zhimeng denied it outright. Li Mo Chuan. All right. Although he wasn't quite sure about his guess, agreeing for now was the way to go. The two chatted nonstop all the way to the mountaintop. The conversation had distracted him from the strain, but only when he set her down did he realize his arms had grown sore and weak. He had been hiking uphill and carrying someone the whole way. Shen Zhimeng was quite slim, but at 168 centimeters tall, she wasn't exactly light. Song Xingyan watched as Li Ma Chuan rubbed his arm, unable to help clicking her tongue. He was so manly carrying you up here, but look at him now. A total mess. Li Ma Chuan couldn't even be bothered to roll his eyes at her. At the mountaintop, there was a pavilion where they could rest. Besides the three of them, 3 high school students, 2 girls and a boy, sat together chatting. The 2 girls kept glancing at Li Ma Chuan, seemingly discussing something. Since kids are not good at hiding their curiosity, those periodic looks were hard to ignore. Eventually, even Shen Zhimeng grew curious and Song Xingyan became intrigued as well. Why do you 2 keep staring at this big brother? The 2 young girls looked a bit embarrassed when asked. They urged each other to speak, both too shy to answer. Finally, the older one spoke up. This brother looks a lot like the male lead from a game we play. Song Xingyan's eyes lit up. Is it that Otome game? Yes. Sister, don't you think he looks like him? Song Xingyan was also a veteran Otome game player. She had seen Li Ma Chuan's face since they were kids, only a few times a year, but over the years she had grown accustomed to it, so she had never really thought about it. But hearing these 2 girls say it today, she took another look at Li Ma Chuan's face, and indeed there seemed to be a resemblance. Meanwhile, Li Ma Chuan sitting across from them couldn't understand what they were talking about at all, and even Shen Zhimeng was listening in confusion. However, they didn't discuss it for long. Song Xingyan being the social butterfly, she was quickly diverted the 2 girls' attention to other things. Not long after, the adults also reached the mountaintop. After a round of photos and videos, everyone descended the mountain together. After descending, they had a meal at a farmhouse restaurant at the foot of the mountain, and then everyone headed back. Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan had brought their laptops, which were still in the car, so Shen Jing drove them directly to the school gate. Watching the two figures, one tall, one short, walk through the school gate together, Shen Jing felt a sudden surge of emotion. You know, they actually look quite good together walking side by side. Ji Yan laughed and gave him a playful pat. Don't talk nonsense. Back on campus, after walking a certain distance from the gate, Shen Zhimeng glanced back first. They probably can't see us anymore, right? As soon as she said that, she felt herself being pulled into an embrace. Don't worry, we've walked quite far in already. I'm just being cautious. All right. Li Machuan patted her head. Are you going to let me sit in on your lab class? Come with me. The teacher already knows you're a freshman and has a good impression of you. Shen Zhimeng finished speaking and linked her arm through his. If you have any questions, you can just ask him directly. He's a really nice teacher. Li Machuan looked at Shen Zhimeng's serious expression, and a thought instinctively popped into his head. Actually, there's another teacher I think is pretty great too. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head up to meet his gaze, pointing at herself. Is that teacher Shen? Li Machuan's expression stiffened. How did she know? Then, as if to hide his embarrassment, he wrapped his arm around her neck. Teacher Shen is too smart. How do you know everything? Of course. With our relationship, it's impossible not to know. As the two of them were about to enter the classroom, they ran face-to-face into Duan Chun, who was walking out. Shen Zhimeng habitually shot him a disdainful glare, then grabbed Li Machuan's arm and walked into the classroom. As class time approached, most of the students had already arrived, and their gazes frequently drifted toward the door, all looking like they were expecting a show. Shen Zhimeng swept her eyes over these probing looks one by one. Most of them couldn't withstand her scrutinizing stare and silently lowered their heads. When Shen Zhimeng turned around, she met Li Machuan's slightly admiring gaze. After they sat down, Li Machuan couldn't help but lean over and whisper in her ear, "My girlfriend is so cool." Shen Zhimeng leaned directly against his shoulder. Well, no one is cooler than my boyfriend. For example, when you play basketball. For example, when you're seriously helping me fix my code. Shen Zhimeng said, pulling out her laptop. Here, there's something I've tried several times, but can't get to work. Can you see where the problem is? Li Machuan immediately dragged his chair over close beside her. After adjusting the laptop slightly, his eyes quickly scanned the screen. When Duan Chun returned to the classroom, he happened to see Shen Zhimeng gazing at Li Machuan with a look of pure adoration. How impressive could this kid's professional skills be to make Shen Zhimeng look at him like that? Duan Chun considered his own grades to be among the top for the boys, and there were other guys in the class who were also strong in their major courses, but Shen Zhimeng had never given them a second glance. Jealousy can truly disfigure a person. As Duan Chun sat down, someone kicked his desk while passing by. Xiao Lin walked right past him towards Li Machuan and sat down boldly in front of him. Seeing the figure in front of her, Shen Zhimeng shot Li Machuan a look and lowered her voice. Remember that time you answered roll call for a guy in our class? I remember. Li Machuan had a pretty deep impression of it because he had not only answered the roll call, but also answered a question the teacher had asked. The person sitting in front of you now is that guy. Just as Shen Zhimeng finished speaking, Xiao Lin turned around, a friendly smile on his face. Junior, you helped me answer roll call last time, right? Thanks. Xiao Lin said, then glanced towards Duan Chun. Junior, let's add each other as friends. If you ever run into any trouble, you can come to me. Li Machuan instinctively looked at Shen Zhimeng. After all, Xiao Lin was in her class, so she probably knew him better than he did. Okay. After getting Shen Zhimeng's confirming look, Li Machuan agreed. If he remembered correctly, this senior wasn't on good terms with Duan Chun. Soon the class bell rang, and the teacher walked in. The teacher's gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan in the corner, a smile unconsciously formed at the corner of his mouth. All right, class, today we'll be covering. While Shen Zhimeng listened to the lecture, Li Machuan sat beside her working on her code. Calling it fixing was an understatement, it was more like learning. With teacher Shen right next to him, he'd try to figure out the parts he didn't understand on his own first, and ask her if he was truly stuck. After finishing the main part of the lesson, the teacher said, "All right, everyone, get to work on the computers yourselves," and then closed his book and walked off the podium, coming to stand directly behind Li Machuan. Li Machuan was so absorbed in writing his code that he didn't notice the teacher standing behind him at all. Shen Zhimeng noticed, but didn't think it was necessary to tell him. In this kind of situation, Li Machuan was less likely to get nervous. The teacher could also see Li Moken's true capabilities. As the second class was drawing to a close, Li Moken finally pulled his thoughts away from the code before him. Sitting in the last row, he noticed everyone else in the classroom was engrossed in their own tasks, so he instinctively wrapped his arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Then, to Shen Zhimeng's utter astonishment, he planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. "I've finally cracked this one." Shen Zhimeng knew he was genuinely thrilled from coding, but behind them, "Teacher, To alert Li Moken, she turned her head and addressed the instructor seated directly behind them. At some point the teacher had fetched a small stool and had been sitting right behind Li Moken for the entire class. If this were the work of a junior, he might not have been so surprised. After all, in his years of teaching, there were always gifted students in every cohort. But this student was only a freshman. This definitely warranted special attention. However, why was this young man so unrestrained in the classroom, kissing his girlfriend right after finishing his code? When Li Moken heard Shen Zhimeng's call, he instinctively turned around and met the teacher's slightly awkward expression. Ahem. Teacher, the code you just wrote seems to be the assignment I gave for this class. Could I take a look? Sure. Li Moken shifted his stool and computer. After reviewing it, the teacher posed a few questions for Li Moken to ponder and solve, then asked if Shen Zhimeng understood as well. Shen Zhimeng nodded, though her understanding was only partial. She grasped the general concept, but she knew she'd need to write it out and run it on the computer to fully comprehend it. After class, Shen Zhimeng and Li Moken walked towards the cafeteria together. But after just a few steps, Li Moken noticed they had gained a companion, Xiao Lin, who had been sitting in front of him. Where are you going for lunch? My treat. Li Moken was contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to accept, wondering if he should decline, but before he could decide, Shen Zhimeng had already spoken up. No need. I want to spend some quality time alone with my boyfriend. Xiao Lin seemed to want to say something, but held back. Li Moken, having understood Shen Zhimeng's intent, also politely refused. Thank you for the offer, senior, but there's really no need to be so courteous. All right then, Xiao Lin said, then looked at Shen Zhimeng. I never thought I'd see you in a relationship before graduation, but best wishes to you both. Shen Zhimeng's expression remained neutral. Watching Xiao Lin walk away, Li Moken couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Are you too close? Not really. Shen Zhimeng paused briefly, then pivoted the conversation. Do you know why he doesn't get along with Duan Chun? Why? Because they both confessed to me during our freshman year, and both were rejected. Shen Zhimeng might not remember guys from other departments, but she certainly remembered the confessions from her own classmates. Li Moken was taken aback. He had a rather good impression of Xiao Lin. At least he wasn't as unpleasant as Duan Chun. Everyone expresses their affection differently, Shen Zhimeng said with a relaxed air. But not every effort is met with a reward. Li Moken's gaze drifted his mind momentarily elsewhere. Seeing him like this, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but smile. She linked her fingers with his and gave them a gentle swing. From the moment we swapped, we've unintentionally barged into each other's lives. What's even more fortunate is that we're not only both attracted to each other's looks, but we also share an unspoken connection. As she spoke, Shen Zhimeng hugged Li Moken's arm tightly. What I said about effort not always paying off, that's for others. Because they don't have my affection, their efforts are in vain. But you're different. I need your affection, your care, your kindness, and for you to always have me in your thoughts. Hearing this, Li Moken pulled her into his arms. He held her close tightly. Their necks intertwined, a moment filled with tenderness. Shen Zhimeng, I'm truly honored, really. Li Moken closed his eyes, breathing in her sweet scent, as if afraid of losing her. Shen Zhimeng gently patted his back. All right, any tighter, and I won't be able to breathe. Sorry. Li Moken quickly released her, his face full of concern as he looked her over. Did I hurt you just now, No. Shen Zhimeng took his hand. Let's go eat first. After that, you still have to rehearse for the play. The performance is coming up soon. Okay. That evening, after seeing Li Moken off to the rehearsal room, Shen Zhimeng headed over to the MC team. Meng, you're finally here. Shen Zhimeng's expression was serious. Are you absolutely sure the teacher will allow us some private activities after the final group photo? Of course. You know how old Zhang is. He's all for us having some fun. Our relaxed atmosphere is better for recruiting new members anyway. That's a relief. Shen Zhimeng finally felt at ease. But Meng, are you really that into your little boyfriend? You're actually planning a public confession. Yeah. How did you and this junior meet? How did you get together? You never even mentioned him before. Shen Zhimeng cleared her throat. Me and him. Love at first sight. Believe it. Nonsense. Our school isn't short on handsome guys, you know. But to be fair, there aren't many guys with that combination of height, build, and looks like the junior. And from the way he was waiting for you at the door that day, he doesn't seem like the type to play around. Our Meng has pretty good taste. These days, handsome guys can be scoundrels, and average-looking guys aren't necessarily loyal. I think you need a really deep emotional foundation to keep someone in check. Listening to the lively chatter of the girls around her, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but smile. Guys like Li Moken were quite rare. Although he seemed a bit dense initially, he listened to her unconditionally and had now become more proactive, willing to change for her. But she wondered, would he be shocked when she confessed to him in front of so many people? Would he be so moved he'd cry? The thought deepened the smile on Shen Zhimeng's face. What would Li Moken look like when he cried? She was looking forward to it. Before they started dating, she'd seen many posts online saying a man's tears were a woman's thrill. She used to think it was nonsense, but now she had to admit she was wrong. While the MC team was deep in discussion, Lee Moken on the other side was also having a quiet conversation with his counselor during a break in rehearsal. That night before going to sleep, Shen Zhimeng sent Lee Moken a message. Are you sure you don't want to switch back? Switching meant they would have to sleep together. Lee Moken didn't need to think hard to figure out whether she wanted to switch or share a bed. Wait until we have a chance to renovate the wardrobe. Although Lee Moken also wanted to hold Shen Zhimeng while sleeping based on their previous sleeping arrangements, it would undoubtedly be a torturous night. If he lost control, that would be another matter entirely. Moreover, he felt that being with Shen Zhimeng without even a proper confession was doing her a disservice. He wanted to make it up to her. But he still wasn't sure about Shen Zhimeng's stance on such matters. If she didn't like being confessed to in front of a crowd, he would need a different approach. He had talked to the counselor today, hoping she could subtly probe Shen Zhimeng's feelings. After all, the counselor was the female with the closest relationship to Shen Zhimeng that Lee Moken could reach. The next day, Lee Moken left early under the pretext of rehearsal. Arriving at a handicraft store, Lee Moken greeted the owner. Young man, is this a gift for your girlfriend? If it's for commemorative purposes, I suggest you make it together. Hearing the owner's reminder, Lee Moken smiled slightly. It's for a confession. I see. Then how about these designs? The owner was an elderly man with graying hair. The store had been around for many years and always had a good reputation. Rumor had it that the shop originally belonged to the owner's wife. After she passed away from illness, he kept the store running alone, holding on to it for decades. This one, can I make some modifications? After all, these were sample designs from the store. Since the shop had served many customers, following them exactly would risk ending up with the same style. Of course, come with me to the back and he'll teach you. Shen Zhimeng had been too tired from mountain climbing the previous day, so she woke up late. Combined with her habit of lazing in bed, she didn't leave her room until noon. Shen Zhimeng seemed to have urgent work and wasn't home, but Ji-yun was in the living room holding a piece of cross-stitch. Is H1 not home? Shen Zhimeng asked after greeting her. He said there was something urgent at school and left early this morning. He also said he wouldn't be back for lunch. Something at school? Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but furrow her brows. What was so busy that he didn't even reply to her messages? She had thought Lee Moken was also sleeping in like she was. Shen Zhimeng didn't want to keep too tight a leash on Lee Moken's life and whereabouts. That would only suffocate him. Besides, Lee Moken wasn't the type to disappear. She could just ask him when they met. So Shen Zhimeng packed her things and headed to school. She met Lee Moken again in the drama rehearsal room. She had messaged their counselor to find out the location, and after studying in the library for most of the afternoon, she hurried over. As soon as the counselor saw her, she remembered the small task Lee Moken had assigned her. She pulled Shen Zhimeng aside to chat. Finally, she steered the conversation to the key point. So who confessed to whom between you and Lee Moken? It must have been a private confession, right? Otherwise, how could it have been kept so secret? Confession? Shen Zhimeng was momentarily stunned, then recovered and gave an awkward smile. Yeah, he confessed to me privately. She couldn't exactly say they hadn't even had a proper confession yet, could she? The counselor pressed on. I feel like you young people nowadays always like to set up candles, hold flowers, and confess in public, don't you? Shen Zhimeng felt a bit guilty, completely failing to notice that the counselor was asking too many questions. Well, I wouldn't know about that. Shen Zhimeng struggled to maintain her composure, her mind racing to change the subject. So which confession style do you prefer? His private confession hits the spot, doesn't it? Shen Zhimeng pretended to think. Honestly, if Lee Moken were the one confessing, she wouldn't mind whether it was private or public. A private confession was more intimate, while a public one was a way to stake a claim. Private, I guess. Too many people could easily lead to awkwardness. Most importantly, she couldn't quite imagine what a public confession from Lee Moken would even look like. You dislike public confessions? The counselor finished speaking and met Shen Zhimeng's scrutinizing gaze. Only then did she realize she was too eager to get a definite answer, forgetting that this needed to be done gradually. Shen Zhimeng caught the fleeting guilt in her eyes, narrowed her own, and looked as if she had seen right through her. Sister Jing, why are you asking so many questions? Cough. It's not. The counselor knew she couldn't hide it anymore. She thought about it. Given her relationship with Shen Zhimeng, maybe she should just confess everything. But then again, it was supposed to be a surprise for her from Lee Moken. Ruining it wouldn't be good. It's my cousin. He started college this year, and he's been asking me how to confess to a girl. The girl he likes sounds a lot like you in personality, so I wanted to ask you. The counselor had covered it up as best she could. It was up to Shen Zhimeng to believe it or not. I see. Fortunately, Shen Zhimeng was also feeling a bit guilty, so she simply changed the subject and they talked about something else. After rehearsal, Lee Moken excused himself to go to the restroom, where he checked the message from the counselor. The counselor summarized her conversation, with Shen Zhimeng stating that she would likely prefer a private, unknown confession. After reading, Lee Moken deleted the messages and walked out looking as if nothing had happened. Where do you want to eat tonight? Lee Moken naturally put his arm around Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. Eat where? Shen Zhimeng deliberately twisted his words, her gaze scanning over Li Moken. Li Moken subconsciously pressed his lips together, pulled her closer, and in the empty hallway whispered near her ear, "What's going on in that head of yours?" "You?" Shen Zhimeng laughed heartily, giving his waist a playful pinch. "Rome, your head is full of dirty thoughts." Li Moken bit her lip in mock annoyance. "Right you?" Shen Zhimeng only laughed even harder. Defeated, Li Moken changed the subject. "Are your legs still sore?" After climbing the mountain yesterday, Shen Zhimeng had messaged him this morning saying her legs were sore, she was tired, and didn't want to walk. Shen Zhimeng was startled for a moment before realizing what he meant. A warmth spread through her heart. She had thought Li Moken had completely forgotten, but he had actually remembered what she said. "And if my legs are sore, will you carry me?" "Yeah." "Okay." Seeing that Shen Zhimeng was wearing pants, Li Moken directly scooped her up into his arms. Shen Zhimeng cooperatively wrapped her arms around Li Moken's neck. "Achwan, do you know what attracts me most about you?" Li Moken instinctively recalled the moment on the basketball court when Shen Zhimeng slipped her hand inside his clothes to feel his abs. "The abs, eh?" Hearing this, Shen Zhimeng patted his chest. "No, it's the way you carried me just now, and when we were going up the mountain, how you lifted me onto your back without a second thought." Li Moken frowned slightly, not understanding. "What's so attractive about that?" "You wouldn't get it. Anyway, probably no girl could resist seeing her boyfriend show off his protective strength." After saying this, Shen Zhimeng swung her calves, a smug little expression on her face, as if she had obtained some great treasure. "Actually, I can think of another way to showcase my protective strength." Li Moken suppressed a laugh, finding the thought that had just popped into his head amusing. "What?" Shen Zhimeng's face was full of anticipation, but instinctively the feeling of her body being lifted into the air still made her scream. Oh. Since they hadn't yet left the stairwell, the scream echoed, lighting up the sound-activated lights on several floors. With strong arms, Li Moken swiftly turned Shen Zhimeng's body and hoisted her onto his shoulder. He knew he was being a bit provoking, so he only startled Shen Zhimeng for a moment before setting her down immediately upon reaching the landing. Not even waiting to steady herself, Shen Zhimeng clung to Li Moken's neck and bit him hard on the lips. Li Moken let her vent without resisting. Some things you can predict the outcome from the start. After a moment, Shen Zhimeng finally released him. "Calm down." Shen Zhimeng looked at him, smiling as he held her, and the anger from being startled inexplicably dissipated, though her face still held a hint of displeasure. "No." As soon as she said that, Li Moken scooped her up in a princess carry again and descended the stairs steadily. "Then I'll keep holding you until you're no longer angry." Shen Zhimeng said nothing, but her expression softened considerably. Compared to a lengthy verbal apology, she actually preferred this kind of tangible action. When they reached the school road, it was mealtime, so there were quite a few people coming and going. Shen Zhimeng felt uneasy under the occasional glances cast their way. "Li Moken, put me down." "Okay." Li Moken did whatever Shen Zhimeng said. Although he had indeed upset her, seeing a side of her she rarely showed, he only found it endearing. Yes, he admitted he was a bit provoking, but at least judging from Shen Zhimeng's expression, it shouldn't be a big problem. As long as he coaxed her promptly, it was harmless. Sure enough, after they walked out of the school gate, their conversation returned to its previous state. Time quickly arrived at the day of the freshman art performance. Close to going on stage, Li Moken and the others from his college were preparing backstage, going over the script. The play was set during a time of war, with everyone wearing water blue military uniforms. Yet on Li Moken, the same uniform exuded the military brother charm that girls talked about. Shen Zhimeng was even busier than Li Moken, having been out of sight since the afternoon. Li Moken could only catch glimpses of her on stage while the hosts were speaking. Finally, they were waiting by the side of the stage. They were next. The backstage was dark, but a figure in red gradually approached. Li Moken recognized Shen Zhimeng at once. Shen Zhimeng also spotted him almost instantly. After all, the person you love always stands out in a crowd. "Nervous?" Li Moken didn't answer, but directly took her hand, gently stroking it. Having never been on stage before, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. But in that instant he saw Shen Zhimeng, the nervousness seemed to melt away. In the darkness, they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. Shen Zhimeng directly snuggled into Li Moken's arms as if trying to give him encouragement through the hug. "After you guys finish, don't leave. There's a group photo at the end, and we can take one together." "Okay." As the previous performance neared its end, Shen Zhimeng quickly pulled out of Li Moken's arms. "He'll head over first." There were 2 male and 2 female hosts. The male student who walked on stage with Shen Zhimeng was a sophomore from the management school, not very tall, standing about the same height as Shen Zhimeng in her high heels. The two, walking together, had no romantic chemistry at all. They looked more like besties. Li Moken didn't feel much about it. There was a slight twinge of discomfort, but it wasn't enough to cause jealousy or anything. Next, let's welcome the School of Information Science and Engineering to perform the drama Chasing the Light. Everyone, a round of applause, please. The magnificent and grand background music began, accompanied by the sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps. The entire performance lasted only about 7 or 8 minutes. When all the lights went out, the audience below seemed to want more. The first thing Lee Moken did after leaving the stage was to circle around to the waiting area and find Shen Zhimeng. What's the rush? After learning from his counselor that Shen Zhimeng probably didn't like public confessions, Lee Moken had started thinking about what he wanted to do now. So, how long until your next hosting segment? This crosstalk should last another 10 minutes or so, and then there's, hey, where are you taking me? Hearing it was over 10 minutes, Lee Moken grabbed Shen Zhimeng's wrist and pulled her away. The dressing room was mostly empty as there were fewer than 5 performances left. The dressing room was bright with all the mirror lights on. The soft glow made Shen Zhimeng's delicate and beautiful face even more captivating. This was the first time Lee Moken had seen Shen Zhimeng in full makeup. A winered evening gown, a perfectly proportioned figure, and loose wavy hair made her look like a little princess. Even with important matters to attend to, Lee Moken couldn't resist pulling her into his arms first. So beautiful. No girl could refuse such a direct and sincere compliment. Shen Zhimeng gently patted his back. You didn't call me all the way here just to say those 3 words, did you? Only then did Lee Moken slowly push her away. Standing to her right, he extended his right hand. I saw a new way to make a heart sign today, and I want to try it. Okay. Shen Zhimeng, though finding it a bit amusing, agreed, and proactively extended her hand. How do we do it? First, make a middle finger with your left hand like this. After doing it, Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh. This looks like I'm flipping someone off. Lee Moken chuckled along with her for a moment before his expression turned serious. Then we hook our middle fingers together and flip it over. Shen Zhimeng watched curiously as it all unfolded, watching their hands form a heart shape together. Ah, you can make a heart like that. Did you learn it? Lee Mochuan asked earnestly. Yeah, I got it. As soon as Shen Zhimeng finished speaking, she extended her hand just like before. The moment her middle finger stretched out, a silver ring slipped onto her finger, stopping right at the knuckle, as if waiting for something. Shen Zhimeng, I like you. Will you be with me? Shen Zhimeng's breath hitched, then a wave of warmth surged to her nose and tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Lee Mochuan in disbelief at his incredibly sincere face and gaze. Okay. She nodded, her eyes instantly turning red. Only then did the ring slide on completely. Shen Zhimeng threw herself into Lee Mochuan's arms, wiping her tears on his clothes. She was moved, but thinking of her own preparations. She felt a strange mix of emotions. How could this guy beat her to it? At the same time, she found it amusing that they both ended up confessing at the same time. Lee Mochuan took out a tissue from his pocket and carefully wiped her tears. What's that expression? He was genuinely puzzled because it looked like she was moved, but also a little annoyed. Shen Zhimeng thought for a moment and decided to just say it outright. I was planning to confess to you after all the performances ended. How could you steal the spotlight? And she sniffled slightly, looking at the ring on her finger. Prepare something so grand. She had only thought of buying a bouquet of roses, but this guy had even gotten a ring, and it was actually quite pretty. Lee Mochuan couldn't help but laugh after hearing what she said. Are you silly? Confessing is something the guy should do. He pulled her into his arms with a hint of tenderness. He had thought of this confession as half surprise and half making up for a misstep, but seeing Shen Zhimeng's reaction, it seemed it was more about making up for it. And he felt more and more that his decision was right. Compared to other couples, they had indeed gotten together in a muddled way, but the more casual the start, the more he wanted to do many things clearly and properly. Getting together in a muddle didn't mean the details could be skipped. Wait here for me. Shen Zhimeng tidied up her tears, left that one sentence, and trotted out of the dressing room, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Slow down, no rush. Lee Mochuan called out helplessly to her retreating figure. A short while later, Shen Zhimeng walked back, holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Lee Mochuan had been standing at the dressing room door the whole time. When he saw her appear at the corner, he immediately went over to help her with her dress. Careful. Who asked you to come over? Shen Zhimeng frowned slightly. She had imagined tiptoeing over to surprise Lee Mochuan and hand him the flowers, but now, looking at Lee Mochuan holding her dress, she couldn't bring herself to scold him, though she felt a bit uneasy. Just hold on to me, don't fall. Lee Mochuan's expression was serious and earnest, his eyes full of careful caution, like a knight protecting his princess. Seeing him like this, Shen Zhimeng couldn't bring herself to say a single harsh word. H1, guess who the princess likes more, the prince who's her equal, or the knight who silently guards her? Lee Mochuan's mind opened up. There should be another option for that question. What? A prince disguised as a knight silently guarding the princess. As they spoke, they had already reached the dressing room door. The door closed, and Lee Mochuan gently pulled her into his arms. I'll walk side by side with you, catch up to your pace, and I'll always be by your side, taking care of you as best I can. Shen Zhimeng felt her face grow hot, and her heart beat faster. Who taught you to say things like that? Shen Zhimeng's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Teacher Shen taught me well. Lee Mochuan had fully adapted to the way Shen Zhimeng spoke, and knew exactly what to say to make her happy. Like right now? Shen Zhimeng was clearly in a great mood after hearing his words. You hold the flowers. She shoved the bouquet into Li Machuan's arms. Wait for me to take a photo after it's all over. Okay, I'll head over first then. Shen Zhimeng felt reluctant to leave and wrapped her arms around Li Machuan's waist again, whispering in his ear, sleep together tonight. Li Machuan pursed his lips and placed a kiss near her ear. Okay. The mood between them was perfect today. Oh, he had no reason to refuse, and besides he wanted to as well. Shen Zhimeng broke into a smile. Yay? H1 is the best. With that she lifted her dress and quickly left the dressing room. Li Machuan leaned against the wall, replaying the moments that had just passed, a chuckle escaping his lips involuntarily. When Shen Zhimeng returned backstage, there was only 1 minute left before she had to go on stage to announce the program. After going over the script with her partner, she managed to finish this round of hosting without a hitch. As the cultural performance drew to a close, Shen Zhimeng found her group of wingman friends. There's been a change of plans. After the group photo, we don't need to do any of that. Shen Zhimeng said this with a hint of embarrassment on her face. After all, she had prepared for it. But since Li Machuan had confessed to her in private, could she assume he didn't like making a public spectacle of such things? Moreover, Shen Zhimeng had always been a bit nervous about public confessions. It was her first time preparing such a public event, and surprise. Did something happen? Why the sudden change? Facing her friend's interrogation, Shen Zhimeng silently held out her hand. Because he beat me to it. Friend A pretended to spit out blood. I'm going to grind you two into bean paste. Friend B gritted her teeth. Whoa, hugging my single self tightly. Shen Zhimeng watched them mess around, but her heart was filled with sweetness. That evening after the cultural performance ended, Li Machuan's act won first prize, and many of his photos were plastered on the confession wall. Most of them were asking if this guy had a girlfriend, what his name was, and looking for his contact info. Shen Zhimeng had already changed back into her own clothes. Li Machuan was carrying her dress, which they had rented from a shop at the school gate, and needed to return together. Shen Zhimeng watched Li Machuan staring at his phone, and the smile on her face gradually faded. She listlessly patted Li Machuan's arm. It took him a while to finally notice something was wrong. Why the long face? Li Machuan glanced at her, then quickened his pace in replying to messages. Someone in the class group chat was joking about posting his QQ number on the confession wall, and some screenshots were shared showing people asking for his contact information. Li Machuan couldn't tell if they were joking or serious, and kept insisting he didn't need it, telling them not to mess around. There were also some private messages sent to him. But obviously the person beside him right now was more important. As if a thought struck him, Li Machuan suddenly took Shen Zhimeng's hand. I wonder if my girlfriend would mind if I used your photo as my profile picture. Would you mind if I used your name as my QQ name? Shen Zhimeng was slightly taken aback. Then Li Machuan held up his phone and leaned and closed, their cheeks pressed together as they took a selfie. Li Machuan was very pleased with the photo, immediately setting it as his profile picture and changing his QQ name to Shen Zhimeng, adding a small red heart before the name. Please take a look, sister. I can change it if you're not satisfied. Li Machuan directly shoved his phone into her hands. Shen Zhimeng looked at the screen, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. Are you really willing to keep it like this? Why wouldn't I be? Li Machuan looked at their photo on the phone. It was a bit blurry, but it was a good shot. It's fine. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but smile, the melancholy she had felt earlier melting away. Her gaze kept drifting to the ring on her left middle finger, which gleamed brightly under the streetlight. Li Machuan caught her smile, and a hint of warmth spread across his own eyes and brows. Women were truly mysterious creatures. One moment they looked serious and angry, the next they could smile so brightly. Actually, they weren't as hard to appease as the internet made them out to be. With a little effort they could be easily soothed. Li Machuan grabbed Shen Zhimeng's arm and effortlessly lifted her off the ground. The princess wore high heels today and must be tired. Allow me to carry the princess home. Shen Zhimeng giggled, instinctively wrapping her arms around Li Machuan's neck. Make sure to put me down when we get to the neighborhood entrance. No, I'm carrying you all the way inside. No way. Mom and Dad might see us. Let them see. Li Machuan said it with a relaxed air, clearly joking. Shen Zhimeng playfully slapped his shoulder, but the joy on her face was undeniable. After returning the formal wear, they went straight home. The moment they stepped inside, they were called over. Seeing the slightly serious expressions on the two people on the sofa, Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng felt a knot of unease. Had they found out about something? Li Machuan, come here, we need to talk to you about something. What's wrong? After changing their shoes, the two sat side by side on the sofa. It's like this. My workplace is planning a trip next month, and we can bring family. But since you two have exams coming up, I can't take both of you. So we'll be going with Aunt G. If you find the house too quiet, you can stay at the school dorms. Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up, though she was looking down at the floor so no one noticed. Dad, how long will you guys be gone? At least a week. Oh, so we're just asking for your opinion. If you disagree, we don't have to go. Shen Jing said it casually, as if going or not going didn't matter much. You guys should go if you want to. We'll just stay at the dorms during that time, right? Shen Zhimeng said, subtly winking at Li Machuan as she finished. Li Machuan quickly agreed. Yeah, my roommate was just saying today that he missed me and asked if I was coming back. Alright, then since you both say so, it's settled. I'm heading to my room to wash up and remove my makeup. I'm going to my room to study too. The two kids each went to their own rooms, and Shen Jing let out a long sigh of relief. See, I told you they're old enough to handle things on their own. Ji Yin just smiled without saying anything. Li Machuan had barely stepped into his room when his phone buzzed with a message from Shen Zhimeng. Then I can come sleep with you without any worries. Li Machuan felt a surge of excitement too. It would be a lie to say he wasn't looking forward to it. Shen Zhimeng, let's fix up the wardrobe later. We can take down the back panel and hang a curtain instead. Li Machuan replied with a simple okay, but after sending it he felt it wasn't enough and added a cute emoji sticker lest Shen Zhimeng accuse him of being perfunctory. Sure enough, in the other room the person's expression softened instantly upon seeing the sticker. So am I still coming over to sleep tonight? This was the question Li Machuan cared about more, as it was what had promised Shen Zhimeng earlier that evening. Shen Zhimeng, if you don't want to sleep then forget it. Just a single line of text, no sticker. Li Machuan's instincts told him that Shen Zhimeng was probably angry right now, and he thought he understood why. He had promised to sleep with her tonight, and his hesitation earlier must have upset her. Sleeping together tonight was a pre-agreed promise. Given Shen Zhimeng's messaging habits, his best course of action now was. Li Machuan typed quickly, "You'll come over tonight, heart. Wait for me, sister." Even though he felt a bit weird using this kind of tone, he had to admit that Shen Zhimeng was really susceptible to it. Sure enough, a second later Shen Zhimeng sent a cute sticker. Li Machuan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, crisis averted. At 11 p.m., Li Machuan gently pushed open the door to Shen Zhimeng's room. Sleeping together tonight was a pre-agreed promise. Given Shen Zhimeng's messaging habits, his best course of action now was. Li Machuan typed quickly, "You'll come over tonight, heart. Wait for me, sister." Even though he felt a bit weird using this kind of tone, he had to admit that Shen Zhimeng was really susceptible to it. The person in his arms didn't move at all. Li Machuan knew she wasn't asleep. "I'm sorry, sister." Li Machuan kissed the back of Shen Zhimeng's neck repeatedly, his voice low and tinged with a coaxing tone. The moment he spoke, he felt the person with her back to him suddenly turn around, and then a sharp pain shot through his collarbone. Hiss! Li Machuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He had to admit only now did he fully realize he had genuinely upset Shen Zhimeng. Humph! Shen Zhimeng grumbled softly, wrapping her arms around Li Machuan's neck and nuzzling into his chest. Li Machuan smiled helplessly, his hand gently stroking the top of Shen Zhimeng's head. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have wavered on something I'd already promised you." Humph! Shen Zhimeng continued to grumble softly, but her tone had noticeably softened, losing its earlier edge. "I know you're sleepy. Go to sleep." "Ew, I've already set the alarm." With a soft peck on Li Machuan's chin, Shen Zhimeng nestled into a comfortable position in his arms and drifted off to sleep. They exchanged back the next afternoon while studying at the library. Shen Zhimeng was explaining a linear algebra problem to Li Machuan. Ever since Qiu Hao's provocation, Li Machuan had joined the rat race, pushing himself to finish calculus early, and now with Shen Zhimeng's help was self-studying linear algebra. "Teacher Shen, keep going." After the swap, Shen Zhimeng spoke with utter nonchalance, wearing Li Machuan's face. Li Machuan was speechless. How was he supposed to respond? Shen Zhimeng, looking at her own face, wearing a defeated expression, couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, that look doesn't suit you. Come on, change your expression," Shen Zhimeng said, poking the face in front of her. "I'm going to work on my code," Li Machuan muttered, brushing her hand away and reaching for the keyboard. "Smile." Shen Zhimeng urged, a hint of impatience in her voice as she looked at his stern face. Li Machuan remained unmoved. "I am Shen Zhimeng now." This is her usual demeanor in public. "Don't make me break character." Shen Zhimeng was amused by his seriousness. "If you don't smile, I'll kiss you. Take a picture and post it online to show off." Li Machuan gave her a deliberately indifferent glance. "Go ahead. He'll just make an ugly face so you can't hit send." Shen Zhimeng was speechless. What could she do? It seemed she couldn't get the upper hand with Li Machuan like this anymore. With a soft huff, she silently swapped their tasks and resumed their study session. Still, she took Li Machuan's phone, secretly snapped a photo of herself, and posted a status study check-in with my girlfriend. Half an hour later, Shen Zhimeng scrolled through the profiles of the girls who had liked the post. There were quite a few, but the more she looked, the more she wanted to laugh. None of these girls had nicknames, and their chat histories with Li Machuan were all one-sided greetings that had gone unanswered. Li Machuan leaned in. "Since you're looking, feel free to delete anyone you don't like." "Really?" Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. "Of course," Li Machuan said, trusting her judgment. Anyone important had a nickname. Anyone she deleted was just some random friend request from before they got together. After the incident at the talent show last night, he had figured out how to disable friend requests from strangers, finally avoiding the risk of his contact being passed around. Shen Zhimeng found it a bit interesting and deleted a few at random, not wanting to waste too much time on it. That night they lay in bed together again. This time Li Muchuan was the one to approach Shen Zhimeng. He really wasn't used to being dominated by her after the swap, but it felt too much like something out of an old-school domineering CEO novel. It was extremely uncomfortable. Determinedly, Li Muchuan burrowed into Shen Zhimeng's arms, insisting on sleeping close together to ensure they'd swap back tomorrow. Let's not swap again until they leave for their trip. Why, oi? After we swap back tomorrow, we'll go back to how it was before. No, Shen Zhimeng said, pulling out a red cloth strip from somewhere. Li Muchuan recognized it. It was the one used to blindfold him during baths. Only a small night light was on, filling the room with a charged atmosphere. Li Muchuan met Shen Zhimeng's meaningful gaze and instinctively gulped. What are you planning to do with that? Shen Zhimeng blinked innocently. Use it for its intended purpose. Since they hadn't swapped back yet, Shen Zhimeng had the physical advantage. Without giving him a moment to react, she grabbed both his wrists and bound them together. Then he watched as she pulled out another smooth, silky cloth from under the pillow and blindfolded him. Achuan, don't be nervous. I just want us to understand each other better. As she said the word us, her hand moved to his ear. The next morning they had swapped back. The following days were a blur of revision, and soon it was exam week. It was also the day before Shen Jing and Ji Yun were set to leave. The family decided to go out for a meal. Primarily because Shen Jing's friend had invited him, and since he wouldn't see the kids for the next week, he brought them along. Before they even got out of the car at the restaurant, Shen Zhimeng spotted Song Xinyan through the window, playing in the snow with two kids at the entrance. Qingwan City had seen heavy snow which had only just begun to ease up by evening. As they got out, Li Muchuan casually wrapped a coffee-colored scarf around Shen Zhimeng's neck. He did it quickly to avoid being seen by Shen Jing and Ji Yun, resulting in a rather messy wrap. Her long hair was tucked in, making her head look round, and with her knee-length cream wool coat and a slightly resentful look, she appeared rather endearing. Li Muchuan couldn't help but smile. Luckily, Shen Jing and the others had already gone inside, otherwise that look from Li Muchuan would have been hard to explain. Let's go. Shen Zhimeng gave him a subtle shove. As they reached the entrance, Song Xinyan looked over. She approached Shen Zhimeng, holding a little kid in each arm. I didn't think you two would make it today, but let me warn you, this place just opened a couple of days ago, so it's packed. I saw Suya and his family leaving when I got here. You two better be careful, you might run into someone you know. After saying this, Song Xinyan carried the two kids, who looked about 3 or 4, into the restaurant ahead of them. As she had said, the place was bustling. The main hall was nearly full, and there were 3 or 4 floors above, though the private rooms were well insulated from the noise. They followed the server to their private room, where a dozen or so adults were seated. Besides Song Xinyan and the two kids, there were also the 2 younger girls they had met on the mountain hike. Throughout the meal, Li Muchuan and Shen Zhimeng remained mostly silent. Shen Zhimeng eyed the dishes in the center, wanting to try some, but feeling a bit shy. Plus, the 2 little kids kept spinning the turntable, so whenever she reached for something it would be whisked away. With a single casual glance, Li Muchuan could already guess what she was thinking. He pressed the table, shot a glare at the 2 children, then quietly picked up Shen Zhimeng's bowl, and used the shared chopsticks and spoon to heap a generous portion of food into it. Shen Zhimeng saw that the bowl was filled with her favorites. There was cilantro in the pot, yet not a single leaf in her bowl. She couldn't help but smile. Li Muchuan was far more attentive than she had imagined. After the meal, the families said their goodbyes. Just as Shen Jing pulled open the car door, a man called out to him from not far away. Old Shen. The 2 exchanged greetings and chatted briefly. When the man returned to his own car, he noticed his son staring blankly out the window. What are you looking at? Qianni Chen finally averted his gaze. I thought I saw a classmate, but his surname is Li, and you called him Old Shen, so I must have been mistaken. Probably. Uncle Shen's wife passed away early, but she wasn't a Li. Though I heard he recently found a new auntie. Wonder if that was her in the car. Qianni Chen looked out the window, saying nothing more. Shen. That girl was definitely Shen Zhimeng. He saw her clearly. But the boy had gotten in from the other side of the car, and he only caught a glimpse of half his head, not enough to confirm if it was Li Muchuan. He could have identified him by his hairstyle, but the boy wore a black knit cap, making it uncertain. If it was Li Muchuan, were he and Shen Zhimeng already close enough to meet each other's parents for a meal? If not, then seeing the smile on Shen Zhimeng's side profile as she got into the car, could he interpret that as Li Muchuan being cuckolded? Back home, Shen Jing and Ji Yun double-checked for any forgotten luggage. Shen Zhimeng and Li Muchuan studied together in the study, half a meter apart, each absorbed in their own tasks. Exam week was always busy, especially for those aiming for top scores. When Shen Jing quietly pushed open the study door, he saw the 2 of them focused and earnest, and a look of gratification spread across his face. He tapped gently on the door. We're turning in early for tomorrow, so don't stay up too late. Okay. By the way, are you both heading back to the dorms tomorrow? Yes. Then we'll switch off the main power before we leave in the morning. Shen Jing wanted to avoid any accidents while the house was empty, thinking it safer that way. Alright. Li Machuan had 2 exams that day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Shen Zhimeng's was in the afternoon. Seats were randomly assigned. After Li Machuan found his seat and sat down, he realized Qian was right in front of him. It seemed. He had glanced at him several times. His expression was odd. Li Machuan couldn't quite decipher what he meant. The exam lasted 2 hours. The morning subject was one Li Machuan was confident in a major course he finished in under an hour. He had never been in the habit of checking his answers since childhood, but this time for his GPA and the national scholarship, he went over the paper and answers twice from start to finish. Confident there were no issues, he submitted his paper early. The professor knew him and was aware of his excellent homework performance, so he didn't say anything. Qian, still stuck on his last question, watched Li Machuan grab his bag from the podium and walk away, feeling a sudden, inexplicable restlessness. After leaving the exam hall, Li Machuan texted Shen Zhimeng. It was only 11 a.m., a bit early for lunch. But Shen Zhimeng was likely in the library without her phone, and she didn't reply for a while. After a moment's thought, he headed toward the library. Just as he turned a corner, a stranger, a boy, suddenly blocked his path. "Excuse me, are you heading to the library?" Li Machuan nodded, puzzled, unsure what he wanted. The boy looked anxious. "Could you take this bag to the library entrance? My friend is waiting there. She's wearing a pink down jacket. I have an urgent matter on the other side, so would you mind?" At this hour few people were around, and ordinarily Li Machuan wouldn't mind a small favor. But he was on his way to see Shen Zhimeng. The bag was pink with a cute bear pattern. If she saw it, she might misunderstand. At the thought of her possible reaction, Li Machuan unconsciously curled his lips into a faint smile. "You could ask them." Li Machuan pointed to a couple not far away. "I'm on my way to see my girlfriend, and I don't want her to misunderstand." "Sorry." He waved apologetically and hurried off. At the next corner, he ran straight into Shen Zhimeng about 10 meters apart. She spotted him in the same instant, and her expression, which had been blank, bloomed into a smile as she sprinted toward him. Li Machuan smiled, walking leisurely, but his arms were open wide, ready to receive her. Shen Zhimeng leapt and wrapped herself around him. He caught her steadily, then turned toward the cafeteria. "I knew you'd take this path," she said, planting a few kisses on his cheek. "Your face and ears are freezing. Don't let them get frostbitten." She then rubbed her scarf against his ear. "Holding you keeps me warm. Did you see my message?" "Saw it, but I'd already left the library. It was too cold to go back, and I figured I could guess which way you'd come to find me." Her tone was full of pride. The snow from yesterday had started to melt, making it even colder. Li Machuan pressed his cheek against hers and found she wasn't much warmer. "Holding me like this will freeze your hands. Put me down." She wriggled to get down, but he only held her tighter. "I can carry you, and my hands are in a warm spot." He wiggled his fingers. Realizing what he meant, she blushed. "Li Machuan, you've changed." And who taught me?" He wiggled his fingers again. "Ah." She let out a frustrated grinding teeth sound, but kept her face buried in his chest so passers-by couldn't recognize her. "All right, I'll put you down when we get to the cafeteria. It's warm under my cap. Put your hands there." "Oh." Li Machuan's heart sank at the tone of her voice, a sense of impending doom washing over him. "Shen Zhimeng," he ventured cautiously. But the person in his arms gave no response. He shifted her weight slightly. "Sister, please say something." The person in his arms remained silent. Yet in an angle he couldn't see, Shen Zhimeng's lips were curled into a wide smile. She was trying her best to hold it and curious to see how far she could push him before he started to panic. "Sister, I was wrong. Truly I was wrong. Won't you say something?" His voice was coaxing, but the person in his arms seemed unmoved. Just as he was about to set her down to see what was going on, he thought he heard a faint laugh. It was subtle, but he was certain it came from Shen Zhimeng. "Shen Zhimeng, what are you laughing at?" "I'm not," she retorted almost instinctively. But that very denial confirmed his suspicion. "Ah, so you were pretending on purpose, weren't you?" His hand moved again. "Li Machuan, we're outside. What do you think you're doing?" "What could I possibly be doing?" "Stop touching me," Shen Zhimeng hissed, leaning close to his ear. "I could stop, but the sound of your voice doesn't exactly scream stop, and besides, isn't this spot something you taught me before?" Li Machuan. The shame and indignation in that voice told him he had pushed things far enough. A little teasing could strengthen a bond, but only if one knew when to stop. "Sister, I'm truly sorry." Li Machuan knew when to quit. He quickly held her and soothed her for a while, and as they neared the cafeteria, he figured she had calmed down enough and gently set her down. He then took her hands and tucked them into his coat pockets. They were spacious enough to fit 3 hands with ease. Shen Zhimeng had been about to scold him, but faced with his unyielding demeanor, she suddenly felt this wasn't so bad after all. A single glance was all it took for Li Machuan to read her thoughts. He had come to understand Shen Zhimeng thoroughly these past days. He knew her inside and out. A firmer attitude yielded better results, but that firmness had to be applied to actions she liked, not in being stubborn. In the afternoon, Li Machuan returned to the examination hall. He had arrived early this time. There were less than 10 people in the room. The invigilator hadn't arrived, and the seating chart wasn't posted yet. He had just sat down when someone took the seat next to him. Recognizing Qian Yichun, he said bluntly, "That side looks pretty spacious. No need to squeeze in here." He didn't have a good impression of this person. Though they had barely interacted, a person's inner thoughts were easily revealed on their face, especially in fleeting expressions. Qian Yichun was just that type of person. He glanced at Liu Chuan and drawled, "I'm just here to remind you to pay more attention to your girlfriend. Don't let her be taken away right under your nose." Qian Yichun's words were a probe. If Liu Chuan had truly met Shen Zhimeng's parents, he would have dismissed this remark with utter contempt. He didn't know when he had started to see Liu Chuan as his imaginary rival. At first it was Chiu Hao, but he soon realized Chiu Hao was a simpleton and his academic lead was simply because he had studied ahead. But this Liu Chuan, he couldn't explain why, but he just couldn't stand the sight of him. He didn't look like someone who could study well, yet he suddenly started working hard. He was also popular in class and had a girlfriend who was far better than what most his age could get. But looking at himself, how was he inferior? Yet, Liu Chuan found Qian Yichun's words baffling. "I don't think we're close enough to be discussing each other's romantic lives, are we?" Qian Yichun looked at Liu Chuan's unflappable, cocky demeanor and coldly averted his gaze before getting up and moving to another seat. Liu Chuan watched him go too, indifferent to bother with him. As for what Qian Yichun had said, he dismissed it as nonsense. Still, he felt such words couldn't have come from nowhere. Had he seen something or heard that someone else had seen something? Liu Chuan had no clue. He decided to put it aside and focus on the exam at hand. Shen Zhimeng's exam room wasn't far from Liu Chuan's. When she finished and walked out, she saw him standing at the door waiting for her. "You submitted early?" The questions were pretty easy. "So confident. Does that mean a perfect score?" Shen Zhimeng knew he was taking advanced mathematics. Hearing his cheerful tone, she guessed he had done well. "Let's be modest, above 95. Liu Chuan didn't want to sound too sure, as teachers could easily deduct points for missing steps. "Let's go. Well, eat, and then head home." "Okay." After a quick bite at the cafeteria, they walked towards the residential area. "Let's pick up a package first." Liu Chuan raised an eyebrow. "What package?" Remembering they'd be home for a week, he instinctively felt it might not be something entirely proper. Shen Zhimeng didn't miss the look on his face. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. "Chuan, tell big sister what's going through that head of yours right now. I should be asking you that." Liu Chuan hooked his arm around her neck and whispered in her ear, "What did you secretly buy, eh?" Shen Zhimeng gave a mysterious smile. "Guess what you think it is, and that's what it is." "It's what I'm thinking." Liu Chuan felt a knot of nervousness in his stomach. He had been wondering how to find a moment to slip away to the pharmacy without her noticing. As it turned out, Shen Zhimeng was more thoughtful than he was and had simply ordered it online. When they reached the package station in the neighborhood, Liu Chuan saw the owner bring out a large box, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. What could be in this? It didn't look like what he had imagined. "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to help me carry it up?" "All right." Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh at his dazed expression. "What's the matter? Disappointed to see this?" "No." Liu Chuan would never admit it. There was a bit of disappointment, but not too much. He had always believed in letting things happen naturally, but only when both parties were fully ready. Back home, after the box was opened, Liu Chuan finally saw what was inside. He'll go unplug the surveillance camera at the door first, then turn the power back on. It was already past 6 in the evening, and winter always brought darkness early. By the time the two entered the house, the light inside had already dimmed considerably. When she came back in and turned on the light, Li Moken had already taken everything out of the box. "You bought a chainsaw?" Li Moken's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Shen Zhimeng, however, looked perfectly at ease. "Aren't we remodeling the wardrobe? Did you think we'd do it by hand?" Li Moken swallowed hard. That did make sense after all. Just as he was about to pick up the instruction manual to figure out how the thing worked, an extra accessory suddenly appeared around his neck. Shen Zhimeng's face was already pressed against his. "Chuan is the best, moi. Chuan is so capable, you'll get the wardrobe fixed perfectly right." Her voice was sweet and clear, laced with praise and coaxing. Li Moken knew full well this was her little trick to get him to do the work, yet he still willingly fell for it. "All right." As if a thought struck him, he shifted gears. "But if I get this done, do I get some kind of reward?" Shen Zhimeng's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Of course there's a reward, but I'll have to wait a few days. Mom and Dad aren't back until Monday." "The reward? They'll give it to you after your exam this Friday." "Huh. Why do I have to wait a few days?" Li Moken looked puzzled. Shen Zhimeng just smiled. "A surprise has to be saved for last. That way the anticipation makes it so much stronger." Li Moken of course respected her wishes. Whatever game she wanted to play, he was fully on board. The chainsaw wasn't complicated to use, and once they figured it out, they got to work. They moved the wardrobes, drew lines on the wooden panels behind them, ensuring the doors behind both wardrobes were the same size and height, convenient for both of them to pass through. By the time they finished, it was nearly midnight. The cutout panels were hidden under the bed, and after putting the chainsaw back in its box, they tossed it onto the top shelf of Lee Moken's wardrobe, where the quilts were stored. There's still an exam tomorrow afternoon. If we sleep early, we can get up early and review. After washing up, the two lay on Shen Zhimeng's bed for a while before Lee Moken got up to head back to his own room. But just as he was about to get off the bed, Shen Zhimeng grabbed his hand. Lee Moken turned back with a helpless look. If I don't go back now, what if we swap tomorrow? Shen Zhimeng's face was full of smiles. So what if we swap? You can do my exam questions, and I can do yours anyway. Be good. Lee Moken cupped her face and kissed her again and again. I really need to get back to my room. So are you taking the big door or the little door? Shen Zhimeng's eyes were full of anticipation, the lamplight making them sparkle brightly. Her pajamas were the button-up kind with 3 buttons casually undone, revealing just a hint of skin. Her collar was slightly messy. The two hadn't exactly been lying still on the bed just now. Lee Moken knew she was hoping he'd use the little door they'd just made to get back to his room. But he deliberately wanted to go against her expectations. Since Mom and Dad aren't here, of course I'm taking the front door. Shen Zhimeng's eyes immediately drooped, and she casually let go of his hand, her voice tinged with undisguised disappointment. Fine then, go ahead. Lee Moken was amused by her little expression and couldn't help pinching her cheek. No way. The door we made together tonight. I have to try it out first. With that, he pressed a kiss to her forehead and got up, heading toward the wardrobe door. H1. Just as Lee Moken touched the wardrobe door handle, he heard a soft call from behind. What? Turning around, he saw Shen Zhimeng struggling to hold back a laugh. Don't you think we look like another kind of relationship right now? What? You look like a secret lover afraid of getting caught by the wife. Shen Zhimeng finished speaking and immediately yanked the blanket over her face, curling up completely inside. Once she hid under the blanket, she felt the whole room go silent. The wardrobe door would creak when opened, but she hadn't heard that sound yet, which meant Lee Moken was still in her room. So, would he come over? Just as she was lost in thought, Shen Zhimeng suddenly felt the blanket tighten on both sides of her, followed by a weight pressing down on the blanket near her head. Her vision went from dark to bright, and the moment the blanket was pulled away, her lips were sealed. Lee Moken hadn't actually planned to kiss her. He just wanted to startle her. But when he lifted the blanket and saw her flushed face, those clear eyes filled with anticipation, he couldn't hold back. Their position was intimate with only a thin blanket between them. The air was thick with scorching heat. At this point, it felt like not doing anything would be impossible to brush off. But Shen Zhimeng gently pushed him away. The reward isn't for now. She was breathing in small gasps. The kiss just now had been too intense, leaving her breath completely uneven. Lee Moken gently brushed his fingers over the slightly moist corner of her eye and softly said, "All right. He'll wait until you're ready." Then his gaze drifted downward, and he brushed his lips against her swollen, kissed mouth, as if thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. "I'm heading back to my room now. Lee Moken stared intently into the eyes of the girl beneath him, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I'm not a secret lover. In the real deal. Remember that in your heart." Shen Zhimeng met his utterly serious, stern gaze and nodded hastily. "I promise I won't say anything wrong again." As if afraid he wouldn't believe her, she even raised her fingers. "I swear." A smile tugged involuntarily at the corner of Lee Moken's mouth. He grabbed Shen Zhimeng's hand, and without argument tucked it back under the blanket. "Keep yourself covered. Don't catch a cold. Then will you tuck me in properly before you go?" "Of course." Lee Moken wrapped her up snugly and only left after turning off the light. Exam week always flew by. After finishing his last exam on Friday, Lee Moken was approached by Suya, who had Song Xinyan with him. "Come on, let's grab a meal together now that exams are over." Lee Moken glanced at Shen Zhimeng. He remembered exactly what day it was. The day Shen Zhimeng promised to give him his reward. So he figured she would definitely turn it down. "But, sure, where should we eat? I heard there's a new barbecue place in the mall downtown, and the reviews are pretty good. Shall we go?" Shen Zhimeng finished speaking and immediately linked arms with Song Xinyan. Suya stood there completely stunned. Maybe it was because he hadn't had close contact with Shen Zhimeng in so long, but he felt like she was different from the person he remembered. Was this the magic of being in love? Lee Moken patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go. We'll lose them if we don't hurry." Oh, after getting on the subway, the two girls took the seats, and since there weren't enough for everyone, the two guys stood by themselves. Lee Mochuan noticed that Suya was carrying a girl's school bag and couldn't help asking, "Are you with Song Xinyan now?" Suya's eyes darted away. "No, we're not. Why hide it from me?" Lee Mochuan could tell at a glance that he was lying. "Really, we're not together." Suya felt a bit embarrassed saying this, so he didn't ask any further. Meanwhile, the two girls sitting nearby were chatting away enthusiastically. "Senior's personality seems completely different from before," Suya remarked, finding it hard to reconcile the person laughing so joyfully now with the icy-faced one from earlier. She's always been like this. The stern face before was just because she wasn't familiar with people yet. This is her true personality. Li Machuan watched Shen Zhimeng's cheerful expression, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his own lips. I see. So you understood this quite well? Unless one was a social butterfly, most people would be somewhat reserved around strangers. Upon arriving at the mall, the four of them entered the barbecue restaurant together. Hello, this way please. The waitress said instinctively upon seeing customers enter. However, her expression stiffened slightly when she recognized their faces. Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan were also taken aback, never expecting to see Jiang Wu here, and in such a role no less. Ever since Shen Zhimeng had run into Jiang Wu and her boyfriend at the mall last time, she had deleted Jiang Wu's contact upon returning home. Later at some point when they discussed it, Li Machuan had deleted her too. Suya was too busy chatting with Song Xinyan to even recognize Jiang Wu in her waitress uniform. When they reached their seats, the server, who came to take their order, wasn't Jiang Wu. Stop staring. The kind of life one leads is a choice they make themselves. Li Machuan wrapped an arm around Shen Zhimeng's waist, signaling her to stop looking at the person by the door. Shen Zhimeng pressed her lips together momentarily at a loss for words. But Li Machuan's words did carry some weight, and she decided to put the matter out of her mind. Li Machuan had already told her everything about his high school days with Jiang Wu, and Shen Zhimeng didn't think Jiang Wu was a bad person. But her taste in men was indeed lacking. Choosing to be with someone whose family background didn't match hers at all, in most cases one's original family, is an insurmountable gap. She understood this deeply from her own experience with Li Machuan. Perhaps part of their harmony came from the fact that they had both lost their loved ones, making them more attuned to each other's feelings and more thoughtful about how to treat one another better. Li Machuan looked at Shen Zhimeng's complex expression and could roughly guess what she was thinking. There aren't that many rights and wrongs in this world. Since we've both chosen to draw a line with the past, don't dwell on it. Hey H1, can you guys drink? We've ordered. Take a look and see if there's anything you don't want to eat, or if you'd like to add something else. Suya handed over the menu. Without a second thought, Li Machuan replied, Senior, and I can't drink. That's a shame. We were thinking of having a few drinks with the meal. Can't you have just a little? Absolutely not. Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng exchanged a knowing smile, both recalling the early days of their acquaintance and those two drunken incidents. Given their embarrassingly low alcohol tolerance, they'd rather pass. Alright, so you didn't push it since Song Xinyan could drink anyway. While waiting for the food, the four of them started a game. Suya and Li Machuan carried the team, while Song Xinyan and Shen Zhimeng handled the laughing, the acting cute, and the tattling. This Lonlin King keeps ambushing me. H1, help me take out this dodgy. She's got the jungler coming to help her. Jiang Wu came over to deliver the food, but none of them noticed. Watching them laugh and have fun, a bitter feeling welled up in Jiang Wu's heart. Not long ago, she had learned from a high school bestie that Li Machuan had secretly harbored feelings for her throughout high school, but never dared to confess due to the gap in their academic performance. But now, perhaps from the moment Li Machuan scored better than her in the college entrance exam, their fate had been sealed. The game ended, all the side dishes were served, and the hot pot was boiling. The four put down their phones and began to eat. Midway through the meal, Suya suddenly asked a question. Hey H1, won't you and Senior be separated during winter break? Where is Senior from? Will she be going back to her hometown for the new year? Li Machuan instinctively looked at Shen Zhimeng. Her expression was perfectly natural and calm. I'm from Qingwan originally. H1 and I won't be long distance, sorry to disappoint you. That's great. Nianyan and I are from Qingwan too, and so is H1. How about we plan a trip somewhere out of town during winter break? I want to go skiing, but it's no fun with too few people. Suya suddenly became enthusiastic. He had long fantasized about having a group of close friends, preferably all in relationships, so they could do more things together, and it would be easier for overnight stays and checking in with parents. Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng exchanged a glance, seeing a glimmer of excitement in each other's eyes. That meant they were both interested in the idea. Sounds good, but it'd be better after the new year. Tickets are hard to come by before then. Let's pick a destination first, and we'll all let our families know. Li Machuan replied to Suya. Great, no problem. With that, he pulled out his phone and created a small WeChat group with just the four of them. As they left the restaurant after the meal, Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan didn't catch another glimpse of Jiang Wu, but they didn't dwell on it. It was time to bid farewell to the past. The four headed home separately. After entering the subway station, Suya noticed Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng walking in the same direction and couldn't help but voice his confusion. Do you two live together? It feels like every time I see you, you're together. Song Xinyan knew he was just asking casually, but her heart still tightened. This wasn't the time to tell Suya. At least until Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan gave the go-ahead, she had an obligation to keep it under wraps. He's just walking his girlfriend home. You wouldn't understand, Song Xinyan said as she pulled Suya in the opposite direction. Oh, sorry, my bad. Suya gave an apologetic smile, perhaps a bit loud from the alcohol head had. Shen Zhimeng and Li Machuan simultaneously shot Song Xinyan a grateful look. Song Xinyan winked back with a loyal air and dragged Suya away. Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng headed straight home, but just as they reached the entrance of their residential complex, they ran into an uncle who knew their parents. "Hello, Uncle Chun." Shen Zhimeng greeted him subtly, letting go of Li Machuan's hand as she did so. Usually they only had physical contact when entering the elevator, but today they forgot after getting off the subway. Shen Zhimeng felt a bit nervous, hoping the dim evening light would prevent this uncle from seeing clearly. "Hey, you're Shenjing's girl, right?" called Shen Zhimeng. "Yes, uncle. So is your school on break?" "Yeah, we just finished our exams today. Has your dad gone on a trip recently?" "Organized by his work unit." Because I had finals, so I didn't go." Shen Zhimeng answered composedly. "I see. Have you two eaten dinner yet?" "We were just about to start at my place. If you haven't, come over and join us." Uncle Chun was clearly a warm-hearted man. No need. We already ate before coming back." "Thank you, uncle." "Really? You're not just being polite with me, are you?" "We really have eaten." "All right, then you two head home. Be careful with the electricity at home, okay?" "We will. Bye, uncle." After saying goodbye and turning away, both Li Moken and Shen Zhimeng let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Just as they sat down on the sofa at home, Shen Zhimeng received a video call from Shen Jing. Looking at the caller ID on the screen, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Li Moken was turning on the TV when he heard her gasp and turned to look. "What's wrong?" Shen Zhimeng turned her phone to show him. "My dad is video calling me." "What do I do? Should I answer or not?" "If I do answer, we're at home right now." "What do we say?" If it were a regular call, she could have lied her way through it. But it's a video call now. Would it be strange to just hang up? Li Moken lowered his gaze, thinking, "Why don't you not answer for now? Once we figure out what to say, we can call him back." "Okay." Shen Zhimeng muted her phone and tossed it to the other end of the sofa. Li Moken sat down beside her with the TV remote and pulled her into his arms. "Relax. This was Shen Zhimeng's first time handling such a situation. More precisely, her first time facing the prospect of lying to her father. Compared to Shen Zhimeng, Li Moken was much calmer. "Let's first decide whether we pretend we're not home or be honest and tell him we're here." While Shen Zhimeng was thinking, Li Moken proposed another possibility. "If that uncle we met downstairs just called your dad, then our lie would definitely be exposed. Then let's just say we're home." Shen Zhimeng had thought of that possibility too. Li Moken continued his steady analysis. "All right, second question. We originally said we'd stay at the dorms, so why are we here? Is this just a temporary visit, or are we staying the night?" "Temporary. If we stay, I'm afraid they might overthink it." "Okay, third question. Why did we come home?" "To pick up some things, some clothes." Shen Zhimeng answered instantly. Li Moken patted her head. "Still nervous now?" "Not anymore," Shen Zhimeng said, then directly wrapped her arms around Li Moken's neck. "Achwan, you were so cool just now." Li Moken brushed his lips against hers, a glint of something ambiguous in his eyes. "Is there a reward for being cool, eh?" Reward. These two words currently held no innocent meaning between them. Shen Zhimeng clearly caught his implication and couldn't help but bite her lower lip. This. She was actually ready tonight. Just as she was thinking about how to phrase it, the phone vibrated again. It was another video call from Shen Jing. "Wait for me," Li Moken said, walking over to the door to flip the main circuit breaker, then returned with his phone's flashlight on. "Answer it. Just say what we discussed." Shen Zhimeng nodded, then pressed the green answer button. "Huh. Moming, why is it so dark over there?" Shen Jing couldn't see her face clearly at all, only a blurry dark silhouette. Until Li Moken came over with his phone's flashlight. Shen Zhimeng walked towards her room. "Dad, I just got home. I'm here to pick up some stuff." Hearing this, Shen Jing understood why she hadn't answered the previous video call. Most likely there was no signal in the elevator. "Oh, I see. Your Uncle Chun just called me and said he saw you in the neighborhood, so I called to check." Seeing her busy looking for things, he quickly added, "Why not turn on the lights? Just flip the breaker." It's fine. He'll grab my stuff and leave." Achwan came with me. He's holding the flashlight for me." "All right, you two be careful on your way back to school tonight." "Okay." A beep and the call ended. The next second, Li Moken's phone flashlight went out and Shen Zhimeng's room plunged into darkness. Fortunately, the curtains weren't drawn and the moon was exceptionally full tonight. Li Moken set his phone on the nearby table and wrapped his arms around Shen Zhimeng from behind. Neither of them spoke, but their bodies pressed close together seemed to be communicating. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Shen Zhimeng looked down and saw the powerful arm locked around her waist. "Achwan, Li Moken rested his chin on Shen Zhimeng's shoulder. He loved holding her like this, as if he could always lean on her. "Aren't you going to claim your reward?" Shen Zhimeng's voice was very soft, tinged with shyness. Li Moken closed his eyes, quietly breathing in the faint, fresh fragrance of Shen Zhimeng. "I want it. Will you give it to me, sister?" Li Moken hadn't originally liked calling her sister, but he noticed that every time he did, Shen Zhimeng would be delighted and especially easy to negotiate with. Who asked a question like that? Shen Zhimeng lightly slapped his arm, but feeling Li Moken's rising body heat, she couldn't help but blush. "Because I think there's no need for us to beat around the bush. Sister was always very direct before." After saying that, Li Moken gently bit her earlobe. Shen Zhimeng let out an instinctive whimper. Don't bite. Alright, if not biting means I get a reward, then I want bite. Li Moken was actually savoring the atmosphere between them. This feeling of a racing heart, rising body temperature, and surging adrenaline. It seemed like every breath thickened the air of intimacy. Shen Zhimeng, left speechless by him, decided to change the subject. I actually really love it when you hold me like this, completely enveloping me. It truly gives me a sense of security. Li Moken pressed his cheek against hers. Why would you lack a sense of security? Only those who lack security are especially sensitive to the concept, and especially attuned to the security they do feel. You must be the same as me. Losing a piece of family, and at the most rebellious and mischievous age. Shen Zhimeng had always avoided dwelling on the ache of losing her mother, and in Shen Jing's eyes, she had always processed that sorrow with remarkable composure. But that was far from the truth. Li Machuan couldn't help but pull her closer, his arms tightening around her. He'll hold you like this often from now on. Really? Really? Then how long will you stay with me? I will. Li Machuan knew this was a question with only one acceptable answer. Oh, any man with an ounce of survival instinct would say forever and ever. But how long was forever? People change. Who could truly guarantee they would never change? He'll stay with you until you no longer want me to. Li Machuan still hadn't found a perfect answer. I thought you'd say forever, or maybe that cheesy line from the drama's 10,000 years, Shen Zhimeng said half-jokingly. I prefer to be realistic. I'm a pragmatist, Li Machuan replied, always finding romantics to be too ethereal, chasing after fleeting illusions. What if I'm a romantic? Shen Zhimeng asked, stifling a laugh. But a pragmatist will bow to a romantic for the sake of love. That's not too hard to do, Li Machuan said with a chuckle, knowing Shen Zhimeng always loved to throw tricky questions his way. Shen Zhimeng turned and wrapped her arms around Li Machuan's waist, grinning. The mentor is satisfied with your answer. I'm turning my chair for you. Li Machuan's smile deepened. Alright, thank you, Mentor Shen. As he spoke, his hand slid from her waist downward and gave a gentle, playful smack. So, Mentor Shen, when are you going to give me my reward? Shen Zhimeng had initially turned around intending to start right away, but hearing the eager edge in his voice, she suddenly wanted to slow things down. She wanted to see him get a little impatient. Later. It's still early, barely past 9. Li Machuan's brow furrowed slightly. Can I take that as you underestimating my stamina? Shen Zhimeng buried her face in his chest, laughing merrily. Yeah. It's so obvious, and you're still questioning it. Li Machuan let out a helpless, indulgent chuckle before lifting her up and tossing her onto the bed. Shen Zhimeng. The moment the name left his lips, he leaned in for a kiss. Shen Zhimeng turned her head and rolled away, dodging him. No, you can't. Her laughter was light and airy, dripping with triumphant mischief. Li Machuan pinned her arms again. Shen Zhimeng, you have no chance to back out tonight. You've been teasing me for days, and now you have to own up to it. Realizing he was about to use his physical advantage, Shen Zhimeng quickly crossed her arms over her chest. Li Machuan, I need to take a shower first. I'll help you, Li Machuan said half-teasingly. No, I'll go by myself. Shen Zhimeng refused outright, her expression firm. Then I'll carry you there. No, I have legs. I can walk on my own. Shen Zhimeng met his gaze with a stubborn look. Fine, go ahead then. Li Machuan never intended to force her. He shifted to the side, making room for her to get out. But unexpectedly, she swung a leg over and straddled him, rolling up her sleeves and looking down at him with smug satisfaction. Gotcha now, didn't I? Li Machuan raised an eyebrow, laced his hands behind his head, and gazed up at her with leisurely amusement. So what does Mentor Shen plan to do to me? Shen Zhimeng's expression faltered. Li Machuan, you've really changed. You never used to be like this. You used to get shy. Li Machuan shifted his hips, giving a slight upward nudge with his thigh. If you don't go shower soon, sis. I'm going to. Before he could finish, Shen Zhimeng scrambled off the bed. The bedroom door slammed shut with a loud bang. Li Machuan found it amusing. He got up leisurely and took out the pajamas she had been wearing most recently from her wardrobe, intending to bring them to her. But his hand grabbed a bit too much, and a piece of black silk fabric slipped out from beneath the pajamas. Lace-trimmed. At first, Li Machuan didn't register what it was when he laid it out on the bed to inspect it. It was a slip dress, but the neckline looked very low. For a moment, he couldn't even tell which side was the front and which was the back. He glanced at the black slip dress in his hand, then at the neatly folded floral pajamas set aside. Li Machuan decisively chose the black one and headed toward the bathroom. Through the frosted glass door, he could hear the sound of running water. Shen Zhimeng was already washing up. Li Machuan knocked on the door, then cleared his throat lightly. Did you forget to bring your pajamas? The person inside visibly froze at the sound of his voice. After a moment of realization, her face began to heat up. Yeah. Hearing her voice, Li Machuan felt a thrill run through him. Then should I leave them on the sink for you? Okay. With her permission, Li Machuan cracked the door open just enough to reach in and place the alluring nightgown on the counter. He kept his gaze strictly forward, not so much as glancing inside. Steam filled the bathroom, and Shen Zhimeng couldn't see anything clearly. She only caught a glimpse of an arm reaching in, and a black bundle appeared on the sink. Black. Shen Zhimeng suddenly tensed. She did own a black set of pajamas, but that set should still be hanging on the balcony. If Li Machuan had really taken clothes from the wardrobe, he should have only seen. At that thought, her curiosity about the pile of fabric grew even stronger, and she quickened her pace in the shower. After finishing, she came out and picked it up. It was the exact one she had bought online. Thinking about what might have crossed Li Machuan's mind when he brought it in, a blush crept involuntarily across Shen Zhimeng's cheeks. But how could this guy only bring the slip dress? Was she supposed to go commando underneath? Shen Zhimeng didn't think Li Machuan would have thought that far. He probably just forgot. She quickly slipped the dress on and examined herself carefully in the vanity mirror. Finally, with a satisfied look, she pushed open the bathroom door. The lights outside were already on. Aside from the hallway light, only her room was illuminated. The bedroom door was half closed with a warm, dim glow spilling through the crack. Shen Zhimeng's heart pounded with nervous anticipation as she slowly pushed the door open and peeked inside cautiously. Li Machuan had heard the water stop long ago. He was already standing behind the door waiting to pull her into his arms the moment she walked in. He watched the door swing open gradually, then effortlessly caught her arm and pulled her into an embrace. Shen Zhimeng's heart raced from his sudden movements. You go take a shower first. Li Machuan buried his face in the crook of her neck. After I'm done, then what? Do I do something to you, or do you do something to me? Shen Zhimeng's face flushed crimson at his words. Yet she quickly mustered her courage, pushing Li Moken away with a stern expression. You go first. You'll know once you're done washing. Li Moken gently pinched her cheek. All right. Hearing the bathroom door close, Shen Zhimeng let out a sigh of relief, a delicate blush spreading across her cheeks. She turned and walked to her wardrobe, retrieving a small cloth bag from the very bottom of a compartment. She held up the fabric inside, positioning it against herself in front of the full-length mirror. By the time Li Moken emerged from his shower, all the lights in the living area had been turned off. With only a towel wrapped around his waist, he went straight to Shen Zhimeng's room. The moment he opened the door, he froze. Shen Zhimeng was sitting on the edge of the bed, still wearing the same black silk nightie from before, except her hair was now pinned up with a hairpin, exposing her elegant shoulders and neck. His gaze drifted downwards, landing on her long, slender legs, one clad in a black stocking, the other in a white one. The stockings reached mid-thigh, each held up by a garter of the corresponding color, the straps extending upwards towards the hem of her nightie, a sight that stirred a feverish heat within him. Li Moken couldn't help but swallow hard. Composing himself, he closed the door with feigned calmness. As he walked step by step towards the bed, his breathing grew increasingly tense and rapid. Why did you come out in just a towel? Shen Zhimeng looked up at him. You didn't get my clothes for me. Li Moken replied, his gaze fixed on her eyes, an undeniable heat flickering in their depths. Even if I didn't, you shouldn't have come out like this. Shen Zhimeng giggled, her legs swinging playfully over the edge of the bed, a captivating sight. You? Li Moken suddenly gripped her ankle. Waking up the next morning, Li Moken felt exceptionally refreshed. The final basketball championship was scheduled for that afternoon. It should have taken place long ago, but due to a series of scheduling conflicts, either college activities or bad weather, the last game had been postponed until after the final exams. When Li Moken returned to the bedroom after washing up, the figure on the bed remained completely still. He knew Shen Zhimeng had been truly exhausted the night before. He walked to the bedside and gently kissed her forehead. What would you like for breakfast? Should I make something or go out and buy it? As he finished speaking, two fair arms emerged from under the blanket and wrapped tightly around Li Moken's neck. A soft, languid voice whispered near his ear, I want to eat H1. Li Moken let out a low chuckle. Didn't get enough last night. The hot pot from last night was digested long ago, Shen Zhimeng replied with an innocent look. So what do you want for breakfast? Li Moken asked patiently, his hands slipping under the blanket. Want me to massage your legs and back? Shen Zhimeng's face flushed at the thought, and she quickly said, no need, just buy something simple. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are fine. All right. Li Moken gave her waist a gentle squeeze before withdrawing his hand. He had just stood up to leave when he heard Shen Zhimeng call his name again. H1, come here. What's wrong? Li Moken returned to the bedside. A kiss. You haven't said you love me this morning yet. Shen Zhimeng pouted, a hint of displeasure on her face. Amused by her expression, Li Moken bent down, cupped her chin, and pressed his lips softly against hers. Good morning, Jia. I love you. Only then did Shen Zhimeng push him away, fully satisfied. You go on. I can probably manage to get out of bed and wash up on my own. I shouldn't be so weak that I fall over while brushing my teeth, she said with an air of nonchalance. But Li Moken knew she was subtly trying to get him to stay. They'll carry you to wash up. Without giving her a chance to protest, he scooped her up in his arms. However, the clothes Shen Zhimeng had been wearing were nowhere to be found. Do you want to put something on, eh? Li Moken asked, looking at the face so close to his. Of course I do. Shen Zhimeng slapped his arm in mock annoyance. Li Moken patted her head before walking over to the wardrobe to get her a fresh pair of pajamas. As for last night's clothes, he had already picked them up from the floor and thrown them into the washing machine earlier this morning. After coaxing Shen Zhimeng through her morning routine, Li Moken finally left to buy breakfast. When he returned, he found Shen Zhimeng sneakily pulling clothes from the washing machine and hurrying towards her room. "What are you doing?" Li Moken asked, kicking off his shoes with a puzzled look. "Going to hang them up to dry in my room." Shen Zhimeng blinked innocently. It suddenly struck Li Moken that after last night's events, Shen Zhimeng seemed more like a little girl than ever before, prone to blushing and shyness. "Let me handle it. Come and eat first." "Okay." Shen Zhimeng didn't stand on ceremony. Her arms and legs felt like they were falling apart, and she had no intention of leaving the house all day. A moment later, Li Moken emerged from the room and sat down right beside her. Almost instinctively, Shen Zhimeng rested her legs on his thighs. Li Moken couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What kind of eating posture is this?" "It's comfortable this way," Shen Zhimeng replied between bites. "Are your legs weak?" Are you coming to watch the basketball finals this afternoon?" "Yes." Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. How could she have forgotten such an important event? "But didn't you say your legs were weak?" Li Moken was of course happy that Shen Zhimeng wanted to come, but recalling how she could barely stand steady while washing up that morning, he couldn't help but worry. "They'll be sitting in the stands, so it won't be tiring. If I don't go, what if some other girl tries to give you water?" "I'd refuse, of course. Why would I accept water from anyone else?" "I believe you wouldn't want to, but what if people around you start teasing you, and I'm not there? Wouldn't that put you in an awkward spot?" Shen Zhimeng argued, sounding quite logical. Li Moken squeezed her hand. "Don't worry, I'll only drink yours." "Then I'm definitely going." "Yes, you must go." The couple spent the morning resting at home. Since it was the first official day of winter break, Shen Zhimeng didn't insist on studying together as she usually did. They sat in front of the large television, picking a movie to watch together. However, halfway through the film, the living room curtains were drawn, and the TV volume was turned up to the maximum. Li Moken took a deep breath and gently pushed Shen Zhimeng away. "They'll deal with you tonight." Not now. He was afraid he wouldn't have enough energy for the afternoon game. After all, such activities were beneficial in moderation, but excessive indulgence would be harmful. Shen Zhimeng just smiled, but made no move to get off his lap. "Then just hold me while we watch." "All right." All final exams at Qingwan University had concluded, and most students were set to leave campus within the next couple of days. For the afternoon basketball game, whether due to it being the finals, or simply because everyone had free time, a large crowd had gathered around the court. The computer science college had a large student body, so there was no shortage of spectators. There were even girls from other colleges who had come specifically to watch. This championship match was between Li Moken's class and a senior class. Honestly, Li Moken felt a bit uncertain. If they were to judge purely on skill, they probably shouldn't have made it to the finals, given the seniors had years of experience playing together. But they had gotten lucky in the semifinals, facing a junior class whose key player had a leg injury and couldn't play. They had managed to win that game by a mere 2 points. With about 10 minutes left before the game started, a tall male student from the senior class side walked over to Li Moken's class. "Are you Li Moken?" Li Mochuan was discussing tactics with his teammates when he suddenly heard someone call his name. That's me." He responded blankly, not recognizing the person before him. "Good luck, I'm rooting for you. I heard your three-pointers are spot on. Don't go easy on us later. We're not like those juniors." Those juniors. In the computer science department, when it came to basketball and juniors, only Duan Shun and his group came to mind. Somehow the story of them threatening Li Mochuan had leaked, and the entire college basketball team knew about it. "Thanks, senior. That three-pointer game was just luck." Li Mochuan knew he was referring to the time he sank 3 consecutive three-pointers with Shen Zhimeng. Oddly enough, he had played basketball with her since then, but that kind of performance never repeated. Shen Zhimeng's shooting was truly an enigma. Sometimes, Shed hit 5 threes in a row, other times, Shed missed 10 straight. "You're too modest." The senior patted Li Mochuan's arm. "I won't keep you then. Win or lose, I'd like to add you as a friend. We should play together sometime." "Sure." Not long after the senior left, Suya materialized beside Li Mochuan. "What did he say to you?" Li Mochuan was puzzled, but relayed the conversation anyway. Suya listened with a conflicted expression. "I heard that during Shen Zhimeng's freshman year, she was pretty close to a senior. People said they were together, though neither confirmed it. I think that was him." Li Mochuan was stunned. "Another guy connected to Shen Zhimeng. You didn't know?" "No, I didn't." After getting together with her, head drifted from his classmates and even his roommates. He had no one to get gossip from. Anyway, Shen Zhimeng has always been popular in the department. Before, no one could get with her, so the seniors kept the peace. But now your presence has clearly disrupted that balance. Suya felt had said enough. "Oh, I see." Li Mochuan wasn't too bothered. The clingy side of Shen Zhimeng was something only he had ever seen. Besides, Shed told him she'd never been in a relationship before him, and he didn't think she had any reason to lie. Still, after the game, he'd need to find an excuse to turn down that senior. It wasn't impossible that the guy was using basketball as a pretext to get to Shen Zhimeng through him. With that thought, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward the stands. Shen Zhimeng was still in her seat, the same spot where she had first watched him play. She caught his eye, and he saw her hand slip into her pocket, then emerge her thumb and forefinger forming a small heart for him. A smile broke across Li Machuan's face. Ignoring the eyes on him, he returned the gesture. Ah Chuan's showing off again. Tisk, hopeless romantic. Amid the teasing and mockery, he only grinned wider. Let's just focus on winning. They're strong, but so are we. A whistle blew, and the game began. The score stayed tight, a back-and-forth battle. As the first half drew to a close, Li Machuan seized his moment for a three-step layup. But suddenly his vision went black. When he snapped his eyes open, he was sitting in the stands. He looked down at the pink pants he was wearing and remembered they'd slept together last night, which meant today was a body swap. Chaos erupted on the court. Li Machuan focused and saw a crowd gathered around someone who appeared to be injured. No way. He rushed down from the stands, but Shen Zhimeng's body felt weak, every step threatening to give out. It was then he truly realized how excessive had been last night. He'd have to restrain himself in the future, her body couldn't handle it. By the time he reached the court, several teammates were huddled around Li Machuan, who was on the ground clutching his leg. The injured player was moved off court, and the game continued. Li Machuan stayed by Shen Zhimeng's side, taking her hand. Someone's already called the campus clinic. Better get an x-ray. She leaned her full weight against him, whispering, I'm sorry. I didn't react in time after the swap. I could have dodged that guy's charge. Charged at you. Li Machuan recalled the layup. There had been several players around him, but no one had seemed to target him. Yeah, it was Zhang Yang. Li Machuan followed her gaze. It was the senior who'd approached him before the game, the one Suya had warned him about. Shen Zhimeng had seen their pre-game exchange and had a good idea of what was going on. During her freshman year, Zhang Yang had indeed pursued her for a while, even before Duan Chen. On the first day of freshman year, he helped me with my luggage. I didn't want to owe him, so when he asked for my WeChat, I agreed and offered to buy him a milk tea. They were in a quiet corner, and she began to recount her freshman days. For the next month, he kept finding excuses to meet me. Soon enough, I realized he had no intention of keeping things casual. Li Machuan tried to put himself in her shoes, and wasn't sure he'd have known what to do either. Zhang Yang is clever. He never confessed, never crossed a line, but he hovered around me like a friend, making it impossible for me to reject him. Li Machuan recalled Su Ya's words. It all made sense now. Then Duan Chen came along. He pursued me openly and confessed. I used that as an excuse to cut off every guy had shown interest, including Zhang Yang. Shen Zhimeng let out a soft laugh. I was so naive back then. If I ran into that situation now, I'd walk away without a second thought. I wouldn't even add them as friends. Li Machuan couldn't help but pat her head, though the gesture felt a bit odd in their swapped bodies. You really tell me everything. He couldn't help but marvel. Of course I have to say it. What if someone secretly reports to you about me, and you stew in jealousy? Shen Zhimeng's words carried a hint of implication. Li Machuan couldn't help but clear his throat. It seemed nothing could escape Shen Zhimeng's notice. Don't tell me I hit the mark. Shen Zhimeng looked curious. I suppose. You could say that. But it doesn't matter. I wouldn't have believed a word of it anyway. Their relationship was at its most intimate stage now, and Li Machuan harbored not a shred of doubt toward Shen Zhimeng. So there was something. Li Machuan didn't hide it. You must tell me in the future. Shen Zhimeng grabbed his hand with a serious expression. All right. Then is there anything else you want to ask me now, eh? No, that's all. Before long, the school infirmary's vehicle arrived. Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng boarded together, and the ambulance took them directly to the hospital. By the time they had their wounds dressed and x-rays taken, it was already evening when they returned home. We're definitely sleeping together tonight. In your condition, I can't bear to watch you suffer alone. Li Machuan helped her into the bedroom. The CT results wouldn't be ready until tomorrow, but the doctor's examination suggested no bone damage. The x-ray was just a precaution. It's fine. I actually want you to experience more of this soreness and feeling. Shen Zhimeng looked completely unconcerned, even grinning. Li Machuan, recalling the scene from last night, couldn't help but give her a gentle pat. Enough. He'll get some water for you to wash up. Tell me what you want for dinner, and I'll order takeout. Yes, Miss Shen. Shen Zhimeng flashed a mischievous grin. This swap is only temporary. They had also informed Shen Jing and Ji Yun about the injury, who said they wouldn't be home until the day after tomorrow morning. That night, Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng lay in bed, talking for a long time, starting from their high school days and moving on to their university years. Before sleep, Shen Zhimeng pulled him into her arms. If it weren't for the injury and the swap, something more would have happened tonight, right? Li Machuan. There's really not a lot of proper thoughts in that head of yours. Oh, why are you getting shy? Li Machuan's lips twitched. If we hadn't swapped right now, you would never have said something like that. Shen Zhimeng followed his lead. If we hadn't swapped, you wouldn't be able to move right now. It'd be me doing all the moving. Li Machuan. With your stamina ID, bet you couldn't last 3 minutes. Shen Zhimeng was instantly provoked. Fine. Let's time it next time. What if you lose? Time it then. If I lose him at your mercy. A competitive fire lit up in Li Machuan. They bickered back and forth and eventually they drifted off to sleep without knowing when. The next day, when Li Machuan woke up, they had swapped back and the spot beside him was empty. Just as he was thinking about it, the door swung open from outside. There stood Shen Zhimeng bowing respectfully, an apron tied around her waist. Reporting to young Master Li, breakfast is ready. Please allow me to escort you to wash up and then dine. Li Machuan couldn't hold back a laugh. Permission granted. A beautiful day begins with a little skit with his girlfriend. In the bathroom, Li Machuan stood before the mirror brushing his teeth while studying the person beside him. He hadn't gotten a clear look from a distance, but now standing together he noticed that beneath the apron Shen Zhimeng was wearing a maid's uniform. This maid's uniform. It looked rather unconventional. The apron hem fell just above the knee. Li Machuan glanced sideways, noting that the maid's dress was even shorter than the apron. Sensing his gaze, Shen Zhimeng reached behind her back and untied the apron directly. Wait for me a moment, young master. I'll hang this apron up in the kitchen. With that, Shen Zhimeng turned and left. Li Machuan caught an inadvertent glimpse and nearly choked on a mouthful of toothpaste foam. That chest. A low neckline was one thing, but why was there a cutout in the middle? Li Machuan quickly steadied his composure. After finishing brushing and rinsing, Shen Zhimeng returned to his side. After washing his face, a cleansing towel appeared by his hand. Please use this, young master. Li Machuan nearly choked on his own saliva. After drying his face, Li Machuan stood face to face, with Shen Zhimeng scrutinizing her from head to toe. This outfit. Was this also prepared beforehand? A black and white maid's uniform, sleeveless with her hair braided into 2 low plaits. The skirt barely reached the top of her thighs, cut in a figure-hugging style. Her long legs clad in white thigh-high stockings were slender and beautiful. Perfect would not be an overstatement. There was a silver heart-shaped ring on her chest, hollowed out in the center, revealing just the right amount of. Shen Zhimeng blinked innocently. Don't you like it? Li Machuan couldn't resist caressing her cheek. Of course I like it. I like it more than anything. He wrapped his arm around her and pulled her into an embrace. You're planning to play the maid all day today. In your dreams. Shen Zhimeng looked at his intense gaze and felt a playful urge rise. It all depends on my mood. If you keep me happy, Chuan, I might do this more often. After all, I didn't just buy a maid's uniform. I also got a nurse's. And a teacher's. Li Machuan's breath hitched. Shen Zhimeng was already alluring enough like this. With a figure that provocative if she were to put on those other outfits. Just the thought was electrifying. Li Machuan tightened his hold on her. Early in the morning, are you taking advantage of the fact that I'm injured? Shen Zhimeng looked at him and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He'll stop teasing you. Let me escort the young master to breakfast. Li Machuan hooked his arm around her shoulder and leaned against her. What did you make? I didn't even know you could cook. Before they even reached the dining room, the aroma hit them. It was ribs. There was a fresh grocery store downstairs, so it wasn't surprising that Shen Zhimeng had gotten the ingredients. Upon reaching the dining room, Li Machuan first pressed Shen Zhimeng into a seat. The maid has worked hard. Then he bent down and planted a kiss on each of her cheeks. Shen Zhimeng's face beamed with sweetness. She truly loved how Li Machuan was drawn to her, yet still took care of her feelings like this. Since Li Machuan's leg was injured, they decided not to go out. Shen Jing and the others were due back tomorrow. In the morning, Shen Zhimeng wanted to tidy up some areas of the house so they wouldn't find any clues when they returned. But when she checked the balcony and every other corner, she found everything already spotlessly clean, especially her clothes, which were neatly put away in the wardrobe. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but push open the study door. Gazing at that handsome, focused profile, a wave of warmth washed over her heart. She wrapped her arms around his neck from behind, pressing her cheek against his head. You even found time yesterday to clean the balcony and the living room. Am I guessed you'd be doing this today? You took a hit for me yesterday. How could I bear to let you work hard today? Li Mo-chuan naturally grabbed the hand resting on his chest. Moi moi moi. Shen Zhimeng showered Li Mo-chuan's face with kisses, once again affirming in her heart that being with him was the most correct decision she had ever made. A faint fragrant scent drifted into his nose. Li Mo-chuan watched the fair pale figure moving before his eyes, his thoughts beginning to wander. Are you going to pick up the x-rays this afternoon? I can go. You just stay home and rest. Li Mo-chuan didn't argue. His leg truly needed rest to heal faster, otherwise certain matters would have to be postponed. Be safe. Don't worry, I'm a grown adult. In the morning, they studied together in the study. At noon, Shen Zhimeng cooked again, making spare ribs stewed with Chinese yam, and Li Mo-chuan ate more than usual. In the afternoon, Shen Zhimeng changed her clothes and headed out. Li Mo-chuan had previously added Shen Zhimeng's lab course teacher on WeChat, and the two were now discussing matters related to next year's university innovation project. It was actually rare for a freshman to lead such a project. Usually students would first join a project led by a sophomore or junior to gain experience before taking on the role of lead themselves. But this teacher believed Li Mo Chuan was fully capable. However, the project required at least 4 people, including the lead. Li Mo Chuan pondered whether to recruit members from other colleges based on the project's content or simply find a few people who didn't need to do any work just to have their names on it. For the entire afternoon, Li Mo Chuan discussed the project topic with the teacher. The teacher sent over several English papers and topics from his own research group. Li Mo Chuan decided to try his hand at it himself first, as the registration for the University Innovation Project was still a few months away. As dusk fell, Li Mo Chuan found the computer screen glaring. He looked out the window and realized it was time to turn on the lights. Wait. Had Shen Zhimeng not returned yet? Only then did he pick up his phone, which he had neglected for an hour or two. There were indeed missed calls from Shen Zhimeng. But when he tried calling her back, the line was dead. Li Mo Chuan began to panic. Could something have happened? He checked his WeChat messages, but there was nothing from Shen Zhimeng. He called several more times, but still couldn't get through. Did Shen Zhimeng have any close friends? Li Mo Chuan scrolled through his contacts and realized that Song Xinyan was the only one who could be considered connected to Shen Zhimeng. He quickly called her. Before long, the call connected, but it was very noisy on Song Xinyan's end. Hello, Li Mo Chuan. Has Shen Zhimeng been in touch with you? Song Xinyan glanced at Shen Zhimeng, who was singing into a microphone, and hesitated before replying. Ahem, she's right here with me. Li Mo Chuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Can you put her on the phone? Or ask her to check her phone. Her phone's dead. We'll get her to come over and take the call. All right. Shen Zhimeng was happily singing away, but upon catching Song Xinyan's signal, she put down the microphone and came over. Hello. Out having fun. When do you plan on coming back? It's getting dark. How about you send me your location and they'll come pick you up? Shen Zhimeng expected to hear anger in Li Mo Chuan's voice, but the voice on the other end was much calmer than she had imagined. Li Mo Chuan, aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Because I came out to play without a word, without telling you. Song Xinyan, sitting nearby, gave a stiff smile. Senior sister Shen was truly a master of changing her tune. Not long ago, when she had called her out, she had been absolutely furious. She had said Li Mo Chuan didn't care about her, that he didn't answer his phone or reply to her messages, that he hadn't sent a single message after she left, and that if he called, she must not reveal her whereabouts. Just now, when she had told Li Mo Chuan that Shen Zhimeng was their Song Xinyan had been afraid of being blamed by Shen Zhimeng. But looking at Shen Zhimeng, now there was no trace of anger left. Instead, she was asking if Li Mo Chuan was angry. The two didn't talk for long before hanging up. Song Xinyan pointed to her phone. Suya said he's driving over. He'll drop you off first, and then we'll head out again. Does he have a driver's license? Yeah, he got it a month ago. He just got his dad's car out now that the holidays are here. I see. When Shen Zhimeng returned home, the living room was still pitch black, with only a sliver of light coming from under the study door. After changing her shoes, she gently pushed open the study door. She placed a bag she was carrying on the desk, pulled out a chair, and turned on her computer. Did you have fun? Though only an afternoon had passed, it felt like an eternity to Li Mo Chuan. Shen Zhimeng didn't answer his question. She simply opened the bag, revealing a steaming hot bowl of shrimp porridge and a box of braised beef. Li Mo Chuan looked at her unusual expression, a flicker of confusion in his mind. What had he done wrong? He thought back carefully. He had been home all afternoon, hadn't provoked anyone, and had done nothing at all. It all seemed perfectly reasonable. But Shen Zhimeng was still bringing him dinner, still unpacking it, and putting the chopsticks in his hand. This suggested it probably wasn't anything too serious. With this in mind, Li Mo Chuan grabbed the handle of Shen Zhimeng's chair and pulled her over. The chair had wheels, so it wasn't difficult. What's wrong, Jia? Li Mo Chuan didn't like the silent tension between them. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. Shen Zhimeng met his gaze, her face unnervingly calm, revealing no emotion at all. Li Mo Chuan suddenly recalled a time long ago when he had also unknowingly made Shen Zhimeng angry, and she had been the one to come to him in the end. And she had said, "If I get angry, are you just going to let me walk away like this?" At the memory, a smile involuntarily crept onto Li Mo Chuan's lips. Shen Zhimeng wasn't actually angry. She just wanted Li Mo Chuan to come and comfort her. It didn't even require words, just a hug and a kiss. But not only did Li Mo Chuan not do that, he was smiling. She was trying to put on a stern face, and he was thinking about something funny enough to make him smile. Shen Zhimeng's initially calm mood instantly soured. She shot him a glare, without hesitation, grabbed the edge of another desk, and pushed herself away. But Li Mo Chuan simply followed their chairs, drawing even closer. Shen Zhimeng tried to move away again, and Li Mo Chuan followed with a smile. In no time, she was backed into a corner. Li Mo Chuan gently took her hand and pulled her onto his lap. But as if remembering something, Shen Zhimeng immediately struggled to get up. Your leg is injured. The word slipped out almost instinctively. Shen Zhimeng looked at him with concern, but to her surprise the smile on Li Mechuan's face deepened. Just a flesh wound. You're very light, he said, pulling her back onto his lap. Shen Zhimeng recalled the results of the CT scan and decided not to argue further. Her expression softened slightly. She felt his hand move and quickly grabbed it before it could wander lower. Li Mechuan lifted her hand and kissed it. Though this was his first time learning to soothe a woman, he knew well how to be shameless. Judging from the change in Shen Zhimeng's expression, his tactic was working. I don't know what I did to upset you, but could you stop being angry, Jiejia? Tell me what I did wrong, and I'll change it. With Li Mechuan having said so much, Shen Zhimeng had long since let go of her anger. It had been nothing more than some inexplicable petty mood. Yet his patient demeanor only made her fall for him even more. Shen Zhimeng leaned slowly into his embrace. Then from now on, whenever I go out, or when we're not together, you have to text me to check on me. Okay, anything else? Li Mechuan made a mental note. Also, if I go out with my friends, you have to ask if there are any guys, who they are, if they have any connection to me, when I'll be home, and once you buy a car later, you also have to ask if I need a ride. Her voice trailed off as she began counting on her fingers, her earnestness deepening the smile at the corners of Li Mechuan's mouth. Do I need to ask that much detail about the guys? I trust you. Wouldn't you find it annoying if I asked too much? Li Mechuan voiced his doubt at last. Yes, you must. Shen Zhimeng pretended to be angry, cupping his face with both hands and kneading it. Your girlfriend is this pretty. Don't you feel any sense of crisis? How can you feel at ease letting me go out with others if you don't ask clearly? His face was squished out of shape by her hands, but happiness radiated from his eyes. All right, I'll do it next time. With that, Li Mechuan wrapped his arm around Shen Zhimeng's waist and kissed her fiercely. A moment later, both were slightly breathless, their eyes locked in a gaze brimming with unspoken affection. Shen Zhimeng pointed to the other side. Go eat, it'll get cold. Okay. Li Mechuan tightened his hold on her, then using the table for support, slid the chair over with her still in his arms. Shen Zhimeng was startled by his sudden movement. My chair is still over there. It's fine, Li Mechuan said, adjusting his position slightly. I think I should also tell my girlfriend what I've been up to all afternoon. Shen Zhimeng casually glanced at the screen. After a moment, her interest was piqued. What made you suddenly think of doing this? It's an arrangement from my advisor. For the rest of the time, the two discussed their project. It wasn't until midnight that they went to wash up and sleep. Early the next morning, Li Mechuan was sound asleep when a knock came at his door. H1. It was Ji Yun's voice. They had returned from their trip. Li Mechuan sat up in bed instantly. Once fully awake, he remembered that he and Shen Zhimeng had slept in separate rooms, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Yun and Shen Jing came in to check on his leg. After reviewing the CT scan and confirming nothing was wrong, they were reassured. Because of his injury, Suya insisted on postponing the skiing trip until after the New Year. As New Year's Eve approached, Li Mechuan and Shen Zhimeng were called to the living room by Shen Jing and the others. Regarding where we'll spend the New Year this year, I think we need to discuss it. Although both families were locals of Qingwan, Ji Yun's parents and Shen Jing's parents both lived in the countryside at opposite ends of the city. It wasn't far in terms of distance, still within the same city, but driving still took 2 or 3 hours. We were thinking, should we each go back to our own families for the New Year, or go to one side first and then rush to the other? Shen Jing felt there was no need to hide this from the two kids. He wanted to hear their thoughts too. But as for the New Year arrangements, Li Mechuan and Shen Zhimeng had never really thought about it. In the past, there was never any question about where to go. There was only one option. But now things were different. Although Shen Jing and Ji Yun weren't legally married, they were family in every sense. Yet precisely because they weren't married, showing up at each other's family homes might invite gossip. You two just decide, Shen Zhimeng said, unable to think of a good solution. If they each went back to their own families, she and Li Mechuan would inevitably be separated. The thought made her chest feel tight. On the other hand, the adults would surely consider things more thoroughly than they could. If she accidentally let something slip and revealed her true feelings, it would only raise suspicion. The discussion ended without a conclusion. Li Mechuan and Shen Zhimeng each returned to their rooms, pulling out their phones to text each other. Shen Zhimeng, you barely said anything in the living room just now. What are you thinking? Li Mechuan naturally didn't want them to be apart, and replied, as long as we don't spend the New Year's separately, I'm fine with anything. Even if it's just the 4 of us here. Shen Zhimeng couldn't suppress the smile spreading across her lips. So H1 really doesn't want to be apart from me. Li Mechuan, of course. After sending those 2 words, he added a crying emoji sticker with the text, "Wifey, cuddle me." Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The next day, Shen Jing and Ji Yun made their decision. They would spend the New Year at the house here. It was fitting since it was the new home they'd bought this year. As for the New Year visits afterward, they would arrange those separately. On New Year's Eve, heavy snow fell, yet the streets of the big city weren't quiet. The 4 of them had their reunion dinner at a restaurant in town. As they walked out, Shen Jing suddenly suggested, quite a few films came out this New Year. How about we go see one? Sure. Shen Zhimeng hadn't been to the movies in a while. Li Muchuan and Ji Yun had no objections either. And so Shen Jing drove them to a nearby cinema. The place was even more crowded than usual. They arrived a bit late and the seat options weren't great. Looks like the four of us can't sit in the same row, Shen Jing said, pointing at the seat selection screen. There are plenty of showtimes, but the later it gets the fewer good seats are available. Li Muchuan and Shen Zhimeng exchanged a glance, each reading the other's intention. It's fine. You two sit together. Jiejie and I will sit together. The way Li Muchuan said, Jiejie, sounded surprisingly natural. Ji Yun, who understood her child, well, felt a strange unease. However, the cinema was too lively, and Shen Jing asked her, what do you think? Should we let the kids sit on their own? Fine. Ji Yun agreed, casting aside the fleeting doubt that had crossed her mind. As they queued for ticket inspection, Shen Jing and Ji Yun walked ahead, while Li Mo Chuan pressed close against Shen Zhimeng's back, enveloping her completely in his embrace. Taking advantage of the moment when no one in front was looking, Li Mo Chuan bent down to brush his lips against Shen Zhimeng's cheek, whispering in a low voice, I missed you. Shen Zhimeng paused mid-step, stumbling into Li Mo Chuan's arms. She turned and discreetly pinched his thigh, her eyes carrying a hint of warning, as if to say their parents were still ahead, and he shouldn't act recklessly. Li Mo Chuan only laughed even more joyfully. Sister, Li Mo Chuan leaned in again, whispering softly by her ear before straightening up as if nothing had happened. This clandestine thrill intoxicated Shen Zhimeng. With their parents just ahead, their occasional closeness felt like a secret affair. Nervousness and excitement. These were the raw emotions deep within them both. It was precisely this mindset that drove them to act more frequently. Hey, where are Chuan and Meng Meng? Shen Jing asked as he reached the entrance of the screening hall, finally remembering there should be two people behind them. Ji Yun turned with him, and after scanning past a few figures, they quickly spotted Li Mo Chuan and Shen Zhimeng. Shen Zhimeng smiled and waved at them, while Li Mo Chuan walked half a step behind her, looking down at his phone. The four of them regrouped. You two be careful going up and wait for us outside after the movie ends, Shen Jing and Ji Yun said to the children as they reached their respective rows. Okay. Li Mo Chuan and Shen Zhimeng's seats were in the last row, while Shen Jing and Ji Yun were in the middle. As Shen Zhimeng ascended the steps one by one, she suddenly felt a pat on her lower back. She turned to look at Li Mo Chuan, and the smug expression on his face told her exactly what had happened. Fortunately, Li Mo Chuan was close enough, and his tall frame conveniently hid his small gesture from others around them. After finding their seats, Shen Zhimeng first glanced at Shen Jing and Ji Yun's location, then turned to settle accounts with Li Mo Chuan. What did you just do on the steps? Confess. Shen Zhimeng's tone was fierce, her cheeks slightly puffed, a sight that Li Mo Chuan found utterly adorable. He had seen many couple videos online where many girlfriends were prone to anger and arguments. Before, he had worried he might lose his temper. But after these days with Shen Zhimeng, he felt he had no such trouble. Because when you have a girlfriend you like and find beautiful, even her anger is exceptionally cute. There was no need to argue with her. Li Mo Chuan kept a peripheral eye on Shen Jing's side, then reached out and gently ruffled Shen Zhimeng's hair. My girlfriend is so beautiful. Shen Zhimeng's angry expression froze on her face. She was angry with him. She was seriously talking about what just happened. How could this guy smile so happily and even compliment her out of the blue? But deep down she really was happy. The cinema lights hadn't gone out yet, and Li Mo Chuan caught every nuance of her expression, knowing that Shen Zhimeng was no longer angry. The cinema is no place for anger, Li Mo Chuan said, gripping her hand tightly. A dark cinema is perfect for holding hands. Shen Zhimeng couldn't help but break into a smile. Who's holding hands with you? Despite her words, she made no move to pull her hand away. Even though we're in the last row, the projection room behind us can see the entire hall clearly, she warned half-jokingly. I know. Li Mo Chuan certainly wouldn't do anything with Shen Zhimeng in public, at least not for now. As for whether their future relationship would require such public thrills, that was a matter for later. As the movie was about to start, the lights in the hall suddenly went dark. Li Mo Chuan, eager to talk to Shen Zhimeng, propped his arm on the armrest between them and leaned his head close. In the pitch-black darkness, Li Mo Chuan suddenly felt a soft pressure on his lips. The familiar scent filled his senses. He knew Shen Zhimeng had kissed him. Just as he was about to counterattack, the screen lit up, and Shen Zhimeng immediately pushed him away, looking ahead as if nothing had happened. Li Mo Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his arm, still resting on the armrest, naturally moved behind Shen Zhimeng, pinching her soft waist. Shen Zhimeng's breath caught. Surely this guy wasn't thinking of doing something in the cinema. Their seats were slightly off-center. Shen Zhimeng was closer to the middle, so a girl sat on her other side. The movie was a comedy chosen by Shen Jing, but Li Mo Chuan found teasing Shen Zhimeng far more entertaining than the film. The height of the armrest conveniently hid Li Mo Chuan's arm, and the girl beside Shen Zhimeng noticed nothing unusual. Shen Zhimeng instinctively edged closer to Li Mo-chuan. Stop it, she whispered, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Li Mo-chuan paid no heed, his palm still gently stroking the same spot, his mind wandering to the night they had spent alone not long ago. His leg had been recovering for over half a month, and Shen Zhimeng kept saying she was afraid he might aggravate the injury, so during that time, they had slept in their own rooms. A couple of days ago, Li Mo-chuan had subtly suggested sleeping together, but Shen Zhimeng said her body wasn't up to it at the moment. Humans are strange creatures. What was once trivial becomes more desirable when its probability decreases. However, no matter how much Li Mo-chuan yearned, he always considered Shen Zhimeng's health. But the longing in his heart was. Halfway through the movie, Shen Zhimeng grew distracted. Li Mo-chuan kept leaning and kissing her, nuzzling her head, squeezing her waist. Do you want it that badly? Shen Zhimeng grabbed his hand that was fidgeting on her waist, whispering close to his ear. By the reflection of the screen, Li Mo-chuan saw her expression. Not exactly annoyed, but rather serious. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded. He had expected Shen Zhimeng to be displeased, but instead she interlaced her fingers with his, reassuringly patting his hand. When we get back. Li Mo-chuan froze, stunned by her words. Shen Zhimeng's meaning. She agreed. But wasn't she on her period? It's only been a few days. Li Moken had read up on this sort of thing, and still felt it was inappropriate. He quickly grabbed Shen Zhimeng's arm. You don't have to force yourself. It's fine to wait a few more days. Shen Zhimeng merely cast a cold glance at him. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. After Li Moken processed her words, countless possibilities surged through his mind. He couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He didn't absorb a single word of the rest of the film. On the way home, Shen Jing brought up the movie's plot while driving. He chatted with Ji Yun for a bit, then turned to ask the two children in the back. During the middle part, I almost thought that guy was the villain. Qingwan University, did you two catch that? Shen Zhimeng hadn't really been paying attention either. No. Li Moken chimed in with an agreement, having not watched the film at all, eager to change the subject. By the way, is the second day of the new year when we go pay New Year's visits? Yes, on the second day we go see your grandparents and Ming Ming goes to see hers on her side. Ji Yun replied. In other words, he and Shen Zhimeng would be separated the day after tomorrow. When will you be back? Li Moken asked instinctively. We both have to start work on the 8th, so we should be back on the 7th. A hint of melancholy crossed Li Moken's face that meant he wouldn't see Shen Zhimeng for nearly a week. Ever since they met, they were almost inseparable, spending every possible waking moment together. A week wasn't that long nor that short, but Li Moken knew without a doubt he would miss Shen Zhimeng terribly. Shen Zhimeng was clearly thinking the same thing. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the reluctance in the other's eyes. Ichwan, do you have something urgent to come back for? Ji Yun suddenly asked curiously. It's not that urgent. I just contacted a professor at school. I need to use the computer to run some code. Bringing my computer back is a bit heavy, and there are quite a few kids at my grandparents' place. Ji Yun had an older brother and a younger sister, but she was the first to marry, making Li Moken the eldest of his generation and the only child. His younger cousins were in middle or high school, with the youngest just starting kindergarten. Aren't you on break? Why is your teacher still assigning tasks? Ji Yun, having never attended a proper university, wasn't familiar with the ways of academia. Hearing this, Shen Zhimeng quickly explained the project situation, and Ji Yun nodded thoughtfully. Well, if it's urgent, you could take the bus back early on your own. They'll stay a few more days. Alright, well, see then. Li Moken's tone lightened considerably at her words. He tried to suppress his joy, striving to appear calm. Shen Jing was quite lenient with Shen Zhimeng, so getting permission to return early shouldn't be too difficult. Midnight. After watching the Spring Festival Gala, the family retired to their rooms. Li Moken listened intently from his room, and only when he heard the living room lights click off and the master bedroom door open and shut did he sit up in bed. He grabbed his phone from the nightstand and sent Shen Zhimeng a message. They've all gone to their rooms. Come over a bit later. Shen Zhimeng, of course, was still awake. She had been waiting for his message. Okay. Their closets were connected, so Li Moken could slip into her room undetected. Time ticked by. Li Moken grew restless on his bed. He slowly opened the closet door, and without making a sound slipped into Shen Zhimeng's room. The person he longed for was leaning against the headboard, completely covered by the blanket, with only a small head peeking out. Li Moken climbed onto the bed in 2 quick strides, pulled back the blanket, and wrapped her in his arms. Shen Zhimeng giggled at his eagerness, looking at the head buried against her chest. She couldn't help but stroke his hair. Alright, what's the rush? Li Moken lifted his head, staring intently at her. Shen Zhimeng glanced at his lips, biting her own. I give up. With that, she looped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Is your period really over? Li Moken hesitated, then asked. Not yet. As she spoke, her hand traced a path down his chest. Li Moken's eyes darkened, and with a swift motion he rolled over and kissed her again. Half an hour later, Li Moken gently massaged Shen Zhimeng's hand, and shook a pang of guilt in his heart. I should have held back. I won't put you through this again. He kissed the corner of her mouth, his eyes filled with undisguised tenderness and regret. It's fine. Shen Zhimeng nestled in his arms, her cheeks flushed. You should head back to your room. We're separating the day after tomorrow, better to be safe and make sure we don't get caught. All right. Li Moken held her even tighter. Just a little longer. Find some time tomorrow to take out the trash from my room, or it'll start to smell. My stuff, my responsibility. Li Moken chuckled softly. I'll take the trash bag to my room in a bit. They savored the warmth of their embrace for a while until Li Moken noticed Shen Zhimeng seemed to have fallen asleep. Only then did he slowly let go, picked up the trash bag, and tiptoed back to his own room. The day of parting arrived. Li Moken sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window, still feeling dazed. He hadn't even gotten a chance to hug Shen Zhimeng that morning. There was no opportunity at all. He could only watch helplessly as she got into her car, their eyes meeting briefly before they parted ways. Ji Yun drove, casting a calm glance at him. What are you thinking about, H1? Nothing. Caught off guard, Li Moken almost fumbled his response. The next second his phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message from Shen Zhimeng. I'm on the highway now. Where are you? Attached to the message were 2 pictures of the scenery and a selfie she had taken using the car's mirror. A smile involuntarily spread across Li Moken's face. So pretty. I mean the last one. He followed up with a playful emoji sticker of a tongue sticking out. Who are you texting that's making you so happy? Ji Yun noticed his expression was completely different from moments before, clearly delighted by something. Oh, a friend just sent me a funny meme. Li Moken quickly replied, fabricating a story on the spot. What meme? Li Machuan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly covered it up, saying, Oh, it's just something boring, I don't think you'd find it funny. Fortunately, Ji Yun didn't press further. Gazing at the clouds above, Li Machuan found them quite beautiful and snapped a couple of pictures to send to Shen Zhimeng, then flipped his phone over, ready to sleep. Mom, wake me when we get there. Alright, get some sleep. Were you up late last night? Just feeling a bit dizzy. Don't play on your phone once you're in the car. In the past, Li Machuan would have found this exasperating, as if every ailment was caused by phone use. But now he simply closed his eyes and said, I won't look anymore. The daylight hours were mostly spent entertaining relatives. It wasn't until evening that the two finally had time to chat. Li Machuan had just finished washing up and was heading back to his room, having planned a video call with Shen Zhimeng, but as he was about to step inside, Ji Yun called out to him. H1 going to bed this early? It's only 8. Come sit in the living room and chat with your grandparents. You haven't seen them for nearly half a year, and everyone's out here. Li Machuan's face showed hesitation. But Ji Yun didn't give him a moment to think, taking his phone directly. Come on, Ji Tao even mentioned he has a homework question for you. Let's all watch some TV together outside. Li Machuan had no choice but to nod. Okay. Yet his gaze lingered on the phone Ji Yun had taken. Give me my phone back first. Ji Yun shook her head. No, I'm afraid you'll be glued to it. That would be disrespectful to your grandparents. Remembering his promise to Shen Zhimeng, Li Machuan pressed on. I just need to send one message, just one. What message? An hour with your grandparents is the most they'll be up. They usually head to bed around 9:30. After you spend time with them, they'll give it back. Li Machuan was speechless. Although Ji Yun was smiling, her stance was clear. With the living room full of people during the new year, he couldn't argue with her, so he let her pull him along. Brother, come help me with this problem. As soon as Li Machuan entered the living room, a kid sitting in the corner called him over. This was Ji Tao, the eldest child of Ji Yun's older brother, who had just started his first year of high school. He had always been clingy towards Li Machuan, who couldn't bring himself to refuse, and walked over. After explaining the problem, he surveyed the noisy living room and couldn't help but ask, how can you concentrate on homework in all this noise? Ji Tao shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't this just like a classroom during break? I'm used to it from school. Then he shifted the topic abruptly. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Our teacher warned us from the start of the semester, saying we absolutely shouldn't date in high school, but that it's fine once we're in college. Li Machuan lowered his gaze thoughtfully. I do. Really? They don't care in college? Nope. So what does she look like? Is she pretty? Is she nice? Li Machuan couldn't help but picture Shen Zhimeng's face, a happy smile curving his lips. She's gorgeous and incredibly kind, and her grades are amazing. To stop the kid from asking more questions, Li Machuan quickly changed the subject. But your teacher is right. Don't date in high school. Never do anything that would hurt your studies. Only by getting into a good university can you find a better girlfriend. His words had barely left his mouth when a voice chimed in from behind. H1, are we talking about girlfriends? You already have one. Recognizing the voice, Li Machuan cursed his luck internally. He turned around with an awkward smile. Auntie. Carefully gauging his aunt's expression, he chose his words. I was just telling Xiao Tao not to date in high school. That's right, he needs to hear it. He'll definitely listen to you, Ji Tao. The aunt said with an easy smile. Li Machuan concluded that his aunt had likely only heard his last piece of advice to Ji Tao about getting into a better university to find a better girlfriend, not his admission about having one. Of course. Ji Tao was a bit of a scholar, and while his parents sometimes struggled to manage him, he always listened when Li Machuan spoke. This unspoken authority was somewhat remarkable. Sitting next to Ji Tao, Li Machuan gradually grew bored, feeling restless without his phone. Huan Xiao Tao, come have some fruit. Ji Yun called out from the sofa. Coming. Li Machuan looked at Ji Tao. Let's go. The homework wasn't urgent. He had only been sitting in the corner because without a phone and with the TV monopolized by the little kids watching cartoons, doing homework was a way to pass the time. The Ji family was quite large. The big sofa in the living room was filled with people: Ji Tao's parents, the aunt's family, and the grandparents in the seats of honor. The rest of the time was spent snacking and fielding questions from the elders. The gossip-loving aunt suddenly thought of something. Huan, you're so handsome, and you've been in college for a semester now. Have you found a girlfriend? No, right? Ji Yun subconsciously glanced at her son beside her. Feeling several pairs of eyes on him, Li Machuan instinctively felt a pang of guilt. No. Ji Tao's eyes widened slightly. That wasn't what his brother had just told him. But despite his confusion, he wouldn't expose his brother in front of the adults. This was his brother after all, and he figured he must have his reasons. Hey, what's Huan's major again? Computer science. There are very few girls in our program. Li Machuan added quickly. I see. My friend's son found a girlfriend within 2 months of starting college. You should step it up, Huan. Your grandparents aren't getting any younger. Once you find someone, bring her home soon. The aunt said with a suggestive smile. However, the unclean law chided her with a helpless look. Can't you think about anything serious? What's wrong with me? The aunt retorted, unconvinced. Having a campus romance is a good thing. The uncle spoke up. Li Machuan nodded with a polite smile, though his expression was nonchalant. These things depend on fate. Ji Yun remained silent, watching his face closely as if trying to discern whether he was telling the truth. But ever since Shen Zhimeng moved in apart from classes, Li Machuan rarely went out, always coming straight home. Logically, he wouldn't have had time for dates. A little after 9, Ji Yun and the aunt helped the grandparents to their bedroom, and Li Machuan finally got his phone back. The moment he unlocked it, a figure appeared beside him. Ji Tao gestured with his eyes toward the door. Bro, let's talk outside. Sure. Li Machuan's eyes never left the screen. He had expected to receive many messages from Shen Zhimeng, and had even mentally prepared himself for her anger, already thinking of several ways to appease her. But staring at the chat window, Li Machuan couldn't help but freeze. It's time. I'm ready. When can we video call, Huan? Only these 3 lines along with a cute sticker. Other than that, there were no other messages. Bro, do you actually have a girlfriend or not? You just told them you didn't. Ji Tao originally wasn't too interested in this matter, but Li Machuan's 2 different statements had successfully piqued his curiosity. I do, but I can't tell the family for now. Keep it a secret for me, don't spill. Oh, got it. Ji Tao wore an expression of knowing it all, and Li Machuan couldn't be bothered to explain further. Is that all you wanted to ask? Sort of. Actually, I also wanted to ask if you're good at Honor of King's Eye. Li Machuan was well aware of the impact this game had on high school studies. He remembered clearly that in his high school, several students with decent grades had become addicted to this game in the second half of their senior year, leading to their failure in the college entrance exam. As for this idea that had sprouted in Ji Tao's mind, he decided to nip it in the bud. After a lecture, Ji Tao was convinced. Bro, I feel like you've changed. In past New Year's, you'd always take me out to play, but now the things you say are almost like my parents. Li Machuan was momentarily speechless at his words. Reflecting carefully, he realized it seemed to be true. Perhaps it was Shen Zhimeng's influence. After being with her, Li Machuan inexplicably felt a strong sense of urgency, as if he would fall behind if he didn't work hard enough. Whenever he thought of Shen Zhimeng's earnest demeanor, the drive to strive in Li Machuan's heart grew stronger. Maybe this was what a healthy relationship was like. Both people motivating each other to become better rather than sinking together into stagnation. The rooms in the hometown were limited, especially after both Ji Yun's older brother and younger sister had their second children. So Li Machuan would have to share a bed with Ji Tao tonight. Thinking that he wanted to video call Shen Zhimeng, Li Machuan looked at Ji Tao, who had entered the room with him. You haven't washed up yet, right? You go first, I'll go to the room. Alright, bro. Ji Tao had no objection to Li Machuan's words. Li Machuan walked toward the bedroom while replying to Shen Zhimeng's messages, and just as he reached the door, he saw his uncle. Chuan, go to bed early with Xiao Tao tonight. Don't let him look at your phone for too long. Ji Tao's phone had a daily time limit, and it was even more impossible to let him hold it alone at night. Li Machuan nodded after hearing this. Okay. After saying that, his uncle seemed to think of something and continued, Chuan, if you have the chance, help me educate him more. This kid studies hard enough, but he lacks a bit of drive. Okay. Li Machuan was feeling a bit anxious. He had just told Shen Zhimeng that they could video call, and he didn't know if she had seen it. After dealing with his uncle, Li Machuan immediately entered the room and closed the door. Shen Zhimeng's video call came through. Seeing the face he had been longing for, a smile involuntarily spread across Li Mo-chuan's face. My mom suddenly dragged me to the living room to chat with the elders tonight, and she even took my phone so I couldn't reply to you. Hearing Li Mo-chuan start explaining right from the first sentence, Shen Zhimeng's initial intention to pretend to be angry vanished, and a smile emerged in her eyes. So that's how it was. Hearing that her tone wasn't particularly low, Li Mo-chuan's tense heart relaxed halfway. However, he couldn't help but ask one more question. What were you thinking when I didn't reply? Li Mo-chuan's gaze carried a hint of caution. The smile at the corner of Shen Zhimeng's mouth deepened. What could I think? I washed up early and went back to my room waiting for my boyfriend's call. Aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? I see many couples online like this. The boyfriend doesn't reply and the girlfriend gets angry for a long time. Li Mo-chuan admitted that after downloading Little Red Book and asking for netizens' opinions, once he would browse it whenever he had free time and had seen many vlogs made by couples. Shen Zhimeng looked at Li Mo-chuan's expression and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. What kind of stuff was this guy watching online? Setting aside the incident itself, are you the same as those guys in the videos? Li Mo-chuan answered seriously, no. Then am I the same as them? No. How about this, tell me which platform you watch these on, and he'll download it too. That way from now on you can share interesting things with me, and if you're unsure about something, share it with me too. I can offer you my thoughts. Sounds good. Li Mo-chuan had long wanted to do this, but seeing that Shen Zhimeng never had a habit of browsing the internet, he had been too embarrassed to ask her, afraid that she might not be interested, which would only add to his own disappointment. Even if Shen Zhimeng agreed, he was afraid she was just accommodating him and didn't actually want to do it. After Shen Zhimeng finished downloading, she saw Li Mo-chuan's hesitant expression. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to hide anything between us. Li Mo-chuan's conflicted heart mysteriously untangled when he met Shen Zhimeng's eyes. I just feel that if you don't like doing something, there's no need to change yourself for me, especially not forcing yourself. His voice grew softer as he spoke, unsure of what effect his words would have on Shen Zhimeng. But he felt these words were necessary. He didn't want to say belated regrets later. Li Mo-chuan. Shen Zhimeng's face was expressionless, and calling him by his full name somehow carried a sense of pressure. That was how Li Mo-chuan felt. Well, what's wrong? He was absolutely not cowering before his girlfriend. Absolutely not. Why did you lose confidence as you spoke just now? Because I was afraid you'd be angry. Shen Zhimeng was amused by his words. So in your heart, I'm someone who gets angry easily. That's not what I meant. If you were by my side right now. Shen Zhimeng paused. Li Mo-chuan didn't respond, but his eyes were full of curiosity. I would hug you and kiss you on the cheek several times. Li Mo-chuan was slightly stunned. Shen Zhimeng immediately burst into laughter. When you said those words just now, I was really happy. Truly, I like the way we can talk to each other properly now. Really? Li Moken's mood lifted instantly, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Of course. Don't worry, I won't shortchange myself. And you shouldn't force yourself to do things you don't like, understand? I know. Feeling the moment was right, Li Moken quickly added. But you have to be sure that some things you genuinely dislike yet feel you can do for my sake, or even don't consider a compromise. That's not acceptable either. Shen Zhimeng burst out laughing. If his earlier words had made her think he merely wanted her to be sensible, now she was certain he was thinking entirely about her and the future of their relationship. Warmth bloomed in her heart, and even Li Moken on the phone screen seemed more handsome. I'm being serious here. What are you laughing at? Message received. Shen Zhimeng replied cheerfully. That's more like it. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Li Moken's mouth. Bro, what are you grinning about? Spotting Ji Tao by the bed, Li Moken instinctively covered his phone. When did you come in? I knocked, but you were so into your video call with your girlfriend that you didn't notice, and you were smiling like an idiot. Li Moken cleared his throat. Fine, but you can't tell your parents or your aunt. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Ji Tao put on a look of brotherly loyalty. Li Moken slowly raised his phone, seeing that Shen Zhimeng had hidden out of the camera frame only a strand of her hair visible, and shot Ji Tao a resentful glance. If only this kid had been slower in the bathroom, he could have looked at her a while longer. After hanging up, Shen Zhimeng sent a few messages. Who was in your room? He won't go blabbing, will he? He didn't see me, did he? Li Moken, don't worry, he didn't. Bro, can I play with your phone for a bit? A quick glance told Li Moken exactly why his uncle had come to him with that talk before bed. What do you want to do? Just log into QQ to check messages. I won't play games. Ji Tao's face wore a placating smile. After a quick heads up to Shen Zhimeng, Li Moken handed over the phone and watched as Ji Tao chatted with someone, making no attempt to hide it. Is this a guy or a girl? A girl. Ji Tao's answer caught Li Moken off guard. The girl's behavior clearly signaled interest, but was his younger brother really that oblivious? He was replying with pure coldness. Li Moken didn't call it out. Partly because he wasn't entirely sure, and partly because, like himself back then, this girl was likely planning to confess only after the college entrance exam. Exposing it now would only burden Ji Tao with unnecessary thoughts. After spending 3 or 4 days at his grandmother's place, Li Moken began thinking about heading back. But that morning Ji Yun received a call from the Li family, saying Li Moken's grandfather was gravely ill, and they hoped Shed bring the children to see him. Li Moken, standing nearby, overheard the conversation. Should we head over now? Let's go. Ji Yun's face held a trace of melancholy. Li Moken gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. How about I drive? He had gotten his driver's license right after the college entrance exam, earning it in 2 months, though had never had the chance to drive. Then be careful. Okay. Ji Yun, her emotions low, felt that letting Li Moken drive might be safer than driving herself. The car started, and after a brief familiarization his confidence grew, and the vehicle cruised smoothly along the road. When it came to visiting his grandmother's side, Li Moken only knew that Ji Yun was somewhat resistant, especially after his father's death. But he never knew the reason for her reluctance. Had always thought it was an adult matter, and that asking would yield nothing, but seeing her expression, now he felt he needed to find a chance to ask. As the car merged onto the highway, Li Moken glanced sideways at Ji Yun. She stared calmly out the window, but it was clear she wasn't in good spirits. Li Moken hesitated, the words on the tip of his tongue, but he held them back. The drive took about 2 hours, and they arrived at his grandfather's house past 5 in the afternoon. A man in his 30s stood at the door. This was Li Moken's paternal uncle, his father's younger brother Li Pei. Sister-in-law, you're finally here. Dad's been talking about you, saying he wants to see Xiao Chuan. Li Pei approached the mother and son, but Ji Yun stepped aside. Li Moken took note of this, sensing something was off. Uncle, is Grandpa in the bedroom? Yes. After setting his things down at the entrance, Li Moken headed straight to the old man's room. His impression of his grandfather was strange. A cheerful, outgoing old man, but once he drank, he'd curse at the slightest provocation. As a child, Li Moken wasn't exactly obedient. He was the mischievous sort and got scolded plenty. But as the eldest grandson and the only boy on that side, the old man who favored boys had always doted on him. Xiao Chuan, come here to Grandpa. Li Moken obediently walked to the bedside, listening as the old man rambled on. Ji Yun stood at the door, not intending to enter. Sister-in-law, you could come visit more often. Now that Xiao Chuan's in university, you should have plenty of time. If not for what happened back then, I might have taken your advice seriously. Ji Yun gave him a cold, indifferent glance, her expression souring at the memory of unpleasant times. That was years ago, I've almost forgotten. Li Pei laughed awkwardly. I'm not joking with you. I've already found a stepfather for Xiao Chuan, so coming here often isn't appropriate. What? A stepfather? Li Pei was stunned. You married into the Li family, you're a Li. Where do you get off finding Xiao Chuan a stepfather? Hi, your Li family. Li Yi saw your true colors back then. Even when he was critically ill, he wrote a will and insisted on divorcing me just to free me from you. Ji Yun's face was icy. Does Xiao Chuan know? He's old enough to care about this. How could he agree to some stranger being his father? What, you want the job? Who do you think you are? You. Hearing the voices rise, and recalling Ji Yun's expression on the way, Li Moken hurriedly took his leave of the old man and stepped out of the room. Li Pei, who had a fierce look on his face, instantly softened upon seeing Li Moken and put on a smile. Xiao Chuan, why didn't you stay and chat with Grandpa longer? Mom, let's go. Seeing Ji Yun's expression, Li Moken knew how unpleasant their conversation had been. All right. Ji Yun's eyes flickered, suddenly feeling that her son had grown up, now able to read the room and stand up for her. Not staying for dinner. No, my mom's not in a good mood. Li Moken half-supported Ji Yun into the car. As they set off anew, Ji Yun glanced at Li Mochuan, appearing hesitant to speak. Mom, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm not really that curious anyway. Li Mochuan was certainly curious, but he prioritized Ji Yun's feelings above all. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually come to understand the hardships she endured raising him single-handedly. All right. Ji Yun suppressed the urge to confess the whole story. Facing her own child, she couldn't bring herself to speak of those inglorious past events. Should we head back to the city then? Li Mochuan had already hinted to Shen Zhimeng that he'd be returning within a day or 2. He hoped he'd get to see her soon once he was back. When are Uncle Shen and the others heading back? Li Mochuan asked, nonchalantly staring ahead. Probably within the next day or 2. It's already the 5th today, Ji Yun replied, casually, showing no intention of calling or texting to check. Although it was just a casual question, it could easily be misinterpreted as a hint for them to return. Ji Yun felt that since the two hadn't officially tied the knot, some things were better left to mutual understanding. Upon arriving home, Li Mochuan was disappointed. The house looked exactly as it did when he left. Shen Zhimeng's slippers still sat by the door. Rushing back to his room, Li Mochuan poured out the day's events to Shen Zhimeng in a flurry of messages. Only after sending them did he realize he might have overdone it, wondering if he was being a bother, especially since it involved half of the Li family's affairs. To his surprise, Shen Zhimeng called him directly. Are you missing me? Her blunt question made Li Mochuan's lips curl into a smile. Yeah, I miss you like crazy. Can't even sleep because of it. Shen Zhimeng chuckled. Alright, I'll tuck you in tonight. Be good, okay. They chatted briefly before hanging up. Li Machuan didn't take her promise to tuck him in seriously. At 10 o'clock that night, Li Machuan was stunned to see a figure suddenly appear in his room. He had a habit of wearing headphones while studying, so he hadn't heard the commotion in the living room or the knock on his door before she entered. Why study here instead of the study? Shen Zhimeng asked, glancing at the code on his screen. The study has a spot reserved for you. Since you're not there, it feels pointless to sit alone, Li Machuan replied, turning his head to meet her gaze with a serious expression. Didn't know you were so clingy. Wanna come to my room tonight? Shen Zhimeng's smile was suggestive, but within seconds footsteps echoed from outside the door. They quickly distanced themselves, wearing expressions of utter innocence. Mumbling, why did it take you so long to? Shen Jing pushed the door open mid-sentence, only to see the harmonious scene of an older sister tutoring her younger brother. His words died in his throat. Sensing his presence, Shen Zhimeng turned her head slowly. I came in and saw H1 stuck on a problem. Since I've learned it before, I thought I'd help him out. It's fine. You two carry on. Studies are important. He'll head out. Shen Jing felt their bond was precious and decided not to disturb them. In the living room, Ji Yun asked, where are they? Ji Yun arranged the fruits and midnight snacks on the coffee table as she inquired. They're studying together. Whether it was Shen Jing's phrasing or a woman's intuition, a thought suddenly struck Ji Yun. She had noticed the changes in Li Machuan lately, their constant companionship since they met, and his odd expression at the grandmother's house. All these signs seemed to point to the same possibility. What's wrong? Daydreaming. Shen Jing waved a hand in front of her, snapping her back to reality. Oh, nothing. Ji Yun forced a light smile. Since they're studying, they'll come out when they're done. Let's eat first. Ji Yun took the chopsticks Shen Jing offered, but her mind was already scheming about how to confirm her suspicions about the two youngsters. But what if it was true? What would she do? Suddenly she felt she didn't know her son at all. His protective behavior towards her today was completely out of character. Was it truly out of character, or was she just not paying attention? Meanwhile, back in the room, my dad's gone. Quick, come here for a kiss. Shen Zhimeng pinched Li Machuan's chin and gave him a brief peck. Not soft enough, she pouted slightly. Then what should we do? Li Machuan looked at her bewildered. Why, we kiss more to restore its elasticity, of course. A mischievous grin spread across Shen Zhimeng's face as she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. She even settled onto his lap. Li Machuan's breath hitched. Shen Jing and Ji Yun could walk in at any moment. But why did this feel so thrilling? His heart racing faster, a secret excitement stirring within. Driven by instinct, his hand found her waist, pulling her closer. A soft involuntary sound escaped Shen Zhimeng. It was only when she was breathless that she pushed him away a little. We should get out there, or they'll really start to suspect something. Okay. Seeing the affectionate look in her eyes, Li Machuan's heart melted. He cupped her face and nuzzled her affectionately. They lingered for a few more minutes before finally leaving. Shen Zhimeng composed herself, perfectly chatting casually in the living room, as if she hadn't just been shyly nestled in Li Machuan's arms moments ago. At midnight, Li Machuan had just laid down when he heard a rustling sound from his wardrobe. A thought crossed his mind, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. He threw off the covers and got up without hesitation. As the wardrobe door opened, he shielded Shen Zhimeng's head with one hand, while steadying her with the other, effortlessly guiding her out. 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, but it was better to talk on the bed. He led her onto the bed and pulled the covers over them both. Why did you come to my room? It's not as safe as yours. How about we go to yours? His words were full of concern, yet his arms showed no sign of letting her go. Shen Zhimeng's eyes curved into crescents as she kissed his collarbone. I told you I'd come to tuck you in, remember? Earlier today. Li Machuan vaguely recalled something like that. Shen Zhimeng's return tonight was a huge surprise. He had no idea an even bigger one was in store. So, how are you going to tuck me in? His mind raced from innocent fairy tales to far more colorful scenarios. What were you just thinking about, H1? Shen Zhimeng hadn't actually planned anything, but deciding based on his expression seemed like it could be fun. Li Machuan honestly recounted all his thoughts, his face turning redder with each word. Shen Zhimeng couldn't resist tickling him. My H1 is so adorable when he blushes. Li Machuan caught her restless little hands and brought them to his lips for a kiss. So you messaged me tonight. He said his dad happens to have a friend who invested in a ski resort in the neighboring city, and he asked when we're free so we can set a date for skiing. How many days would we go? He said 2 days and 1 night. Then let's see about the day after tomorrow. Alright, I'll reply to him. Li Machuan said as he reached for his phone on the nightstand, but the sensation against his chest made him pull his hand back. Shen Zhimeng lifted her head, gazing at him with wide eyes. I'm right here beside you, and you still want to grab your phone. Is your phone more fun than me? Li Machuan gave a helpless smile, his hand moving to the top of her head. Who taught you to talk like that? Shen Zhimeng pouted. If someone really taught me to talk like this, that wouldn't be the question you should be worrying about. Li Machuan thought about it, and realized she was right. Alright, so my big sister learned it all on her own, just for me. Speaking of which, I never imagined I'd become like this one day. Shen Zhimeng said, her soft little hand wandering over Li Machuan's abdomen. Did you see the video I sent you today? It said most girls are really into their boyfriend's body. I saw it. Shen Zhimeng thought back to the video's content and couldn't help but smile. Li Machuan looked at that smile combined with the video's content and gradually began to understand. I want to end up with the same dark circles and haggard face as that guy in the video, will I? Shen Zhimeng tightened her arms around his waist, her voice soft and alluring. How could that be haggard? That's a symbol of happiness. A thought stirred in Li Machuan's heart, and his hand moved unconsciously to the collar of her pajamas. One button easily came undone under his fingers. Shen Zhimeng tilted her head back, her delicate snow-white neck gradually revealed. Her half-closed eyes held a mesmerizing expression, her shoulders partly bare, with a few rebellious strands of hair falling across her cheek. Li Machuan couldn't help but swallow, quickening his movements. What surprised him was that beneath the pajamas lay another secret. Was that a pink floppy-eared rabbit on Shen Zhimeng's chest? The fabric only covered the area above her waist, leaving her soft waist and collarbone exposed, a cute bunny outfit in between. Li Machuan pinched the two rabbit ears. They were incredibly soft. Do you like it, Chuan? Shen Zhimeng's hand brushed across his chest, her voice dripping with seductive charm. I love it to death. Li Machuan's eyes slightly bloodshot, he pulled the covers with one hand and held her waist with the other as he kissed her. A night of restraint and abandon. In the end, Li Machuan still escorted her back to her room, and they didn't sleep together. When he woke up the next morning, Li Machuan felt a soreness in his arms. It had been a long time since he'd felt this way, and for the first time he thought he should hit the gym to lift some iron. Otherwise, he could only hold Shen Zhimeng without being able to move for long. He got up and replied to Suya, setting the skiing date for 3 days later. During breakfast, Li Machuan mentioned the plan to Shen Jing and Ji Yun. Skiing? Ji Yun was a bit surprised. She had never taken Li Machuan skiing before, so why this sudden interest? A close friend from college said it's more fun with a group. Li Machuan gave a brief introduction to Su Ya's situation. By the way, he's also from Qingwan, and Song Xinyan is coming too. Shen Jing nodded after listening. 2 boys and 2 girls going out together sounds fine. It's easy to book a hotel, and taking a taxi is convenient. Yes, Li Machuan agreed, though his voice came out a bit stiff. Ji Yun keenly noticed this. Chuan, is your throat bothering you? Your voice sounds. Oh no, it's nothing. I just woke up, that's all. After brushing off Ji Yun's concern, Li Machuan instinctively shot a glare at Shen Zhimeng sitting beside him. Just now, while bending down to pick something up, Shen Zhimeng had slid her hand up Li Machuan's thigh. That area, which had been restless earlier in the morning and had only just settled down during breakfast, was stirred up again. Shen Zhimeng was truly bold. She wouldn't even spare him that brief moment. Shen Zhimeng caught his glare from the corner of her eye, but remained perfectly calm. She even pointed to a steamed bun on her side and smiled at him. Want one? Let me get you one. Li Machuan saw the mischief in her eyes and hatched a plan. He'll help myself. With that, he reached over with his chopsticks in his right hand, while his other hand propped behind Shen Zhimeng, pinching her soft flesh with precision. Leaning toward her, Li Machuan could clearly feel Shen Zhimeng's breath falter for a good while. The morning's to-go-for came to an end. Ji Yun and Shen Jing left the house together, leaving only Li Machuan and Shen Zhimeng at home. Perhaps because of what happened in the morning, neither of them spoke first. Instead, they silently went to the study and sat together to study. Li Machuan wasn't sure if Shen Zhimeng was angry, but he didn't feel like asking. He wanted to see how long this state of hers would last. At noon, Shen Jing called to say they should sort out their own lunch. After the call ended, the study fell into silence. Neither of them typed on the keyboard, they just stared blankly at the screens. Finally, Li Machuan heard the chair beside him move, and then a weight settled on his lap. Without a word, Shen Zhimeng grabbed his wrist and started biting his forearm. Ow, ow. Li Machuan tried to separate them without hurting her, but it was useless. In the end, Shen Zhimeng let go on her own. Li Machuan looked at the teeth marks on his arm and inhaled sharply. Was Shen Zhimeng a dog in her past life? You can really sink your teeth into your own boyfriend, huh? Shen Zhimeng stared at him with a resentful look, pretending to wrap her arms around his neck, but Li Machuan immediately stopped her. That posture didn't look like she was going to kiss him, more like she was about to bite his lips. The marks on his arm could be hidden by his sleeve, but chapped lips would be hard to explain to the two adults. Li Machuan pressed her shoulders and immediately started coaxing. I'm wrong. Though he had to appease her, he was actually happy inside. So this was what it felt like to tease his own girlfriend. Li Machuan, I'm angry, and you're laughing. Shen Zhimeng sat on his lap, while Li Machuan leaned back in his chair, his head slightly lower than hers, making him seem a bit disadvantaged. But this wasn't a confrontation, it was Li Machuan unilaterally teasing her. From this angle, he could clearly see every expression on her face, and she might feel she had the upper hand and calm down a little. My girlfriend is so cute. Li Machuan reached out to touch Shen Zhimeng's face, but she swatted his hand away without hesitation. Her complexion, however, had visibly improved. Don't think a compliment will get you off the hook. Sister, Li Machuan deliberately softened his voice. What? Sister is the most beautiful. Li Machuan said with a grin, leaning in to kiss her. Shen Zhimeng pressed a finger to his lips, but a smile escaped her the next second. Now it was Li Machuan's turn to be bewildered. What are you laughing at? Because this wasn't the smile of someone won over, it seemed more like mockery. Shen Zhimeng clutched her stomach, laughing so hard, she was rocking back and forth, and the subtle movements were amplified on Li Machuan's lap. Feeling something, he immediately gripped her waist. You'd better stay still on my lap. Shen Zhimeng seemed to sense it too, and went still, though the corners of her mouth were still twitching with barely suppressed mirth. What are you really laughing at? She hesitated, then pressed her hand over his mouth again, and buried her face in his shoulder, shaking with laughter. Li Machuan finally got it. Your mouth looks so funny when I press it like this, ha ha ha. He was both amused and exasperated. Was Shen Zhimeng's humor threshold really this low? Had never noticed before, but he thought it was quite nice this way. Li Machuan held her close, his hand drifting to the curve below her waist, and giving it a light, playful slap. Still laughing, huh? Shen Zhimeng felt a tingle where head patted her, and blushed. Stop that. Did that feel good? Shen Zhimeng bit her lower lip. No, it didn't. Her voice was small and unconvincing. How about we go for a walk this afternoon? Though many shops aren't open yet, so there aren't many places we can go. At the mention of going out, Shen Zhimeng's eyes lit up. Great. Just walking around is fine. Then, let's grab a bite to eat and take a stroll. Okay. She hopped off his lap and rushed to her room to get ready. Before long, when Li Machuan saw her standing before him again, his jaw dropped. She was stunning. A black, form-fitting long dress with a mermaid hem accentuating every curve of her shaped figure. She leaned against the doorframe, and a single glance from her was enough to captivate. You're not going out in that, are you? Li Machuan remembered it was snowing outside. He'll just throw a sweater over it, and a long-down jacket on top. That's more like it. Shen Zhimeng went back to her room, and Li Machuan stared at the door, his heart still racing. Shen Zhimeng never ceased to surprise him. In every way. When it came to fashion, she could pull off any style effortlessly. Cute, mature, sexy, sporty. But what amazed him even more was how her personality in front of him seemed to shift with her outfits. When she dressed cute, she'd act coy and playful, making adorable expressions, and sometimes even hopping around. But when she wore something mature and sexy, she'd turn aloof and cool. Thinking about it, Li Machuan let out a silent chuckle. No matter how many different sides she showed him, she was still Shen Zhimeng, the one and only. After getting ready, they headed out together. The saying that Hada Leo is always packed held true. Midway through their meal, sudden exclamations erupted from a nearby table. Li Machuan looked over and saw a couple with the man proposing to the woman. Guests at several other tables were cheering them on. Li Machuan. Hearing his full name, he immediately snapped his attention back to her. Are you envious? Envious of what? Shen Zhimeng glanced meaningfully towards the proposing couple. Isn't it normal for a guy to propose to a girl? Nothing to be jealous about. But then it hit him. Could it be that Shen Zhimeng was envious? Was she hinting that he should do the same? Shen Zhimeng saw the shift in his expression and instantly knew what he was thinking. Suppressing a smile, she looked down at his hand. Why don't you take a good look at your finger? Li Machuan followed her gaze and was shocked to see a ring on his middle finger. A ring. His eyes widened in disbelief. You? When did you? He was at a loss for words, a scene he had never imagined. Shen Zhimeng had put a ring on him. When did you slip that on? I didn't even notice. That was what stunned him most. Just now, she said, looking rather pleased with herself. The ring was already warm from being held in her hand, and with his attention elsewhere he hadn't felt a thing. Li Machuan stared at the ring for a long time. His nose tingled slightly as he pulled her into a tight embrace. Thank you. All right, I put a slice of tripe in the pot, it should be done by now, let's eat. Shen Zhimeng patted his back. The warmth that had welled up in Li Machuan's eyes quickly receded, but the gratitude in his heart lingered. After dinner they walked hand in hand down the street, and Li Machuan kept lifting their joined hands to look at them. So beautiful. At some point Shen Zhimeng had also put on the ring he had given her. Li Machuan examined the two rings closely and felt they complemented each other perfectly. Where did you get this made? He asked casually. Shen Zhimeng answered, Liangxin. Li Machuan's steps faltered. Wasn't that the same shop he had gone to? There were plenty of craft shops in Qingwan City that made rings, but what were the odds she'd chosen the exact same one? Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Too much of one eye also. Li Machuan stopped mid-sentence, realizing the implication of her words. You didn't deliberately go to that shop, did you? Shen Zhimeng wore a faint smile, which paired with her mature and cool outfit, made her exceptionally dazzling. That old man is really nice, he teaches very patiently. This time Li Machuan truly couldn't hold back the tears welling in his eyes. She had gone this far for him, and he couldn't find words to express how he felt at this moment. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her with deep tenderness. Their cool lips met, melded, and warmed each other. The light snow carried by a gust of wind suddenly fell heavier, settling gently on their shoulders and hair as if offering its blessings. At the corner of the street, a young couple was lost in a passionate kiss. In the afternoon, the two found a nice coffee shop and settled in. They nibbled on pastries, sipped coffee, and played games on their phones together before heading out for dinner. When they returned home, Shen Zhimeng tugged at Li Michuan's sleeve at the doorstep. "What's wrong?" Shen Zhimeng pointed to where she stood and lowered her voice. "Remember what happened the last time we stood here?" Li Michuan's mind involuntarily drifted back to that moment. They had kissed in the darkness, only to be startled moments later by Shen Jing, who arrived at the door with groceries. Though they hadn't actually been seen, the fright was real, and the emotion of that instant was etched vividly into their memories. "You're not thinking of trying that again, are you?" Li Michuan stepped closer to Shen Zhimeng, a hint of danger flickering in his eyes. She looked up at him, her heartbeat inexplicably quickening as her fingers instinctively tightened on the hem of her clothes. "Do you dare?" The moment the words left her lips, he leaned in and kissed her. Their fingers intertwined as she was pressed against the wall, utterly defenseless. Yet it was precisely this that made her heart race with exhilaration. A single thought consumed her mind. She wished to stay like this with Li Michuan forever. Li Michuan didn't linger on the kiss and soon released her. "Better not get caught for now." Shen Zhimeng lowered her gaze, a shy blush creeping across her face. "That expression of yours." Li Michuan found it oddly familiar. It reminded him of last night. "You're not saying I'm—" Before he could finish, a sharp pinch landed on his waist. Shen Zhimeng shot him a reproachful look. "What? Do you want to check manually, or something?" "That's not a bad idea." Li Michuan had come to realize that Shen Zhimeng genuinely enjoyed his occasional roguish behavior. Last night, she had said the same thing. She had confessed that being overpowered by someone she loved brought a certain psychological thrill. "All right, let's head inside." Though anticipation stirred within her, their current position felt a bit too risky. They entered the house one after another. Shen Jing and Ji Yun were both in the living room, greeting them with smiles. "So you two went out for dinner?" "Yes," Shen Zhimeng quickly replied. The bright living room lights caught Ji Yun's attention as a glint reflected off Shen Zhimeng's finger. "Is that a ring on your hand, Ming Ming?" Li Michuan's hand was hidden behind Shen Zhimeng's. Hearing Ji Yun's question, he quickly tucked his hand into his sleeve and discreetly slipped off his own ring. "Ah, yes, it's a ring. I just bought it outside. Thought it looked pretty." Shen Zhimeng quickly devised a plausible excuse and answered calmly. "Oh, I see. It looks silver, quite shiny. Yes, that's just how this ring is." After brushing off the couple on the sofa, she swiftly retreated into her room. Li Michuan excused himself to the study, citing studying. 3 days later in the morning, Li Michuan greeted Shen Jing before heading out with Shen Zhimeng. Suya and Song Xinyan had already driven over and were waiting downstairs. Since the high-speed rail station was on the way, they'd come to pick them up. The four of them drove to the station together. Li Michuan attentively took care of Shen Zhimeng, not letting her carry a single heavy thing. In contrast, Suya breezed through security and found the boarding gate without a second thought for Song Xinyan behind him. While waiting for the train, Song Xinyan couldn't help but complain. "Look at Li Michuan. That's a real man. What are you? A clueless oaf?" To their surprise, Suya, who usually went out of his way to please pretty girls, merely gave her a calm glance. "They're a couple. What are we?" Song Xinyan gave him a long, searching look, but said nothing more. Li Michuan found the tension between them strange. Last time Suya had said he and Song Xinyan weren't together. He wondered what had happened between them. The tickets were arranged through connections from Suya's father, and all 4 seats were in the middle of the carriage facing each other. Seeing Suya about to sit beside him, Li Michuan immediately shoved him away. "Go sit across." "Why? She'll get sleepy on the way and needs to lean on me." "Suya." "Fine." Suya sat next to Song Xinyan, but neither spoke. Noticing this, Shen Zhimeng squeezed Li Michuan's hand, signaling him to check the message Shed just sent. Shen Zhimeng Xinyan liked Suya, but they had a fight before. "Should we help them out?" Li Michuan thought it was a great idea. After all, he and Suya were practically brothers. Helping out with a small matter like this was no trouble at all. Skiing. There would be plenty of opportunities to create moments. Song Xinyan sat by the aisle drowsy when she suddenly felt something and let out a sharp scream. "What are you doing?" Li Michuan instinctively covered Shen Zhimeng's ears. Startled awake, Shen Zhimeng looked around in confusion. Song Xinyan had grabbed the arm of a man had just passed by, her eyes filled with scrutiny and fury. "Young lady, what's the meaning of this, eh?" Suya, watching her expression, clearly sensed something was wrong. Frustrated by his calm demeanor, Song Xinyan snapped. "Where were your hands when you walked past me just now, eh?" Her blunt accusation drew the attention of nearby passengers, and murmurs grew louder. The middle-aged man clearly hadn't expected to run into such trouble. He remembered the girl had seemed asleep. How had she woken up so suddenly? But had checked the surveillance footage before. The spot where his hand had been was a blind spot. He regained some confidence. "You need evidence for accusations. What proof do you have that I touched you?" A contemptuous sneer crossed his face. And with a figure like yours. You. Song Xinian's eyes widened in disbelief. His actions were so blatant. Wasn't it obvious what had done? Me what? I just walked by. I don't know anything about touching you. If you're trying to extort money, you ought to have some assets to back it up. He grew bolder with each word. These naive young girls were the easiest to bully. The carriage grew livelier, and just then 2 men in police uniforms approached. Who called the police? Suya immediately raised his hand. My girlfriend was molested. I request to review the surveillance footage and have fingerprints checked. The officers assessed the standoff and quickly deduced the situation. Such men were all too common on high-speed trains, usually repeat offenders. Most victims chose to let it go, fearing the damage to their reputation from speaking out about being touched by a stranger. But they hadn't expected this young man to pursue the matter to the end. What's your destination?